The destruction wreaked by the Contra armies came on top of the U.S. trade embargo, the devastation caused by large-scale natural disasters, and failure to obtain sufficient aid from overseas. The Contra War was a war on two fronts, the battles against the Contras and the economic war being waged by the bourgeoisie within Nicaragua against the Sandinista regime. The refusal of the large producers to cooperate with the government did not stem from a lack of incentives or a reaction to the regime's more revolutionary rhetoric. Rather, it was a determined and conscious attempt to assist in the overthrow of the government. They were doing all they could to prevent a revolutionary regime from surviving, including not only economic sabotage but also running a campaign of lies and deceit aimed at undermining support for the regime both at home and abroad. The FSLN should have followed the example set by the ex-colonists in the U.S. after the American War of Independence, when many states passed confiscation laws which allowed the state to seize the property of those loyal to the British Crown, selling it off on behalf of the state treasury. The response of the FSLN was to cut back or abandon many of its social programs and development projects. Land reform, the fight for women's rights, legalization of abortion, equal rights in hiring and on the job, and ending violence against women, and how to plan the economy so that production met social need, not private profit. Facing continuing attacks by U.S.-sponsored Contras along both its northern and southern borders, on August 10, 1983, Humberto Ortega, with overall command of the EPS, announced compulsory military service for the first time in Nicaragua's history. Conscription would begin in January 1984, with each conscript serving for a minimum of 2 years. Initially, women were not mentioned, but the AMNLAE argued that since women had proved themselves as effective fighters in the war against Somoza, there was no reason to exclude them from the draft. Many women active in AMNLAE argued that this omission reflected a machismo view of women held by senior members of the FSLN, especially President Daniel Ortega and his brother Humberto. A compromise was reached whereby women were not required to register, but could do so on a voluntary basis. AMLE refocused its attention on the collection of materials for recycling, campaigning to save energy, convincing women to back the war effort when they were subject to frozen wages, inflation, shortages, black market speculation, and lack of either child or maternity care. An important aspect of AMLE's work was the campaign to increase food production that relied heavily on women activists in the ACT. The AMNLAE leadership was doubly taken aback when women agricultural workers responded by challenging the thrust of the war effort, demanding a more anti-capitalist emphasis. Catholics make up about half Nicaragua's population. The Catholic Church in Nicaragua was led by Obando, Archbishop of Managua, a vocal opponent of liberation theology, which condemned capitalism, in Latin America especially, as an unjust and iniquitous system and thus a form of structural sin. The Catholic hierarchy in Nicaragua threw itself behind the Contra leadership, leading to a de facto split with the so-called Church of the Poor, which supported the Sandinistas. Naturally, the bourgeois news media around the world emphasized the views of the hierarchy. Obando would become the leading legal Contra mouthpiece in Nicaragua. So eager was the church hierarchy to undermine the FSLN government that it altered canonical law, the fundamental law of the Roman Catholic Church. On November 27, 1983, Article 285 was introduced prohibiting priests from accepting those public positions entailing participation in the exercise of civil authority. Obando personally saw to it that Fernando Cardenal, a Jesuit priest who refused to resign from his position in the Sandinista government, was expelled from his order. With the approval of Pope John II, all 4 priests with ministerial positions were suspended from their orders by 1985. Obando was made a cardinal on May 25, 1985. Fresh from the Vatican, he traveled to Miami to brief and be briefed by Contra leaders. The first Mass Obando celebrated after being made a cardinal was in Miami before the Contra leadership, after which he was claimed by the Contras in Honduras as their spiritual guide. In January 1986, Obando traveled to the United States where he declared his support for the Contras and encouraged the U.S. administration to provide them with military aid. Tomas Borga, in an interview published in the Mexican paper El Dia, January 1986, argued that Obando was made a cardinal for political reasons that fully coincided with those of the U.S. administration. 8.2 The national question in Nicaragua. The national question became an explosive issue in Nicaragua when it led to substantial numbers of Mosquito Indians joining the Contras and fighting against the revolution. The Spanish colonized the Pacific coast of Nicaragua and the British the Atlantic coast. This meant there were significant differences in the composition of the two populations, with the coast a separate entity historically, religiously, culturally, linguistically, and ethnically. The term Atlantic coast is somewhat of a misnomer since it comprises just over half the land area of Nicaragua. The approximate makeup of the population of the Atlantic coast was, at the time of the revolution, 120,000 mestizos of mixed Spanish and indigenous descent, as are the great majority of Nicaraguans, 80,000 Mosquito Indians and 30,000 Creoles, with three other racial groups totaling about 10,000. Under the Somoza regime, the Atlantic coast was isolated financially and socially. When the revolution triumphed in 1979, the peoples of the Atlantic coast, even though they suffered severe discrimination under the Somoza regime, were, except for the mining areas which saw intense fighting between National Guards and FSLN guerrillas, by and large not involved. Later, Tomás Borga, in an interview with El Nuevo Diario, on January 15, 1986, explained that the Sandinistas accepted their treatment of the peoples of the Atlantic coast had been high-handed. He described how young enthusiastic revolutionaries from Managua, speaking only Spanish, arrived on the Atlantic coast and, although they introduced some reforms, they disappointed by promising far more than could be delivered by the new regime. The local population had been used to the presence of only relatively few National Guards, but after the revolution and in the fight against the Contras, large numbers of Sandinista militia speaking neither Mosquito nor English arrived, in a virtual invasion. That, and the failure in the first stage of the revolution to give security of land tenure to the local peasants generated considerable mistrust and opposition. Initially, the FSLN was insensitive to the demands of black people and Indians for racial equality, greater autonomy, and an end to economic subordination. The FSLN failed to appreciate the existence of ethnic dimensions and sought to integrate the Atlantic coast within Nicaragua by purely economic means, ignoring demands for participation in decisions on matters affecting their lives, such as the use of their own languages in official documents and schools. These errors did not flow from the FSLN's historic program as written by Fonseca. That program had called for land to the peasants and for self-determination for the Atlantic coast, both key democratic demands omitted from the Humberto Ortega version. The result was the Atlantic coast became an area where the local population provided substantial support for the Contras. Local chiefs who had worked with the Somoza security services now made deals with the CIA, which supplied them with money and munitions. The FSLN appointed Stedman Fagoth Mueller, a Mosquito, to the Council of State, only to arrest him in February 1981 on charges of fostering counter-revolution. He was also identified as an informer for the National Guard. The FSLN militants were astounded when the Mosquitos remained loyal to their former leader and protested his arrest. Finally, the government freed him on the condition that he went abroad. Fagoth crossed into Honduras, where he openly collaborated with the Contras. The FSLN then made the disastrous decision to move the Mosquitos from their traditional lands near the Rio Coco River to Puerto Cabezas, away from the fighting. This caused some 10,000 Mosquitos to flee to Honduras, where, funded by the U.S. and under the influence of Fagoth, they joined the Contra forces. It was not until the FSLN, having realized its mistakes, agreed the Mosquitos should return home with security of land tenure, that the Mosquitos drifted back and relinquished support for their former leaders and the Contras. Tomás Borga was given responsibility for developing government policy on national autonomy, which would incorporate the principles contained in the historic program. 9. The November 4, 1984, election, a reformist orientation. An alleged lack of political pluralism was one of the Reagan administration's frequently used arguments to attack the Sandinistas. In early 1982, the USA began to demand the FSLN government hold free elections, despite knowing that elections were already scheduled for 1985. Bringing the elections forward became an ongoing demand of the bourgeois opposition within Nicaragua. Faced with the Contra War, and to enhance its legitimacy in the eyes of the world, the FSLN opened a discussion on the holding of a governmental election. In May 1983, Jamie Wheelock was interviewed extensively on the question of an election and explained why one could not be held immediately. A delay was necessary to give the election credibility by having a census of those over the age of 16 and register them to vote. By mid-July 1983, It had been decided that certain constraints were necessary and some parties would be excluded. These were Somozaist parties which did not respect the political and social gains conquered by the Nicaraguan people, parties which did not defend national sovereignty and self-determination of the Nicaraguan people, and parties that sought to impose a regime of oppression and exploitation on the Nicaraguan people. The FSLN leadership openly declared in its election platform that the elimination of private enterprise and the socialization of the means of production were not objectives of the Sandinista revolution. Commandant Jamie Wheelock, formerly leader of the proletarian tendency and a major architect of economic strategy, openly embraced the Stalinist theory of stages. It is important to understand that the socialist model is a solution for contradictions that exist only in developed capitalist countries. Socializing all the means of production would not lead to socialism. Rather, on the contrary, it could lead to the destruction and disarticulation of our society. This was nothing less than a political disaster. Although the FSLN leaders had formally broken organizationally with the PSN, they brought with them its reformist policy of socialism by stages. During the reunification in 1978–79, all three tendencies publicly accepted there would, first, be a democratic revolution to bring the country to an acceptable level of capitalist development, then, later, at some unknown time in the future, a second socialist revolution. This false theory does not flow from a scientific analysis of reality and the actual history of revolutions. Instead, it is based on the bogus belief that the interests of the national bourgeoisie are qualitatively different from the interests of their imperialist masters. This is the kind of reformism that Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, Luxemburg, and Guevara fought against. Today, no country in the world can develop its own capitalism in the same way that the advanced capitalist countries did in the past, because the bourgeoisie in the advanced countries will fight to preserve their dominance. They have over 200 years' experience of doing so in the bloodiest manner, including 2 world wars. Of course, the bourgeois in the advanced countries favor peaceful means of dominating the weak and cowardly national colonial bourgeoisie in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. The IMF, the World Bank, the Central European Bank, and so on are preferred because such methods allow the multinational companies to maximize their profits through looting raw materials, exploiting cheap labor, and charging interest on loans to crooked despots which the people of the country then repay in taxes. The national bourgeoisie in Latin and Central America had already shown themselves unable and unwilling to carry through their own bourgeois national revolutions, to effect land reform by abolishing the big landed estates, to seize full sovereignty, to provide social and economic development independent of imperialism. The so-called national bourgeoisie in Nicaragua, in which the FSLN leaders had so much faith, were, and remain, proxies of the imperialists, rich thanks to their positions as agents for the imperialists with whom they jointly exploited the poor, working, indigenous masses. Pandering to the national bourgeoisie in an attempt to win their support, the FSLN leaders further demoralized and demobilized the Nicaraguan workers and peasants, who were increasingly less convinced that making ever greater sacrifices was a strategy which would advance the revolution. The FSLN used numerous arguments to convince the vanguard. The only realistic road forward for Nicaragua was to strengthen the mixed economy, i.e. capitalist production and capitalist profits, that only by maintaining a social pact with patriotic capitalists, freezing the class struggle, would give an improvement in living standards and lead towards socialism at some unspecified time in the future. It would be insufficient to say the FSLN bent under the pressure of the national and international bourgeoisie because, right from the start, its own ideology led it in this direction. Believing in the myth of a progressive national bourgeoisie, the Sandinistas were left little room for maneuver, particularly in the economic field. The heyday of the mixed economy was in the period following World War II, when it was the official policy of European social democracy. In the UK, it meant the nationalization of basic industries and their modernization at public expense to enable British capitalists to better compete in international markets. As a final irony, these industries, made profitable by public investment, were returned to the very same class that had run them into the ground. FSLN leaders insisted that state property and a planned economy were incompatible with political liberties, that only a mixed economy could guarantee political pluralism. We can all agree that extending and deepening bourgeois democratic rights in Nicaragua was a progressive development that increased the opportunities for the exploited to organize and become involved in politics. Such a struggle has a revolutionary dynamic if linked to a deepening of workers' democracy, which will inevitably conflict with capitalist exploitation. Limiting the struggle to one for bourgeois parliamentary democracy and electoralism inevitably means the restriction, if not destruction, of any democratic freedoms gained. The transitional program explained the slogan of the workers' and peasants' government in the bourgeois democratic version. When the party of the proletariat refuses to step beyond bourgeois democratic limits, its alliance with the peasantry is simply turned into support for capital, as was the case with the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries in 1917, with the Chinese Communist Party in 1925–27, and as is now the case with the People's Front in Spain, France, and other countries. On February 21, 1984, the Council of State set the election date for November 4, 2 days before the U.S. presidential elections. Internationally, the announcement was well received, except by the United States. The Kissinger Commission had released its report on Central America on January 10, calling on the FSLN to allow the Contras to run candidates in the election. Without the FSLN meeting this condition, Kissinger, fresh from the Vietnam conflict, advised that the U.S. should consider the direct use of force. From the second half of 1981 to the end of 1983, some land redistribution occurred, but much less and much more slowly than the peasants wanted. With the Contra War and the suffering of the population, the government was anxious to maximize campesino support, particularly in the border regions and some parts of the Atlantic coast, where the Contras had been able to recruit poor peasants who had received nothing from the land reform program. The government accelerated the pace of confiscations of underused capitalist holdings and its distribution. It also ended the policy limiting land distribution to those who agreed to establish cooperatives. Naturally, this new tranche of land distribution was met by howls of protest from the bourgeoisie, who saw it as a bribe to influence the outcome of the forthcoming election. On October 22, 1984, El Nuevo Diario reported Commandante Victor Tirato's announcement to an assembly of peasants. In the framework of the mixed economy, expropriation of large farms came to an end with the expropriation of Somoza's land, but the FSLN could still be swept off course. The peasants of Masaya, an impoverished area, fed up with their poor standard of living, took the law into their own hands and, en masse, in May 1985 took over large local landed estates, refusing to leave despite the entreaties and threats of the local FSLN tops. In the end, the government agreed a deal with the landowners who accepted equivalent farms in areas of less militancy. The exception was Enrique Bolanos, president of COSEP, who engineered a political campaign out of the incident. Despite Tirato's statement, the government distributed over 500,000 hectares in 1984, compared to 350,000 in 1983 and less than 100,000 in total in the 2 years 1981 to 82. The growth was because of the Contra threat. Some 2/3 of the peasants in the border areas were allocated land and were photographed, filmed and televised being presented by Daniel Ortega or Jamie Wheelock with the title deed of their land and a gun to defend it. And it did make a big difference. Support for the Contras fell away. Giving the people something concrete to defend was the most effective way to fight the war, and for the campesino the best thing was land. The primary source of the new land was from those landowners with more than 350 hectares, 850 acres, neither used productively, nor rented to tenants. This, it was hoped, would strengthen government support in the countryside and produce more food. The FSLN believed its policy for food production would be more effective if all producers were members of the organization which the government controlled, and not in the opposition COSEP. In August 1984, UNAG took its first positive step towards actively recruiting patriotic producers by calling on the government to guarantee the land of capitalist farmers would not be confiscated if they continued to produce efficiently. This change was symbolized by the election of Daniel Núñez as president of UNAG. Núñez, previously head of the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Reform (MIDINRA), was a longtime FSLN stalwart. Beginning his political activities with a Catholic church group, he joined the FSLN in 1972 and had his ranch of over 1,200 hectares confiscated when he was arrested by the Somoza regime in 1974. Increasingly, the patriotic producers and their class interests dominated UNAG and effectively ended its role as an organization based on the peasantry. Increasingly, the voice of the agricultural producers became that of capitalist farmers, the exploiters of agricultural workers. This turn had the effect of undermining the self-confidence and politicization of the poor peasants, leaving them vulnerable to the demagogy of the capitalists. According to objective observers, Nicaragua was one of the most democratic states in Central America. On November 4, 1984, more than 80% of the eligible population voted. Barricada announced the results. Seats were allocated in proportion to the votes cast. FSLN 67% of votes cast, 61 seats. PCD 14%, 13 seats. PLI 10%, 8 seats. PPSC 6%, 5 seats. The PSN, PCN, and the People's Action Movement each got 1 seat, but only about 3% of the votes cast. Daniel Ortega was elected president and Sergio Ramirez vice president. The election results showed the huge support of the masses for the FSLN. The U.S. imperialists damned the election as repressive because the Contras were not allowed to run candidates, and because Ortega received a higher percentage of the popular vote than Reagan. The 1984 election was, in a democratic sense, a real political advance for Nicaragua. Quite rightly, it was applauded because it was held in the middle of a full-scale civil war, instigated and funded by the U.S. The election demonstrated that the conquest of power by workers and peasants is in no way a restriction on democratic freedoms. Compared to previous Nicaraguan elections, this was a huge increase in the right to assembly, free expression of ideas and association, freedom of the press, and casting one's vote without a guard looking over one's shoulder. The FSLN's election program was reprinted in Intercontinental Press of October 1, 1984, and can be read with the benefit of hindsight. It contains much that is admirable and would have been supported by revolutionaries. Right to a job, to organize and mobilize, to housing, equal pay for equal work, the provision of healthcare and educational services for all Nicaraguans, the provision of water, electricity, communication, and transportation to even the most remote areas, particularly the Atlantic coast. One of the first tasks of the new assembly would be to draft a new constitution. These undoubted positive aspects dazzled many on the left who exaggerated such statements as weapons will remain in the hands of the people, as proof that the FSLN still represented a workers' and peasants' government on the way to a workers' state. That the weapons were under the control of the army, that the FSLN remained committed to the development of a mixed economy, that the promised land reform did not fundamentally challenge private ownership were ignored. The FSLN promised to deepen the popular anti-imperialist character of the Nicaraguan state. This was done by setting up a government department, the Comptroller General of the Republic, to monitor the conduct of civil servants and improve their levels of efficiency. What was not mentioned, because it cut across the priority of the mixed economy, was any kind of popular or Soviet control of government. Most revealing was the policy proposed for women. This commenced with the statement, "The family laws adopted by the revolutionary government are aimed at protecting women as mothers and providing them the dignity due them within the family," and continues, "The Sandinista front will go on defending the nuclear family and the integrity of the home." Such statements were a clear warning that this was a government of retrenchment, not one that would take the revolution forward. The bureaucratization of both the Russian and Chinese Communist parties was accompanied by just such statements. Hidden in the small print was the transformation of the Council of State into the Nicaraguan National Assembly. The FSLN leadership changed the governmental structure to that of the traditional bourgeois parliament. With hindsight, this was a clear indication that the FSLN regime could no longer be classified as a workers' and peasants' government. However, this was not the response of the majority on the left. 3 factors acted to obscure the change. Firstly, the new government had a sizable FSLN majority and so, it was argued, could continue as before. Secondly, because Nicaragua was subject to imperialist attack, it was necessary to continue to defend the Sandinista government unconditionally, and to some that meant uncritically. Thirdly, there was a subjective element. Having defended the revolutionary government for 5 years, it was very hard to acknowledge it had taken a qualitative step backwards. Leading leftists now argued that it is not the form of a parliament that makes it bourgeois, because as the FSLN had come to power on a revolutionary wave and had control of the state apparatus, the parliament resulting from the election could not be bourgeois. However, to cover themselves against possible future criticisms, these commentators simultaneously and correctly called for the creation of Soviets on the grounds that such organs were more effective in consolidating workers' power suggesting the possibility of some kind of job share between Parliament and Soviets. This having your cake and eating it approach was strikingly similar to the counter-revolutionary argument proposed in 1917 by Kamenev and Zinoviev, and damned by Lenin, for the establishment of a dual power in Russia, a constituent assembly and Soviets. As the economic and social crisis deepened, the FSLN resisted the demands of working people in city and countryside to extend workers' control over capitalist production and distribution. Such moves were necessary to protect the living standards of workers and peasants, let alone enhance them, but would have challenged the rights of private ownership. As supplies of essential foodstuffs and other basic items decreased, prices spiraled upwards. The only way to guarantee fair access to necessities was to ration them and place their distribution in the hands of democratically controlled local committees. During 1984, it was self-help initiatives by working women, creating communal soup kitchens, arranging for water distribution, establishing child health care centers, and organizing transport that kept many urban areas from social collapse. The shortages in the early years of Soviet Russia had been even more severe. Between 1919 and 1920, 90% of Petrograd was fed communally, and in May 1920 nearly 315,000 working-class families in Russia were eating in state canteens. 10. Revolution under siege, 1985. When the newly elected Nicaraguan government took office in early 1985, it was clear that those leaders least attracted to a socialist course were dominant. Nevertheless, the government responded to pressure from the masses and advanced important anti-imperialist initiatives. First and foremost, the FSLN led the mobilization of the toilers of Nicaragua to defeat the imperialist organized and financed Contra War. The FSLN government could no more guide a capitalist economy toward recovery and expansion than could any government of a poverty-stricken capitalist country in the semi-colonial world. To ease the crisis in production, it was necessary to take steps towards a planned economy. Without that, no amount of government effort to reverse the economic decline could be successful. The top Sandinistas, however, still dreamed of collaborating with a national progressive bourgeoisie. On August 3, 1985, Daniel Ortega called for the reorganization of the FSLN, pointing out that the existing structure was suited to guerrilla groups and underground cells, not an open mass organization governing a country. Defense of Nicaragua from merciless attack by the greatest military power on earth required improving the quality of the FSLN cadres, increasing the number of cadres, and strengthening the organization. The FSLN had a leadership, the National Directorate, the 9 commandants who made decisions and policy, but no formal membership even as late as 1978. Its only democratic element was a consultative Sandinista assembly, whose members were appointed by the Directorate. Astounding though it may seem, the FSLN did not have its first party congress until 1991, 1 year after the disastrous election of 1990 and 11 years after the triumph over Somoza. The largest mass organization supporting the FSLN was the CDSs, but the head of the CDSs was appointed by the Directorate, and the CDSs themselves elected their leaders from a pre-selected list compiled by the Directorate with no opportunity for democratic discussion on the policies and programs of different candidates. Obviously, changes were necessary, but those recommended by Daniel Ortega would not give the membership greater involvement in decision-making. Rather, they gave him greater personal control of the government and party. Ortega's rise within the FSLN had been steady and continuous. He was a guerrilla leader, a member of the first revolutionary junta in 1979, then as junta coordinator in 1984, he was the FSLN presidential candidate and won a decisive victory. His ambitions were revealed when he successfully proposed within the Directorate that the president be allowed to run for re-election. Despite an official news blackout, it was soon leaked that Interior Minister Tomás Borga had opposed the proposal. Ortega moved quickly and his opponents were soon demoted. Borga was too senior and popular to be openly sacked, so Borga's allies became the targets. Henry Ruiz Hernandez was downgraded from planning minister to Minister of Foreign Cooperation. The Directorate's political commission, with Bayardo Arce Castano as head, was abolished and replaced with an executive committee which Ortega, himself, headed. Agriculture Minister Jamie Wheelock, notionally the country's top economic planner and another possible rival, was systematically undermined by Ortega's public apologies for failings in, for example, the government's agricultural planning that brought shortages of beef and dairy products. By November 1986, FSLN recruitment meetings for the new, aspiring members were being held throughout Nicaragua. One such meeting was at the University of Managua. 1,000 people came to celebrate the admission to the FSLN of some 50 new members, the majority of them women. It was my impression that the FSLN is a young and dedicated party with the great bulk of its members in their 20s. Despite these jamborees, the FSLN had fewer than 10,000 militants at the end of 1986. Membership turnover was high. By 1988, there were as many ex-members as there were current members. The reason being that although the great majority of leavers remained loyal to the revolution, they found the undemocratic practices within the FSLN unacceptable. The internal structure and organization made it impossible to have a political discussion in which honest differences were expressed. Moises Hassan, in an interview carried in the Los Angeles Times of July 3, 1988, criticizing the tercerista tendency for damaging the revolutionary quality of the front, gave his reason for quitting the FSLN as its lack of internal democracy, that it still bore the stamp of its guerrilla origins with a military emphasis on discipline and duty, requiring instructions from the top be obeyed immediately and without question. Expressed in the slogan National Directorate, "We await your command." Without internal democracy, a party has no inbuilt mechanisms to discuss, identify, and correct mistakes. Political policy is inevitably settled more and more at the top, increasingly by an ever smaller cabal and, in the end, by the Napoleon of the party, Stalin in Russia, Mao in China, and Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua. Lacking a party modeled on Lenin's Bolshevik Party, where there was maximum freedom of discussion within the party, but a firm discipline when enacting the decisions of the majority, the party inevitably becomes dictatorial. With chronic shortages the order of the day, it was no wonder that, by the time of the 1990 election, top party and state officials were supplied with free housing, free household goods, coupons for the dollar stores, and for the very tops, Toyota cars. Subsequent events confirmed that the changes recommended by Ortega in 1985, and subsequently, were made to consolidate his personal base. The Directorate still met regularly and, formally, had the final word on policy matters. But increasingly Ortega became its principal figure with the firm backing of his brother Humberto, Minister of Defense, and Leticia Herrera, who was then in charge of the CDSs and a vice president of the National Assembly, described in La Prensa as a former close personal companion of Mr. Ortega and mother of his son Camilo. The more insightful of American commentators, as in the New York Times, looked positively on what was happening and praised Ortega as among the least dogmatic members of the National Directorate. It appears there were no dissenting members of the Directorate regarding the need to preserve the mixed economy, and for the regime to defend capitalist property relations. The FSLN leaders repeated ad nauseum their commitment to preserving the mixed economy. As Tomás Borges said in an interview with New Left Review, "In Nicaragua, the bourgeoisie is not eliminated, nor do we plan to eliminate it. Quite the contrary, we have made substantial efforts to keep it in existence." In the same interview, Borges explained that, to win the bourgeoisie to the revolution, it had to be given many economic incentives, more even than the workers. "We have sacrificed the working class in favor of the economy as part of a strategic plan." By the time of this interview, the FSLN had 8 years' experience of the machinations of the bourgeoisie, and one would have thought the Directorate would have realized this was a relationship going nowhere. It was crystal clear that the national bourgeoisie was waging an economic war against the revolution and the FSLN government, and refusing to accept its designated role of partner in ending the country's dependency and underdevelopment. But the FSLN held firm in its commitment to an obviously failed partnership because its Stalinist, stagist perspective blinded it to what was really happening. It saw only what it wanted to see. Humberto Ortega confirmed, "We cannot resolve at the same time the problems of national liberation and those of social liberation. We must first complete the stage of national independence and national liberation." However, it was becoming painfully obvious to unbiased observers that, after the jolt of the revolution, the mixed economy experiment had not qualitatively changed the capitalist economic structures in Nicaragua. By the late summer, the Contras had stepped up their attacks on bus stations and other acts of sabotage, and made their single largest incursion when about 2,500 Contras advanced across the Honduran border into the Esteli region. The Directorate responded by reinstating the state of emergency, suspended 1 year previously. Quite correctly, the state of emergency banned any publicity for those advocating dialogue with the Contras, but it also included a ban on the right to strike, a measure deemed necessary by the Directorate because the government's austerity package had resulted in strikes and demonstrations demanding higher wages. The Directorate's thinking was made clear by Daniel Ortega's address to the United Nations on October 21, 1985, when he equated those who sabotaged the economy by decapitalizing with those who encouraged strikes and labor indiscipline. The Directorate could not totally ignore the mass protests. In 1985, nearly 100,000 hectares of land was distributed to the peasantry, with a fourfold purpose: to strengthen its base amongst the peasants, to increase food supplies for the cities, to enable the government to end food subsidies, and to boost Ortega's personal prestige. About 7,500 families had received land under the first agrarian reform program in 1982. In both 1984 and 1983, about 12,000. And in 1985, nearly 15,500, totaling 47,000 families. Official figures claim a more optimistic 86,000. The land allocated per family, however, had halved, from over 13 hectares per family in 1982 to about 6 hectares per family in 1985. In 1985, poor and middle peasants still comprised the bulk of the UNAG members, and its banners and flags were seen on demonstrations demanding land. However, Núñez was remarkably successful in recruiting capitalist farmers to the UNAG, some of whom became FSLN candidates in the 1984 and 1990 elections. These patriotic producers, of whom Samuel Amador, Nicaragua's largest rice producer and FSLN member in the Constituent Assembly, was one, could have up to 200 permanent employees, increasing to 500 during the harvest. In line with government policy, there was a change in UNAG policy during 1985/86. The call for redistributed land to be given exclusively to cooperatives was dropped and replaced by the demand for land titles to be given to individual campesinos, subject to their farming it productively. This had the additional benefit of reducing the costs to the government because it could no longer afford the machinery, seed, and technical help that was given to cooperatives. The urban population had received a minimum of basic foodstuffs at subsidized prices. Within a mixed economy, these subsidies fueled budget deficits and increased inflation. The expectation was that increased food production from the new farms would compensate for the ending of food subsidies. However, many of the new, small farms were engaged in subsistence farming, so that what actually occurred was a sharp increase in the price of the now unsubsidized food. The underlying cause of high food price remained: the shortage of supply exacerbated by counterattacks on food producers. Marketplace food prices became the harsh reality. Managua housewives were outraged as hunger and malnutrition grew rapidly among the poorest city dwellers. Food shortages bore down most heavily on women, and at the same time, the revolutionary upsurge had given women a greater sense of self-worth. Thus, for some time, members of the AMNLAE had been raising the question of a woman's right to choose. They had remained silent during the election campaign, but now increasingly raised the charge that, without the right to control one's own body, which is not possible if abortion is neither legal nor accessible, the road to full equality for women, whether peasants, workers, unemployed, or middle class, was blocked. The FSLN government, however, made no change to the law as it existed under Somoza. A case for abortion on medical grounds, the only grounds permitted, could be brought only by the woman's nearest male relative and would be heard by an all-male panel of 3 doctors. Given that many peasant women were lucky to live in a region with even 1 doctor, securing the approval of 3 was impossible. Backstreet or self-induced abortions, unlawful and often bungled, were killing and injuring thousands of women a year. John Hilson, a respected socialist and Nicaraguan solidarity activist, had, during a visit to Managua, investigated the major causes of injury and premature death for Nicaraguan women. Hilson came to the shocking conclusion that between 1985 and 1988, the single greatest cause of death and injuries to women in Nicaragua was complications due to botched abortions, a greater number than the female casualties in the Contra War. How could a revolutionary and self-proclaimed socialist government tolerate such a situation? In September 1985, AMNLAE convened a national conference on the actual progress made by women compared to the stated goals of the revolution. The Contra War was blamed for the slow progress, but 6 years after the revolution, women were serving in the armed forces, working as equals on the production line and were running the CDSs, all of which highlighted the gap between promise and reality. The question of abortion went right to the heart of women's rights. The debate brought into the open a central obstacle holding women back from full participation in a self-proclaimed revolutionary society. But the FSLN leaders declared abortion too explosive an issue on which to adopt a public position given the strength of the opposition of the Catholic Church and conservative opposition parties. No member of the Council of Ministers or any of the 9 members of the FSLN Directorate declared themselves for legal abortion. Consequently, thousands of women continued to die or suffer serious injuries each year. Botched, illegal abortions were, and would remain, the leading cause of maternal death. The Sandinista paper Barricada reported on November 19, 1985, the findings of a study by doctors at one Managua Women's Hospital. 45% of all admissions were due to complications from illegal abortions, of which about 10% died and a quarter required hysterectomies. Over 8,500 women presented themselves at the hospital in the 15 months of the study. The pain, suffering, and anguish of these women led the doctors and social workers concerned to make 2 recommendations. The Ministry of Health should implement family planning education programs and remove restrictions on birth control devices, and the anti-abortion law should be revised. One FSLN veteran, however, did make her position clear. In the November 9, 1985 issue of Barricada, Commander Doris Tierno, chief of Nicaragua's police, stated she was in favor of sex education in schools and that contraceptives should be cheaper and more easily available. She criticized the law whereby a woman seeking sterilization needed the written approval of her husband, and explained, with obvious approval, that there was de facto non-enforcement of the anti-abortion law. AMLI made no official statement, but Maria Lourdes Bolanos, AMLI's legal officer, stated, the laws of the past were class-biased in favor of the bourgeoisie. The current law says that a woman who has an abortion can be sentenced to 1 to 4 years in prison. But if a man beats his wife so badly she has a miscarriage, he faces only 6 months in prison. The Atlantic Coast autonomy process had been set in motion in late 1984. In October 1985, Tomás Borga, Minister of the Interior, produced a report entitled Principles and Policies for the Exercise of the Rights to Autonomy by the Indigenous People and Communities of the Atlantic Coast, generally referred to as the Autonomy Plan. This was the basis for the autonomy law that would be passed in 1987. Borga's report, while emphasizing Nicaraguan national unity, recognized the indigenous peoples and communities of the Atlantic Coast have the full right to preserve their own cultures and historical and religious heritages, the right to free use and development of their languages, the right to receive education in their own language and in Spanish, the right to organize their social and economic activity in accordance with their values and traditions. The rights of autonomy of the indigenous peoples and communities of the Atlantic Coast will be exercised in the geographic area they have traditionally occupied. This reversed the earlier policy of the FSLN against autonomy on the Atlantic Coast. The FSLN was now pledged to protect local customs and languages while wiping out odious discrimination. On the first anniversary of the autonomy law, September 2, 1988, Borga welcomed units of the Mosquito Militia to the celebration, many of whose members had, prior to the agreement on autonomy, fought alongside the Contras. The fight against the Contras had forced the government to introduce conscription in August 1983. This was seen as a chink in the FSLN armor, and Radio Católica, broadcast from Managua, kept up a constant barrage of propaganda against the draft, appealing to young men to be draft dodgers. This illegal and highly provocative campaign forced the FSLN to start 1986 by closing the radio station to howls of protest by the international bourgeois media. Soon after, in an attempt to assuage the criticism, Daniel Ortega gave an interview to Time magazine. The March 31, 1986 edition has him declaring firmly, "Now is not the time to establish socialism. We are convinced that our model should not be the countries of Eastern Europe or Cuba. The proper example for Nicaragua is the Scandinavian countries." 11. The Contra War, the Economy, and the Arias Plan, 1986-87. The terceristas in the leadership were consolidating their positions, developing a party apparatus, turning the CDSs into carefully controlled organs of popular power, establishing a regular army with direct control over the militias. At this juncture, the FSLN leaders still had to mobilize the masses and arm them against the counter-revolution in the form of the Contras backed by U.S. imperialism. During 1986, working conditions in the factories deteriorated significantly. The Contra War brought a severe lack of replacement machine parts and shortages of raw materials. Skilled personnel were often transferred to the front to be replaced by enthusiastic, but inexperienced staff sent to administer and manage the factories. Some attempted to cut costs by not adhering to government pay scales, accelerating the development of currents in the unions that favored strike action. Unfortunately, all too often, the new managers resorted to needless sackings, which only exacerbated the situation as the workers responded with strikes and picket lines. The managers then called in the police because the workers were violating the state of emergency. In response, the FSLN launched an educational campaign explaining how industrial action played into the hands of the Contras. It moved to integrate selected union representatives into management structures. On June 19, 1986, the government made great play of its taking temporary control of the country's largest car importers and repairers, the Julio Martinez Group, in response to calls from the company's 400 workers alleging the company was union busting, black marketeering, and sabotaging the economy. The FSLN stressed that the company would be returned to the owners when conditions improved. In June 1986, the FSLN opened public discussion on the proposed constitution to be enacted the following year. As Daniel Ortega had previously indicated, the constitution was based on the Swedish bourgeois parliamentary system and, as a bourgeois democratic constitution, it had no structures that gave the mass organizations representing workers any direct role. Marxists have long been aware that the working class cannot rule using a bourgeois state structure since its ideological, legal, parliamentary, and military institutions are fine-tuned for the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. It is not possible to exercise popular power by these means because they are designed precisely to stop any genuine popular participation. The draft constitution with its bourgeois parliament demonstrated unequivocally that the FSLN government was now a radical, reformist government with a popular front strategy based on a mixed economy. It was clear that the FSLN leadership was consciously determined not to step outside capitalist limits economically, socially, or politically. Certain of the proposals, the more progressive democratic clauses such as those requiring equal pay for men and women doing the same work, the right of women to own land and join cooperative farms, the right of female agricultural workers, rather than their husbands, to receive their wages were, of course, to be welcomed. Across the country, there were 84 public meetings to discuss the proposals. One in Managua on June 10, 1986, as reported by IP, was attended by more than 800 women and chaired by Carlos Núñez, National Assembly member. According to the IP report, only one person, an FO militant, Sarah Marina Rodriguez, raised the question of direct representation through decision-making mass meetings. On June 25, 1986, the U.S. Congress approved $100 million in aid for the Contras, which marked a decisive turn from 1984 and 1985 when funds were restricted to so-called humanitarian assistance. The first Contra attacks were targeted on those mosquitoes along the Nicaraguan-Honduran border who had gained land and a title, and who wanted an end to the war. Some 4,500 had already returned from Honduras, substantially weakening the Contra forces on the Atlantic coast. The congressional vote sparked the most serious rift between Catholic Church and state in Nicaragua because a section of the clergy clearly endorsed the U.S. action. In response, the FSLN suspended publication of La Prensa and denied a Catholic priest, Bismarck Carballo, confidant of Cardinal Obando, the right to return to Nicaragua on the grounds that both La Prensa and Carballo were promoting the mercenary war and breaking Nicaraguan law. The government warned that similar actions would be taken against anyone else who aided and abetted Contra aggression. On July 2, 1986, Catholic Bishop Pablo Antonio Vega, vice president of the Nicaraguan Episcopal Conference, held a news conference in Managua. In his trips to the United States, he had stated that armed struggle against the Nicaraguan government was justified because the FSLN was violating human rights, discriminating against the Catholic Church, and had murdered 3 priests. But each time he returned to Nicaragua, he claimed he had been misquoted. However, at his Managua news conference, he challenged the World Court ruling that Washington systematically violated the human rights of Nicaragua, claiming that the real aggression Nicaragua faced was from Soviet imperialism. 2 days later, the Nicaraguan president's office announced the decision to suspend indefinitely the right of Bishop Vega to reside in Nicaragua on the grounds that he had met with top Contra commanders, had justified U.S. military intervention in Nicaragua, and had supported congressional allocation of aid for the Contras. In the run-up to the harvest season, December 1986 to January 1987, the ATC launched a campaign with two goals: to increase coffee production and to recruit new members and improve working conditions. At this time, coffee provided about 40% of Nicaragua's exports, but in the countryside, many of the big landowners were decapitalizing by taking government subsidies for the harvest, but then neglecting their farms. Working conditions declined, the neglected coffee trees deteriorated, and production fell. The ATC announced an important goal of the campaign was to win for the union some control in order to increase production on behalf of the owner. Despite gains in working conditions on the state farms and cooperatives, in the private sector they were often the same as before 1979. The ATC's list of demands, aimed at increasing both membership and production, included the employer providing first aid stations, childcare, and, importantly, improved health and safety procedures in the use of pesticides and agrochemicals. The philosophy of the FSLN was that a producer was a producer, whether he produced 5 kilograms of rice or 500 tons of rice. The only class division was whether the landlords were absentee or not, whether they remained on the farm or had moved to the city. By the time of its National Congress of January 1986, UNAG had recruited as many as 1/3 of all large landowners. The Contra War was devastating, not only in terms of lives lost but also in terms of productive capacity destroyed, loss of trade, sabotage of ports and transport, and disruption of agricultural production. But the international situation was becoming even darker. By the mid-1980s, the guerrilla forces in El Salvador and Guatemala had been defeated, and U.S. Marines had invaded Grenada and overthrown the workers' and peasants' government there. By 1987, the CST was the dominant urban trade union and, like the ACT, was actively implementing state policies. At its June 1987 Congress, the appointed leaders passed resolutions to the effect that ATC members would contribute to the war effort by foregoing wage increases and campaign for the suspension of the labor code as it limited the maximum number of hours in the working day. The failure of the mixed economy meant the FSLN was heavily dependent on outside assistance. From July 1979 to December 1987, it received almost $6 billion in credits and donations. Soviet aid, usually in the form of tractors and oil, increased steadily from 1979 to 1985 when it was $1 billion. It dropped to about $400 million in 1986 and less in 1987. In total, Soviet aid amounted to $3.3 billion. However, the Stalinist regimes in Eastern Europe and Russia were collapsing. The combined economic and military assault from U.S. imperialism left Nicaragua battered and exhausted at precisely the time the USSR was undergoing a counter-revolution and quite willing to wash its hands of Nicaragua, Cuba, Angola, and anything that stood in the way of a rapprochement with imperialism. The FSLN leaders pointedly did not ask for closer economic collaboration with Cuba. The U.S. administration was also pressurizing European and Latin American governments to stop the little remaining aid they were supplying to Nicaragua and demanding the Nicaraguan government agree to negotiate peace terms directly with the Contras, as though the latter really represented a body of opinion within the country. In this, they were supported by the PSN and PCN, no doubt reflecting the views of Gorbachev, but going one step further and demanding the release of captured Contras. Mass protests in the U.S. over military aid for the Contras continued. Then, in November 1986, the policy of the Reagan administration toward Nicaragua was shaken by the Iran-Contra scandal, Iran-Gate. Senior members of Reagan's staff secretly facilitated the illegal sale of arms to Iran and used the money obtained to, again secretly, fund the Contras, thumbing their noses at the authority of Congress. Israel acted as intermediary. The Iranians purchased arms from Israel. The Israelis then ordered replacement weapons from the U.S. and paid for them with the money received from Iran. A portion of this money was siphoned off into Contra pockets. The result was that the U.S. Congress stopped all overt military support to the Contras in 1987, but agreed to continue to indefinitely supply $4.5 million a month in non-lethal and humanitarian aid to the estimated 10,000 Contra rebels and their dependents living in Honduras, with additional top-ups as required. Lacking any popular support in Nicaragua, the Contras were forced to cut back on their activities. 11.1 The Arias Plan. Many on the left claimed the Arias Plan reflected the weakened position of the Reagan administration due to the Iran-Contra affair. But the Arias Plan was not a defense against the Contra war, it complemented and extended it. The Arias Plan was designed to shore up the U.S.-backed regimes in Central America by undermining the Nicaraguan revolution. The plan was a tool to force concession after concession, giving nothing in return, until at last the FSLN government was replaced by the direct representatives of the national bourgeoisie. An essential requirement for the plan to succeed was for Nicaragua to be in an absolutely desperate economic situation. This had been achieved by the Contra War and the U.S. economic and financial blockade. The first step was for a U.S. stooge, the president of Costa Rica, Oscar Arias Sanchez, to offer a deal to Daniel Ortega that gave all the appearances of ending the Contra War. 5 Central American states, Panama was not included, would cease aid and support to all irregular military forces. Nicaragua would have to make concessions but would retain its principled positions, for example, that the Contras were a catspaw of the U.S., and thus no direct negotiations would take place between the FSLN and the Contras. Gorbachev was desperately trying to rescue an economy strangled by bureaucracy, but the USSR and Eastern Europe was inexorably sliding back into capitalism. Anxious to ensure that no little local difficulties would compromise the general strategy of peaceful coexistence, Gorbachev had no intention of letting Nicaragua sour relations between Russia and the USA, and put considerable pressure on the FSLN government to sign up to the Arias Plan. In early 1987, Russian oil supplies to Nicaragua were temporarily suspended to pressure the FSLN to accept the Arias Plan, which was duly signed by the presidents of the 5 Central American republics, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica, on August 7, 1987. The signing up of the Arias Plan was the logical conclusion of the refusal of the FSLN to pursue a policy of breaking with capitalism at home and appealing for international revolution abroad. Lenin and the Bolsheviks had signed a much worse peace deal with Germany to save the fledgling worker state. The big difference between the peace deal signed by Lenin in 1917 and that signed by the Sandinistas in 1987 was that the first gave the Bolshevik regime in Russia a breathing space in which to consolidate, whereas the Arias Plan was only a first step in overthrowing the Sandinista government. Instead of making an appeal for international support from the working masses, Ortega looked for capitalist sponsorship of Nicaragua's mixed economy. False friends of Nicaragua, such as Reverend Jesse Jackson, had howled for the FSLN to agree. Once the deal was agreed, the U.S. and the Nicaraguan capitalists denounced it as being too soft on the Sandinistas, demanding a range of additional concessions before the Contras laid down their weapons. Arias received the Nobel Peace Prize in October 1987 and, using the prestige he gained, immediately demanded the FSLN conduct direct negotiations with the Contras and release those National Guards still in prison. The Nicaraguan bourgeoisie now launched a series of demands, including the requirement that the elected government step aside in favor of a non-elected government of national salvation, and that the Contra forces be integrated into the EPS. On January 15, 1988, at a summit of Central American presidents, President Ortega agreed to hold direct talks with the Contras. The New York Times ascribed this about-face as due to pressure from Gorbachev, who threatened to stop all aid to the FSLN. Some informed sources claim that refusal of the former Soviet Union to supply aid in sufficient quantities damaged the Sandinistas more than the presence of the Contras. In March, the FSLN government met with representatives of the Contras and signed a ceasefire agreement. The Sandinistas granted a general amnesty to all Contra members who surrendered their weapons and, as goodwill gestures, freed former members of the National Guard who were still imprisoned, allowed the Catholic radio station to return to the air, and permitted the reopening of La Prensa. The economy was in freefall. On February 14, 1988, the government announced a series of economic measures intended to reduce inflation. The introduction of a new currency which represented a devaluation of 500%, over 50,000 government employees to be laid off, the end of government subsidies on 30 basic foods. What could the FSLN have done if it had the workers' and peasants' interests at heart? The Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Government in 1951-52 had been faced with hyperinflation. It protected real wages by insisting workers and peasants were paid not with paper money but in kind, imposed a monopoly of foreign trade and nationalized the banks to control credit and foreign currency exchange. Instead, the FSLN government had imposed a dramatic devaluation of the Cordoba, cutting real wages in half overnight. The private producers, the most inefficient producers in all Central America, were treated very differently. The big cattle ranchers demanded the government pay a price for their beef 5 times that of the international market. The government agreed to pay them 1.5 times. The rice growers were paid a price which gave them a mere 70% profit, when the government could have imported the same rice much cheaper. Given its chosen political and economic direction, the FSLN made concession after concession, including ending the state of emergency. Finally, La Prensa was sufficiently confident to demand 17 constitutional reforms that would have reversed the revolution, including the return of the National Guard and its integration into the army, the return of all property seized by the government, dissolution of CDSs, and a private TV channel. The FSLN appeared to have learned nothing. Continuing with its mixed economy policy, it began to return nationalized properties to their owners. One of the first was the Julio Martinez Auto Group. In the teeth of the workers' opposition, 5 plants were returned to the Martinez family. The government continued to meet its expenditures by printing money and so exacerbated inflation, which hit wage earners hardest. The degrading of wage rates and living standards led to an increasing number of strikes against government policies, the 2 most bitter originating with government reductions in pay. The first was by auto mechanics, who were protesting being transferred from piecework rates to a weekly wage that have their take-home pay. The total number on strike was about 400. Most were members of the CST, but 60 were members of CAUS. Because the CST opposed the strike, CAUS took the leadership by default. The second was the result of the government announcement made on February 29, 1988, of a new wage scale for construction workers. So poor were the proposed wages that a trainee would receive $29 a day but be charged $30 for lunch. As one trainee put it, starve on strike or starve on the job. For skilled workers, the weekly pay fell by 2/3, from about $1,100 to about $310. Over 4,500 workers on 56 building sites came out on strike, answering the call of their union, the SCAAS, demanding the new decree be lifted and workers be awarded a 200% wage increase. CAUS was a PCN union and SAS was a PSN union, both of which were pursuing even more obsequious deals with the bourgeoisie than the FSLN, and so were political dead ends. The CST again attacked the strikes as the work of counter-revolutionaries, ignoring the fact that the economic demands of the workers were entirely legitimate, that they had sacrificed much for the revolution but were drawing the line at handouts for the capitalists and starvation wages for themselves. On June 2, 1988, Barricada International carried an interview with Comandante Victor Tirado, a leading tercerista. Tirado did not beat about the bush. When asked if it wasn't time to spread the economic burdens more evenly, he replied, "What is the thinking behind that proposal? That it is necessary to attack the bourgeoisie, those who are benefiting from some dollar incentives. The workers have to be clear about alliances, about the project of national unity, the strategic policy of the mixed economy. This is a revolution of the workers and campesinos, and obviously the burden, primarily the problems and hardships, will fall on them." On June 4, 1988, wage and price controls were lifted and the currency again devalued. Daniel Ortega appeared on television and announced that wages and prices would be determined by market conditions. This was an open acknowledgement that the February measures and the whole mixed economy project had failed utterly. Prices soared, but wages remained desperately low. COSEP jumped for joy, and La Prensa's headline was "Returning to Capitalism." Nearly all of the economic gains of the revolution were gone. Between 1980 and 1988, real wages fell by 90%. On June 9, in discussions with the Sandinistas, differences between Contra factions burst into the open and sank the talks. With the Contras split, even with US millions in their pockets, the military war was effectively over, but this was a Pyrrhic victory for the Sandinistas because the Contras had achieved the major goal of their US paymasters. They had crippled the Nicaraguan economy. The battle was now one of economics and politics. In one more step away from any kind of central planning, Ortega announced that state and private companies would be free to apply a more flexible wage policy, meaning that despite there being a notional legal minimum wage, employers had no obligation to pay it. On June 14, 1988, another devaluation was announced. Prices immediately rose by over 1,000%. On August 31st, President Ortega appeared on state-run radio to announce yet another currency devaluation to shore up the economy. The New York Times gleefully reported that state agricultural workers were 20% worse off while urban government workers would, in real terms, lose a third of their wages. Ortega's proposals also included the concession that designated patriotic producers no longer had to sell their produce to the state and were entitled to export their products directly. This marked the end of any pretense of state monopoly on the export of agricultural produce. The owners of the San Antonio sugar mills and those major cattle barons associated with UNAG were amongst the first to benefit from these moves. In the same speech, Ortega placed yet more austerity measures on the shoulders of the workers and peasants. These entailed across-the-board government spending cuts, including healthcare and education, 23,000 members of the armed force to be demobilized, 12,000 civil service jobs to be lost, an end to enforcement of the minimum wage. In October 1988, Hurricane Joan, the final storm of the 1988 hurricane season, struck Nicaragua, killing hundreds, severely damaging or destroying 30,000 homes, leaving 250,000 people homeless, washing away 1,000 kilometers of power lines and 650 kilometers of road. There was extensive destruction of farms, with tens of thousands of livestock killed. A severe drought followed in 1989, ruining agricultural production for 1990. Total damage was estimated at nearly $1 billion, with the resulting inflationary pressure canceling out any financial benefits of the previous devaluations. The U.S. sent no aid and pressured its allies to send none. Hurricane Joan could be said to be the event that caused the final collapse of the Nicaraguan economy. The Christian Science Monitor of January 25, 1989, described the situation. Even as the poor get squeezed, the government is bestowing privileges and incentives on large agricultural exporters and trained professionals in the sprawling state bureaucracy. Some bureaucrats now receive free housing, household goods, coupons for the dollar store. Even Toyota Cressida's, Nicaragua's new symbol of success. Such favoritism, with 50% cuts in most social programs, has embittered pro-government unions and longtime Sandinista supporters. The attempts by CST officials to support government policy meant that workers were increasingly turning to more militant alternatives. The FSLN and the CST responded in very much the same way as the Stalinists in the Soviet Union during the faction fights with the United Opposition. Elected union officers were refused entry to their workplaces. Union meetings were broken up by strong-arm gangs of CST loyalists. Secret ballots denied. FO and cow speakers were baracked, jeered, and shouted down. Strike leaders were slandered and sacked. Ortega agreed to lift the state of emergency and call national elections. 12. Women, Workers, and Land Reform, 1987–89. 12.1 Women. On March 8, 1987, International Women's Day, the FSLN published its long-awaited Proclamation on Women, the first programmatic statement on the relation of women's struggles to the Nicaraguan Revolution. The statement highlighted women's historically unprecedented level of political participation in the new government and political organizations, comprising nearly 1/3 of positions in government, 2/3 of DCSs, and 1/4 of FSLN membership. These reflections of participation in the revolutionary process, while unprecedented, were declared insufficient. The stated goal was to create conditions that would make women equal partners in decision-making in the revolution. However, the proclamation did not mention the right to abortion or birth control and, in effect, marked a decision by the FSLN leadership to end the discussion on these questions. Despite its strong words against machismo, the proclamation sounded a retreat on the fight for women's rights. On September 26, 1987, at a meeting to celebrate the founding of the AMNLAE, Daniel Ortega, in his role as president, made his first major public statement on abortion. The ones fighting in the front lines against this aggression contra terrorists are young men. One way of depleting our youth is to promote the sterilization of women in Nicaragua. Just imagine what would happen then. Or to promote a policy of abortion. The problem is that the woman is the one who reproduces. The man can't play that role. Some women, aspiring to be liberated, decide not to bear children. A woman who does so negates her own continuity and the continuity of the human species. Using such reactionary rationalizations to oppose a woman's right to choose was a clear demonstration of the political consequences of Ortega moving towards the Catholic Church, and may have had a lot to do with his statement that the family is the basic unit of society and guarantees social reproduction not only from the biological point of view, but also the principles and values of society. In the same speech, Ortega declared that Indians and black people had never suffered racial discrimination in Nicaragua, either under the Somoza regime or afterwards. By retaining the current status on abortion, birth control, and sex education, the statement offered an olive branch to those advocating a more traditional role for women. The lack of any subsequent public statements by, for example, AMNLAE, offering a pro-woman, pro-choice position reflected the bureaucratic discipline of the FSLN rather than a measure of the opinions of its members. Earlier gains, such as childcare centers and the entry of women into jobs that were previously men-only, were being eroded under the impact of budget cuts and large-scale layoffs. This political retreat continued in 1988, symbolized by the newly elected national leadership of the Sandinista youth, which did not include a single woman, a clear statement on how seriously the FSLN viewed its proclamation. In July 1988, a columnist in El Nuevo Diario wrote approvingly of the Miss Moscow contest and argued that Nicaragua should follow suit. Some hotels, restaurants, airlines, and the Nicaraguan Institute of Tourism launched Miss Elegance, which was held on August 12. This was followed by a competition for Miss Juventud sponsored by the Sandinista Youth, the EPS, and the Sandinista television system, to be held on November 26. There was, naturally, considerable discussion and much public criticism. Barricada balanced its obvious editorial enthusiasm for the events with articles about the contestants, stressing their service to the revolution. Ventana, the cultural supplement to Barricada, was less discreet, boasting the display had challenged the prejudice of leftist dogmatists. In early 1989, AMNLAE leaders announced plans calling for legislation by the summer to legalize abortion, outlaw wife-beating, and stiffen legal penalties against rape. By the middle of the year, however, AMNLAE had bowed to pressure from the FSLN leadership, which argued that raising such issues would only create confusion and hurt the FSLN's candidates in the 1990 pre-election period. Those AMNLAE figures who now sat silent were cadres who, earlier, were outspoken about violence against women and strong defenders of abortion rights. Women's share of the labor force had risen from 14% in 1950 to 29% in 1977 and to 45% in 1989. In the clothing, textiles, leather, shoes, food, and pharmaceutical industries, women constituted up to 80% of the workforce, though in the lowest paid jobs. In cotton, coffee, and tobacco, over half the workers were women, and 40% of the members of the ACT. However, defending the jobs of women in the face of cutbacks was becoming more and more difficult. AMLI convened a conference to receive reports from across Nicaragua and found that women were twice as likely to be laid off as men. Two members of the FSLN National Directorate, Victor Tirado and Bayardo Arce, spoke at the conference. Their message: everything would get better if the FSLN were elected, and that women workers should put their efforts into winning the election on February 25. The reduction in the revolutionary content of the FSLN program reflected its adherence to the theory of stages, with the FSLN pushed inescapably to the right. To protect and extend its reformist perspective, the FSLN leadership, represented by Daniel Ortega, were abandoning progressive policies in virtually every sphere, and for women, this included reviving and fortifying the family system. Daniel Ortega would be elected president of Nicaragua in 2007, by which time he would be so strongly opposed to abortion that so-called therapeutic abortions, where the pregnancy endangers the mother's life, would be made illegal. Amnesty International documented how Ortega's anti-abortion laws decreed that a pregnancy, anencephalic or ectopic, that could not possibly result in a viable baby had to be carried to its limits. that women who became pregnant through acts of rape or incest had to have the babies, that a pregnant woman with cancer had to have the baby first, then treatment for the cancer, no matter what the risk to her chances of survival. The situation of women in society, of course, reflects the progress of that society. As Charles Fourier said, social progress takes place in proportion to the advance of women toward liberty, and social decline occurs as a result of the diminution of the liberty of women. This was demonstrated in a negative way in the former Soviet Union in the official attitude towards women and the family. Trotsky explained, "The 40 million Soviet families remain in their overwhelming majority nests of medievalism, female slavery and hysteria, daily humiliation of children, feminine and childish superstition, best of all characterize the evolution of its ruling stratum." Much the same process was occurring in Nicaragua. 12.2 workers. As the FSLN became increasingly enmeshed in concertation, efforts by unionized workers to gain a measure of control over decisions concerning investment, production, and conditions of work were, at best, hindered but more likely rejected. The FSLN's policy was to convince workers that it was in their interests to revive the economy, the theme of all social democratic parties. And to this end, they should accept increased exploitation and worse working conditions. During 1988, the Nicaraguan government implemented a series of measures in response to the economic crisis it was facing. It devalued the sea dollar 4 times, February 14th, June 4th, June 14th, and August 31st, each one of which hit wage earners hard. It reduced subsidies to peasants. It stepped back from regulation of prices and wages in favor of a free market approach to improving productivity. The burdens of a declining economy were placed overwhelmingly on wage earners, both urban and rural, the small producers and artisans, precisely those people who gave the government its popular character. Simultaneously, the top-down style of leadership exercised by the FSLN meant the lack of any serious public debate on the measures to be taken, with a consequent decline in popular support. President Daniel Ortega denounced striking construction workers protesting against worsening work conditions and lower wages as in the pay of the CIA. Elaborating on his theme, Ortega, in a speech broadcast over Radio Sandino, referred to the strikers as small groups of disoriented and confused workers who are being directed by people who are conscious elements of U.S. and counter-revolutionary policy, and ignorant workers, some of whom claim they are revolutionaries, who do not know who the enemy is. Despite Ortega's outrage, the FSLN's economic and political course strengthened those Nicaraguan unions which sought to defend their members from the effects of government policies. Feeling ever more confident, individual capitalists were flagrantly breaking the law on decapitalizing, so enraging their workforces, that the workers occupied the factory or warehouse which was then expropriated. These punitive actions were taken from time to time, but did not constitute any change in the government's general course. Such nationalizations were ad hoc measures implemented without political preparation, aimed at pressuring the capitalists to support the government's social pact policy. Some workers did welcome these measures, hoping their conditions would improve and they would have increased control over production. But these nationalizations did little or nothing to increase the class consciousness and self-confidence of the working class generally or give workers increased decision-making powers in the workplace. In July 1988, the government found itself in the position where it had to confiscate Nicaragua's largest private business and symbol of capitalism, the sprawling San Antonio sugar plantation and sugar mills. Since 1982, the mill workers had been accusing the mill owners of accepting government grants in US dollars to buy replacement parts, but pocketing the money and blaming faulty machinery and poor quality work for the shortfall in production. In 1987 alone, about $30 million was put into American bank accounts. Minister of Agriculture, Jamie Wheelock, who announced the confiscation, emphasized it was not a political measure, explaining that production was falling because the owners were deliberately not investing sufficiently to maintain the refinery. Production had fallen from 150,000 tons to just 55,000 tons in 1987 to 88. Previously, the FSLN government had refused to nationalize this particular mill on the grounds that Nicaragua needed a mixed economy and that patriotic producers should have no problems with the government. The owners of the San Antonio sugar mill had encouraged its workers to join the Federation of Trade Union Unity, CUS, an affiliate of the American AFL-CIO and as such, anti-FSLN, preferential treatment such as prioritized access to company housing, promotion, free sugar to sell on the black market, etc., had encouraged strong support amongst this section of the mill workers, some 200 out of a total of 800, who opposed the nationalization. The economic policies were meant to make companies more profitable, but, as an article spread across 2 issues of Barricada made clear, all too often this was achieved at the expense of the conditions of the workers. The article ended with a call for greater rank and file participation in determining policies, including workers' control and community control. In the 2 years following the peace accords and victory over the Contras, the influence of the FSLN-led unions and mass organizations on government policy declined, membership participation diminished, and their political level consequently reduced. Leaders of the pro-FSLN trade unions tried to convince doubting workers that it was in their interests and of the revolution to sacrifice more so the capitalists could gain a bigger share of Nicaragua's wealth. As the government placed an ever-increasing burden on the shoulders of working people, the leaders of the pro-FSLN unions were increasingly required to curtail efforts to advance workers' interests, meaning favored candidates for union posts were the bootlickers. The promotion of the best union members, those experienced in organizing and mobilizing workers and peasants, for pay and conditions, for land reform, against machismo and for women's rights, and to advance Nicaragua toward socialism, was blocked. 12.3 Land reform. The land question is central for any oppressed nation seeking independence, especially where the peasantry forms the majority of the population. In such a situation, land to the tiller is a vital slogan for winning the support of the majority of the population. This was proved beyond doubt in the Russian, Chinese, and Cuban revolutions, where the resulting peasant-worker alliance enabled essential bourgeois democratic tasks: national independence, formal equality for women, overcoming hunger and famine, control of inflation, planning to overcome natural and man-made disasters, etc., to be carried through successfully. Even during the revolution itself, the FSLN had protected the estates and latifundios of those claiming to be part of the anti-Somoza bourgeoisie, but the FSLN criteria for differentiating between pro- and anti-Somoza landowners are still not clear. The strategy of the FSLN towards the agricultural sector, and repeated many times in speeches and documents, was a mixed economy which would be more just and equal than under Somoza in its distribution of land and resources. But 2 factors seriously complicated the situation. The US-backed Contras displaced some 50,000 families, increasing peasant demands for land, and there was an exodus of peasants from countryside generally to the towns, especially Managua. On January 11, 1986, a revised agrarian reform law was adopted. Formally, the new law extended the possibility of compulsory purchase of the larger farms where public necessity required it, in particular where lands had lain idle. On June 29, 1986, the law was further amended to allow the government to confiscate the land of any person who spent more than 6 months continuously outside the country. It was claimed that these and other measures resulted in over 80,000 hectares being distributed amongst 16,000 peasant families. In fact, the government continued to protect the large private farms, giving them and medium and small private producers priority over state farms and cooperatives, and, increasingly, the land distributed came not from the private sector but from state farms and cooperatives. How was the government repaid for its support of the private farmers? Taking the average over the years 1974 to 78 as 100%. Then between 1979 and 1988, the big landowners decreased agro-export production. Coffee to 75%, beef livestock to 70%, and cotton to 27%, with similar figures for bananas, sesame, tobacco, sugarcane, and milk. The peasant smallholdings, except for beans, increased production for the domestic market. Sorghum by 76%, corn by 35%, rice by 24%, and both poultry and pork production more than doubled. As the threat from the Contras faded, land distribution slowed sharply, and, in 1987, the number of peasant families benefiting from land distribution was at its lowest level since 1982. Under pressure from the biggest landlords, the government confirmed that there was no limit on the area of land that could be held by the largest farmers, provided they maintained production. The new 1987 Constitution forbade the seizure of land by peasants and promised cash payment of fair compensation for those whose uncultivated land was expropriated. There was a sharp fall in land distributed. Barakata informed its readers that only about 9,000 families had been provided with land. The land bordering Honduras is particularly fertile and eminently suitable for beans, corn and rice, and peasants moving back into these areas were demanding land. However, a necessary precondition was the clearing of landmines with priority given to displaced and demobilized soldiers. By December 1988, the process had begun, and in the Jalapa area, for example, about 100 hectares was cleared of mines and allocated to about 70 landless families. The government retreated by further weakening the degree of state control over foreign trade and relaxing currency controls. It lifted many restrictions on imported goods and widened the range of products that could be exported directly by capitalists. This further reduced the resources available to the government for social programs and undermined efforts to control inflation and establish a stable currency, without which effective economic planning was impossible. At this time, the sum total of the imbalance for the country was a deficit of between $400 and $500 million annually. Capitalist domination of manufacturing industries inevitably meant that the prices paid by the peasants for manufactured goods rose faster than the prices they received for their crops. It was estimated that, between February and December 1988, the costs of producing corn, rice, and beans rose twice as fast as the price for which these crops were sold. Hence, the peasants suffered a substantial drop in real net income. A major problem now facing the peasants was that the government was restricting bank loans, with the peasants expected to meet the shortfall from the sale of the previous year's crop. Thus, the Arlen Shoe Collective Farm had agreed a bank loan of $800 to prepare the soil for planting, but in mid-June, the government ended fixed-rate loans and introduced interest rates linked to an inflation rate of more than 1,000%, rendering the interest unpayable. On January 30, 1989, the government announced a halt to any further confiscations and redistributions of land from capitalist farmers. President Daniel Ortega declared to the National Assembly sufficient land has already been distributed. There is no reason to take an inch of land from anyone. Later, the Minister for Agrarian Reform made things crystal clear when he confirmed that this was not a short-term measure. The Militant reported him as saying, "We want to make a long-term strategic arrangement with the private owners, which is to say that the expropriations have finished." Violeta Chamorro would, after her election as president, go further. By granting amnesty and immunity to National Guards and Contras who surrendered, she opened the door for them to reclaim the lands and homes seized during the revolution. The ATC was now playing a more openly class collaborationist role. One patriotic producer in Matagalpa province stubbornly refused to allow a union to be organized, firing the organizer of each attempt and hiring new workers. Exasperated, the workers occupied the farm and demanded support from the ATC. The union officer dealing with the matter is reported to have said, "Look, I know the workers are right. If I were in their shoes, I would be doing exactly what they are doing. But we can't look at things just from the standpoint of this one struggle. We need to buy some time under peaceful conditions to allow us to get the economy back on its feet." Trapped within concertation, his response was that of any class collaborationist union official. Alienation with the FSLN and concertation was spreading beyond militant workers and peasants, into the masses who saw increased workloads lining the pockets of the bosses while their own families went hungry. Larry Siegel, in The Militant, reported on the situation on a coffee farm owned by one of the richest families in Nicaragua. Workers were in dispute over the family's practice of firing older workers because, after a certain length of service, workers were supposed to receive a higher wage, be provided with housing, and be paid a pension when they retired. But the ATC would not organize a strike against the FSLN-sponsored concertation. Instead, it recommended workers refuse their pay when it was offered. After the 1990 election, during 1991, the FSLN began revising its opinion of the agrarian policy of 1979 to 1986. Questioning whether it had been correct to distribute land to landless peasants and agrarian workers. Luis Carrion, a member of the FSLN Directorate, made the astounding suggestion in the June 20, 1991, issue of Barakata that distribution of land had resulted in net loss of support amongst the peasantry. Carrion named 3 groups that had opposed land redistribution. The first group were peasants who preferred to operate on the black market and not sell produce to the government for resale at fixed prices. The second group were peasants who had the goal of becoming big property owners and felt land distribution thwarted their ambitions. The third and last group consisted of the Contras who, it now turned out, were not a military force created and funded by the U.S., but an indigenous peasant movement. 13. Demobilization, economic collapse, and the 1990 election. The end of the Contra War should have been a huge step forward for the Nicaraguan people, and could have offered the opportunity to extend and deepen the revolution. Would the FSLN repeal the emergency measures constraining the actions of the workers, revoke the ban on public protests such as strikes, return to land redistribution, end concertation, introduce a planned economy, and so on? Over the period 1988 to 1989, thousands of returning workers and campesinos, youth and women who had fought in the war, had gained leadership experience and self-confidence, came increasingly into conflict with the owners of the latifundios, large commercial enterprises and factories. With the end of the war, many thousands of young, experienced and disciplined cadres were available to assume leadership responsibilities. The military victory over the Contras had instilled the majority of Nicaraguans with a new confidence and a preparedness to deepen and advance the anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist characteristics of the revolution. It must be admitted that many of these returnees lacked both the training and the experience to immediately administer public affairs. Being a good soldier does not mean that you can be a good administrator, but post-Civil War Russia had shown that, while it might be a rough ride, it was possible. With the correct leadership, these cadres were capable of rapidly, effectively, and consciously moving Nicaragua in an anti-capitalist direction. But just the opposite happened. Having won the war, these cadres were politically demobbed, dispersed, sent home, or, if retained in the army, kept largely idle and not used in any significant way to progress social projects. One example that exemplifies the attitude of the FSLN leaders was the battle the veterans fought with the Ministry of Transportation. On demob, veterans were given a bus pass that should have enabled them to free travel, but the owner-operators of the buses refused to honor these passes on the grounds they were not profitable. Neither the FSLN nor any of its mass organizations made any moves to support the veterans. With each clash such as this, the FSLN leadership made it ever clearer they had rejected an anti-capitalist direction. At the end of the Contra War, 78% of industry, 76% of commercial agriculture, and 60% of commerce was privately owned, but to pay for the economic crisis resulting from the war, wage controls and severe austerity measures were imposed on the workers. Despite all the evidence of growing inequality, Ortega was still claiming to be convinced that his mixed economy approach with the dominance of market mechanisms would lead to a system in which wealth was fairly distributed. "Now is not the time to establish socialism," became his catchphrase, and the FSLN's stagist view for revolutions in less developed countries was spelled out in detail in El Nuevo Diario, the 29th and the 30th of January, 1989. Despite or because of FSLN class collaborationist policies, production in 1988 fell by a third. The great surprise to socialists outside Nicaragua was the lack of any response from either the FSLN or trade union leaders. Quite the reverse. In factories, the local union officials collaborated with management in deciding who to lay off, a process made even more punitive because, in contrast to previous years, those made redundant received no severance pay. The leaders of the CST and ATC responded by calling for the newly laid-off workers to take up Ortega's offer, move to the countryside and take farm jobs to help raise food production. On January 4, 1989, the government devalued the Cordobas to 2,000 Canadian dollars to the United States dollar, up from 80 a year earlier. Simultaneously, it cut subsidies on food, spending on education, health, transport, and sacked 35,000 government workers. More than one-third of the workforce was unemployed. There was widespread hunger. Factories were closing for lack of power. Tens of thousands of Nicaraguans, those with skills or a profession, were leaving the country, many to the U.S. The government's response. Yet more sweeping austerity measures. In March 1989, Tomás Borga gave a major interview in Barricada in which he attempted a theoretical justification for FSLN policy. His essential argument was that market mechanisms stand above capitalism and socialism, and could be used to serve the interests of the working class. In an attempt to give weight to his argument, Borga cited the example of Lenin's new economic policy, NEP, adopted in the Soviet Republic in the early 1920s. The NEP was a necessary, but temporary, retreat in the face of starvation and hunger caused by imperialist military intervention and a civil war. Lenin insisted that the indispensable preconditions for the NEP were the state ownership of industry, nationalization of the land, and the state monopoly of foreign trade. The course being followed by the FSLN was very different from the NEP, which was implemented after, not before these tasks were accomplished. That is, after the establishment of a worker state. In mid-March 1989, Daniel Ortega, accompanied by the Minister of Agriculture, Jamie Wheelock, attended a fair supported by COSEP, the organization representing the openly capitalist landlords and ranchers. Wheelock chose this venue to announce the availability of large, low-interest loans in support of the government's policy of making the beef industry the spearhead for the country's economic recovery. Ortega again emphasized there was no upper limit to the amount of land a rancher could own, subject to the sole condition that it was used profitably. 1 month later, on April 20, 1989, Daniel Ortega used a UNAG conference to formally announce a series of concessions to private farmers. The first was a 50% reduction in the debts to the state bank for farmers who chose to grow basic food crops. In addition, the remaining debt was spread over 5 years at much lower interest rates than paid by the bank's other customers. Cotton farmers received an even better deal if they could increase production. Effectively, their debts would be written off. Cotton, of course, is farmed mostly on the big capitalist farms. At the conference, the ATC representatives pressed Ortega on what he would do to help those campesinos still justly demanding some land for themselves and their families. Ortega responded that peasants who had seized land outside the new law would be dispossessed, but the government would allocate them scrubland in the interior, away from the arable coastal regions. In May 1989, Matilda Zimmerman, an on-the-spot observer writing in The Militant, reported how every 3 months a Cuban ship arrived with food and other basic supplies sufficient to feed and clothe a quarter of the population of the North Atlantic coastal region. The supplies represented a great sacrifice by the Cuban people, who expected they would be distributed under a form of rationing, but such a strategy was at odds with the policies the FSLN was now promoting. Under its new policy, the FSLN sold these supplies on the free market. Wealthy residents bought what they wanted and merchants grabbed the rest, resold it at inflated prices, and little, if any, of the Cuban shipments reached the masses. Zimmerman went on to explain that one expression of the political retreat since the end of the Contra War was the growing emphasis on the uniqueness and originality of the Nicaraguan Revolution. That this was simply a ploy to conceal the real issue, whether the Nicaraguan Revolution should move towards socialism. The defenders of the Nicaraguan Revolution, in stressing how different they were from the Cubans, argued against following the path of the Cuban Revolution on the grounds that the Nicaraguan Revolution was unique and original. Naturally, every revolution has its unique and original features, but all too often the intention of those who highlight these is to drown the essential, common socialist content in endless debate, always putting off action until the discussion has been resolved, which they ensure never happens. On June 12, 1989, the government announced yet another devaluation and, once again, the arithmetic meant workers were up to about 33% worse off. The government promised to supply small, privately owned shops with basic necessities for sale at government-set prices. But that did not stop a stampede that left all shops with empty shelves. Inflation was destroying any remaining economic stability. This was followed by a series of economic measures, finally abandoning any pretense of a minimum wage and other benefits for the lowest-paid sector of the workforce, cutting government subsidies to farmers to maintain staple food at prices affordable for the masses, cutting government subsidies of basic foods sold in local stores, but expanding concessions to capitalist growers of export commodities. In June 1989, the EPS issued a new regulation stipulating that all firearms, except those peasants in areas under attack from Contra remnants, were to be surrendered. 2 reasons were given. Sandinistas with rifles slung over their shoulders would alarm the international observers monitoring the election promised for 1990, and, it was claimed, a large number of handguns had fallen into the possession of criminals, though whether the latter would obey the new regulation was not mentioned. What was certain was that those peasants who had seized land and were squatting on it, or were defending their right to join a union, would now be at the mercy of the landowners. In early July 1989, at a COSEP meeting, 3 leading coffee growers called on their fellows to reduce production and to blackmail the government into making even more concessions. Few responded, But the government was forced to act in the face of this declaration of economic war and expropriated the lands of all three. Jamie Wheelock, in the columns of Barricada, July 11, 1989, rushed to reassure other large landowners that they remained absolutely necessary for the new mixed economy society. The promises of Ortega and Wheelock to the large landowners had in the small print some most unwelcome news for those working on state-owned farms. In July 1989, the workers on La Gloria, a state farm growing coffee, were visited by one Sergio Torres, who declared that their picking of bunches of bananas from trees growing on the farm would stop when he became the farm's owner. The astonished workers were told, by an army officer sent from Managua, that Torres was getting their farm in compensation for a farm he had had expropriated in 1979. Luis Carrion, FSLN Minister for the Economy, attempted to explain government policy. We're making an effort to bring together all the sectors of the nation, including the private sector, in order to deal with the economic crisis. This could lead to a qualitatively new style of government in the economic aspect, a style that would assure that the points of view and interests of all sectors are taken into account when it comes to formulating economic policy. We no longer talk of a planned economy. A planned economy becomes less and less possible to the extent that the policy we have been following grants more and more weight to market forces in the functioning of the economy. In July 1989, the ground rules for the February 1990 elections were agreed, one of which was that private property would not be subject to confiscation or expropriation for political reasons. 20 opposition parties had been declared eligible to run against the FSLN. Published surveys showed that if the opposition parties could agree on a presidential candidate and form a bloc, then they could defeat the FSLN. The FSLN's new and openly pro-capitalist course was too sudden to allay Washington's fears. George Bush, U.S. President, January 20, 1989 to January 20, 1993, agreed to fund an electoral alliance and, after much horse trading, a coalition of 14 opposition parties agreed to form the National Opposition Union, Unión Nacional Opositora, UNO, and run Violeta Barrios de Chamorro for president with Virgilio Reyes Godoy, a former FSLN Minister of Labor who had moved steadily rightwards to eventually lead the PLI, for vice president. The UNO contained Contra leaders, conservatives and liberals, the Social Christian Party, and the Stalinist PSN. A most significant event occurred over the summer of 1989. Private wards were reintroduced into state hospitals. The first hospital to do this was the Bertha Calderon Women's Hospital in Managua. As a pilot project, the hospital converted 4 rooms into 2 singles and 2 doubles with all the facilities a private patient could expect. The initiative was soon being copied by other hospitals, though prior to the election there was neither any public announcement nor news coverage. Dr. Maritza Quant, director of the Women's Hospital, commented that the project would be extended to a separate annex for private patients and, as for the new private system, I don't see how it can be stopped. Of course, the privatization of healthcare in Nicaragua has not solved the problem of lack of access to medication. Today, there is 1 physician for every 1,400 Nicaraguans, and in Cuba 1 for every 300 Cubans. At its best, the health service provided by the FSLN government reduced infant mortality from 120 per 1,000 live births to 62. Cuba has a much lower figure but as Ortega had made clear, Nicaragua's model was not going to be Cuba. 13.1 The February 25, 1990 election and its aftermath. These elections took place under conditions of unbearable blackmail by imperialism and were extremely polarized. 90% of those over 16 years of age and resident in Nicaragua registered to vote, and 86% of those actually voted. Nicaragua? Parliamentary Report on 1990 Elections. Hundreds of bourgeois observers, including ex-President Carter, searched in vain for reasons to declare the elections biased and unfair if it did not produce the result they wanted. Significant numbers of National Guards, who had been allowed to return home after the Arias Accord, found their property occupied. In Managua, where there was a serious shortage of accommodation, they took legal steps to regain their property and, to everyone's surprise, were able to obtain court orders for eviction. One such case that received considerable publicity concerned a property that was in use as a health center in a working-class neighborhood. The local community rallied to protect it, confronting the authorities. Ultimately, Managua Council declared the building to be a public necessity. Across Managua there were hundreds of such instances, and in the majority the tenants were evicted. This was no good for the FSLN in the run-up to the election, so, at the end of August 1989, the National Assembly passed a bill to suspend all legal proceedings for repossession of urban dwellings for 180 days, just long enough to quieten things for the election, but not so long that the landlords were seriously inconvenienced. The FSLN candidates in the 1990 election were Daniel Ortega for president and Sergio Ramirez for vice president. Their election program was, officially, determined at a one-day convention of 1,200 selected FSLN delegates on September 24, 1989. The program was to be realistic, responsible, guaranteed to maintain private property, and to protect ownership of the land, while promising land for 25,000 peasant families. Specific proposals were limited to mildly reformist demands: to build 500 kilometers of new road, to build 6,000 new homes annually, and to double the number of telephone lines in Managua. The section on women promised to struggle for the stability and unity of the family and, within that framework, to provide sex education and family planning. AMLI had been expected to raise the question of the right to abortion, but behind-the-scenes maneuvers meant it was not brought to the floor of the convention. On December 12, 1989, Daniel Ortega, jointly with the presidents of Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, issued a statement in support of the El Salvador regime, calling for the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, FMLN, to immediately and effectively cease hostilities and take steps towards immediate demobilization. The FMLN was the parallel organization to the FSLN when it was a guerrilla force. The regime in El Salvador, backed by the U.S., and to preserve its position, had killed more than 70,000 Salvadorans and driven 1 million more into refugee camps. The FMLN indignantly rejected the declaration on the grounds it was in flagrant contradiction to the wishes of all democratic forces in El Salvador and in support of those guilty of crimes against humanity. Ortega defended his actions in the columns of Barricada, December 21, 1989, on the grounds that the FSLN's support for people fighting for their freedom and independence had to be within the norms of coexistence with other governments. The FSLN leadership used the 1990 election to steer the revolution of 1979 into a capitalist straitjacket. The more the FSLN leadership presented the election as bolstering the gains of the revolution, the more it miseducated an entire generation. For the 1990 election, the leadership transformed the FSLN into an electoral machine with a party organization modeled on that of a radical bourgeois electoral party, with a mass following, but with no political accountability of the leadership. Up for election were the president, vice president, 90 members of the National Assembly, hundreds of local councillors, and, on the Atlantic coast, local autonomous regional councils. The FSLN shared its election platforms with capitalist ranchers and farmers, called for the continuation of consultation, and instructed the CST and ACT to avoid confrontations with management during the election campaign. The FSLN election slogan was, "Daniel for President, with me everything will be better." Large glossy posters showed Daniel Ortega holding a suitably photogenic child. But in village meeting halls there were also posters of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Sandino. The Sandinistas lost the elections in a vote against hunger and misery, a protest vote against the FSLN because it offered no perspective. A substantial factor in undermining the FSLN support was that the masses could see that the suffering brought by the Contra War was not equally shared. Walking in the streets of Managua, it was obvious that there were those that were doing well out of the situation. These privateers, the patriotic bourgeoisie, the owners of factories and large farms, made enormous sums out of state-subsidized credit. Borrowing at a fixed rate meant that, with inflation rates of 1,000% or more, they paid back only a tiny fraction of the value of the sum lent. Wanting to be on good terms with these patriotic producers, the state bought their produce at fixed prices, higher than they would have paid on the international market. This meant a layer of society was able to visit the dollar shops selling jeans costing a month's wage of a teacher. The February 25, 1990, election saw the Sandinistas beaten by Violeta Chamorro, the candidate of the old oligarchy. The U.S. Congress had intervened directly in the election through the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, a body established and funded by the U.S. Congress and the CIA. The NED spent some $48 million on the election in favor of the UNO candidate, who gained 55% of the votes cast. Chamorro and her supporters pushed the line that a vote for her was a vote that would ensure peace and prosperity. This was the natural outcome of a mixed economy policy and the exclusion of the masses from government. With the UNO victory, Ortega declared the election the consolidation of democracy. But the most important factor, by far, was the lack of leadership from the FSLN directorate. As living conditions fell, the FSLN turned increasingly to a market system, demanding ever higher production levels from workers in factories with no raw materials, where machines went unrepaired, and where the real value of wages fell by the week. When some workers fought back, the FSLN declared a state of emergency, banned the right to strike, and cut social spending to rock bottom, climaxing in 1990, the crucial election year. Social differentiation increased as bourgeois values were promoted. Children and families were again seen scavenging through rubbish piles to find the means to stay alive. By 1989, the average person's real income was less than half of what it had been in 1977. Morale among the Nicaraguan people was falling rapidly, and skepticism towards the FSLN was widespread. The 1989-90 electoral program of the FSLN, the bourgeois form of the elected assembly, and the constitution, which turned its back on any form of Soviet democracy, brought to a head simmering differences on the revolutionary left internationally concerning the class nature of the FSLN regime. The essential difference was whether the FSLN would quickly reactivate itself, affirming its decision not to give up control of the army and to defend the social gains, relying on popular mobilizations, or whether Humberto Ortega was retained in his post as head of the ESP in order to ensure no such mass mobilizations occurred. On February 26, 1990, top government officials met with UNO leaders in the presence of high-ranking U.S. diplomats to discuss the handover. The next day, La Prensa carried a large front-page photo of Chamorro and Humberto Ortega in an embrace under the headline, "First Step Towards Reconciliation." On February 27th, Daniel Ortega addressed a crowd of thousands of FSLN party members and supporters, urging them to accept the election results, leading them in the chant, "We will govern from below." Perhaps he half remembered the similar slogan used by third-period Stalinism, an approach that resulted in the Nazis taking power in Germany. The labor law existing in Nicaragua in 1990 had been adopted in 1945, drawn up by the PSN when it was in partnership with Somoza, and designed to ensure workers toiled flat out for the war effort without any disruptions such as strikes. Between 1979 and 1990, there had been calls for change, but the FSLN had never felt it necessary to take remedial action. Now, however, the workers were faced with a legislature that would be dominated by the pro-US bloc led by Chamorro. After the election and before the new government took office, workers across Managua were taking advantage of the handover period to engage in industrial action in expectation of a much harsher regime. But the workers were not only demanding wage increases, they were demanding the ATC and CST get the FSLN to change the labor law before the UNO took over government. At the time, the total labor force consisted of approximately 1,300,000 persons. About one-third of these were female, and about one-third of all working-age women held jobs. But half of Nicaragua's workforce was under or unemployed. Militants argued that workers would be faced with an openly capitalist regime and should have stronger legal protection. However, the FSLN leadership argued that such a course of action would be a declaration of war on the new government, the road of violence. The FSLN had to take the road of peace, which both bosses and workers would be urged to follow. The union members were having other thoughts. During the pre-inauguration discussions, the 51 UNO assembly delegates, an unstable and opportunist grouping, split into a majority faction supporting Violeta Chamorro and a smaller group supporting the vice president Virgilio Godoy. The differences centered on the speed at which the reforms and services, e.g. health and education, introduced by the FSLN would be dismantled. On its own, neither UNO grouping had a majority, and on April 24th, Chamorro and Daniel Ortega did a deal for the FSLN to support Chamorro's group and become part of the governing bloc. In her inaugural speech, Chamorro announced Humberto Ortega would be retained as army chief. Humberto, for his part, pronounced Violeta to be a Sandinista, This deal was the natural extension of the consultation policy of the FSLN, a de facto coalition government, a popular front government. That is not to say the Ortega brothers did not use the militancy of the workers to bolster their position in the negotiations with Chamorro. Leading militants had stopped listening to the FSLN and, beginning on May 11th and for 2 weeks, over 100 strikes, predominantly in the public sector, swept across the country in the final week of the handover. The National Federation of Workers, FNT, a coalition of pro-FSLN unions, in fear of losing members to PSN unions, demanded a 200% pay increase, an end to layoffs, for greater state support of nationalized industries, and an end to the return of state farms to private owners. About 60,000 government workers staged sit-in strikes. Cynically, Daniel Ortega came out publicly in support of the strikers, a maneuver that had the additional benefit of heading off opposition within the FSLN to the deal with Chamorro. Ortega's support was, however, heavily qualified, emphasizing the need for the reestablishment of calm, rejection of provocations, rejection of physical violence. The overall outcome was a sizable victory for the FNT, with wage rises of over 60%. But while many of the strikes were victorious, others were not. In the same way, the FSLN leaders called a mass May Day demonstration with the demand disarm the Contras, a real issue that needed to be raised and acted upon. Vigilante groups, Contras who had not been disarmed, had attacked strikers and at least one picket had been killed. But here the demonstration was primarily to show Chamorro that the FSLN still had mass support and would make a better partner in government than either Godoy or the Contras. Factors such as prices continued to shoot up, public splits in the FNT, and the threat that state-owned enterprises would be returned to their private owners were wearing down the resistance of the workers. Many of the less class-conscious saw it as a choice between having a job, any job, rather than being out of work. However, it was not economic hardships that disoriented and demobilized Nicaraguan toilers. It was the leadership default of the FSLN in failing to project any course for working people to act collectively against the exploiters and by their own efforts to change the course of their lives. Almost everyone sought some means to augment their inflation-ruined wages and salaries. A fixed pay rate had become increasingly meaningless in the late 1980s due to inflation and high annual turnover. As much as 100% for urban industrial workers was also typical of the Nicaraguan labor force as workers continually sought a better deal. Many Nicaraguan workers took to black marketeering, street vending, driving taxicabs, with some earning their livings on the streets, all non-productive labor. By Inauguration Day 1990, it was not unusual for members of the Salariat to earn as little as the equivalent of $10 per month, not enough to pay for the food necessary to feed a family, while black marketeers made over 10 times as much. A direct result of the mixed economy. The continuing class collaborationist perspective of the FSLN was explained by Humberto Ortega in an interview for state-run television 4 months after the election, on June 27, 1990. The army, of which Humberto was head, paid for the interview to be published as a supplement in both La Prensa and El Nuevo Diario. Humberto described the recent elections as decisive in achieving peace in Nicaragua, saying, "Elections equal peace, peace equals economic recovery, equals a firm foundation to begin to overcome underdevelopment." After the election, the FSLN, with an occasional squeal, supported the austerity measures of the Chamorro government, accepting falling real wages and a return to unemployment and underemployment levels of 50%, on the grounds that we cannot return to the 80s. The extreme nature of the neoliberal measures taken by Chamorro and her successor Arnaldo Alemán meant the privatization of everything that could be privatized, with those lucky enough to find work laboring 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for less than $1 an hour. This was accompanied by the return of the wealthy families which had supported Somoza, flaunting their riches and regained social positions. The economic course of the Chamorro government after 1990, supported by the FSLN leadership, was to place an increasing burden of indebtedness and material want on the mass of toiling peasants such that many of them went bankrupt. Under the Chamorro government, large farms would once again swallow up the landholdings of smaller peasants. As these events were developing, the majority of the FSLN National Assembly delegates, led by the leader of the parliamentary group, Sergio Ramirez, and the editor of Barricada, formed a faction in the run-up to the FSLN's 1994 First Congress's extraordinary session. This group would split from the FSLN and would ensure the neoliberals had the full backing of the National Assembly. In the run-up to the Congress, Daniel Ortega, again putting on a left face, toured the country vigorously, calling for mass actions against the Chamorro government, voicing undying opposition to imperialism and supporting strike actions. At the Congress, he was elected by acclamation, after which it was business as usual. Once back in charge, Daniel Ortega imposed an even more rigid top-down structure than before, turning the FSLN into his personal election machine. In 1996, the FSLN, with Daniel Ortega once again their candidate, would lose to Arnaldo Alemán of the Liberal Alliance. However, in 2006, Daniel Ortega would be elected president of the poorest country in Central America and the second poorest in the Western Hemisphere, with widespread unemployment, underemployment, poverty and hunger, and an income distribution that was one of the most unequal in the world. That was the price the Nicaraguan masses paid for the lack of political perspective of the leaders of the FSLN. Ortega now sought to neutralize the opposition of the Catholic hierarchy. The neoliberal economic policies had hit women hardest. They were the first to lose their jobs. They and their families suffered most from the cutbacks in health and education. Patriarchal attitudes reasserted themselves, reducing women to second-class status. Ortega now chose to align himself with Archbishop Miguel Obando y Bravo, and the 2006 presidential election was noticeable for the FSLN candidate's attacks on the women's movement, in particular his all-out attack on women's reproductive rights. Before Ortega's election, the FSLN voted to abolish the right to even therapeutic abortion. For women, Nicaragua is one of the most oppressive regimes in the world. After Ortega and the FSLN lost the 1990 election, the FSLN women's organization AMNLAE broke asunder. A women's movement had grown outside AMNLAE, largely independent of the FSLN, and outside the control of the Ortegas. It is the major voice protecting women's rights, both factory workers and campesinos. The focus has become a woman's right to choose, and the movement is under constant attack for, allegedly, serving the interests of the country's oligarchy, being upper-class intellectuals, out of touch with ordinary women and criminals. The severity of the onslaught demonstrates that this is a real issue in Nicaragua with the potential for becoming a mass movement. The case of Nicaragua shows how important revolutionary leadership is. A petty bourgeois guerrilla organization was swept to power on a mass urban uprising. With no perspective of overthrowing capitalism, they moved ever further to the right, protecting capitalism from the righteous demands of workers and peasants. There was no revolutionary party to correct this stage's perspective, no means by which the masses could impose their will on the FSLN tops. The self-sacrifice and heroism of the masses in their battles with the National Guard showed there was excellent human material from which to recruit a Marxist party. But without workers' democracy, the anti-Marxist policies of the FSLN leadership systematically miseducated sections of the youth, women, campesinos, and workers. There is, however, no way to bypass the challenge of building such a party. There are no shortcuts around it. 14. Conclusions. What could have been done? Before Nicaragua, workers' and peasants' governments had, within a couple of years, either progressed to a worker state, e.g. China, Cuba, Russia, and Yugoslavia, or been overthrown by a counter-revolutionary coup, e.g. Algeria and Grenada. What was unique about Nicaragua was that, after a successful revolution, the entire leadership united to take the revolution in an openly capitalist direction. The Nicaraguan revolution decayed from the head down. Nicaragua was a demonstration that in the real world, a world dominated by imperialism, a revolution, even with heroic and massively popular support, will, without revolutionary theory, revert to capitalist oppression. With the 1990 elections, the FSLN could be seen for what it had become: a radical bourgeois electoral party representing an obstacle to the development and political education of Nicaragua's working classes. Its political roots were a mix of social democracy, liberation theology, remnants of Stalinism, and some liberal bourgeois ideas that combined to promote the myths that revolutions all end with the capitalists back in control, that lasting victories are not possible, and that minor reforms are all that can be hoped for. During the initial stages of the revolution, class struggle alternatives to the FSLN did make a brief appearance, but in conditions of retreat and even defeat, it would not be expected that a class struggle alternative to the FSLN would emerge. What would be expected and what happened is that workers and peasants engaged in local defensive actions. For example, in the spring of 1999, striking transport workers forced President Arnaldo Aleman's government to give in to nearly all their demands. Aleman promised to reverse the price of diesel fuel from $1.41 to $1.28 and abandoned plans to deregulate the country's bus lines. Nor have all the revolutionary democratic gains been lost. Students are no longer being dragged from their beds in the middle of the night by cops, taken to the outskirts of town, badly beaten and then shot. These gains will remain for some time, although they will inevitably weaken. Where peasants benefited from land reform by taking over capitalist holdings, so long as capitalism exists, class differentiation will sharpen and the campesinos will gradually be driven off the land. The 1990 election accelerated that process. Pardoned contras were legally entitled to the return of their lands and properties. Banks now regularly foreclose on impoverished peasants, and the big landlords can find 1,000 reasons for taking a peasant's land. Small farmers increasingly sink into the landless semi-proletarian and proletarian layers. The character of the Sandinista regime, radical, petty bourgeois, and hierarchical, contained the basis for its own defeat. Its contradictory character and utopian perspectives played into the hands of the national bourgeoisie and imperialism. Mass mobilization ousted Somoza, but that did not stop the remaining national bourgeoisie, with enormous help from U.S. imperialism, European social democracy, the Catholic Church, and FSLN leaders, from making a comeback. For the revolution, the two most serious problems were the lack of a Leninist party and no independent organs of workers' power, no Soviets, in either the cities or the countryside. These omissions were quickly and consciously filled by the FSLN, with a radical but reformist program. 14.1 What could have been done? Pre-revolution. Despite the setbacks experienced by the Nicaraguan workers, we expect a new generation of working-class fighters will eventually emerge and follow Carlos Fonseca in his determination to go all the way. But, with the experience of the class collaboration of the FSLN, they will adopt the practice of permanent revolution conceptualized by Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, and Mella. There were many on the revolutionary left who, after the victory of the Cuban Revolution, concluded that a Marxist, democratic centralist party was no longer necessary for a workers' victory over capitalism. The failure of the FSLN in Nicaragua to successfully carry through even the bourgeois democratic tasks such as land to the tiller, gaining national independence, and equal rights for women, let alone taking the revolution forward to social equality, should have buried that particular fallacy. A petty bourgeois, guerrilla organization has been shown to be an insufficient instrument for the overthrow of capitalism. The first task of revolutionary socialists in Nicaragua was, and is, to contribute to the building of a democratic, disciplined, and centralized Leninist party of committed cadres dedicated to the overthrow of capitalism. Such a party is suited both to lead a successful mass uprising and continue the revolution through to the creation of a worker state. As part of building such a party, it is necessary to achieve ideological and strategic clarity, to provide an explanation of events that corresponds to the actual situation in order to enter into a meaningful dialogue with workers, students, women, campesinos, and honest FSLN members. It was a fatal error for the FSLN to try to deal with a complex and contradictory situation on the basis of an out-of-date schema. Discipline in the FSLN was military bureaucratic, orders from the top were to be obeyed, and policy was made with little or no input from the members. Lenin's democratic centralism was very different. Policy was determined by the membership by majority vote after free and thorough discussion. Once policy was determined, the minority was required to accept and implement the decisions of the majority and then allow the test of events to determine who was right. After the FSLN came to power in Nicaragua, such a process would not have been tolerated, because the leadership was determined to implement a class collaborationist policy that protected the bourgeoisie. Indeed, a program best matching reality would have meant the immediate end of concertation and the directorate. A Marxist cadre party was essential because the toilers in Nicaragua needed to take more than just defensive actions, more even than overthrow the Somoza regime. History has demonstrated that a democratic revolution, especially one beginning with demands such as land to the peasant, cannot be carried through to a successful conclusion without taking the first steps towards socialism. Living positive proof is the Cuban Revolution. Living negative proof is the recent history of Nicaragua. What would have been its program? In particular, what strategy/tactics would a revolutionary socialist organization have adopted in the pre-revolution period, during the 1979 to 80 revolution, during the restructuring of the FSLN and constitutional change in 1987, and the 1990 election? During the period after the Chinese Communist Party had adopted the strategy of rural guerrilla warfare, it withdrew its cadres from the factories to fight in the rural areas. Trotsky advised that the situation in China was not then revolutionary, that the correct strategy should be to draw the masses into action with democratic demands, including the 8-hour day. Such slogans were intended to bring broad masses into activity and prepare the ground for raising revolutionary slogans and establishing Soviets. Later, Liu Shaoqi, when making an overall assessment of the work of the CCP during that period, admitted that democratic slogans were what had been required. He explained that the CCP had condemned the use of democratic slogans as rightist. The losses we have suffered on this account are countless. The possibility of organizing and unionizing workers in China in 1937 under Japanese occupation was less propitious than in Nicaragua in the 1970s, as evidenced in the successful PSN-led strikes during the Somoza dictatorship. Would revolutionary socialists have carried out their political work as part of the FSLN? This is not easy to answer. At first sight, it appears obvious that the masses rallied to the guerrillas and swept them to victory. But the charisma and attraction of the guerrillas came almost entirely because they had demonstrated they were the only ones prepared to take the fight against Somoza to the end. They were also glamorized because they were seen as the Nicaraguan equivalent of the bearded ones of the Cuban Revolution. Yet it was urban, not rural uprisings that swept Somoza from power. Guerrillas who had made their main focus the rural and border areas, often arrived after the urban uprisings had routed the National Guard. An experienced and tested urban insurrectionary leadership may well, in those early days of the uprisings, have taken power based on a Soviet-style network of local civil defense committees. 14.2 What could have been done? The revolutionary upsurge. In Nicaragua, there was no better time to form Soviets than from the summer of 1979 to the spring of 1980. Lenin emphasized that the concept of the Soviet was simple and applicable to peasants and factory workers alike, and Soviets would have meant the democratization of the revolution. In the urban centers, CDCs existed and the workers were demanding political rights such as freedom of assembly, association, speech, and to strike. In the countryside, Soviets could have been based around actions taken on the basis of destruction of the system of latifundios, in particular, land to the tiller, and end debt repayment. The Russian experience had shown that, given a firm lead, middle peasants would support the revolution if the revolutionary regime approved the seizure of the landed estates and their distribution to the peasants by the peasants. Though, of course, there had to be a minimum level of organization in existence to pose such a program. In times of revolutionary upheavals, Soviets emerge organically from the mass movement, from strike committees, action committees, peasant leagues, and other representative bodies. In Nicaragua, the CDCs were the basis for the self-activities of the masses, bringing into action broad sections and directly expressing their will. Soviet power could have been fought for through the convening of Soviets both locally and nationally. For CDCs and peasants' committees to take the lead and control the revolution through a national congress of delegates which would determine policy for the revolutionary government. Revolutionaries would have fought within those organizations for a program of transitional demands leading to a workers' and peasants' government. The CDCs gave a structure to the mass opposition to the Somoza regime and would have done the same for the expropriation of the big bourgeoisie. These committees formed the embryo of a genuinely revolutionary force based on the actual movement unfolding in the cities. Free, democratic worker Soviets are the mechanism by which the masses assess and impose their will on the parties that claim to represent them, and it was to avoid such a process that the FSLN took control of the CDC so quickly. In this, the FSLN followed the example of one of their mentors, the Chinese Communist Party, which was also terrified of genuine Soviets, to the extent that it developed the novel argument that the Bolsheviks had come to power against the Soviets and that any other interpretation was Trotskyist. The CDCs could have carried the revolution to the capture of governmental and state power, but such a concept was alien to the FSLN. In the second half of 1979, Nicaragua was in the process of a revolution, and the transitional demands made by revolutionary socialists would have led from the actual situation to the goal of a worker state, and very likely have included The CDCs to be transformed into workers' and peasants' councils, Soviets, into organs of power. The CDCs throughout Nicaragua to send delegates to a central congress in Managua. Complete destruction of Somoza's National Guard, police force, and judicial system. All major enterprises, factories, TV and radio stations, etc., to be nationalized and put under the control of the workers employed in them. All land to be nationalized and the large estates to be shared as decided by the peasants themselves. A control of the militia to be retained by the CDCs. Militia to retain their weapons. A state monopoly of foreign trade. A national economic plan drawn up on the basis of production for need not for profit. A renunciation of all foreign debt pilfered by the Somoza family and its entourage. A woman's right to choose must be incorporated in the Constitution, as must the rights of the indigenous, the black Nicaraguans of the Atlantic coast, and all other groups. A socialist federation of Central America, beginning with Nicaragua and Cuba. The Nicaraguan masses had armed and organized themselves to take and defend revolutionary power. Popular militias had been formed in localities, in factories and workplaces, and had demonstrated their effectiveness by smashing the Somoza regime and destroying the National Guard. One of the first actions of the FSLN was to regularize these militias. Neighborhood and village CDCs were adopted by the FSLN in such a way that they retained the dual role of political mobilization and active involvement of working people in the revolution, and yet keeping those activities within the bounds set by the FSLN. The FSLN showed great skill in rapidly transforming the CDCs into CDSs and quickly mobilizing them for hugely popular campaigns such as the literacy drive, the child immunization program, and ensuring that food rationing was fair and effective. Instead of the CDCs becoming the organizations of revolutionary power, they were co-opted into the mixed economy as CDSs under FSLN control. Revolutionary popular militias always terrify the bourgeoisie, for whom the disarming of the people is a priority. Such a goal was quite in accord with the Programa Sandinista, the only surprising aspect being the speed with which the FSLN moved to disarm the CDCs. Within 2 months of the revolutionary upsurge, on September 28, 1979, the order was given, all weapons and military equipment to be turned in. Revolutionary Marxists would have called for the retention and strengthening of the armed militias based on the CDCs, not their demobilization. Nevertheless, during and following the revolution it was necessary to be cautious in proposing any course of action that challenged the FSLN leadership. It was hugely popular and had a dedicated following in the barrios and amongst the poor peasants because the first, most immediate and very important gain of the revolution was the end of the reign of terror, and this was popularly ascribed to the FSLN. Tomás Borga in the May and June 1981 issues of Latin America Press confirmed that the Directorate understood this and had used this popularity to control the direction of the revolution. In such a situation, from 1979 to at least 1985, regardless of the leadership and/or program and/or alliances of the FSLN, revolutionists had to place themselves within the current represented by the FSLN. The struggles for an independent working-class party, for independence from the bourgeoisie, for a workers' and peasants' government and progression to socialism all had to take place as part of the FSLN's mass organizations. Revolutionaries would have been loyal militants but fought for the political and organizational independence of the working class, attempting to lead those struggles that posed the question of power and democracy, both urban and rural, as a focal point of democratic and transitional demands. Party building after the revolution would have included working within the mass organizations, in Ampernac on a woman's right to choose, as militants within trade unions demanding free speech, the right to assembly, the right to strike, and nationalization under workers' control. Within the ATC, raising the demand for nationalization of the land and its sharing out by the peasants themselves. Within the student and youth movements calling for free speech and the right to assemble for free education and/or training up to and including university level. Whether these activities would have been via an independent organization such as the LMR, or from within the FSLN was a matter of practicalities, not principle. 14.3 What could have been done? The mixed economy. The right of workers to representation and collective bargaining was generating confrontations with employers. Demands for wage rises or improvements in working conditions were supported by strikes and occupations, most importantly by health and construction workers. In towns and cities, Workers were spontaneously confronting employers who used authoritarian methods and/or laid off workers who took industrial action. These actions were opposed by the FSLN, ACT, and, at the time, the embryonic CST. Barakata reported that workers' strikes and occupations were being met not only by sackings by the bosses, but also arrests by the new Sandinista police, and even threats to send in troops. It is claimed that often heard on the demonstrations at this time were the slogans "Workers and Peasants to Power" and "Down with the Bourgeoisie." These demands may well have originated with the FO, but needed to be made concrete to avoid the workers' anger being dissipated. Revolutionary socialists would have included specific and appropriate ways for the workers and peasants to actually take the power. Simultaneously, workers were also mobilizing to occupy enterprises where they believed the employers were attempting to liquidate their companies and take their monies abroad, to Miami usually, or were sabotaging production in one way or another. The FSLN faced both ways on this question, supporting workers' action in one factory and opposing it in an adjacent one. The more advanced layers of workers understood the need to open the capitalists' account books and to place the factories and enterprises under workers' control to end decapitalization. At the same time, the peasants were for the immediate seizure of the landed estates and their division by the peasants to the peasants. But for the FSLN, carrying through the agrarian revolution to completion was unthinkable because that would have violated the existing property relations. A complete land reform would have affected the properties of allies like Violeta Chamorro and Alfonso Rebelo. Democratic control by the masses would have meant stepping beyond concertation, taking measures that could not be contained within the bourgeois democratic revolution, taking the first steps towards socialism. In Nicaragua, any scenario in which the workers and peasants determine policy would have meant a break with the mixed economy and the concept of a revolution by stages. Workers' democracy is the mechanism to counteract bureaucratization, to ensure that party policy and all major economic decisions are in the interests of those who work for a living. It was thus studiously avoided by the Directorate. Workers and peasants were brought into the FSLN after the revolution, but they had no control over its political course, or the selection of its leaders. As Trotsky wrote about the Popular Front government in France, in order to lead the revolutionary struggles for power, it is necessary to clearly see the class from which the power must be wrested. The workers did not recognize the enemy because he was disguised as a friend. In order to struggle for power, it is necessary, moreover, to have the instruments of struggle: the party, trade unions, and Soviets. The workers were deprived of these instruments because the leaders of the workers' organizations formed a wall around the bourgeois power in order to disguise it, to render it unrecognizable and invulnerable. Thus, the revolution that began found itself braked, arrested, demoralized. A governmental slogan is required to bind workers' demands into a coherent program. The demand for a revolutionary workers' and peasants' government based on Soviets, by any name, was vital to counterpose the Popular Front direction of the FSLN. Revolutionaries would have been demanding that the FSLN break with the bourgeoisie by not only ejecting the capitalist ministers, although this was a crucial demand, but politically by renouncing the project of a capitalist Nicaragua. The tactics used by revolutionaries would have had to start by accepting the immense respect and status the FSLN held amongst the masses as the leader of the popular insurrection. But neither the FSLN nor the bourgeoisie wanted to place their policies before the masses for discussion and approval. The bourgeoisie initially pinned its hopes on the junta and council of state appointed by the FSLN, and attempted to use those bodies to protect its interests. But at that stage, the pressure of the masses for radical change could not be fully contained and the bourgeois representatives quit. The attempt to reconcile the revolution with capitalism is what led to its defeat. Successful revolutions cannot be achieved with half measures. It is necessary to either break the power of the oligarchy and establish workers' power, or the ruling class will regain the initiative, sabotage the economy, create chaos and retake power in a counter-revolution. The state of the internal democracy within the FSLN can be better appreciated when we remember that in 1987 the organization underwent a complete transformation and changed Nicaragua's constitution without any real involvement of its members. That the membership at large had no effective say in the election program, strategy, or even tactics of 1990. The very first FSLN Congress was held 19 to 21 July 1991. In the run-up to the Congress there were calls for democratization of the FSLN, to give workers and campesinos the right to have their voices heard. Revolutionary socialists would have wholeheartedly supported such calls and helped organize the rank-and-file meetings to formulate their own analyses of what had happened, to question the role played by the FSLN and, particularly, its leaders. Revolutionary socialists would have taken into all the Sandinista mass organizations the demands, suitably posed, to break the rank and file from the dangerous and non-revolutionary policies of the FSLN leadership. These would have included defense of every strike, every factory occupation, and every land seizure, raising the need for democratic control of the militias. To oppose every attempt to use the police or EPS against such mobilizations, to call for rank-and-file committees within the EPS that would defend, not attack, the peasants. Of course, the specific and concrete demands would have to be determined by those on the spot, but would have been based on the workers' rights to act in their own interests and would almost certainly included, in addition to those above, a freedom of assembly, the right to make one's voice heard through public demonstrations, leaflets, newspapers, a freedom of association, whether trade union or political party, with the exception of those who supported the Contras, those who were intent on undermining the revolution. A freedom to bargain collectively and to take industrial action on such issues as unemployment, low pay, health and safety. A freedom to elect local officers of the FSLN, ACT, CST, CDS, AMNLAE and the youth organization, subject to recall at any time. A freedom to strike, to form picket lines and self-defense squads to protect them. A freedom for the peasants to seize the estates and plantations of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie without compensation and to divide them between themselves. And no official to get wages higher than the average skilled worker. In the months before the Congress, there was a structured discussion, and some 47,000 Sandinistas participated in these assemblies. Over 3,000 locally elected delegates met to elect 501 of their number to represent their department in the National Congress. This indirect method of election is the tradition in top-down parties to weed out oppositionists. The Congress, with nearly 600 delegates, only 18% were women, divided into two currents, the one led by the Directorate, convinced that the FSLN should move more openly in a social democratic direction and put national interest before class interests. This group proposed purely parliamentary means of struggle, even, if necessary, dissociating from grassroots and trade union actions. The outcome of the Congress was symbolized by this group succeeding in having the FSLN establish formal links with the Social Democratic International. The countercurrent was rooted in the trade union's rejection of the petty bourgeois utopia of class conciliation and non-antagonism between the interests of the exploited and exploiters, which only serves to undermine the struggle of the exploited. They described concertation as an error and called for deepening internal democracy, rejecting a top-down style of organization, for defense of the living standards of the poor, and rejected the neoliberal policies of the government. The Congress was rigged from the start with the seating of 80 historic cadres as voting delegates, and by manipulation of the agenda and careful selection of what was to be voted on, the main documents being released only hours before Congress began, and so on. The only unexpected aspect was the pre-Congress role of Daniel Ortega, who toured the country tub-thumping in favor of supporting strike actions, for undying opposition to imperialism, for no more deals behind the backs of the trade unions, and calling for mass actions against the Chamorro government. He defended the right to rebellion. At the Congress he was elected by acclamation, after which it was business as usual, with the same directorate save for the replacement of Humberto, who resigned in order to remain Minister of Defense. The directorate was elected as a slate to ensure that those most identified with unpopular policies retained their places. 15. Postscript. On April 18, 2018, Ortega announced new pension regulations that would have increased the contributions of both employers and workers while, at the same time, reducing resulting benefits by introducing a new tax on pensions. Immediately after the announcement of the reform package, students took to the streets in impromptu demonstrations, which sparked spontaneous solidarity actions in the barrios when hundreds, then thousands, came out onto the streets to join the students and protect them from government repression. Barricades were erected, in particular in areas with strong Sandinista traditions, such as Maceió, Leon, Jinotec, etc. This popular rebellion was met with violent repression. After 4 months of clashes, protests, mass demonstrations, and repression, the Ortega Murillo government, seems to have recovered control of the situation at the cost of over 300 people being killed. Though the protests started over the issue of the reform of the pension system, the scale and virulence of the movement reflected widespread opposition to the model of government introduced by the ruling couple. Ortega and Murillo are man and wife. When the FSLN returned to power in 2006, after 16 years of openly right-wing governments, the Ortega-led FSLN, which won the election, had little or nothing in common with the traditions of the Sandinista revolution. Ortega had made a deal with the reactionary hierarchy of the Catholic Church, through which FLSN deputies in opposition voted with the right wing for, especially, the banning of all abortion rights. This was part of a series of agreements between Ortega and the main representative of the right wing, Alemán, one of which was the lowering the threshold for election victory in the first round, in exchange for a legal reform which would benefit Alemán, who was in jail on corruption charges. Ortega's campaign in 2006 no longer used the red and black colors of the FSLN but yellow and pink, claiming to stand for Christian socialism, with emphasis on Christian, which here meant traditional, reactionary, Catholic values, and ditched the Sandinista anthem for a version of John Lennon's "Give Peace a Chance." Reconciliation was the main FSLN slogan. Once back in power, the presidential couple's only concern was to remain in power, with the ensuing perks, privileges, and wealth. This meant establishing a pact with the capitalist class and clamping down on democratic rights. Ortega would guarantee social stability so that the employers would be able to make profits and they, in exchange, would stay out of politics. That agreement was hugely beneficial for the ruling class and particularly for those capitalists involved in the free trade zones, which benefited from low taxes, cheap labor, and absence of trade unions. Ortega enjoyed good relations with the U.S. to the extent that Nicaragua was singled out for preferential status. There was close collaboration with Washington on migration, the war on drugs, security, etc. U.S. agencies were allowed to operate freely in the country. Ortega's government enforced all the necessary conditions for the extraction and looting of wealth by U.S. multinational corporations. In return, Nicaragua received substantial sums from USAID. As a result of the Ortega's policies, the living standards of Nicaraguans is the lowest in Latin America. This was the background to why wide layers of the Nicaraguan people rose up in April. Cunningly, Ortega combined these policies with an alliance with Venezuela. This was very convenient as it gave him access to cheap oil and, for a time, subsidies for social programs. It also allowed him to indulge in a certain degree of left-wing rhetoric, which was used as a smokescreen to cover his pursuit of openly pro-business policies. Simultaneously, he tried to balance his trade and security links with the U.S. with similar links with China and Russia. But here Ortega blotted his book. He established trade relations with China, including the idea of constructing an alternative to the Panama Canal, which is anathema to any U.S. administration. The U.S. is always on the lookout for more compliant and openly pro-U.S. regimes, and at the same time is anxious that if there is to be regime change, it should be peaceful and not harm U.S. interests. The U.S. ambassador, Carlos Trujillo, called for elections. Several senior U.S. officials have visited Nicaragua in recent weeks to hold closed-door meetings with Ortega. What they want is some kind of early election that will deactivate the movement and maintain peace and order to continuing with the smooth running of their businesses. The bourgeoisie prefer a quiet life, but they also prefer a government of their own kind no matter how servile and useful the Ortega Murillo government may have been. In Nicaragua, a section of the capitalist class saw the protests as a means of getting rid of Ortega and replacing him with a safer pair of hands. Quickly, the Bosses Federation, COSEP, which had collaborated closely with Ortega for 16 years, moved to take over the leadership of the protests in order to steer them towards the safe channels of negotiations and talks. The American Chamber of Commerce, AMCOM, also jumped in. The students, who took the lead in street protests, used social media in an attempt to form a national student council to provide organization and leadership. Lacking experience and with no clear left-wing alternative being presented, the students' movement was also co-opted by right-wing organizations. The only alternative to the ruling party, other than openly right-wing parties, is the Movement for Sandinista Renewal, MRS. However, the MRS is not a socialist organization. Its criticism of the Ortega government is purely liberal, and it offers no real alternative to collaboration with the capitalists. In fact, on several occasions, the MRS has stood jointly in elections with bourgeois liberals. Self-appointed student leaders traveled to the U.S. to meet with the Republican right and then to El Salvador to meet with the leaders of the right-wing and reactionary arena. Instead of advancing an independent strategy based on the unity of students and working people creating their own organizations of struggle, the student movement appealed to the bosses' organizations to call a civic strike. In their communiques, they fully accepted the idea of a necessary alliance with the capitalists. This, in turn, gave ammunition to the government to present the movement as a U.S. imperialist plot against the Sandinista revolution, and this played a role in enabling it to crush the protests. The protest movement, which started in April and acquired, at times, insurrectionary proportions, was a genuine movement of opposition to a government carrying out capitalist policies. Due to the lack of any left-wing leadership, it was captured by right-wing bourgeois elements and crushed through repression. In this situation, the great absentee has been the organized workers. Although there were some who came out to demonstrate individually, the bulk of the working class did not participate fully, a situation that is largely due to the domination of the unions by the Ortega government. In Nicaragua, the unions have long been a tool for putting a brake on class struggles. The most urgent task is to develop an independent class program that confronts the repressive bourgeois government of Ortega, the capitalists, the right-wing parties, and imperialism. The immediate challenge facing Nicaraguan revolutionaries is the elaboration of transitional demands, which will include calls for political democracy and social justice in very concrete terms. The recent history of Nicaragua confirms the inability of the so-called progressive bourgeoisie to solve the problems of the masses. In the Revolution of 1979, it was the general strike and the popular urban insurrection that swept away the old regime and opened the door for social transformation. The bourgeoisie did not play any role. On the contrary, it betrayed the revolution. The 1979 revolution could have destroyed capitalism. However, the FSLN leaders, all of them, accepted the poisonous class collaborationist schema of stages, instead of maintaining class independence as Carlos Fonseca Amador always advocated. Instead of taking the necessary steps to ensure the gains of the bourgeois democratic revolution, which necessitated taking the first steps towards socialism, they combined the public sector with the private in a mixed economy, to the benefit of the latter. It is necessary to rescue the true history of Nicaragua that shows the heroism of the workers, peasants, and students, demonstrates the despicable role of the politics of class collaboration, and the treacherous role of the bourgeoisie. The real revolutionary traditions of Nicaragua must be saved in order to build an independent class leadership and genuine socialist program based on the traditions of workers' democracy. For the moment, the fight in Nicaragua has the form of a struggle for democracy and for social justice, but these are important and can be the basis for rallying the masses. Such a program could inspire, unite, and advance the movement and would have strong similarities to the transitional demands applicable after the 1990 election. See Section 14.2. The demands would include legitimizing the right to fight for decent wages, union rights, and safe working conditions, especially in the free trade zones, for decent pensions with costs borne by the capitalists out of their multi-billion-dollar profits, against repression, and identification and punishment of those responsible for the killings of demonstrators. There must also be protection of the campesinos and indigenous people's land, and new agricultural programs to raise the standard of living in the countryside. Women's rights, children's rights, and the rights of the indigenous, the black Nicaraguans of the Atlantic coast, and all other groups must be protected and enhanced. Chapter 3. Venezuela, the Almost Revolution. 1. Introduction. Venezuela has been on the front line of the struggle against capitalism for 2 decades. Every step forward by the masses has met ferocious opposition from the Venezuelan bourgeoisie backed by U.S. imperialism. The Bolivarian Revolution, in the name of socialism for the 21st century, has restricted itself to the demands of the bourgeois democratic revolution: national independence, land reform, a more equal distribution of wealth, and a democratic state. But in the 21st century, even these limited demands cannot be achieved without ending the looting of Venezuela by the imperialists and their allies. In this sense, the Bolivarian Revolution is an integral part of the world crisis of capitalism, and a link in the world socialist revolution. This chapter traces the history of the Bolivarian Revolution made in the interests of the poor and the oppressed, but where the gains are being taken back by the Venezuelan oligarchs, a tight-knit coalition of landowners, bankers, capitalists, and the tops of the state bureaucracy. The Venezuelan Revolution, from the time of the attempted coup in April 2002 to overthrow President Chavez by military and anti-democratic means, is unique in several important ways, not least that it was effected in full view of TV cameras. The bourgeois mass media was actively involved in plotting the coup. It deliberately misrepresented events in order to justify the actions of the military. It deliberately misreported the actions of Chavez. It gave widespread publicity to the plotters and amplified their limited successes. It silenced the voices of those opposed to the coup, and, when the coup had failed, rather than report the success of the masses, it closed itself down for a day. Events in Venezuela in 2002 and later have proved beyond any doubt that freedom of the press under private ownership is freedom for the bourgeoisie to feed lies to the people. But the most important factor by far is that a spontaneous uprising of the popular masses defeated the coup. This was the first time in history such an event had occurred, and undeniable proof of the extent and depth of the popular support for the Chavez government. However, the emphasis placed on Chavez by the mass media and even academics has tended to divert attention away from the actual process of the revolution and the gains of the poor and dispossessed, the great majority of the Venezuelan people. At its height, the Bolivarian Revolution had largely abolished illiteracy, increased the proportion of children enrolling at secondary schools from just under half to 3/4 of the school-age population, provided free university education, and increased student numbers from 800,000 to 2.6 million, had built over 2 million furnished new homes, provided access to free health care in community centers for most of the population, increased the number of persons receiving a pension from. These facts have been consistently downplayed and even ignored by the popular media in the West, and it is these gains that gave Chavez his mass base, and the reason why Nicolas Maduro can still win elections. Chavez gave the popular masses of Venezuela a sense of their own worth, and in doing so made a bitter enemy of U.S. imperialism. The gains made by Venezuela's masses pose a serious threat to imperialism, not only to its interests in Venezuela, but across Latin America. 2. Some history. Venezuela, officially the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, República Bolivariana de Venezuela, is a federal republic located on the northern coast of South America. It is bordered by Colombia on the west, Brazil on the south, Guyana on the east, and the islands of Trinidad and Tobago to the northeast. Venezuela covers 916,400 kilometers, 353,800 sq miles, 1.5 times the area of France, but with only about 32 million people. Venezuela has the world's largest proven reserves of oil, freshwater, and gold, and the world's second largest gas reserves. The abundance of oil has shaped practically every aspect of the country's history, economy, politics, and culture. The European bourgeoisie had built a world economic system, and the self-confidence it felt enabled it to make temporary and partial concessions to absorb upsurges in workers' militancy. However, the Venezuelan oligarchy, about 100 families with grand-sounding surnames, are a product of colonialism and imperialism, and are particularly parasitical in nature. They enriched themselves by filching from state revenues, the mechanisms for which resulted in an all-pervasive culture of corruption. This gang of robbers and cutthroats has always been especially reactionary and obtuse, never willing to make any compromise that meant surrendering even the smallest part of their power or privileges. Given Venezuela's vast areas of arable land, benign climate, and relatively small population, it was astounding that it imported about 2/3 of the foodstuffs it consumed, the cause of the so-called food crisis. Venezuelan agriculture was, and is, one of the most extreme expressions of the backwardness and parasitical character of the Venezuelan oligarchy. Tied to the big landowners by 1,000 links and wholly dependent on the imperialists, the national bourgeoisie never had any interest in leading a bourgeois democratic revolution, supporting the peasants' seizure of the latifundia, and breaking the control of the caudillos. For the oligarchy, it is preferable, i.e., more profitable, to invest their money abroad, milk the state's oil revenues, and produce beef for the international market, than it is to develop food production to feed Venezuelans. Without land reform, there will be no farmers producing food to feed Venezuela's own population. But, in the 20th and 21st centuries, seizing the latifundia means challenging imperialist domination root and branch, and this the national bourgeoisie will not do. In 1908, General Juan Vicente Gómez, a military strongman, seized control of Venezuela and launched a dictatorial regime. Under his rule, the first Venezuelan commercial oil field was discovered in the Lake Maracaibo Basin in Zulia State in western Venezuela. And, by the end of 1917, oil was a significant proportion of exports. Gómez granted concessions at bargain basement rates to foreign oil companies such as Royal Dutch Shell to exploit the oil. By 1928, Venezuela was the world's leading oil exporter, with U.S. companies the major players in the Venezuelan oil industry. By 1935, oil dominated all aspects of the economy and accounted for over 90% of exports, with large numbers of Venezuelans employed in the oil fields. However, the profitability of this sector of the economy, in accord with the laws of a capitalist economy, sucked in the investment that could have been used to create other industries and actually robbed Venezuela of its ability to generate new industries or to modernize existing ones. In 1920, the agricultural sector dominated the country. By 1941, the economy was totally dominated by the extraction of raw materials. Agriculture declined dramatically, causing a significant fall in the living standards of the already poverty-stricken campesinos. Venezuelan democracy was a racket to further enrich the fabulously wealthy. The state bureaucracy, already corrupt, now had as its main purpose the funneling of state oil revenues into private pockets while avoiding any public backlash. Oil money was used to bribe the middle classes through the growth of a state bureaucracy until it employed nearly half the working population. By 1998, Venezuela would rank as one of the 10 most corrupt countries in the world, with an interlocking system of graft and privileges feeding off the oil industry at the expense of the people. Of course, a small part of the oil revenues was spent on providing some social housing and the most basic of education, but these rose and fell with the price of oil on the world market. By the start of World War II, there were, in the cities and oil fields, large numbers of professional managers, technicians, and literate wage earners who wanted an end to the ultra-conservative rule of the caudillos. The World War for democracy accelerated social and economic development, and different political parties were permitted, which allowed Romulo Betancourt, a well-known activist and, at that time, communist sympathizer, to tap into the widespread dissent and rapidly create what was, in effect, a mass party of the Pardo, the non-white, impoverished, overwhelming majority of the population. Acción Democrática, AD. AD was a reformist party. It called for universal suffrage, an end to political rule by the military, genuine representative government, industrialization of the country, not just the oil industry, agrarian reform, more public health facilities, and better educational provision. The Allies' need for a secure source of oil allowed the Venezuelan National Congress to pass the Hydrocarbons Law of 1943, imposing taxes and royalties amounting to about 43% of oil profits, and limiting concessions to a maximum of 40 years. This law remained basically unchanged until 1976, the year of nationalization. The Hydrocarbons Law brought in extra income but tied it to taxes on oil sales. Increasing oil production increased income, but meant an ever greater reliance by the state on this one source of revenue. General Isaías Medina Angarita, military dictator from 1941, in a bid to strengthen his regime, called elections at the end of 1945, but his maneuvering angered Betancourt to such an extent that Betancourt pledged the support of the strongest political party in Venezuela to a group of military conspirators, creating the conditions for the October 18, 1945 coup d'état. Medina was quickly overthrown by a combination of a military rebellion and a popular movement led by A.D. Betancourt, now the most popular politician in the country, was called to chair the junta of government. The 3-year period from 1945 to 1948 saw the first free democratic elections in Venezuelan history, which AD won by a landslide on a radical program of universal suffrage and an increase in tax on oil revenues from 43% to 50%. The USA offered no serious opposition to the hike in oil taxes in return for a secure and plentiful supply close to home. However, AD also promised land reform. The landed oligarchy comprised less than 2% of the population, but owned 75% of the country's arable land. So powerful was this group that no government in Venezuela's history had succeeded in imposing any kind of land tax. The AD government proposed that idle and underutilized land should be compulsorily purchased and distributed to landless peasants. The landowners fought tooth and nail, and on November 24, 1948, Between the bill being passed and its implementation, Colonel Marcos Pérez Jiménez and Minister of Defense, Lt. Colonel Carlos Delgado Calbod, both coup organizers in 1945, staged another coup. In all class societies there have been strong links between the armed forces and the landed gentry. Venezuela was no exception. Political parties were suppressed and all prominent members of AD and the Communist Party, PCV, were exiled or jailed. Then the junta decided to legitimize its position by holding an election for president. The November 30, 1952 election was a notorious travesty, which demonstrated just how much hostility there was towards the military. However, ignoring the popular vote, Pérez assumed the presidency on April 19, 1953, and enacted a new constitution allowing him to rule openly as a military dictator. The limited reforms introduced by AD were reversed, but a temporary rise in the price of oil meant Pérez was able to buy a degree of support by launching a number of public works programs such as social housing and building the Central University of Venezuela. His main expenditure, however, was modernizing the military and expanding the secret police, national security, Seguridad Nacional, which ruthlessly hunted down, imprisoned, tortured, and killed those who voiced opposition to his rule. From the mid-1950s, Middle Eastern countries contributed significant amounts of oil to the world petroleum market, and the oversupply meant Venezuela experienced a sharp drop in state income. This resulted in government spending on education, health, and public housing being slashed, while the spending on lavish, costly, and unnecessary construction projects, such as the world's most expensive officers' club overlooking Caracas, was maintained. A referendum on December 15, 1957, to extend Pérez's mandate had exactly the opposite effect. Officially, 87% of voters favored he stay in office for another 5 years, but so unanimous had been the opposition that the regime began to fragment immediately. On January 1, 1958, a failed coup by Air Force officers provoked a popular rebellion. Street demonstrations mobilized by students, opposition political parties, and some business leaders culminated in a general strike on January 21, with overwhelming mass support. A Navy revolt led by Admiral Wolfgang Larrazabal followed, and in the early hours of January 23, Pérez fled to the Dominican Republic. At news of the overthrow, the people took to the streets, destroying the headquarters of the government newspaper, El Heraldo, attacking the headquarters of the security forces and dispensing quick justice to those they caught. A provisional government led by Larrazabal called elections and released political prisoners. Betancourt won the December 7, 1958 presidential election handsomely, AD holding 73 of 133 seats in the Chamber of Deputies and 32 of 51 seats in the Senate. Prior to the elections, AD, with the other two main political parties, COPI, Comite Popular Electoral Independiente, and URD, Unión Republicana Democrática, signed the Punto Fijo Pact. This was a formal arrangement between the three main parties, under the pretext of protecting democracy, to share power whatever the election results. The pact guaranteed the three parties access to power in proportion to the votes cast. In other words, whichever party won the presidential and legislative elections, it would be obliged to share the spoils of Venezuela's oil economy with the other two parties. This way, each of the main parties was guaranteed access to jobs, contracts, ministerial posts, etc. In accordance with the pact, Betancourt invited members of COPI and URD to join his cabinet. Radical socialist parties and the PCV were, naturally, excluded. The agreement grew into an ongoing arrangement between AD and COPI to share power and its accompanying perks, to the exclusion of all others, made all the more easy because there were no substantial ideological differences between them. For the next 35 years AD and COPI would play ping-pong with the presidency and government. The Punto Fijo Pact began falling apart with the decline in oil rents in the mid-1980s. Its days were over when Hugo Chavez was elected president in 1998. The main trade union federation, the Confederation of Venezuelan Workers, Confederación de Trabajadores de Venezuela, CTV, was similarly divided, although AD, as its founder, always retained final control. The overthrow of Pérez had raised expectations, but Betancourt's response was soon seen as a betrayal. Elected on a left-wing program and personal image, he rapidly reconciled himself with the interests of the dominant classes, convinced that no leftist government could face down U.S. imperialism. With the perspective of the U.S. as invincible, Betancourt was little more than a pawn of the oil companies and the military, who allowed him considerable leeway conditional upon their share of the oil monies remaining stable and their continued existence as virtually autonomous institutions. The Cuban Revolution of January 1959 was a stinging refutation of his analysis. 3. Land reform, guerrilla warfare. The uprising and street fighting against the Perez dictatorship had been led by students and the members of the youth movements of both AD and COPI, and there was considerable impatience with the mismatch between Betancourt's pre-election promises and his actual program. Dissent against the regime grew rapidly, and, increasingly, protesting students, peasants, and workers were assaulted, tortured, and killed by the secret police. Under the influence of the Cuban Revolution and the worldwide upsurge it inspired, the AD youth, in particular, moved rapidly leftwards, increasingly in opposition to Betancourt's leadership. Its youth movement split from the AD in April 1960 to form its own party, Leftist Democratic Action, but this name was soon changed to Movement of the Revolutionary Left, Movimiento de Izquierda Revolucionaria, MIR. The MIR rapidly concluded that the oppression was so intense that meaningful change within the system was impossible, and in 1962 turned to guerrilla actions. Simultaneously, large numbers of young activists entered the PCV, buoyed up by Castro's victory in Cuba, and pressed the Stalinist leadership to commence guerrilla warfare. In response, Betancourt closed the premises of the MIR and PCV, closed opposition newspapers, suspended constitutional rights and civil liberties, and arrested the MIR and PCV members of Congress. Against the background of the Cuban Revolution, this drive against leftists and the closure of democratic means of protests was interpreted by the PCV as obliging it to turn to armed struggle, and its Third Congress, 1962, reluctantly approved the road of guerrilla warfare. A sector of the PCV under the leadership of Commandante Douglas Bravo was given responsibility for military work. The PCV and the MIR guerrillas were coordinated through the FALN, Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional, Armed Forces of National Liberation, launched on February 20, 1963. However, the MIR and PCV differed over strategy. The MIR saw a long war stretching over many years, while the PCV view of guerrilla warfare was one in which the CP tops in the city ordered attacks on such and such a place at such and such a time, in support of a reformist perspective, a strategy doomed to failure. The launch of the peasant guerrilla war could hardly have been less well-timed. Betancourt was proclaiming widely and loudly that there would be a thoroughgoing agrarian reform. Land reform bills were passed. Unused, underused, and the least productive land was to be taken for the landless, though the compensation paid was higher than the best land would have fetched on the open market. The U.S., fearful that the Cuban Revolution might spread, endorsed these modest measures. Betancourt made a great show of visiting the countryside every week to hand over to poor peasants and rural laborers the deeds to their own land. The distribution of these small pieces of land succeeded, for the moment, in maintaining campesino support for the AD. Without the sincere support of a significant proportion of the campesinos, it is impossible to think of successful guerrilla activity, but the guerrilla bands were getting a cold, even hostile, reception. In all, more than 90,000, almost a quarter of all campesino families were given deeds. However, the corruption and disorganization was such that peasants could be allocated land but not told where it was. Certainly no equipment was supplied to the peasants to bring the land to a state where it could be farmed, no access to fertilizers, no loans to buy seed, and in many cases no access to the land itself. Land reform was being implemented, but nothing was being achieved. A 1998 census revealed that 90% of farmland given to the poor under the 1960 Agrarian Reform Program had since been sold back to the caudillos at 10% of the price they had been paid. For the guerrillas, matters came to a head very rapidly when the FALN denounced the December 1963 elections and showed its amateurism, inexperience, and overwhelmingly petty bourgeois nature by unequivocally promising they would not take place. Over 90% of eligible voters cast their votes. The FALN failed to rally even the students, let alone the rural or urban poor. The result was a serious split within the PCV guerrilla cadres. Bravo now advocated a protracted guerrilla war, while Teodoro Petkov accepted the peaceful road and went on to play a key role in founding and leading the movement for socialism, Movimiento al Socialismo (MAS). Indicative of the attitudes of the urban poor to the guerrillas were the responses of barrio women who, generally steered clear of the guerrillas and concentrated their struggles on the provision of, for example, improved facilities for local schools, drinkable water, and so on. Not that these struggles were peaceful. All too often they incurred beatings from police clubs and imprisonment. The reality was that the guerrilla struggles were isolated. They increased the political domination of the AD and COPI, who used the guerrillas to defame the political left generally. At the January 1966 Tricontinental Conference in Havana, the long-simmering differences between the Cubans and those adopting a class collaborationist policy towards, particularly the Betancourt and Leone regimes in Venezuela. Raúl Leone Otero succeeded as AD president on March 13, 1964, burst into the open. The Cubans launched a broadside against those who opposed armed struggle as the necessary road to power in Latin America but were caught on the back foot when, to their surprise, the leadership of the PCV broke publicly with the FALN, declaring the tactic of guerrilla warfare erroneous and harmful. The political committee of the PCV furiously denounced Castro. The 8th plenum of the PCV, held in early April 1967, formally agreed to end guerrilla activities and Bravo was expelled. The PCV then agreed to participate in the upcoming 1968 elections under the slogan Democratic Peace, behind a candidate of national unification. Teodoro Petkov accepted the new line and remained on the Central Committee of the PCV, but his experiences had led him to a more independent and critical position regarding the history of the PCV and the Soviet Union. President Caldera, 1969–74, won the 1968 election for COPI, finalized a ceasefire with the FALN, legalized the PCV, and reformed the 1961 Constitution to allow ex-guerrillas to be elected to public office. In autumn 1969, Petkov published Czechoslovakia, Socialism as a Problem, which opened the door to a reevaluation of Stalinism by defending Dubček's liberalizing measures against the slander that they were leading back to capitalism. It also, in the teeth of PCV criticisms, defended the Cuban Revolution. This book won him solid support amongst young communists, sufficient to retain his position on the Central Committee. Petkov now openly questioned whether the Venezuelan bourgeoisie could be progressive, since it relied for its existence on the USA, and in June 1970 he published Socialism for Venezuela, a book that challenged the core of the PCV program, the theory of stages. One of the sacred myths of Stalinism was the existence of a national bourgeoisie. A section of the national bourgeoisie had developed with so little connection with imperialism that, under the colossal pressure of competition from imported goods and faced with the combined power of the imperialist economies and the local big bourgeoisie, it possessed an anti-imperialist capacity that meant it could collaborate in a meaningful way in a grand, multi-class front for national liberation. To this end, the party programs made important concessions, including the fundamental one of limiting the objectives of the revolutionary transformation of the country to a bourgeois democratic phase, offering the perspective of the expansion of national capitalisms once imperialist domination was broken and the internal market enlarged by agrarian reform. Conflicts between this social layer and imperialism do exist, and revolutionaries should intervene to foment and support them. But the communist parties, in their attempts to win over or neutralize this sector, inserted into their general political line concessions that lessened the revolutionary content of their own programs, promoted bourgeois democratic illusions, and created a general debilitating belief in the possibility of the independent development of Latin America by a capitalist road. The examples of the bourgeois democratic revolutions in Mexico nearly 200 years ago, and in Bolivia and Cuba after World War II, should have demonstrated in practice the inability of the national bourgeoisie to lead the democratic revolution. But there are none so blind as those that won't see. Up to now, Operation National Bourgeoisie has not enabled us to win either this bourgeoisie or the working class. What does this conception of national unity, of which the leadership of our party was the most outspoken champion, have to do with Marxism? It is nothing but a new formulation of the policy of class collaboration. When Petkov condemned the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia and reliance on the national bourgeoisie, the PCV, as a Stalinist party, disavowed both his argument and his right to organize support within the party. At the same time, the PCV, in line with its theory of stages, endorsed the presidential candidacy of an AD dissident, Luis Beltrán Prieto Figueroa. Moscow intervened to close down discussion by vigorously denouncing Petkov in the pages of Pravda as an anti-Leninist and anti-socialist. So crass were these maneuvers that a combination of the youth section, a tendency around Pompeo Marquez that had been calling for greater internal party democracy, and trade union leaders who opposed the setting up of rival unions to those of the AD, quit the party to found the MAS. The MAS held its first Congress in January 1971 and adopted a reformist perspective: democratic liberties would gradually expand until society achieved socialism. At its first major public rally, February 15, 1971, the MAS openly stated that it was seeking an accord with those bourgeois parties excluded from the AD/COPI Accord. The overthrow of the Popular Unity government in Chile and the killing of Salvador Allende in September 1973 had a traumatic effect on all the left parties in Latin America. The leadership of the MAS moved decisively away from its socialist roots, dropping the labels communist and Leninist. The MIR and MAS were on the same trajectory, and in 1982 they began a process of alliance and merger which ended with the MIR disbanding, and most of its members joining the MAS. In the run-up to the 1983 election, the MAS stopped calling itself Marxist, and symbolically refused to include a woman's right to choose in its election program. It would, however, never win more than about 5% of votes. Actually, the PCV fractured into three. A small group of militants rejected the rightward evolution of both the MAS and the PCV and launched Radical Cause, La Causa Radical LCR, under the leadership of Alfredo Monero, an intellectual and one-time PCV guerrilla fighter. This was by far the smallest of the three groups, but had the largest proportion of workers in its ranks. Claiming to be Marxist, the LCR maintained a small but important base in the trade unions, primarily amongst the steel workers in the Guayana region, winning leadership positions in the Steel Workers Union, SUDES, against the opposition of the AD. The Second World War had created a conjuncture of specific conditions. The entire capitalist world was in a state of unparalleled debility and disarray, of which the rise of the Chinese worker state was the most extreme manifestation. The emergence of a rising nationalism and an end of formal colonial domination meant the Third World, especially the oil exporters, saw an opportunity to flex their muscles and demand a greater share of oil revenues. The formation of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, now a price-fixing cartel, represented an attempt by semi-colonial and colonial countries to gain national sovereignty over natural resources. Venezuela created the Venezuelan Oil Corporation, which would form the basis for the nationalization of its oil industry. Then, in August 1971, President Caldera nationalized the country's natural gas industry and stipulated that all exploration, production, refining, and sales programs of the oil companies required prior ministerial approval. In 1973, the oil producers of the Persian Gulf countries decided to boycott those nations which had supported Israel during the Yom Kippur War against Egypt. Within a year, the price of oil had quadrupled. Venezuela experienced a flood of oil monies, and the newly elected President Carlos Andrés Pérez Rodríguez, 1974–79, a self-professed social democrat, announced an ambitious economic plan, La Gran Venezuela, which called for the nationalization of the oil industry and for the revenues gained to fund Venezuela's transformation into a developed country within a few years, fighting poverty by increasing incomes and diversifying the country's economy by import substitution. On January 1, 1976, the country officially nationalized its oil industry, paying the foreign companies $1 billion, and created Venezuelan Oil, Petróleos de Venezuela S.A., PDVSA. The 14 transnational corporations became the Venezuelan state-owned petroleum company, but continued to operate as 14 distinct and separate Venezuelan companies in competition with each other. Since all managers were Venezuelan, there was no change in management personnel, practices, or culture on nationalization. For example, Shell Venezuela became Maraven. The name changed, but the president, management, and ethos remained the same. At the top, Venezuela's oil industry maintained an anti-status culture, placing its own interests and those of the international oil industry above those of the Venezuelan government. The ties to the former owners were maintained through commercial deals, which seriously discounted the price of oil, and contracts to pay over-the-top fees for technical advice and assistance. The bourgeois politicians of the AD and COPI were convinced that Venezuela's soaring oil revenues could be used to industrialize the country via huge infrastructure and public projects. spending on which was vastly in excess of the additional oil income, with the shortfall funded by external debt. The government's expectation was that high oil revenues were here to stay. These grand schemes caused the cost of living to rise significantly, leaving millions of Venezuelans even more mired in poverty. For the next 10 years, both Kopi and AD presidents used monies borrowed at high interest rates to generously fund selected agricultural and industrial projects. In 1980, as oil prices peaked, it was decided that PDVSA would aggressively expand, and it bought refineries in USA and Europe and the American gas station network Citgo. In doing so, it catapulted itself into the third-largest oil company worldwide. However, oil prices began to fall, gradually at first and then more steeply, and with falling revenues, poverty increased. OPEC members, under pressure from the US, were violating production quotas, and oil prices fell drastically. Oil income was declining, but reducing government spending was not as easy as it had been to increase it. The result was a government getting deeper and deeper into debt, crippling the Venezuelan economy. Only through AD control of the major trade union federation, the CTV, did the regime manage to keep a lid on worker protests. The crisis broke in January 1989, just as Carlos Andrés Pérez was taking office as president for a second time. He had run a populist election campaign, but on taking office he announced a policy which had the full backing of the International Monetary Fund: to minimize state intervention in the economy, to no longer seek to generate employment or engage in e.g. housing projects. Instead, there would be privatization of state-owned enterprises and an accelerated expansion of the private sector. To attract foreign investment, financial rules would be relaxed, and existing price controls were removed, beginning with an immediate 100% increase in the cost of petrol. 4. The Caracazo, Chavez, and the 1998 presidential election. On the morning of Monday, February 27, 1989, those traveling to work by bus found fares had doubled. Students who simultaneously lost their half-price concessions found their fares had quadrupled. Popular demonstrations began in Guarinas, near the capital, and then spread nationally. This was a spontaneous rising of the masses. The fare rises ignited the bonfire of injustices accumulated over years. This expression of the rage felt by the poor and downtrodden became known as the Caracazo, a misnomer, since the uprising was not confined to Caracas but was nationwide. Protests escalated. First the burning of buses, and then widespread rioting and looting. The government and its intelligence agencies were taken by surprise, but so too were all the political parties, including the PCV, MAS, and LCR. With no leadership and no clear aims, the Caracazo dissipated in anarchy and chaos. However, the Caracazo taught the popular masses of Venezuela a severe lesson in the realities of bourgeois democracy. On February 28, Pérez declared a state of emergency, but both the police and the National Guard balked at the mass shooting of civilian protesters. The army was called in. The killings went on for a fortnight in a calculated warning to the barrios of what they could expect in any further attempt at rebellion. These young officers did not keep their secret very well, and, in December, Chavez and several others were arrested, charged with plotting against the government and planning to assassinate the president. Nothing was proved. The accused were allowed to take leave of absence, after which they were again appointed to responsible posts. Chavez, for example, now a lieutenant colonel, was given command of a paratrooper battalion. Chavez and his associates continued with their plans and launched their military-civilian uprising on February 4, 1992. However, Pérez managed to rally the rest of the military against the plotters. Chavez and a small group of rebels were soon isolated in the military museum in Caracas, without any means of contacting their collaborators. Chavez gave himself up to the government and was allowed to appear on national television for 72 seconds to call for all remaining rebel detachments in Venezuela to cease hostilities. When he did so, Chavez famously quipped that he had only failed por ahora, for now. This was taken by many that Chavez's project to overthrow the government was only suspended, and he would return. Chavez was catapulted into the national spotlight as a man of action, with many poor Venezuelans seeing him as an admirable figure who had stood up against government corruption and a hope for the future. Together with his fellow officers, Chavez was tried under military regulations and imprisoned at the San Carlos military stockade. But pro-Chavez demonstrations outside led to his transfer to the more secure Gairy prison. Conditions in Venezuelan prisons were appalling. Inmates were left to their own devices, and it was only by the rebels keeping together as a group that they were able to survive. On the other hand, Chavez was able to give radio interviews, to receive visitors, including representatives of MAS and LCR, and to write his manifesto, How to Escape the Labyrinth, Como Salir del Laberinto. While Chavez was being held in prison, on November 27, 1992, a second short-lived attempt to overthrow the government was launched by a group of young officers loyal to MBR 200. By midday it was over, with the leading conspirators having fled. Unlike in February, government agents now took advantage of the situation to kill surrendered rebels and oppositionists, arbitrarily arresting and assaulting hundreds, including entirely innocent student leaders. Perez was now seen as a threat to the regime by the old guard of AD and the opposition in Congress, who ganged up to impeach him, placed him under house arrest, and removed him from office. Caldera, now 86 years old, was unacceptable to COPI as its presidential candidate, and he was forced to found a brand new political movement, Convergencia, which contained 17 smaller political parties including the PCV, MAS, and URD. Caldera ran a campaign that had two clear planks: to stand up to the IMF and to release Hugo Chavez. When the returns were in, Caldera had won by a slim margin but with abstentions at a record 40%. Caldera's presidency began with popular decisions. Chavez and others were pardoned, and their political rights reinstated. Founding members of the MAS, Petkoff and Marquez, were appointed as ministers of planning and frontiers, respectively. But the honeymoon was short-lived. Financial deregulation allowed banks to aggressively compete for deposits, with many banks paying higher interest rates than they could afford. With little banking supervision, the market was full of speculative bubbles. It only needed a weakening of the oil price to trigger a banking crisis. Between January 1994 and August 1995, 17 of the country's 49 commercial banks, representing just over half of the system's assets, failed. Caldera guaranteed the safety of deposits at a total cost of $12 billion. The falling oil price simultaneously led to a collapse in government revenues, so Caldera attempted to raise the monies required using neoliberal methods, including, in 1997, selling a majority share in the giant state-owned steel corporation Sitter to private investors. It was workers who shouldered the cost of saving the banks. Sitter cut its workforce by a third, 18,000 to 12,000, and then replaced half the remaining permanent employees with non-union labor hired via subcontractors and often paid below the official minimum wage. Caldera pursued a policy known as apertura, opening the state sector to privatization. The steel industry was the most extreme example, but the state oil company's investment plan expected one-third of new investment to be from such companies as Shell or BP. Between 1994 and 1998, the world price of oil fell from about $26 to under $18 a barrel, and combined with neoliberal economic policies. This meant that, in Venezuela, real wages fell, on average, by a quarter, with additional cuts in healthcare, 37%, in education, 40%, and in housing, 70%. By 1998, one-third of Venezuelans lived in extreme poverty and another third lived in poverty. Yet, over the same period, the share of the national income pocketed by the top 10% rose from 21.8% to 32.8%. Caldera and the traditional parties, offering no real solution to the crisis, became increasingly unpopular, with the masses looking for alternative ways out of their poverty. The MAS lost credibility when Petkoff actively supported even the most conservative and reactionary of Caldera's policies, ignoring the rank-and-file opposition within MAS. After his release from prison in March 1994, Chavez traveled around Venezuela, reaching out to the politically excluded, establishing links with the existing informal networks, primarily those campaigning for clean water, drainage, sewage disposal, electricity, education, and health provision. These were, in their great majority, women. In Venezuela, as in so many other underdeveloped countries, poverty had been feminized and, in reaching out to the poor, Chavez was reaching out to women. The majority of his support from then until his death was the women of the barrios in discussion with MAS and LCR leaders, He concluded he should stand for president in the 1998 elections. In January 1997, the MBR 200 held its first Congress and agreed it should field candidates in the elections for president, Congress, Senate, state governors, and local mayors to be held on December 6, 1998. Chávez's decision to run for election caused the LCR to split in February 1997, with the majority of the rank-and-file forming Homeland for Everyone, Patria para Todos, PPT, to support Chávez in his bid for the presidency, a small rump containing most of the leaders continuing as La Causa Radical. Chávez launched the movement for a Fifth Republic, Movimiento Quinta República, MVR, in July 1997 to act as his political party and organize his electoral campaign. The MVR itself was very small and would gain the great majority of its members from mergers with other parties. In parallel and largely independently, groups of barrio activists mobilized in his support. Almost in its entirety, the MAS chose to align itself with Chávez, though some big names such as Petkov remained with Caldera. Noting which way the wind was blowing, Chávez had by far the highest rating of any of the candidates. The PCV and a host of tiny groups declared for Chávez, who won handsomely with just over 56% of the vote. His nearest rival, formerly representing Project Venezuela, but with the whole of the establishment lined up behind him, got 40%. This was the first time for a generation that an election had delivered a candidate with genuine majority support, and it gave Chávez unprecedented authority as president. However, in both the Senate and Chamber of Deputies, AD and COPI had the majority of seats. Chávez had become president without any real party apparatus behind him. This gave the MAS and PPT a head start in, for example, drafting a new Bolivarian constitution, but it also meant that Chávez relied very heavily on bourgeois figures such as the businessman and industrialist Luis Miquelina, who had joined him in founding the MVR and would be appointed Minister of the Interior and Justice. It would later become clear that many such people had joined Chávez in the hope of re-legitimizing bourgeois democracy in Venezuela while limiting any changes introduced. The politics of the MVR in 1998 were radical, but neither socialist nor revolutionary. Its program, the so-called Plan Bolívar 2000, was essentially limited to I. Changing the name, Republic of Venezuela to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, República Bolivariana de Venezuela. 2. A new Bolivarian constitution, which would require a national referendum to endorse the creation of a National Constituent Assembly, Asamblea Nacional Constituent, ANC, to draft it. And 3. The goal of integrating the armed forces into the economic and social life of the country. The groups supporting Chávez projected the constitutional reform under the slogan, "All power to the people." This may have been more an expression of their own hopes than reality, but it sparked an explosion of self-activity by the masses, including many who had taken to the streets during the Caracazo. Even a section of the Venezuelan ruling class backed Chávez's campaign, hoping to use him as a pressure washer to clean the facade of Venezuelan politics and give bourgeois democracy a new lease of life. However, his campaign reached out to the people who had risen up in February 1989, those in fundamental conflict with the interests of the landlords, capitalists, bankers, media owners, and wealthy parasites who formed the Venezuelan oligarchy. Speaking the colloquial language of the people, Hugo Chávez traveled the length and breadth of the country, engaging in a dialogue with the poorest and most oppressed. His message was simple, clear, and appealing: against the old order. For the first time in decades, the masses were drawn into political activity, as they saw a candidate with whom they could identify, and who reflected their interests and aspirations. Spontaneous and with no central plan, the upsurge was chaotic, but it demonstrated how eager the Venezuelan masses were to have some control over their own lives, and this, of course, terrified the oligarchy. The referendum to approve a constituent assembly took place on April 19, 1999, voters being asked 2 questions. I. Should the ANC be convened? 2. Do you agree with the president's suggestion of how the ANC should be elected? Both measures were overwhelmingly approved. 2 months later, July 25th, the elections for the ANC took place, and 125 seats out of a total of 131 were Chávez supporters. On August 3rd, the ANC met to begin drafting the new constitution. President Chávez then undertook a series of presidential visits to Japan, China, Malaysia, Spain, and France, intended to boost trade. While he was away, the MAS, PPT, and others on the left had a field day drawing up the most democratic and libertarian of bourgeois constitutions. It still guaranteed the right for individuals to own the means of production, Article 115 of the Constitution. The rights of the Venezuelan people now included the right to health care and the right to employment providing an adequate salary. The indigenous population, 26 ethnic groups comprising less than 1.5% of the total, were given specific rights, including education in their own languages, their own territories, and a guaranteed 3 seats in the National Assembly. The ANC gave the people the right of recall over their representatives. It also ended state funding of political parties, a means by which the party tops in AD and COPI had been assured luxurious lifestyles. The legislature changed from a bicameral system, similar to the U.S., to a unicameral one where a National Assembly would be the only legislative body. With the masses, these measures were hugely popular even if many were only statements of intent. But the Constitution was also popular because the left groups and ANC members took the discussion on the Constitution into the localities, calling public meetings at which the population could have its say. In the Bolivarian circles, Círculos Bolivarianos, of the barrios, it was a subject of much discussion and debate. One result being that the country's poor in particular supported the new Constitution with genuine intensity. The Constitution was, and is, widely available as a little blue book that was enthusiastically waved at demonstrations and rallies by pro-government supporters. It pulled together the heterogeneous, dispersed, and fragmented support of Chavez by reflecting the democratic goals of the masses. The fear amongst the oligarchs was that the masses would strive to make it a reality. The task for revolutionaries was to make this Bolivarian constitution a call for mass action, the logic of which would lead the popular masses to overthrow the oligarchy. The ANC gave itself seniority over all the existing state institutions, a move vigorously opposed by the existing lower and higher chambers of Congress. The matter was both important and urgent because the ANC had determined to investigate the judiciary, it being universally acknowledged except by those who benefited that the court system in Venezuela was totally corrupt. A 9-member commission was appointed by the president with powers to dismiss even the Supreme Court, Tribunal Supremo de Justicia, TSJ. Congress, itself deeply mired in the corruption, attempted to engineer a confrontation with the ANC, and decided to review the resignation of the president of the TSJ who had quit in protest at the investigation. Across the country there were demonstrations for and against the ANC's actions, and the first street battles of the Chavez presidency took place. Faced with inciting events that could only make things worse for themselves, the opposition backed down. When Chavez arrived home, he found his pet project to rename the country as the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela had been dropped because the assembly considered it too costly to change all the government's letterheads, official seals, etc. Chavez had it reinstated. The assembly had also decided that Venezuela's citizens not only had the right to information, but information that was timely, true, and impartial. The opposition read this as the state having the right to censor newspapers and TV stations for providing information it did not consider true. The final version declared that information was to be provided without censorship, in accordance with the principles of this constitution. This unbecoming compromise freed the media to launch a virtual war, based on lies, slander, and provocations against all the progressive content of government policies. In Grenada, the short-lived workers' and peasants' government, 1979 to 83, had faced similar hostility and misreporting in the bourgeois press. The action taken there was to democratize the newspapers by passing a law restricting ownership to citizens of Grenada and limiting any one person to no more than 4% of the shares. In early 1999, the U.S. ambassador, John Maisto, appreciating the radical nature of the upcoming ANC, hurried the government to sign the treaty the U.S. administration had forced on all other Latin American countries, save Cuba, guaranteeing protection of foreign investments. Chavez made no objection and the treaty was duly signed in the October. At much the same time, the ANC was inserting into the new constitution a clause forbidding the presence of foreign troops on Venezuelan soil which, given the history of Latin America, was clearly aimed at the U.S. Maisto, an astute man, appraised the situation with his comment, "Watch what Chavez does. Don't listen to what he says." Probably the most indicative issue that had been a litmus test for the regimes in Cuba and Nicaragua was a woman's right to choose. The ANC was on the verge of having the draft constitution approving the right to abortion, but, as God explains, this was unacceptable to Chavez, so while many progressive principles were included in the constitution with respect to women's rights, motherhood was to be protected from the point of conception. This was a political statement that put the Venezuelan state alongside the Catholic Church hierarchy against a woman's right to choose. This is not to say the new constitution did not represent a big step forward for women's rights. Article 21 stated, "No discrimination based on race, sex, creed, or social standing shall be permitted, nor any discrimination nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise, on equal terms, of the rights and liberties of every individual." This denial of abortion rights was a bad omen for the future. The ANC's Commission on Judicial Restructuring threatened the privileges enjoyed by corrupt bankers and politicians. It was judges who ensured charges were dropped on the flimsiest grounds, guaranteed errors in court procedures as would lead to acquittals, or simply postponed proceedings sine die. On the other hand, over half of Venezuela's prison population, many incarcerated for years in dreadful conditions, had never been brought to trial. The Commission's report claimed most of the country's judges were so corrupt and/or incompetent that they should be summarily dismissed, and by 2000 over three-quarters had been removed, a process of repair and rectification of a bourgeois system. To keep the courts operating, the Commission quickly appointed a large number of new judges. There were no people's courts, no involvement of the masses, no election of judges, and no revolutionary code for the courts. Instead, a raft of provisional judges were put in place, most of whom were lawyers, products of the same corrupt system that was meant to be eliminated. Many were openly hostile to the cleansing process. On taking office, Chavez had been faced with the lowest oil prices in real terms since before World War II, and an industry that, left to its own devices, put its own interests and the needs of the USA first, even if that meant the impoverishment of millions of Venezuelans. The Chavez government took immediate action under the guidance of Ali Rodriguez Eric, an ex-guerrilla fighter and member of the PPT. Eric transformed Venezuela from quota avoider into OPEC's most enthusiastic quota enforcer. A major success of Chavez government in its first year was that oil prices rallied, and by the year 2000 would have doubled. This inevitably brought Venezuela into conflict with the big oil companies and U.S. imperialism. Chavez had no defined economic policy. In his first speech as president, February 2, 1999, he defined his perspective: as much state as necessary and as much market as possible. However, just by attempting to impose a rational system, even in bourgeois terms, on the PDVSA-inspired hatred of the new government. Yes, Venezuela did have huge oil revenues, but the entire system had grown and developed so that the richest 10% acquired over half the national income. There had been some face-saving social expenditure, but any suggestion that the system would be reorganized and open to inspection threatened to rob the oligarchs of their plunder. At the same time, Chavez attempted to effect one of his pre-election promises and put 70,000 of Venezuela's 120,000 soldiers to useful social work. Military personnel, about 200 active duty officers, appeared in responsible posts in important ministries. But this was not a smooth process. Too many of these officers were university graduates with working-class backgrounds who thought Plan Bolivar 2000 was a good idea and were looking for ways to implement it. Voices began to be raised in the bourgeois media asking whether Chavez was the right man to revitalize Venezuela. The PDVSA had been formally nationalized in 1976 but was run almost independently of the government, for the benefit of the top executives who not only pocketed exorbitant salaries but had in place all kinds of schemes for transferring company monies into the pockets of themselves and their families and friends. For example, PDVSA oil was carried in a fleet of oil tankers owned by the company president. The computer services used by the PDVSA were supplied by a company owned by a member of the board of directors. The company employed 2 to 3 times the number of administrators and managers as its rivals, but far fewer employees in total, meaning a substantial amount of field work was outsourced to private companies, many of which were owned by friends and family or gave large kickbacks for their contracts. Naturally, the PDVSA tops were bitterly opposed to paying increased royalties to the Venezuelan state. They had in place a highly developed strategy for keeping profits out of the hands of government. Refineries had been purchased in the US and Europe, and then, using an in-house mechanism not open to government scrutiny, oil was sold substantially below the market price to its own subsidiaries who kept their huge profits in overseas trusts. This scheme for siphoning off national resources was wildly successful. Between 1981 and 2000, the royalties paid to the state fell from 71 cents per $1 of gross earnings to 31 cents. Eric was determined to end these practices. The PDVSA managers were equally determined that he would not. 5. The mega-election of July 30, 2000, and the 49 enabling laws. The changes in the Constitution meant every holder of an elected office, from president to local council, had to stand for re-election. In the mega-election of July 30, 2000, 33,000 candidates stood for over 6,000 posts. In the presidential race, Chavez obtained 59.8% of the votes cast. Francisco Arias Cardenas, officially representing the rump of radical cause, but with the backing of AD and Copi, obtained 37.5%. In the elections for the National Assembly, the Chavistas won 104 out of 165 seats, marking a transformation of political power. Chavez and his supporters held the presidency and, effectively, a two-thirds majority in the assembly. The election results made Chavez even less acceptable to the oligarchs. Chavez's political platform now included a fight against corruption, a fair distribution of incomes, greater support by the state for local self-help initiatives, greater accountability of the lower levels of government, and greater grassroots participation in community improvement. The program caught the imagination of those at the bottom of Venezuelan society struggling to make ends meet. This activation of the masses was not welcomed by the oligarchs who had previously kept political power firmly in their hands and excluded the popular masses from effective participation. For those who had siphoned state revenues into their pockets, the Chavez government was a nightmare and a disaster rolled into one. This ultra-conservative layer had, in the space of months, been faced with the loss of their political hegemony with the defeat of AD and Copi. The courts which had protected them from prosecution for their corrupt practices were to be made responsible to a democratically elected government. Anti-discriminatory legislation had given those they despised and feared, women, the people of the barrios, and the indigenous peoples, protection from their discriminatory practices. And, worst of all, the government was now threatening to reorganize the PDVSA to remove from them a major source of income. They determined to use their hold over the mass media to block any further moves. In October 2000, Chavez announced the appointment of General Guaycaipuro Lameda, head of the Central Planning Bureau of the Venezuelan Army, as president of PDVSA. In February 2001, a series of public announcements by dissident officers in the armed forces were choreographed by the media to give the impression that opposition was gathering momentum and that Chavez could no longer rely on the backing of the military. The so-called democratic coordination, which included most anti-communist elements in Venezuela, attacked government policies as Castro-communism, while actively sabotaging the economy. Some $50 billion of Venezuelan capital had been sent abroad by the summer of 2002. Under a new bilateral agreement, Venezuela supplied Cuba with up to 53,000 barrels of oil a day in exchange for Cuban teachers, doctors, and nurses serving in Venezuela and assisting in a range of social projects. The Cuban teachers were a special target of the democratic coordination as government endorsement of Cuba's education system and policies. By the summer of 2001, with extensive media support, concerned mothers had organized a movement against the revolutionary propaganda being imported into Venezuelan schools. Many, perhaps most, of the leaders of this campaign were from the wealthy middle classes, whose children had never met a Cuban exchange teacher. The result was a standoff. The government would provide free education for the masses and guarantee no interference in the private education of the better off. One aim was to change the traditional pattern of healthcare in Venezuela to be more like the Cuban model of community and family care based on preventative medicine. As in Nicaragua, this sparked strike action led by the Medical Federation, demanding an end to the hiring of Cuban doctors. In the face of this opposition, the government again sought a compromise. It would not interfere with private practices, but would provide a parallel system of free healthcare for the poorest in society. Before Chavez came to office, Venezuela's hospital and medical system was a shambles. Insufficient hospital beds and provisions meant that patients had to bribe doctors and bring their own medical supplies if they wanted treatment. Barrio Adentro I into the Neighborhood I was a program of healthcare based on the construction of over 3,000 two-story medical centers, consultorios, in the barrios, delivering universal healthcare, from cradle to grave, free at the point of delivery. This project would grow until, at its height, over 31,000 Cuban healthcare workers were serving in Venezuela. This scheme would be followed by Barrio Adentro II and III to overhaul the hospital system and open military hospitals to the public so that all hospital care is free. Oppositionists, who had previously ignored the healthcare of the poor, now voiced a range of criticisms. Cuban doctors lack proper training. The Ministry of Health should be training and recruiting Venezuelan doctors. The deal was an intolerable way of supporting the communist regime in Cuba, and so on. One reason for the attack on the consultorios was that they were, and are, a major reason why the barrios support the Bolivarian Revolution so strongly. The opposition, on the other hand, promised and promises that if it ever takes power, the Cuban doctors will be forced to leave. But the consultorios again revealed a systemic weakness. Instead of purging from the state machine those functionaries who actively opposed the new health system, Chavez compromised and created a parallel system to accommodate them. Protests notwithstanding, Chavez's government would progressively strengthen diplomatic and economic ties with Cuba, leading to Venezuela becoming Cuba's biggest trading partner. The employer's anti-Chavez campaign was openly racist, describing Chavez supporters as lumpen or Negroes or pata en el suelo, barefoot. Chavez himself was Zambo, a mix of both Amerindian and black African, which the barrios love and the white, wealthy middle-class suburbs hate. TV news reports show pro-Chavez demonstrations in Venezuela as mostly partis or black people, the opposition mostly whites. The ongoing virulent racist campaign in the press, TV, and radio was intended to, and succeeded in, polarizing Venezuelan society by whipping up every prejudice of the middle classes. Officially, as part of Plan Bolívar 2000, but also to structure his base in society, Chavez campaigned for the Bolivarian circles to organize grassroots movements around local priorities in shanty towns, neighborhoods, and villages across Venezuela. For example, in Barrio La Palomera, community leaders, mostly women, organized a badly needed medical supply dispensary. The initiative gave rise to more than 5,000 health committees, comités de salud, staffed almost entirely by women, and these became the support organizations on which the health service relied. Bolivarian circles, supported by hundreds of ad hoc groups organized on the basis of a single issue, began extensive social and political activities across Venezuela to, for example, provide school aftercare for poor children, etc. In a move that very much caught the mood of the times, a women's development bank was set up with Professor Nora Castañeda, an economist and university professor, a woman of African and indigenous descent and the daughter of a low-income single mother, as head. Since the bank's formation, thousands of women have been able to start their own businesses thanks to low or no interest loans and advice and assistance. Women activists entered the public arena as leaders who were largely responsible for the distribution of the funds and resources provided by the government to the localities. The collectivization of private tasks, food kitchens, food banks, and child care gave many women the opportunity to transform their lives. This new layer of community activists, while not linked organizationally to the MVR, were invariably dedicated Chavistas. Seeing the poor self-organize sent a shiver of fear through the middle and upper classes, and, immediately, stories appeared in the media presenting the circles as armed bands funded by the government out to terrorize society. To make things worse, the serving officers in the ministries were taking Plan Bolívar 2000 seriously, and cooperating with the Bolivarian circles to, for example, provide construction equipment to help build the consultorios and schools where they were most needed in barrios throughout Venezuela. Chavez's social program was tremendously progressive, and it was the duty of all revolutionaries and Democrats to defend it. Chavez was an honest and able man who genuinely wanted to act in the interests of his country, and the poor and dispossessed who make up the vast majority of its people. But he was no Marxist, had no perspective of establishing a workers' state, which, in the era of imperialism, was the only means of attaining his declared goals. Instead, Chavez called for an increase in the number of Bolivarian circles, believing that a loose network of socially heterogeneous groups was sufficient for the tasks he had in mind. Not so. What was necessary was to establish a coordinated network of action committees in every barrio, army barracks, oil refinery, factory, and landed estate, with a clear and common political perspective. This was the only way to defend the new constitution and to deter a counter-revolution. Matters came to a head when, in November 2001, the Assembly passed an enabling law empowering Chavez to unilaterally enact 49 decrees. These did not go beyond the democratic tasks of the Venezuelan Revolution but too. The organic law of hydrocarbons and land reform touched the opposition where it hurt, in their pockets and their inalienable right to their properties. The Venezuelan oligarchy raised a massive outcry in a clear demonstration of their particularly parasitical and reactionary character. The first sign of the coming crisis between the PDVSA and the government occurred during the temporary fall in oil prices in 2001. The government refused to cut back its spending on public housing and healthcare and passed a new law in November 2001 doubling the fixed royalties that had to be paid and limiting foreign companies to a maximum of 50% share of new ventures. Worse, in the small print was the requirement that the murky finances of the PDVSA be opened up, restructured, and rationalized to allow effective government inspection and a greater degree of government control. The executives and managers of PDSVA, in the words of Will Pert, went ballistic. Also, in November 2001, the first ever direct elections within the official union were held. The new government had held a national referendum on the need for democratic elections in the CTV and, as a result, had passed a law requiring the CTV to hold elections. This was the direct intervention of a bourgeois state in trade union affairs implemented under the slogan of democratizing the union movement. It earned the Chavistas the undying hatred of the CTV bureaucrats. The elections were marked by widespread and blatant fraud in which tens of thousands of votes, the records for 9,000 polling stations, went missing. The results were announced when fewer than half the votes had arrived to be counted, and the old trade union bureaucrats declared themselves the winners. Under pressure from PDVSA managers, Fedicameras, the largest and most effective of the employers' organizations, decided to test the mettle of the government and, after discussions with the CTV, a joint call for a one-day general strike on December 10, 2001 was issued. The privately owned media hailed the success of the strike, when, in fact, it was a lockout that achieved little. In a show of defiance, on the day of the strike, Chavez told a crowd of 7,000 in central Caracas that he would speedily implement the 49 decrees. Chavez's economic and social programs were certainly not meant to challenge the capitalist nature of Venezuela, but he was doing something the U.S. administration saw as very dangerous and a serious threat to the interests of U.S. imperialism. He was raising the expectations of the Venezuelan popular masses, and the U.S. had learned its lesson in Cuba. Such expectations were a danger to capitalism. The bourgeois press in the USA was increasingly hostile. On December 7, 2001, Mary O'Grady, editor of the Wall Street Journal's Americas section, supported the strike and voiced her own fears in an article entitled, "Opposition Builds to Castroite Tactics of Hugo Chavez." Behind the scenes, the U.S. actively encouraged the employers' lockout. By the end of 2001, the U.S. Congress was intervening directly in Venezuelan politics through the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, which provided as much as $3 million to opposition parties that supported the coming April coup. All available records show that the NED provided not a cent to any party of the left, nor for women's groups, nor for any of the multitude of groups and organizations attempting to involve the masses in politics. NED exclusively promoted those political organizations which endorsed the violent overthrow of Chavez and opposed mass participation in politics. An independent audit of the PDVSA in January 2002 found that under Lameda, Chavez appointee to the presidency, numerous dubious contracts had been entered into which appeared to personally benefit managers at the expense of serious losses for the company. Chavez fired Lameda. The style of Chavez, while popular in the barrios, was shocking for the middle and upper classes. He fired 5 of the 7 directors of the PDVSA board live on his April 7 TV talk show Allo Presidente, broadcast weekly on Sundays, reading out their names, showing a red card with "you're out," as though they were being sent off in a baseball match. In the same program, Chavez announced that the national minimum wage would be increased by 20% from May 1st. He then appointed 5 new PDVSA board members from outside, breaking with the tradition of jobs for the boys. This struck a serious blow at management perks, underhand payments, and corrupt practices. Lameda and the PDVSA's top managers charged Chavez with politicizing the PDVSA on the grounds that the new appointments were for political loyalty rather than merit. Unarticulated but overshadowing these events was the fear that these appointees would enforce the new oil law, which meant that monies previously diverted into the pockets of friends and families would now be paid to the government. Top management pondered, discussed with Feta cameras and the CTV, and issued an ultimatum to Chavez to dismiss the newly appointed directors. Otherwise, managers throughout PDVSA would strike indefinitely. On April 4th, all administrative offices, several petrol distribution centers, and the El Palito refinery were shut down. 2 days into the shutdown, the CTV leader Carlos Ortega called his members to join the strike for 24 hours from April 9th and told them to be prepared for indefinite action. His call was welcomed by Pedro Carmona, head of Feta cameras. The ongoing and vitriolic media campaign against Chavez was all-encompassing. Polls conducted on behalf of the capitalist media showed Chavez's popularity fell from 65% in June 2001 to less than 40% in January 2002. The opposition became convinced it could oust Chavez from the presidency in the short term and not have to wait until the next elections. Their next action, with the support of CTV officials, was to hold a demonstration of some 70,000 people in Caracas on January 23, 2002, the anniversary of Perez's overthrow by a combination of military actions and mass demonstrations. This undoubtedly was the model the opposition wished to emulate. The relatively low turnout at the pro-government rally on the same day confirmed in their eyes the declining support for the Chavez government and boosted their self-confidence. The PDVSA managers were defending the indefensible, their right to rob the government through corrupt practices. The land law, however, could be presented as stealing the land that families had owned for generations. This allowed those opposing the law to claim right was on their side, which every commercial newspaper, magazine, and TV station did on an hourly basis, with commercial breaks trumpeting the latifundistas case. The land law and the promised agrarian reform was the most emotive issue in the new legislation, because it could be presented as attacking the principle of private ownership of property. The background was much the same as had existed some 40 years before, when Betancourt made similar proposals. 1% of farms incorporated over half the arable land, while 75% of proprietors owned a mere 6% of the land, and of these, about 2/3 farmed with no title to the land they worked. The land reform law called for a government review of the holdings of wealthy landowners and the expropriation of unproductive or unused land, with compensation paid at market value. The big difference, however, from the situation in the 1960s was that the U.S. administration now opposed the proposals, fearing them as a potential step towards a revolution, and threw its support behind the anti-Chavistas. Less than 1/10 of Venezuelans lived in the countryside, so the importance of these proposals lay in their symbolic value, that it was possible for the Bolivarian Revolution to break the power of the oligarchy. In terms of the numbers affected, land reform in the cities was much more significant. Over half of Venezuelans lived in the slums that are the barrios, squatter encampments of tin and breeze block huts perched on the sides of the hills surrounding Caracas, in perpetual danger of being washed away in heavy rain. Of course, few, if any, of the barrios' dwellers had title to land. During the 1998 election, voices in the barrios had called for the new government to legitimize their home ownership. Chavez now adopted this call as his own, and on February 4, 2002, he dramatically announced the decree on regularization of urban land. The government would give the people of the barrios the legal ownership of the land on which their houses stood. By March 2005, over 4,000 urban land committees, Comites de Tierras Urbanas, CTUs, had distributed more than 170,000 property titles. 6. The attempted coup of April 2002. Carlos Ortega, the head of the pro-capitalist CTV, announced plans to hold a nationwide work stoppage as part of the efforts to weaken and destabilize the government. Feta cameras encouraged employers to give workers paid time off to join anti-government protests and simultaneously raised the demand for a recall referendum on Chavez's presidency, as provided in the new constitution. A planned coup was being put into operation, but Chavez was due to attend a meeting in Costa Rica when it was scheduled to occur, and the plotters needed him to be in the country so he could be arrested and forced to resign, giving a form of legitimacy to their plan. Napoleon Bravo, host of Venevision's 24 Horas, broadcast on Wednesday, April 10th, a message by Brigadier General Nestor Gonzalez, then under investigation for corruption, announcing he no longer recognized President Chavez as his commander-in-chief, demanding Chavez resign, and declaring there was significant opposition within the military to Chavez continuing in office. Chavez duly canceled his visit. This was the first of a series of incidents, each giving the lie to all those who claimed the attempted coup was a spontaneous reaction to what happened on the streets of Caracas. On Thursday, April 11th, an opposition demonstration in Caracas was rerouted by the organizers in order to clash with a much smaller pro-government rally being held in front of the presidential palace. Depending on one source of information, this demonstration numbered 1 million, opposition newspapers and TV stations, 150,000, BBC News, or 50,000, press agency and government sources. Gunshots were fired, people were killed and wounded. It was immediately claimed that armed thugs from the Bolivarian circles had mowed down defenseless defenders of democracy. Footage of Chavez supporters firing in self-defense at snipers was manipulated to look like Chavez supporters firing indiscriminately on the opposition demonstration. In fact, 7 Chavez supporters, 7 oppositionists and 5 bystanders were shot dead. To justify the coup that allegedly resulted from these events, but which, in reality, had been long planned and was now underway, the privately owned media declared that law and order had broken down. All the private TV stations broadcast scenes from the streets, commentators continually repeating that Chavistas were shooting at unarmed opposition demonstrators. This lie would be the key element in justifying the coup. Shortly after the first demonstrators were killed, at 3:45 p.m., Chavez took over the airwaves in a national broadcast, a cadena in which the government broadcasts simultaneously on all TV stations, asking people to remain calm and severely criticizing the opposition. A few minutes into the broadcast, however, the TV stations, in a coordinated action, split their screens and showed Chavez on one half and biased footage of the street shootings on the other. Chavez responded by issuing an order to take all private TV stations off the air. This was a well-planned coup d'état, and Chavez's move had been anticipated. The TV stations immediately switched to cable and satellite. At 7 p.m., Vice Admiral Hector Ramirez called on the people to no longer recognize the authority of President Chavez or the government. The deaths and woundings in the city center, Ramirez claimed, obligated us to stop further bloodshed and justified forcing the departure of the president and his substitution by the high command. The 4 major television channels, all private, still broadcasting via cable and satellite, constantly repeated the images of Chavistas shooting at off-screen targets, and commentators claiming that they were firing at unarmed opposition demonstrators. This footage was now intermingled with the pronouncements of a parade of politicians and military officers declaring their opposition to Chavez and demanding a return to the status quo. Inspector General of the National Guard, Carlos Alfonso Martinez, backed by a group of high-ranking officers, condemned the Bolivarian circles for firing on civilians. Vice Minister for State Security, General Luis Alberto Camacho Cairuz, called for Chavez's resignation, announced the defection of various regiments throughout the country, and suggested a provisional junta be installed to govern the country. At 8 p.m., the head of the army, General Efren Vázquez Velasco, and General Manuel Rosendo, head of the military high command, declared for the coup. The mayor of Greater Caracas, Alfredo Pena, accused government snipers of firing on the opposition demonstration, claiming, "Chavez has shown his true face." Luis Miquelina, Minister of the Interior until earlier in the year, denounced the repression. Meanwhile, the state television channel VTV, broadcasting live from the Miraflores Palace, where ministers and pro-Chavez National Assembly deputies were assembled, flatly contradicted the private TV station's claims that only opposition demonstrators had been shot. VTV announced that Chavez was meeting with both his ministers and the military high command to decide how to deal with the crisis. Then, suddenly, at 9:30 p.m., VTV went off the air. By 10 p.m., cell phones were no longer effective, isolating the occupants of the palace. Simultaneously, the The private TV channels came back on air over the regular airwaves, spreading the rumor that Chavez had resigned and had asked to be taken to Cuba. The private media refused to give airtime to pro-government officials and, when protests broke out following news of Chavez's detention, declined to give any coverage to them. Attempts to disclose that Chavez had not resigned and was being held prisoner were cut off. Attempts by military units to publicize their rejection of the coup were ignored. By 9 p.m., members of the military high command had arrived at the palace to meet with Chavez and demand his resignation. Chavez, shocked by the desertion of so many top military officers, concluded that he and his cabinet could not get out of the palace alive, and surrendered. At 3:30 a.m., General Lucas Rinson Romero took to the airwaves to announce in a brief statement that the President of the Republic was asked to resign, which he accepted. This was a lie. Chavez had not agreed to resign. Rinson added that the military high command would be at the service of the new authorities. About half an hour later, Chavez was escorted to the military base on the island of La Orquilla via Fort Tayuna, Fuerte Tayuna. The officer in command of Fort Tayuna, General Garcia Carnero, was sympathetic to Chavez and informed the international media that Chavez had not resigned but had been arrested, and notified them of his location. At 4:50 a.m., wealthy businessman Pedro Carmona, head of Fedicameras, appeared on television as interim president to announce the transitional cabinet and to dissolve the Constitution and National Assembly in one fell swoop. He ably demonstrated that the corrupt and rotten Venezuelan bourgeoisie was, and remains, incapable of playing a progressive role. BBC News, Saturday, April 13th, described how Mr. Chavez, note Mr. not President, a simple demonstration of where the BBC's loyalties lay, was being held at the Fuerte Tayuna military base in the capital, Caracas. It reported that Mr. Carmona had declared himself President of the Republic of Venezuela, dissolved the National Assembly, promising elections by December, annulled the land law, pledged presidential elections, in which he would not stand, within 1 year, declared the 1999 Constitution introduced under Mr. Chavez void, promised a return to the pre-1999 bicameral parliamentary system, repealed the decrees that gave the government greater control of the economy. The announcements were made to applause and cheering from the 300 or so present, the heart of the Venezuelan oligarchy, the coup organizers and participants, bank owners, army officers, media moguls, and churchmen. So arrogant were they, so sure of success that they flaunted themselves before the TV cameras and signed an attendance list, available in Los Documentos del Golpe, 2009, Fundación Editorial El Perro y la Rana. The Bolivarian Revolution would have been completely justified in arresting every one of them, expropriating their property, and, in so doing, would have broken the back of capitalism in Venezuela. Nothing revealed the class interests behind the coup so clearly as the plans to put the country and its oil wealth firmly in the grasp of U.S. imperialism. The PDVSA would suspend oil exports to Cuba immediately and expand production by more than 300,000 barrels per day above its OPEC quota to bring down world oil prices. During the 11th and the 12th of April, the police were attempting to physically crush any public displays of support for Chavez. The return to democracy in Venezuela was marked by an aggressive disarmament plan. With the excuse of searching for illegal weapons, oppositionists went on a rampage, raiding the homes and workplaces of known Chavistas. Chavez supporters were hunted down and arrested wholesale, taken to police stations and National Guard barracks where many were severely beaten. Police and National Guards used shotguns, rubber bullets, tear gas, and clubs with abandon. Agency reports claimed that at least 60 people were killed and hundreds wounded by police gunfire. However, by the night of April 12th, the international media carried reports that Chavez had not resigned and signs of opposition to the coup were beginning to appear. By the Saturday morning, the people of the barrios were beginning to congregate across Caracas in huge crowds of such numbers that the police were simply pushed aside, though not before using water cannon and firing on the people. In the front ranks were Chavez's most loyal supporters, the women of the barrios. Elizabeth, an activist who had campaigned for water and health provision, explained, "We marched to Miraflores and refused to leave until they returned Chavez to us. We elected him, and we would not let them take our elected president away from us. It was like what they always did to us, denying us our rights. Well, this time we weren't going to let that happen. By 1 p.m. on April 13th, Miraflores was besieged by a crowd of many tens of thousands of Chavez supporters, and hundreds of thousands of people occupied roads and squares throughout the country. The overwhelming majority was from the barrios, and a large number of them were waving the blue book containing the Constitution. This mass outpouring strengthened the resolve of pro-Chavez units in the military. In 2002, the army was no longer monolithic, it had been infected. Many young officers had genuinely bought into the Plan Bolivar 2000. They had gone into communities and built bridges, roads, and medical centers. They had been welcomed and feted by the local people and liked it. Demonstrators fraternized with rank-and-file soldiers, many of whom remembered Chavez as a leader and heroic figure. The 42 Parachute Regiment in Maracay, besieged by tens of thousands protesting the coup, declared for Chavez. Without these mass actions, these military units would have been isolated and not felt able to come out in opposition to the generals. For the plotters, reports were arriving from around the country that important army units were preparing to resist the coup. The high command was divided and paralyzed. It feared an uncontrollable response from the people and clashes between military units. It had lost its grip. In Miraflores, the conspirators, after furtively peeping through the curtains and weighing up the situation, and with TV crews recording their actions, ran for it. When faced with a serious challenge, the quality of leadership is a key element, and the counter-revolution collapsed. Bizarrely, none of this was reported on Venezuelan TV or in the Venezuelan press. On April 12th, all private TV channels broadcast interviews with exulting opposition leaders. On April 13th, an almost complete news blackout was in place. Venezuelan television media failed to broadcast news of Chavez supporters retaking Miraflores Palace. The 4 major television networks stopped providing news reports altogether. The largest television station, RCTV, Radio Caracas Television, showed Walt Disney cartoons. Venevision ran Hollywood movies. Televen treated its viewers to baseball and soap operas. Globovision, supposedly the top 24-hour news station, rebroadcast old footage of Chavez removal. 2 of the 3 major newspapers, El Universal and El Nacional, canceled their Sunday editions rather than report Chavez return. The 3rd major newspaper, Últimas Noticias, printed a limited Sunday edition accurately reflecting events. Some regional television stations began to cover the events that were taking place. Channel 8, the state television channel, remained off the air all day on April 12th and for most of the day on April 13th. It was as though nothing newsworthy was happening. But anyone who received cable television, or who was in some way connected to the network of Chavez supporters, or had sight of a barrio, knew that something big was indeed happening. The masses of Venezuela were on the move. Such a thing had never crossed the minds of the conspirators. The events of the coup were recorded by an Irish camera crew as a documentary and can be seen on YouTube under the title Hugo Chavez. The revolution will not be televised. Chavez and his cabinet were meeting. The high command arrived to deliver an ultimatum: surrender or we bomb the palace. Chavez surrenders 5 minutes before the ultimatum ran out, is led away, but refuses to resign. The cabinet, now without Chavez, was paralyzed. There was no attempt to rally support or to organize against the coup. Instead, they said things like, "The game is up, they were too strong for us." The best that was recorded was, "The people are with the president, they'll defend him, you'll see." There was no concept that they, themselves, should lead a fight back against the coup. The words headless and chicken spring to mind. But this lack of leadership was no accident. These ministers had governed under the illusion that they controlled the bourgeois state. The Bolivarian government failed to recognize the class nature of the state, even after 3 years in power. There was no party organization, no team of leaders educated and trained to think and act for themselves, no network of cadres to give the mass upsurge an organized character and direction. By the afternoon of April 13th, crowds had gathered not only in front of Miraflores, but also RCTV and Venevision, Globovision and Televen, and the offices of El Universal and El Nacional. Throwing stones and compelling reporters to broadcast a message reporting Chavez had been restored. This was later presented as an intolerable attack on press freedom. The popular movement played a profoundly revolutionary role on the 12th and the 13th of April, 2002. The masses mobilized and defeated the coup. This included the working class, but it did not play an independent role with its own working-class methods and objectives. It intervened as part of the spontaneous and disorganized movement of the masses comprised in their majority of the unemployed and the self-employed, e.g. street vendors. These sectors have an immense capacity for struggle and their participation was decisive. But, because of their class nature, a movement based in these sectors always tends to be explosive and disorganized. Such a movement finds it difficult to form stable organizational structures that can develop a worked-out program, provide the movement with a clear leadership and generate organs of dual power to serve as an embryo of a new revolutionary state capable of replacing the old bourgeois one. In the months and years after the coup, it became fashionable to argue that its defeat was down to the coup plotters' internal wrangling. Not so. It was the spontaneous revolutionary movement of the masses that caused hesitation and divisions amongst the coup plotters. Let nobody be fooled by this historical revisionism. The coup was well prepared, carefully orchestrated, and all the actors played their given roles. This was not the first oligarchic imperialist coup in Latin America, and in fact, the script closely followed that of the coup against Allende in Chile in 1973, but with a very different result. In My Life, Fidel Castro revealed that his advice to Chavez during the coup was trying to meet with the people in order to trigger national resistance, had virtually no possibility of success. This blind spot to the power of mass action flowed from his view of the masses as an auxiliary to guerrilla action, rather than the dynamo of the revolution. 6.1 U.S. involvement in the coup attempt. Diligent reporters using the Freedom of Information Act obtained CIA documents showing that weeks prior to the coup, the CIA had detailed plans in their possession of the events about to occur. April 6, 2002 intelligence briefing headlined Venezuela. Conditions ripening for coup attempt, stated, dissident military factions are stepping up efforts to organize a coup against President Chavez, possibly as early as this month. To provoke military action, the plotters may try to exploit unrest stemming from opposition demonstrations slated for later this month. A vast amount of evidence has surfaced showing the coup attempt was pre-planned in conjunction with the U.S. administration. The earliest and one of the most revealing was a news program on Saturday morning, April 12, when Napoleon Bravo interviewed Vice Admiral Carlos Molina Tamayo, a self-professed coup leader who gave a detailed account of the events leading up to the coup, claiming it had been in preparation for over a year, naming key individuals, and praising the private television stations for their complicity and assistance. The interview provided positive proof that the overthrow of Chavez was a premeditated event. This was later confirmed by the New York Times. The discontented military officers had been meeting among themselves and with business leaders for almost a year to discuss ways to oust Mr. Chavez. The Observer newspaper on Sunday, April 21st, reported that visits to the White House by Venezuelans plotting the coup, including Carmona himself, began several months prior and continued until just weeks before the coup attempt. The visitors were received at the White House by President George Bush's key policymaker for Latin America, Otto Reich, previously heavily involved in destabilizing the Nicaraguan government. The CIA knew that a coup attempt was being planned for the near future, that the plan was to exploit violence in an opposition march, and to use that as the excuse for deposing Chavez. This begs the question: how could the plotters have been sure sufficient violence would erupt to justify a coup? The answer is only too obvious. They would ensure it happened. On April 3, 2009, Ivan Simonovich, former security secretary of the Metropolitan Mayor of Caracas with former police commissioners Henry Vivas and Lázaro Ferrero, were sentenced to 30 years in prison after being found guilty of playing leading roles in the massacre. The violence of April 11th was organized and orchestrated by opposition leaders using Metropolitan Police personnel. Not having foreseen the mass actions that overturned the coup was not just a failure in intelligence gathering and analysis. The mass upsurge was outside the comprehension of the CIA analysts and their political masters. Indeed, it was exactly what they feared, the aspirations of the masses expressed in action. Just as Trotsky had organized the October 1917 Russian Revolution as defense of the Soviets against reaction, so the barrios had shown their preparedness to act to defend what they believed to be their government. And let us confirm the truly remarkable character of that intervention. It was unprecedented. For the first time in the history of Latin America, mass action had defeated a military coup. The question was, how would Chavez, the undoubted leader, react? Venezuela was an example of the economic and social disaster that capitalism offers the workers and peasants of semi-colonial nations. Despite the country's vast oil wealth, 2/3 of the population lived below the official poverty line, while imperialist investors and domestic capitalists raked in massive profits. The prospect of losing control of their state to the popular masses had inflamed the oligarchs more than the reforms actually proposed. The coup attempt showed just how much the oligarchs valued democracy and how far they were willing to go to get rid of the country's democratically elected president and its democratically elected National Assembly. The self-mobilizations of the popular masses against the coup simultaneously showed the effectiveness of workers and campesinos when defending their class interests, and their potential to make a revolution that would take power out of the hands of the capitalist minority. The counter-revolution was defeated by a spontaneous uprising of the masses. With no party, no leadership, no program, and no clear idea of where they were going, women and men, largely from the barrios, rose up and attempted to take their destinies into their own hands. The collapse of the coup created extraordinarily favorable conditions for going on to the offensive and dealing a decisive blow against the counter-revolution. There should have been a determined effort to smash the resistance of the bosses and their cronies under a call to protect the government. The crowds that had besieged the private TV and radio stations should have been called on to go one step further and take over those stations, placing them under workers' control. There can be absolutely no doubt that if Chavez had given the lead, capitalism in Venezuela could have been overthrown that April, and it could have been achieved relatively painlessly. Unfortunately, Chavez had no such perspective. Instead of calling on the masses to take decisive action, he temporized and attempted to appease the counter-revolutionaries. A key factor was missing: the lack of understanding of the class nature of the divisions in Venezuelan society. This was epitomized by the actions of Chavez, a deeply religious man, immediately following the coup. Chavez appeared on the balcony of the Miraflores Palace. In one hand he held the small blue book containing the Constitution, and in the other a crucifix. A middle-aged woman, a practicing Catholic, who had been in the crowd told one of the authors, J.M., that her heart sank when she saw the crucifix. "I knew that meant bad news. He should have held the sword of Bolivar." Chavez explained that he was in shock. He was still assimilating events, but had no thirst for revenge, that he was willing to listen to the grievances of the opposition. He invited the plotters to join him in a roundtable discussion, and to show good faith he had those plotters arrested, including Carmona, released from custody. The masses gathered in front of the Miraflores Palace were thanked for their support and told to go home quietly. This was a serious mistake. It allowed the plotters to think they could have another bite of the cherry and emboldened them to believe that they could do so with impunity. The forces of reaction, under the tutelage of the USA, immediately prepared a new challenge to the regime in the form of defense of the democratic rights of the plotters. Military action on the streets is not the only way to defeat the masses. With the opposition's real face revealed, rank-and-file Chavistas understood, probably better than Chavez himself, they were facing greater threats than they had previously imagined. Chavez used every occasion possible to insist that anyone wishing to support the Bolivarian process should not remain on the sidelines. The Bolivarian circles expanded rapidly, and by the end of 2003 the government would claim as many as 2 million Venezuelans were members of about 200,000 circles. This was an extensive grassroots organization. Bolivarian women, youth, and workers organized food distribution, medical centers, and education provision. The great majority of these activities, while enacting government policies, were separate from the MVR and did not consider themselves party organs. Chavez saw these grassroots organizations as a counterweight to the oligarchy and key to deepening social reforms. The weakness was that, dispersed and without a political understanding of the class nature of the state, these organizations posed no existential threat to the oligarchy. The mass mobilization and class action against the coup had shown that the overthrow of the old ruling class was possible, but had failed because the necessary political understanding and organization were lacking. There was no party to develop the necessary revolutionary class consciousness and guide the strategy during the revolutionary upsurge. Such a political organization can grow very rapidly during a revolutionary upsurge, but it cannot arise spontaneously. Rather, it must be continuously, consistently, and consciously built. The experience of the coup incontestably demonstrated that a nonchalant or lackadaisical attitude in this vital area would mean disorientation and defeat of the Bolivarian revolution, whether from another coup or degeneration at the top. The failed coup also showed the weakness of the Venezuelan capitalists. The opposition had lacked a decisive leader, but nothing was settled. The same opposing class forces remained in sharp conflict. Washington had not surrendered its goal of overthrowing the Chavez government. The coup had been defeated in time for many in Venezuela to celebrate the April 19th anniversary of Cuba's crushing victory over a U.S. organized mercenary invasion at the Bay of Pigs, a victory that underlined how, by taking power and ending capitalist rule, Cuban workers and farmers were able to defeat imperialist assaults and defend their sovereignty and social gains. Yet, economically, technologically, in terms of infrastructure and urbanization, Venezuela was far more developed than Cuba had been in 1959. A number of generals closely associated with the coup were removed from their posts, sufficient for the opposition, including the U.S., to give up temporarily hope of a military coup. Charges were brought against only the most senior officers who participated in the coup and remained in Venezuela. But on 3 occasions between the end of July and August 14th, Venezuela's full TSJ by 11 votes to 8 dismissed the charges against them, claiming that what had occurred was not a military coup, but a power vacuum. The TSJ decisions revealed the cost of not eradicating the corruption of the old regime. By voting to acquit, the TSJ cast doubt on the legitimacy of the government. The legal establishment, reflecting its social origins, its interests and the pressure of the bourgeoisie and imperialism, took the side of the golpistas against the democratically elected government. To assure itself of the continuing support of the armed forces, the regime should have launched rank-and-file committees in the military of Bolivarians, revolutionaries, and patriots and so isolated the reactionaries. The TSJ did not stop there. In November 2002, it rescinded Article 89 of the Constitution, the legal basis on which peasants could begin to cultivate idle land before they acquired formal title to it. Without Article 89, landowners could successfully challenge land redistribution. Article 90 was also rescinded. This stated that, if lands had been occupied illegally, then the government did not have to recompense the occupier for investments in infrastructure, such as buildings or watering systems. Rescinding these 2 articles meant, in effect, the end of government seizures of private land. 7. The bosses' lockout, PDVSA, and workers' control in action. The oligarchy still believed it had the whip hand in the all-important oil industry, and, through that, control of the economy. Feta cameras and the leadership of the CTV jointly called an indefinite general strike to start on December 2, 2002, with the goal of toppling the government by stopping oil production. This was a coup attempt by non-military means. As in the April coup, the privately owned media launched a campaign of disinformation in support of the strike. TV stations went so far as to suspend normal programs to broadcast reports of the successes of the strike, reports which were repeated in the bourgeois media all around the world. However, to any experienced observer it was clear almost from the start that the strike, outside of the PDVSA, never really got off the ground, but nevertheless, because of its dominance in the economy, shutting down the PDVSA would give the counter-revolution victory. In the state of Carabobo, a key manufacturing center, workers in the most important factories, including Ford, General Motors, Chrysler, Pirelli, Goodyear, and Firestone, declared their opposition to the strike. In some factories, the bosses locked out their workers. In others, the workers threatened to occupy if the factories were closed and they remained open. The workers of closed factories demanded to be paid their wages since they had gone to work, and in most cases they were. The same was true in some sections of the food and beverages industry, controlled almost in its entirety by Grupo Polar, owned by the opposition leader Lorenzo Mendoza. On December 11th, eyewitnesses reported the airport to be working normally, as was public transport, buses, coaches, and the Caracas Metro, and most shops, restaurants, and bars. The state-owned basic industries, iron, steel, and aluminium, continued working at 100% capacity because the workers and their local unions opposed the strike. It was soon clear that, apart from the oil industry, in those enterprises that were closed, the workers were not on strike but were locked out. This was not a strike at all, but a boss's lockout with the active support of the executive of the CTV. In the PDVSA, an alliance of directors, managers, supervisors, and senior technicians sabotaged production and almost brought the industry to a halt. Having fixed the computerized systems to continue delivering their salaries, they withdrew key passwords and codes in an attempt to halt production. Slowly, sometimes having to battle through police lines, but progressively, the oil workers took control of the refineries and oil fields and started to revive production. By January 10th, PDVSA was working at 50% capacity. In refineries like Porto La Cruz and El Palito, and the Yagua Distribution Center, most workers turned up for work and in an organized way re-established normal functioning under their direct control. The lockout was defeated by a revolutionary alliance of oil workers and people from the poor communities. It was a measure of the enhanced class consciousness of the popular masses at this time that the communities surrounding the oil installations came out onto the streets in mass demonstrations, supporting and encouraging the workers. It can be said without fear of exaggeration that it was the oil workers supported by the poor who saved the Chavez government in a marvelous example of the capacity of the working class to organize production. The picture was repeated in the massive iron and steel industry, SITR. At a time when SITR's management was supporting the conspiracy to overthrow Chavez, thousands of SITR workers requisitioned company buses and traveled to the Anaco PDVSA gas plant, breaking through police lines on the way to re-establish gas supplies to keep SITR and other Guianan companies producing. The media, both nationally and internationally, reported opposition demonstrations demanding the resignation of the government, claiming that these mobilizations of mainly the rich and middle classes brought 100,000, 200,000, or even 300,000 people onto the streets. The media carrying the reports were owned by the same people organizing the demonstrations and, given the quality of their reporting of the April coup, we can be confident that these figures were generous estimates. On December 7th, a Bolivarian demonstration of more than 2 million people took to the streets of Caracas against the strike and to defend the democratically elected government. Strange to say, there was virtually no reporting of this demonstration in the capitalist press in Venezuela or worldwide. Facing the failure of their strike, the opposition upped the stakes and announced the closure of banks, and that schools and universities would not reopen after the Christmas holiday. Some banks did close, but only for 48 hours. All over the country, communities ensured that the schools did open. In the universities, a strong movement by the students demanded resumption of lectures, which forced the opening of most universities, strengthening the influence of the left-wing students and increasing their base in the universities and colleges. It was in this framework that the giant Chavista mobilization of January 23rd took place. Again, about 2 million people took part in an impressive show of strength against the strike and in defense of the government. That demonstration was the last nail in the coffin. The opposition had no other option but to admit defeat, announce its easing of the strike, and then call it off altogether. From the beginning of the lockout on December 2nd, every action of the counter-revolutionary forces had the effect of increasing revolutionary support for the Bolivarian process and raising the level of consciousness and organization of the people generally, and the workers in particular. Low-paid workers did what had previously been thought impossible. They took the place of the well-heeled elite, and production had reached 70% capacity. There was a discussion in Parliament of introducing a new law of social responsibility of the media, which had played a crucial role in organizing both coup conspiracies and had lied outrageously when doing so. Alas, nothing came of that. Chavez's position was extremely legalistic, faithfully remaining within the constraints of bourgeois legality. The fight back of the workers and the people, while marvelous, was much less effective than it should have been. There were tens of thousands of rank and file organizations all over the country, but there was no nationwide coordinating body, no national leadership to organize their efforts and realize the revolutionary potential of the struggle to overthrow capitalism. A major factor in this was Chavez's lack of understanding of the fundamental antagonism between the class forces at work, and his refusal to support workers' control of PDVSA other than as an emergency measure. During the lockout, if the state-owned industries had led the way for the social transformation of society through implementation of workers' control, it would have been only a short time before the sabotage of the economy by the mass media, the banks, and the private companies was halted. The attempted coup of April 2002 and the lockout of 2002/2003 meant a sharp contraction in production. The strike caused losses to the national economy of more than $7 billion, with GDP falling by 27% in the first quarter of 2003. The proportion of people in formal employment fell sharply. When Chavez was first elected, the unemployment rate was about 14%. As a result of the lockout, unemployment reached 20.7%. Naturally, the opposition blamed government policy. The government attempted to borrow its way out of the problem in the expectation of future oil revenues, ignoring the abject failure of this policy under previous governments when the cure had proved worse than the disease. The defeat of the lockout, following the failure of the April coup, had plunged the reactionary forces into a state of deep demoralization, and it would take some time for them to recover their ability to mobilize. The opposition's hope of dealing a serious blow to the revolutionary process was now aided by the new constitution. Having bitterly opposed it, they now determined it would be an integral part of their war against the Chavez regime through the recall referendum. The Chavista Victory March to celebrate the defeat of the lockout was on April 13th, timed also to celebrate the popular uprising that defeated the attempted military coup. In a mood of jubilation and celebration, the revolutionary masses were perfectly aware of the significance of having defeated reaction twice. This was summed up in the marchers' victory chant, "Every 11th has its 13th." Given the extent and depth of their defeats, the oligarchy and imperialism hunkered down and adopted the policy that had been so successful in Nicaragua, a war of attrition and economic sabotage, making the lives of Venezuelans progressively less bearable economically and socially until, using the provisions of the Constitution, they could remove Chavez legally. Integral to this strategy of disruption were unwarranted price increases, artificial shortages of food and other necessities, inflation accompanied by refusal to pay wage increases, forced unpaid holidays and unpaid wages, and more bankruptcies of small enterprises. In a whole series of factories across the country, the workers took the initiative and fought back. They organized democratic unions to replace the hated CTV, and occupied factories to force bosses to resume production and pay unpaid wages. These were important precedents, and government support through, for example, freezing of rents to the levels before the bosses' lockout were very welcome. But without a plan for the economy as a whole, these individual measures would, sooner or later, fail. The advances of the revolutionary process had been concentrated in the extension of formal democracy, but had left the economic base of the country largely untouched. Still, at the disposal of the Venezuelan ruling class were the economic levers necessary to sabotage and destroy the revolutionary process. To have left the banks, the means of production, processing, and distribution of food, and the mass media in private hands meant leaving high-powered weapons in the hands of an enemy that had already shown its willingness to use them against the revolution. Indicative of the bourgeois thinking that remained rampant in the legal system was the suspension, by the Attorney General in 2003, of the law on violence against women and the family, removing protection for abused women and children. This ruling was upheld by the Supreme Court. It was not until November 25, 2006, that the organic law on the right for women to a life free from violence was passed. 7.1 PDVSA and workers' control in action. During the lockout, the oil workers destroyed the myth that the managerial layers of the PDVSA were the only ones who could organize production. In doing this, they saved the Chavista government. Ordinary oil workers, supported by local communities, and some who had been kicked out of the industry because of their political and trade union activities, responded by taking over the industry, overcoming sabotage and keeping it running. This was a clear demonstration that workers' control was an effective way to defeat reaction and its corruption and cronyism. The bureaucratic leadership of the official Oil Workers Union supported the CTV. Their total alienation from the workers became obvious when they told the rank and file not to collect their wages during the shutdown, losing the official leaders and CTV any remaining credibility amongst rank and file workers, and clearing the way for militant action. The state bureaucracy, the civil servants in the various ministries, were largely inherited from the Fourth Republic and, in their majority, especially at the tops, were ideologically committed to a particularly reactionary and backward form of capitalism. These people were not on the side of the Chavista government during the lockout and became increasingly hostile as it took actions in the interests of the poor. As a body, The state bureaucracy firmly believed that the popular masses could never run a factory, an industry, or the state, and acted to undermine and sabotage all and any progress towards workers' control. This experience of workers' control occurred not in a small bankrupt company, but in the main industry in the country and one of the 50 largest companies in the world. The lockout meant that the working class, for the first time, participated in the revolutionary process as a class. However, this immense collective effort, during which the workers elected those to carry out the most responsible tasks, was maintained only during the lockout. On December 12th, the government fired the 4 PDVSA executives leading the strike and sacked a further 300 in early January. Eventually, nearly 12,000 from the upper echelons of the company were sacked. The PDVSA could have been the launch pad for workers' control in all state-owned companies, the directors of many of which had declared themselves to be in rebellion and with the opposition. That was the only way to guarantee that PDVSA belongs to the people and that state-owned industries were run for the benefit of all. But there was no organization with an understanding of the class forces at work, capable of generalizing the experiences of the workers and giving voice to their demands. Rejecting the wishes of a large swathe of oil workers for democratic management, the state bureaucracy and conservative elements within the government reinstated the old management structure of the PDVSA, the very system which had given rise to the conflict. To absorb the pressure for workers' control, a substantial number of workers were promoted to replace sacked managers. This gave the appearance of democratizing PDVSA, but this new layer of managers was neither answerable to the workers nor subject to their recall. Instead, honest workers were absorbed into a capitalist business, which was structured to prevent democratic control. An indication of the attitude of the new senior managers, appointed by the ministry, was their hiring of many middle managers who had been sacked for actively supporting the lockout. Of course, some high-profile changes were made, i.e., many of the operations and services which had been previously outsourced were brought in-house, giving an additional 20,000 workers the same working conditions and benefits as PDVSA workers. Once normal production was resumed, the oil workers' participation in the control and running of their industry rapidly declined. A new technocratic bureaucracy, supported from the very pinnacles of government, soon asserted control on the grounds that the company was strategically important to the economy, an argument that flew in the face of the history of the lockout. With oil prices high and rising, the PDVSA was soon generating enough income to allow public spending to expand, and the tops of the MVR were euphoric. The events at the PDVSA were a focus of discussion amongst trade union activists. Although it was not clear at the time, the failure to maintain control by the workers over an enterprise that generated nearly 80% of the wealth of the country would fatally undermine the campaign for workers' control that would soon erupt across Venezuela. An example of the attitude of top Bolivarians to oil workers took place in July 2009. Rafael Ramirez, Minister of Energy and, simultaneously, PDVSA President, a post he held to 2014, intervened in the elections for the national leadership of the United Federation of Venezuelan Oil Workers, FUTPV, which represented more than half the workers in the company. This union had been formed in 2007 under government pressure, when José Ramón Rivero, Minister of Labor, had appointed a provisional and malleable National Leadership Committee, but the promised democratic elections had never taken place. Given the example of leadership elections, even in the CTV, a number of activists demanded democratic elections in the FUTPV. In an attempt to retain control, Ramirez categorized the activists as AUDIOBOOks, supporters of the counter-revolutionary AD party. Ironically, one of those accused, Gregorio Rodriguez, had been decorated with the Order of the Liberator for defending the oil industry during the lockout. Ramirez, the longest-serving cabinet minister under President Chavez, would, in early 2018, be subject to an international arrest warrant on grounds of embezzlement and money laundering while at the top of the PDVSA. 8. The founding of the National Workers' Union, cooperatives, and the recall referendum. The recklessness of the boss's actions meant many smaller factories faced 2 months' loss of income and were genuinely bankrupted. The great majority of private companies attempted to make workers pay the cost to the bosses of their own lockout. Many workers were not paid for the time they were locked out. Some companies declared the lockout an unpaid holiday. Others told their workers they would have to wait weeks or months for their pay, and so on. In other cases, Bankruptcy was a tool of economic sabotage so that assets could be sold off and the capital realized was transferred out of the country. Where they could, the employers organized the closure so that the workers were left unpaid. The CTV had openly sided with the oligarchs against the government in both the coup and the lockout and, as expected, it made no attempt to support the workers in their fightbacks. In many factories, workers attempted to organize democratic unions and fought for recognition. The bosses replied by making union organizers redundant, which led to strike action and factory occupations. In several cases, the bosses, faced with a militant workforce, declared bankruptcy and abandoned the premises. To get wages due and to defend their jobs, the workers often occupied the enterprise, seizing stock and machines. For example, the workers at the Convencacho rubber works in Barquisimeto had to simultaneously occupy the factory, change their union and defend themselves from attacks from thugs, before the employer agreed to pay the wages owed and keep the factory open. The Chavista government moved to replace the CTV with a friendly trade union confederation. The proposal originated from established trade union leaders close to the government, but who appeared to believe that the best way to launch a new national union was from above without any real involvement of, or even consultation with, the rank and file, that it was sufficient to set a date for the founding conference and have leadership and program settled by horse trading behind the scenes. These were bureaucratic and arbitrary methods. A real refounding of the trade union movement would have meant a serious campaign of explanation, discussion and struggle to win the rank and file in the existing unions, and to bring the unorganized into union membership. Such a campaign based on the principles of democratic and militant trade unionism would have given the class struggle a massive push forward. The process by which the National Workers' Union, UNT, a trade union umbrella organization, was founded received strong criticism from rank and file activists as undemocratic. The pro tem leadership had been self-selected with support of government functionaries. Too many had been closely associated with the CTV and were more concerned with their own interests than those of the workers they were supposed to serve. A proclamation at the Caracas National Theater on April 5, 2003 launched the UNT, and the founding Congress took place in Caracas on the 1st and the 2nd of August, 2003. More than 1,500 delegates from all over the country, representing over 120 local unions, participated. The Congress passed a radical program calling for a 36-hour working week, closed factories to be occupied and placed under workers' control, nationalization of the banks, and abrogation of the foreign debt. In its statement of principles, the UNT declared itself an internationalist, class struggle movement based on the equality of men and women and for emancipation from class exploitation, oppression, discrimination, and exclusion. The CTV was rapidly shown to be a hollow shell supported more by employers than by workers. On May Day 2004, the UNT demonstration had tens of thousands of workers, but there was hardly a sign of the CTV. In Carabobo, a state which concentrates a large proportion of the country's private industry, dozens of factories were soon organized in UNT-affiliated unions. An important example was at the Daimler-Chrysler assembly plant where, after 25 years of CTV mafia-type trade unionism, 400 workers set up an independent class struggle union affiliated to the UNT. The leadership of the UNT had been agreed with government bureaucrats without reference to the rank and file. Consequently, in its first 2 years it ignored the policies of class struggle agreed at the founding Congress, and stayed well away from any issue that might be opposed by ministers or their civil servants, such as factory occupations and workers' control. Of course, some leaders were more militant than others and made serious attempts to build the UNT, but even these did not prove capable of leading and organizing on the central issues of the day: factory expropriations and workers' control in the nationalized industries. The lack of either a united or a class struggle leadership in the UNT meant the workers' battles actually taking place at a time of heightened class struggle were uncoordinated, often isolated, and rarely supported. From July 2005, the government gave special attention to closed businesses, because the closures resulting from the lockout had poured many thousands of redundant and angry workers onto the streets. There followed a succession of expropriations, usually of factories that had been deliberately run down and, subsequently, occupied by protesting workers. Industrial de Perfumes, a perfume-making company in Caracas. Sanitarios Maracay, a factory for sanitary facilities in Maracay. Siderorca, a pipe manufacturer for the oil industry. Forbesa, an industrial slaughterhouse, a tomato processing plant of the U.S. multinational Heinz, the cornflour processing plant Promobesa, and several other plants, occupied or previously occupied by employees. The owners received compensation equivalent to the market value. This was often generous for the larger companies, but many smaller companies left dilapidated buildings, out-of-date machinery that had been run into the ground, and huge debts, workers' back pay, gas, electricity, and phone bills, unpaid taxes, etc. These owners received little, if any, payment. At the other end of the scale, according to a parliamentary commission of inquiry, was Polar, which had bought Promobesa years before, in order to eliminate competition and achieve a monopoly position. Polar closed down production at the site and relocated a number of machines to Colombia, re-exporting the processed corn products to Venezuela to be sold through Polar's distribution network. In September 2005, the governor of Barinas State in Venezuela, Chavez's father, signed a decree stating that the abandoned Promobesa corn processing plant was of public interest, and it was expropriated and handed over to the cooperative, Meseros de la Revolution, created by former workers in the context of cogestion. Cogestion, a form of co-management, was to be a feature of the government's industrial strategy, but was understood differently by the groups affected. As expressed by the Ministry of Light Industry and Commerce and Ministry for the Popular Economy, cogestion was worker participation, possibly even on the board of directors, owning shares in the company through a cooperative. Workers, on the other hand, had a somewhat different view. Joaquin Osorio, a leader of the Electrical Workers Union, declared cogestion should have nothing to do with workers owning shares, as this would transform workers into owner bosses and reproduce capitalist antagonisms. Frederico, Frente Revolucionario de Trabajadores de Empresas Cogestionadas y Ocupadas, saw cogestion as a form of workers' control and argued for the creation of workers' councils along the lines of those that existed in revolutionary Russia. It was right and proper for revolutionaries to take a leading role in these occupations to both deepen and extend them. In this, Frederico was giving effect to Trotsky's analysis. The various capitalist enterprises, national and foreign, will inevitably enter into a conspiracy with the state institutions to put obstacles in the way of the workers' management of nationalized industry. On the other hand, the workers' organizations that are in the management of the various branches of nationalized industry must join together to exchange their experiences, must give each other economic support, must act with their joint forces on the government on the conditions of credit, etc. Of course, such a central bureau of the workers' management of nationalized branches of industry must be in closest contact with the trade unions. Workers' control could have been a big step forward, and was strongly encouraged by the revolutionary left. It challenges the sacred right of the capitalists to own and the bureaucrats to manage industry. It gives the workers priceless experience in administration and control that could be put to good use in a socialist planned economy, and it gives direct contact on a common platform to the most politically advanced workers and Marxists. Attempts to introduce cogestion into enterprises invariably brought the workers into confrontation with an amalgam of those who had been robbing the state for years and whose activities would be brought to light, managers who were used to running a company and saw their authority being challenged, those who believed the popular masses were quite incapable of running their own lives, let alone a factory, and all those who were fed crumbs from the oligarch's table, particularly trade union bureaucrats. 8.1 2004 Cooperatives, the recall referendum and regional elections. After the lockout, there was a desperate need to create jobs. From about 2004 to 2006-07, the government promoted cooperatives. In the expectation they would create hundreds of thousands of jobs, the movement received massive injections of state credit. At the turn of the century, fewer than 800 cooperatives were officially registered, mostly due to the initiatives of young Catholic activists. Legal hurdles to their creation were removed and a series of incentives were offered, including approved cooperatives exempt from income tax and small cooperatives getting interest-free loans. Such favorable conditions meant a boom in cooperatives. At the end of 2008, according to the National Cooperative Supervisory Institute, SUNACOOP, there were over 250,000 officially registered. Subsequent evaluation showed that only about a third were viable and operating as intended, with the majority of these being family businesses from the most marginal sectors of society. The process was greatly hindered by the private financial institutions administering it, which demonstrated an alarming lack of commitment, taking many months to deliver promised funds. Where the cooperatives were peasants, this meant the loss of a year or borrowing at commercial rates. Government departments were no better, taking months to deliver technical equipment and/or assistance. All too often, the cooperatives were created as capitalist enterprises, with members pushed into reproducing the same exploitative working conditions as in traditional capital-labor relations, resulting in workers concentrating on maximizing their own earnings. This was particularly true in cooperatives where the state was a co-owner. Government bureaucrats pressured the cooperative to become a small capitalist enterprise, competing for business. Nevertheless, there was job creation and, generally, greater job security, better working conditions, and an improvement in the quality of life of the employees. Despite the cooperatives being encouraged to compete one with another for the work outsourced by larger companies, the government rated the experience with cooperatives as a worthwhile investment, successfully increasing national production and import substitution. The opposition now adopted a course of action intended to rally its base and sow confusion in the Chavista ranks. The Constitution contained a recall clause, symbolizing the commitment to making public officials accountable. Any elected official, whether president or local councillor, could be subject to a recall referendum once that person had completed half their term in office, and a petition containing the signatures of at least 20% of the registered electors submitted to the National Electoral Commission, CNE. The CNE checked the legitimacy of the signatures and, if verified, organized the referendum. In August, the opposition presented their petition calling for a presidential recall referendum, but the CNE annulled many signatures as fraudulent, the most common ground being that the signee was dead. The number of legitimate signatures fell to below the number required, and the opposition had to restart the recall process. The opposition collected a second set of signatures and submitted them on Friday, November 28. Nearly half of these were rejected by the CNE, but an appeal to the TSJ reinstated sufficient to take the number of legitimate signatures above the 2.4 million required. Rank-and-file Chavistas responded by collecting signatures to recall dozens of opposition members of parliament, many of whom had been elected on a Chavista ticket, but later joined the opposition without relinquishing their seats. Surprisingly, this initiative was not welcomed and soon died a death, an early indication that many party and government tops felt more comfortable with oppositionists than rank-and-file Chavistas. Only the most short-sighted of the oppositionists could have believed the recall referendum would unseat Chavez. No restrictions were placed on freedom of speech during the recall referendum, and known coup plotters appeared on television to talk, more or less openly, of how best to overthrow the democratically elected head of state. In this respect, the cynicism of the Bush administration in the U.S. was shameless. It claimed the Venezuelan government was anti-democratic because it was closing down the private TV channel Globovision. This was completely untrue. The only media outlet closed down was a community-based TV station called Cudia TV, and this was done by opposition leader Alfredo Pena, because it was openly in favor of the revolutionary process. Cudia TV had been founded largely due to the efforts of Bianca Eickhout, and was a focal point for breaking down gender barriers in TV reporting. The barrage of lies had one main objective: to create a massive web of confusion so that the workers of the world were unable to follow what was really going on in Venezuela. During the campaign, to support their allegations that Chavez was ruining the country, the oppositionists stepped up their economic sabotage, closing factories, firing workers, creating shortages of goods, and so on. It was the government's economic response that was, and remains, its weakest point. In the fields of health, housing, and education, the government had achieved great things, but the fate of a revolution ultimately depends on its ability to raise the living standards of its supporters, and key factors in that are quality of life, food, and employment. By 2004, the regime had established over 4,000 food banks and/or soup kitchens across the country at which children and needy mothers could get one square meal a day. These were often sited in the houses of Chavistas and almost entirely staffed by women. In the recall referendum, barrio women played a major role in motivating people to register and getting the votes out, activities that were key to Chavez's victory. Chavez had also launched a number of educational initiatives specifically aimed at women in the barrios, from basic literacy programs to Misión Rebus, a college-level work-study program leading to university courses. These were advertised, for example, on billboards and were unlike anything previously seen in Venezuela. First, There was the presence of black and mestiza women in contrast to the pictures of young, fair-skinned, blonde-haired, bikini-clad women with European features that dominated advertising in Venezuela and distorted and belittled the expectations and self-esteem of young women. Second, the campaign showed black and indigenous women taking control of their lives, achieving their aspirations, moving from domestic worker to business administrator, social worker, or doctor, challenging the racism and prejudice so prevalent amongst the oligarchs. On the morning of August 16, 2004, the CNE announced the result of the recall referendum. On an electoral turnout of over 90%, the opposition obtained 40.74% of the votes cast while Chavez obtained 59.25%. Before the official announcement was made, there was a separate announcement by CNE board members Sabela Mejias and Ezequiel Zamora, questioning the result. It was an open secret that both were aligned with the opposition. By such tricks, the opposition sought to discredit the referendum and, as expected, the opposition immediately and categorically refused to recognize their defeat, claiming it was based on electoral fraud. The internal and external enemies of the Bolivarian Revolution will never be bound by elections, referendums, or negotiations. They will be satisfied only when the revolution is defeated. Not to recognize that was and is irresponsible wishful thinking, but the Bolivarian leaders saw themselves as liberalizing social democrats, not revolutionary socialists, and argued for moderation. The inevitable result would be a new offensive of the counter-revolution. The recall referendum was the 8th victory in a row for the Bolivarians. Jimmy Carter, ex-president of the USA, had acted as observer and declared the presidential referendum results fair and transparent. Later, at a very swanky restaurant in Caracas, he was booed and spat on by upper-class opposition supporters, demonstrating their democratic credentials. It was at this time that Trotskyist groups, while supporting Chavez in the face of U.S. imperialism and praising his progressive measures, began publicly to draw attention to the bureaucratic behavior of his government. That those who called for unity, even with known coup plotters, were the same people who attempted to block every progressive measure. These compromisers had a solid base of support in the civil servants and top state officials inherited from the Fourth Republic, and eventually joined with them to accumulate and consolidate substantial wealth. Warning that a revolution that stopped halfway would be defeated, i.e. Chile and Nicaragua, the Trotskyists proposed a series of transitional demands to weld together the popular masses by offering solutions to their immediate problems, giving them confidence in their own strength and ability to carry the revolution through to completion. At that time, the core economic demands were nationalization under workers' control of the big food and transport companies and the mass media, non-payment of the foreign debt, workers' control and management of the PDVSA and basic industries, nationalization of the banking system, and state control over foreign trade. Other important demands were setting up self-defense brigades, a workers' and people's militia in every neighborhood, workplace, town, and village to protect the people, to maintain order, and to defend the revolution from any internal or external aggression. Chavez's social policies were radical and aroused colossal enthusiasm. There was no mistaking the intense loyalty and extraordinary devotion felt for him by the masses. It was Chavez who, for the first time in modern history, gave the great majority of Venezuelans hope for a better future. For the popular masses, Chavez and the revolution were one and the same thing. But it was not until after the failed coup of April 2002, after the boss's lockout of December 2002 to January 2003, and after his victory in the recall referendum of 2004, that Chavez's economic policies were radicalized with the call to renationalize those enterprises privatized under the neoliberal policies of previous governments. The call was soon extended to include companies of strategic importance, or those occupied by their workers as part of an industrial dispute. These measures were meant to transform the social basis of production from production for profit to production for need, with the added goal of overcoming the social divisions within the enterprise. The economic balance of many small companies and cooperatives was transformed, but state subsidies using monies obtained from the PDVSA became essential to keep them operating. Regional elections throughout Venezuela had been postponed to October 31, 2004, due to the recall referendum. Oppositionists won only 2 of the 22 governorships and lost the post of metropolitan mayor in both Caracas and the capital district. Former opposition strongholds were won by Bolivarian candidates, confirming the support for Chavez shown in the recall referendum. This was the 9th consecutive election victory for the Bolivarian movement. During the election campaign, Chávez raised the need to proceed with the land reform against the latifundia. He very publicly directed a number of candidates for state governor to tackle this issue immediately after being elected. First, they were to attempt to persuade caudillos to give up land they did not really need. Only if that failed was the expropriations law to be used to purchase and distribute the land. Later, at a rally on January 10, 2005, Chávez announced a new decree aimed at accelerating land reform. The December 2001 Land Act had been half-hearted and largely thwarted by the TSJ decision of August 2002. True, since the Land Act, the National Land Institute, Instituto Nacional de Tierras, INTI, had distributed 2.2 million hectares of land to peasant cooperatives, but this had been state-owned. There were few, if any, expropriations, though there had been spontaneous peasant occupations. Generally, the latifundia had been left well alone. The proposed new decree, Decreto Zamorano, was cautious and offered no existential threat to the caudillos. A special land commission investigated whether the latifundia had proper land titles. In Venezuela, over the years, it was common practice for caudillos to occupy land that belonged to the state, de facto appropriating it. A second issue was whether the land was sufficiently productive, as only underused land could be expropriated, with compensation at market rates, and distributed to, for example, peasant cooperatives. The corollary was that the peasants received the least productive land to farm. While insisting that he preferred reaching agreement with the landowners, Chávez claimed that he would go as far as using the army to enforce expropriation of the land if needed. This, of course, was no more than Betancourt had done, only with much more militant language. The hopes of thousands of peasant communities were again lifted. Vice President José Vicente Rangel rushed to reassure the opposition that the measures did not threaten private property. Those with their titles in order and their lands productive had nothing to fear. Such assurances did little to calm the fears of the numerous caudillos who had stolen state land. On the 5th and the 6th of February 2005, the Peasant Conference in Defense of National Sovereignty and for the Agrarian Revolution, sponsored by the Frente Nacional Campesino Ezequiel Zamora, FNCEZ, severely criticized the realities of the agrarian reform law. Land needed to be uncultivated, not just underutilized to be expropriated. The process was so slow and bureaucratic that the land could be stripped of entire forests while a decision was being made. The peasants expressed universal support for President Hugo Chávez and welcomed the Decreto Zamorano, but simultaneously observed that it did not go far enough. Far too little land would be taken and redistributed. It was also pointed out that over 100 peasant leaders and activists had been killed in disputes over land in the previous 4 years, but little or nothing had been done to bring the culprits to justice. The conference agreed that the best way to help the government's land program was to step up actions from below, and it wanted the means to do this: armed peasant militias. Noting that despite Chávez's many calls, very little had been done to establish them. This should surprise few people. A bourgeois state bureaucracy can never be an instrument for revolutionary change, in particular the arming of the masses. In April 2005, the new land law was passed, reversing the 2002 TSJ decision and introducing agrarian letters, cartas agrarias, which provided farmers with government permission to develop land even if ownership had not been resolved by the courts. Chávez stressed that Decreto Zamorano would mean more redistribution of privately held land. 6 months into this plan, the INTI had identified some 5.2 million hectares for redistribution. 6 years later, at the end of 2011, only half had been rescued and turned over to landless peasants. A more important part of the land reform program was the regularization of land tenancies, meaning the verification of existing land ownership claims. Between 2003 and 2011, the government would regularize 5.9 million hectares. These changes were more substantial than the change of land ownership implied. The previous agrarian economy had been built on cattle, coffee, and cacao, but never foodstuffs. Now the aim was for Venezuela to feed itself. Every genuine revolutionary and democrat is duty-bound to support the agrarian revolution. But whatever laws were passed, the landowners would not give up their power, land, and privileges without a fight. In order to succeed against the oligarchs, the most energetic and revolutionary measures were necessary. The mobilization of the peasants was the only guarantee that the agrarian reform of the Bolivarian Revolution would be carried through, and not remain a dead letter, a scrap of paper in the drawer of some bureaucrat. The optimal way to effect a peaceful and orderly transfer of land to the campesinos was, as the FNCZ had demanded, for the campesinos to be armed, able to defend themselves against the counter-revolution, and to establish a network of peasant defense committees linking with workers in the urban centers. But land reform could only succeed if the campesinos received cheap credit, cheap fertilizers, tractors and combine harvesters, lorries for transportation, and guaranteed markets for their products. That could only be achieved if they were integrated in a national plan of food production. 9. Recovered companies, empresas recuperadas. The government's policies had, from the end of 2005, permitted smaller firms faced with laying off workers to access government subsidies and cheap loans through the program Fabrica Adentro. To obtain these funds, owners had to agree to I. Some form of co-management, 2. A share of the profits to go to the workers, 3. At least 10% of any gains made to be donated to a fund for industrial transformation, and for the creation of new jobs, and no person could be sacked. The government hoped to generate 100,000 jobs this way. Small firms, about 1,500 in the first year, flocked to join. With this venture, it was clear that civil servants and many private enterprises were seeing co-management and social partnership as drawing workers into taking partial responsibility for increasing production and profitability, and as a means to avoid industrial conflicts. Many of the more militant workers, conversely, saw co-management as a possible step towards workers' control and a socialist society. The quality and type of co-management in different factories reflected these differences. In some companies, co-management gave the employees shares in the company or transferred 25% of the ownership to a cooperative of employees. This enmeshed the workers into the drive for profitability, but without giving them any real say in decision-making. The state bureaucracy was, of course, always on the lookout for any progress towards real democratization, and, as soon as it was discerned, the relevant ministry moved in to behead it, usually by replacing the leaders with persons more complaint, even outright reactionary. However, against the wishes of many of his own party tops, and in the face of the opposition of the state bureaucracy, Chavez unexpectedly launched a number of initiatives. The first was Empresas Recuperadas, companies recovered from their private capitalist owners and operated under some form of co-management by employees, the state and local community. In particular, factories shut down by bankrupt owners could be subject to a state takeover in the national interest. Included was the renationalization of companies privatized under the neoliberal policies of previous governments, which included the electricity sector and the National Telephone Company, CA Nacional Telefonos de Venezuela, CANTV, both in February 2007, and CITR in April 2008. The response of the authorities was less than half-hearted. There were a few interventions to stop workers being forcibly ejected by employers' goons, but government bureaucrats refused to nationalize companies as the workers demanded, on the grounds that no law had been enacted. In fact, it had been legal to expropriate since 2000, under Articles 115 and 117 of the Constitution, and in 2001 a closed sugar processing plant, Pio Tamayo Sugar Mill, had been reopened as a co-governed enterprise, though it soon lapsed into 100% government ownership. The bureaucrats preferred the economic stranglehold of the employers to a workers' fight back, especially if it risked deepening the Bolivarian Revolution by placing factories under workers' control. To take some heat out of the struggle, a law preventing arbitrary redundancies was passed, but only as a lesser evil. However, there was opposition to workers' control by many managers in state-owned enterprises who held to the old ways, even with revolutionary changes happening around them. In the state-owned electricity company, CADAF, the workers demanded participation in the decision-making processes and were met with determined resistance from the management. The trade union FETRELEC, Federation of the Electric Industry of Venezuela, had long campaigned for worker participation and in 2001 signed a collective contract with CADAF, which included the right of workers to participate in managing the industry. After the defeat of the bosses' lockout at the end of 2002, workers began to organize committees across the industry to implement the agreement. They encountered fierce resistance from company managers, who succeeded, by 2005, in smothering any meaningful workers' participation. It was highly significant that the managers and bureaucrats were able to successfully subvert the president's declared policy. Because of the opposition to workers' control within the government itself, the civil service and the state governors, there was no clear or systematic policy either for nationalization of companies or the introduction of cogestion. The most publicized cases of successfully completed expropriations were the paper factory Venepal, later Invipal, in January 2005 and, at the end of April 2005, Constructora Nacional de Válvulas, CNV, now Invival, a factory producing industrial valves. Workers' control at Invipal was affected by a militant occupation, but the experiment was short-lived due to a destructive dispute between full-time and temporary workers. This gave the state bureaucracy the excuse to intervene and end workers' control. In April 2006, a board of directors was appointed with Minister Maria Cristina Iglesias the president of the factory. 9.1 in Vival, April 28, 2005. Constructora Nacional de Válvulas, CNV, in Los Teques, near Caracas, had been producing high-pressure valves for PDVSA for more than 30 years. Andrés Sosa Pietri, owner of CNV, a member of one of the traditional families of the Venezuelan oligarchy, and director of the PDVSA in the 1990s, had wholeheartedly supported the failed coup in 2002, and on December 9, 2002, as part of the lockout, he closed CNV, after which he refused to pay wages to the workers for time lost. After months of negotiations, in May 2003, a group of workers placed a picket line across the entrance to the factory to prevent finished products or machinery leaving the premises. The owner replied by closing the factory. Inspired by the nationalization of Venepal, a group of 63 CNV workers decided to take over their factory and, on February 17, 2005, occupied the premises and campaigned for CNV to be nationalized, pointing to its strategic importance to the PDVSA. On April 28, 2005, Chavez announced the expropriation of CNV, saying it would be run under a system of worker-state co-management with 51% state and 49% employee ownership in a joint cooperative. Unfortunately, the expropriation did not include Pietri's foundry at nearby Acervan, which produced the outer casings of the valves, and without which production soon came to a halt. Initially, the Ministry of Popular Economy proposed co-management with all 5 directors named by the minister, which reneged on Chavez's promise that the majority of directors would be elected by and from the workers. The proposal was rejected. The workers demanded the ministry honor Chavez's promise. On August 4, 2005, a deal was signed in which the factory became a co-managed cooperative with day-to-day management in the hands of the Workers' Assembly. The legal administration was a 5-member executive board, including the factory president. 2 members of the boards were elected directly by the workers, and 2 members represented the ministry. The 5th member, the president, was appointed by the state, but at Chavez's insistence, this person was a worker at the factory, chosen by the workers. All the important decisions affecting the factory were to be ratified by the weekly factory assembly. One of the first actions of the workers' assembly was a wage increase and a 7-hour working day. Such measures would become common practice at the first meetings of workers' assemblies. The 2 board members chosen by the ministry showed their appreciation of the importance of this initiative by never turning up for any meetings. Invival restarted partially in mid-2006, but was largely limited to carrying out maintenance and repairs. Without the Acervan foundry, essential valve components were made at another, private, foundry, which placed all kinds of obstacles in the way of the Invival workers, sometimes refusing orders, sometimes imposing unscheduled delays, but most often delivering substandard or deficient parts. Invival workers continued to press the government to either buy or expropriate the Acervan foundry, but their efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, PDVSA was importing valves, an arrangement that simultaneously satisfied the prejudices of state functionaries while generously lining the pockets of the private sector. The workers of Invival, supported by Fredico, took up a proposal by Chavez made in January 2007 to deepen the revolution through the formation of workers' councils, and decided with immediate effect to elect a factory council with 32 members. The workers themselves, from their own experiences, had concluded that cooperative state joint ownership with co-management in a mixed economy was not suited to building socialism. What a cooperative does is to feed capitalism because it is created as part of the capitalist system, and that's what we don't want here. We didn't kick out one capitalist to have the 60 capitalists instead, explained one Invival worker. In only a short time, by mid-2008, the Invival workers had dissolved the cooperative arrangement so they were no longer owners of the means of production, turning the factory into state property. The workers had found that Invival, rather than moving towards socialism, was moving in the reverse direction, with the workers' cooperative being forced to adopt a capitalist commercial logic. That co-management as it had been applied was at best a moderate reform of capitalism. The workers remained keen to have workers' control and pushed strongly for its adoption, but in a form that gave them real authority. For years, the Invival workers had to struggle against the top managers of the PDVSA to make the state-owned oil company honor existing contracts, let alone sign new ones. This was sabotaged by state and PDVSA bureaucrats, who waged a consistent campaign of slanders and lies against workers' control in general and Invival in particular. At a meeting at which Jorge Paredes, president of the democratically elected Workers' Council at Invival, was present, President Chavez asked why Invival was no longer producing valves. Paredes replied that, despite production difficulties, they were ready to supply the PDVSA. This exchange resulted in an agreement for Invival to supply valves, but then the PDVSA bureaucrats demanded a new style of valve, which they knew would incur development costs for Invival and production delays. The workers responded with a determined campaign to acquire their own foundry. Chavez was persuaded to order the expropriation of a servan which would allow Invival to manufacture the new valves in-house. But it took until 2010 before the National Assembly declared the Aservan foundry to be of public interest, and February 2011 before it was nationalized. Ministry bureaucrats, certain ministers and some PDVSA tops had, as part of their campaign against workers' control, actively sabotaged the process. Sabotage would begin by the ministry demanding the workers accept a form of management structure, in the full knowledge it would be unacceptable. The to-and-fro arguments were stretched as long as possible to dampen the workers' enthusiasm. Startup funds were mysteriously delayed for months, possibly years. Payments for work done and subsidies failed to arrive. Requests for technical support were mislaid, and then the necessary staff occupied elsewhere. At the local level, the opposition could be open and blatant. A regional governor, Didalco Bolivar, a member of Podemos, a party in the government coalition, met one peaceful delegation of workers from Sanitarios Maracay with National Guard units firing tear gas and bullets. By 2009, a 32-strong council answerable to regular mass meetings was the supreme authority within the company. Jobs inside the factory were rotated in an attempt to overcome the social divisions of labor, e.g., intellectual and manual, and all positions were recallable by the workers' assembly. In addition, salaries were the same for everybody: truck drivers, line workers, or the company president. Invival maintained a significant degree of workers' control, despite the sabotage of the bureaucracy, until early 2015 when Jorge Paredes was removed as president and a military officer, Vice Admiral Alcibiades Paz, appointed in his place. This changed the character of the administration. As the state bureaucracy regained full control, the PDVSA ordered valves again, payments were made on time, government funds arrived, and bureaucratic sabotage largely ceased. However, Paredes was a thorn in the side of the new administration. He knew too much about the company, its dealings with suppliers, with other companies, etc., and remained a focus for the forces opposing the change in character of the factory. He was arrested in 2016, accused of domestic violence by his ex-wife from whom he had been separated for 4 years. He was jailed immediately and held there. His trial has been postponed numerous times with different excuses, and militants in the factory believe the case was fabricated with the aim of removing Paredes permanently from the company. Since then, the factory council has been disbanded, and workers' control smothered by the state bureaucracy. 9.2 The struggle at Alcasa Aluminium for workers' control. Strictly, Alcasa, as a nationalized company, was not recovered, but the introduction of co-management occurred at the same time as at Invival and Invival. In 2005, Alcasa in Ciudad, Guayana, in the state of Bolívar, was the second largest aluminium smelter in Venezuela, employing around 3,000 workers. It is part of the state-owned industrial conglomerate Corporación Venezolana de Guyana, CVG. The minister responsible in 2005 was Victor Alvarez, who was strongly in favor of co-management, and Alvarez wanted a form of production that integrated an enterprise with its local communities. Cogestion at Alcasa was expected to have a model character and, indeed, its achievements appear to have been amongst the most advanced. In the previous 17 years, largely due to an inefficient and corrupt system, Alcasa had acquired huge debts. Attempts to privatize the company had sunk in a swamp of corruption and embezzlement. At the beginning of 2005, on Alvarez's recommendation, Chavez appointed Carlos Lanz as president of Alcasa. Lanz was tasked by Alvarez to introduce a cogestion scheme whose end goal would be workers' control of the company, giving the workers complete authority over distribution, production, and product development. The aim was to help meet the need for cheap, good-quality housing. The company soon became a political symbol of workers holding real power. The immediate goals were democratization of the plant, making it productive and profitable, and reducing corruption. Some 15 days after Lanz arrived, all heads of department were replaced and new ones elected by a workers' assembly, with the new heads receiving the same wages as the workers. All posts could be revoked by the workers' assembly. Department meetings were established and representatives elected. To help win the support of the workers, an initial decision of the workers' assembly was to increase wages by 15%. In November 2005, a new 5-member executive board was selected. Of these, 3, including Lanz, were employees of Alcasa. In July 2006, Lanz stood for election as president of the factory and obtained 1,800 votes from the 1,920 employees who voted. Production levels rose by 11%. At the end of 2006, Alcasa had paid all salaries and pensions owed to workers and former employees, and signed a new collective agreement with the union, Sintralcasa, confirming that a workers' council would select the management model to be adopted for Alcasa. However, within Alcasa, powerful forces were pushing hard to get rid of Lanz. The previous managers, in alliance with the leaders of the FSBT Union, Fuerza Socialista Bolivariana de Trabajadores or Bolivarian Socialist Workers Front, were undermining the departmental meetings, ensuring they met less frequently and, in some departments, managed to stop the meetings completely. The multinationals, hit by new arrangements, responded with a barrage of adverse publicity. Ministry officials, who opposed co-management, erected bureaucratic barriers and made public statements detrimental to Lanz. In the January 2006 union elections, those opposing cogestion ran a campaign demanding a big increase in wages. Lanz supporters, who campaigned almost exclusively on the issue of cogestion, got less than 10% of the vote. Then in June 2006, the workers voted to restructure the management system and elected many of the same managers whom they had removed in the previous elections. In May 2007, Lanz left Alcasa for health reasons. The state bureaucracy, holding 51% of Alcasa stock, appointed a new president with little interest in co-management, and active engagement by the workers fell rapidly. A hangover from Lanz was that employees of cooperatives associated with Alcasa were scheduled to join the fixed payroll. There were about 60 such people, but 600 new workers were taken on. Most of the excess were friends and families of management. Production and productivity suffered immediately, and by the end of 2007 Alcasa was again reporting enormous losses. So catastrophic was the decline that, in April 2008, a replacement president, Carlos Aguilar, was installed. Aguilar was even more undemocratic than his predecessor. The new president started selling the company's huge aluminium stocks at below market prices in exchange for cash payments. He went further and tried to pull Alcasa out of the social projects which it had agreed to support. The number of workers who favored cogestion expanded rapidly under Aguilar's presidency. In February 2009, Sintralcasa organized a referendum in the factory for a vote of no confidence in Aguilar. Given the public fiction that the company was co-managed, it would have been difficult for the state-appointed directors to ignore a clear workers' vote. In May 2009, Chavez met some of these workers and agreed with their call for the election of managers from below. The workers seized on this speech and, basing themselves on it, made a series of demands, one being the democratic election of the company president. The ministry bureaucrats had little choice but to give in, though with considerable ill will and active opposition from José Con, the minister directly involved, Cristina Iglesias, Minister of Labor, Nicolas Maduro, Foreign Minister, and Jorge Giordani, Minister of Planning and Finance. Elio Sayago, longtime trade union activist and well-known leftist, was elected president with an overwhelming majority and personally approved by Chavez on May 15, 2010. Merely by showing it was possible to challenge the forces of reaction and setting an example for workers in other industries, particularly the workers in Sitter, the Alcasa workers made important enemies. The supposedly pro-Chavez, but reactionary, governor of the Bolívar state, General Francisco Rangel Gómez, bitterly opposed the links formed with workers from other factories, teachers' unions, communal councils, students' organizations, and cooperatives. Behind the scenes, Rangel threw his weight against the Alcasa workers. The state bureaucracy, the right wing within government, and the FSBT tops joined forces to launch a sustained and aggressive campaign against co-management in general, and Sayago in particular. Over his period as president, Aguilar had signed deals with international companies that were seriously disadvantageous to Alcasa, but very profitable for others. The Workers' Assembly decided to abrogate them and to concentrate instead on supplying domestic customers as required by Alcasa's designation as a social production enterprise. These moves were opposed by the FSBT Union, which was closely allied with Aguilar. Early on the morning of November 9, 2010, about 20 FSBT members entered the factory before the first shift, chained the gates shut, as though executing a coup d'état. Sayago swiftly organized the mass of workers, and an estimated 600 from the first shift accompanied him into the factory to make it perfectly evident who had their support. The FSBT now raised questions of back pay dating from when Aguilar was president, which had not been raised at the time but now were posed as most urgent. The FSBT leader in Alcasa was José Gil, who was determined to see workers' control fail in Alcasa and, in January-February 2011, led a group of armed supporters of the FSBT to blockade the gates. The action stopped workers entering the factory for over a month. When Sayago, backed by workers who supported workers' control, attempted to access the installation, he was brutally beaten up. The day after, 2 women members of the FSBT accused Sayago of assaulting them. Videos of the attack, however, clearly showed Sayago as the victim. Here, the FSBT was acting as a front for an unholy amalgam of corrupt politicians, company managers, and multinational interests. It is widely believed that the same ministers who opposed Sayago's election, Con, Iglesias, Maduro, and Jua, did more than a little to assist this adventure. The lockout did enormous financial damage, deliberately exacerbated by the state machine, which punished the workers by holding back funds promised for modernizing plant and equipment. Allegedly taking advantage of Chavez's ill health and weakened condition, Governor Rangel is supposed to have pressurized him into signing an order to remove Sayago as president. On February 25, Vice President Elias Jua formally announced that, by order of President Chavez, Elio Sayago was to be replaced by one of Rangel's cronies, Ángel Marcano, a government deputy in the National Assembly for 2005 to 2010, and member of the FSBT, as president of Alcasa. Jua himself had drafted the order, and the major reason given for Sayago's dismissal was that he had been responsible for trade union conflicts in the company, the very conflicts which those sacking him had instigated. Sayago later pointed out that, given Marcano had been one of the leaders of the 34-day lockout the previous year, his appointment was a contradiction in terms. In a packed press conference on February 29, 2012, Yasmin Chorin, a CVG worker herself, reported that Ángel Marcano had already begun undermining the structures of workers' control in the factory by refusing to attend factory working group meetings and setting up a parallel apparatus of 6 vice presidents who were making appointments a dedo arbitrarily. She argued that the sin that cost Sayago his post was the ending of corrupt practices that had put a lot of money into private pockets. The press conference was followed by a center spread in Tribuna Popular, the PCV's paper, publicly criticizing the internal right wing within the revolution in Bolívar state. It warned that harmful bureaucratic actions emanating from the Bolívar state governance were grinding down the revolutionary process and working with transnational corporations to regain control of state industries in the region. The matter was sufficiently serious for Chavez, despite being in Cuba for medical attention, To respond on March 2nd, I carried out changes there Alcasa, in the director's board, and I asked for support, unity, and patriotic consciousness of the whole of the working class in the factories in Guyana. Chavez gave no reason for removing Sayago, but simply used his personal authority to get the workers to accept the decision. On March 8th, a spokesperson for the political team governing Bolivar State made great play of Chavez's endorsement of the decision to replace Sayago with Marcano. The spokesperson was José Ramón Rivero. No attempt was made to defend the indefensible. Instead, Rivero used the age-old trick of diverting attention by attacking the unacceptable behavior of those National Assembly members who had dared to criticize Governor Rangel. Workers' control at Alcasa was threatening long-standing and very profitable arrangements between international and local interests. To make matters worse, Alcasa was entering talks with other companies to persuade them to do the same. What was clear was that the interests of the Bolivarian bureaucrats at different levels of the state and national apparatus and the trade union movement coincided, in the last instance, with the interests of the oligarchs and multinational companies, and any form of workers' control threatened those interests. Under Marcano, production at Alcasa steadily decreased. The unions within the plant were soon at each other's throats with no common policy and, despite 5 attempts to restart it, the main extrusion plant still lies idle. Alcasa was a prime example of how workers' control in a bourgeois state is a transitional phenomenon. It either leads on to the overthrow of capitalism or it will itself be overthrown. 10. Socialism for the 21st Century, February 2005. Worker activists and socialists were beginning to see flaws in the revolutionary process. The state bureaucracy contained layers of people, especially at the top, who, although publicly endorsing Chavez's actions, privately did not believe in the revolutionary capacity of the masses. Self-activity by the workers was perceived as something dangerous, a threat to privileges and perks. This pressure from below, combined with the intransigent opposition to even the meekest of reforms, had pushed Chavez to become more radical in his calls for workers to occupy factories, to make the revolution within the revolution by struggling against bureaucracy and, for the first time, to speak openly about socialism. The language of Chavez both reflected and stimulated the growing consciousness of the masses. Attempts by the masses to take the revolution forward, to enact Chavez's calls and proposals, clashed with the reality that there were no channels by which these actions could be organized. Despite popular involvement in Bolivarian circles, community projects, health centers, education, housing, etc., there were still no organizational structures in which the masses could discuss and organize how to overcome the resistance of governmental and regional bureaucracies, or to hold their leaders to account. This contradiction was because the capitalist mode of production and bourgeois state had both been left intact. On the 16th anniversary of the Caracazo, in his Allo Presidente program, Chavez made an appeal for the opening of a discussion on socialism within the MVR and the Bolivarian movement. I am convinced that the path to a new, better, and possible world is not capitalism. The path is socialism. However, Chavez was not ready to define his concept of socialism. We will have to invent it. This is why this debate is so important. We must invent 21st century socialism. That Chavez deliberately differentiated his proposal from previous socialisms was significant. It is true that every revolution has its own character, personality, and historical antecedents, and it is essential to recognize national specificity. But if socialism for the 21st century was to be the Venezuelan road to socialism, it had to, of necessity, include the lessons of the past. In particular, the need for a participatory democracy in which decisions made are binding on the leaders. Certainly, the Venezuelan masses, in common with previous revolutions, had demonstrated a colossal capacity for creativity and inventiveness, but that had highlighted the main weakness of the Bolivarian movement. There was no national structure that enabled the movement to generalize its experiences, to decide policy, to elect the leadership that would coordinate the revolutionary upsurge. Instead, the heterogeneous and largely arbitrary nature of the leadership meant there was ongoing confusion and conflict regarding both the aims and the means of the Bolivarian revolution. It was 3 years since the attempted coup, and President Chavez, for all his radical social program and fighting courage, his challenges to the power and privileges of the ruling class, and his resistance to the pressure of the imperialists, had never previously posed the question of socialism. To solve the structural problems of Venezuelan society and to protect the gains made, it was necessary for the government to introduce economic planning, to draw up a national plan based on the needs of the majority, not the profits of the minority. But the government could not plan what it did not control. Key economic levers such as the banks remained in the hands of the rich, and the state machine remained structured to serve the oligarchy, with many of the tops in the nationalized industries part of the problem, not the solution. When he came to power in 1998, Chavez believed he could solve the problems of inequality, poverty, and misery within the limits of capitalism. His government went out of its way not to violate the private property rights of big landowners, bankers, and businessmen, but any attempt to seriously address the problems faced by the masses clashed head-on with an ultra-reactionary oligarchy which, en bloc, was quite prepared to overthrow a democratically elected government by an armed insurrection. Chavez and many in the Bolivarian movement had been pushed into the conclusion. Within the framework of capitalism, it is impossible to solve the challenges of fighting against poverty, misery, exploitation, inequality. The revolutionary appeals of Chavez did not fall on deaf ears. They were eagerly listened to by millions of dispossessed workers and peasants in Bolivia, Ecuador, Peru, Argentina, and Brazil. But would Chavez carry that analysis forward into action? The hope and expectation on the political left was that the dynamic of the Bolivarian Revolution would now parallel the first years of the Cuban Revolution, and opening a debate about socialism was seen as representing an important point in the Venezuelan Revolution with worldwide implications. For the first time in many years, the leader of a mass revolutionary movement had drawn the conclusion from his own experience that capitalism cannot solve the problems of the masses and that socialism is the only way forward. Now Chavez had to convert his words into deeds. On July 17, 2005, President Chavez, during his weekly television program Allo Presidente, announced that nationalized companies would become social production enterprises, Empresas de Producción Social, EPS, in all of which solidarity, cooperation, complementarity, and equity would be more important than producing a profit, and which would help bring about socialism of the 21st century. The president urged all cooperatives to become one of three types of EPS: communal production, communal distribution, or communal services. Jointly, these would form the communal economic system, Sistema Económico Comunal, CES. A major part of his speech was that if a factory was closed down by the employers, it will probably have to be expropriated. The workers should occupy, try to start production, and discuss the legal aspects later. Workers in Venezuela were being encouraged to take the initiative and not wait for the government to give them the green light. Labor Minister Maria Cristina Iglesias urged unions, workers, and former employees to recover their companies, arguing that such moves could help overcome Venezuela's dependence on imports. The UNT declared its support and announced in mid-September it would call on its members to occupy over 800 closed-down businesses. In fact, only about 40 of the 800 enterprises were occupied and even fewer were expropriated. It was immediately obvious that there was no government policy of any kind for expropriation. Occupying workers calling for expropriation were hindered by government bureaucrats and actively opposed by local authorities who, on many occasions, sent in the police and National Guard to eject them. A major factor was the failure of the UNT to deliver on its own statement. It can rightly be said that inactivity, and in some cases even hostility, to factory occupations was the mark of the UNT over this period. Chavez's call for action was effectively smothered by the bureaucratic apparatus, which justified its lack of promotion of or support for occupations on the grounds that it could respond only to processes self-initiated by the rank and file. The oligarchs, ever sensitive to any threat to their authority or property, were up in arms. An intense media campaign claimed the expropriations were illegal, arbitrary, and confrontational. Fedicameras demanded an immediate end to arbitrary and illegal actions against private property, and respect of the right to work for workers and employees of the companies affected. The petty bourgeoisie were whipped up by being told their homes could be taken from them. In upper-middle-class neighborhoods in the main cities, Caracas, Valencia, etc., rallies were called against expropriations, but the live coverage of these events revealed a poor attendance. The media campaign of the oligarchy was to protect their sacred right to retain property filched from the state, pretending to defend the national interest while exporting their money and investing it abroad, defending their right to keep factories and land idle in order to undermine the government. These would be enduring themes in the private media and would rise to a crescendo every time the government took a significant step forward in the interests of the peasants and workers. Venezuela could not advance towards social equality while the latifundia, factories and banks remained in the hands of the oligarchs. Chávez's call, while enormously positive and raising the question of who held the power, was still constrained within a capitalist framework and, as such, was doomed to fail. Solving the problems of the Venezuelan people was only possible on the basis of common ownership of the means of production and the democratic planning of the economy. That was the only way of overcoming economic sabotage and achieving real economic development. It was also the only way to build any kind of effective socialism for the 21st century. But it was at just this point that the Bolivarian Revolution drew back. The EPSs were soon central to the government strategy for stimulating internal production and exchange through the investment of oil money in previously neglected sectors of society, for Venezuela to stop importing what could be produced nationally. In theory, EPSs were to be a central element of the economic turnaround in the direction of socialism for the 21st century. However, Yaf has accurately described this initiative as the Bolivarian government attempting to avoid a head-on confrontation with the oligarchs. Instead of dismantling the old apparatus and infrastructure of capitalism, it has attempted to build a parallel apparatus to create an alternative system of social relations, production, distribution, and political power. In April 2006, the government passed the Communal Council Law for the creation of communal councils throughout Venezuela, formalizing the shift in emphasis from cooperatives to communal activities. A state-owned company had to become an EPS, and any goods or services it needed had to be acquired from an EPS. The EPSs were expected to spread like a red tide across Venezuela, gradually engulfing all economic enterprises until the country woke up one morning as socialist. This was a representation of the failed ideas of the utopian socialists of the 19th century, now to be funded by oil revenues. By early 2007, many hundreds of communal ventures had been opened. These EPSs were to be based on equality, fairness, and social needs. Work responsibilities would be decided democratically. No employee's position was meant to give him or her any privilege. EPSs were expected to invest at least 10% of any surplus in local social projects and infrastructure, integrating themselves into the local communities. The priority for an EPS was social benefit, termed social profit, and production had to be directed toward fulfilling Venezuela's social needs rather than monetary profitability and capital accumulation. In line with this communalistic approach, in October 2005, the president signed a decree by which all EPSs were required to undertake work in the communities where they were located, such as maintenance of schools, and, for this reason, representatives of the local community had a right to be present at EPS management meetings. Yaf has described the heroic efforts, hard work, ingenuity, and innovation of the workers in their attempts to get the EPSs running efficiently and profitably. She also describes the numerous challenges and obstacles they face. No mechanism for the rational allocation of resources, no mechanism for the sharing of information, not even a central inventory of machines and equipment. Because the EPSs are invariably small, lacking experience, and separate, the very same problems have to be solved again and again, wasting time and resources. A major government initiative was the building of millions of new homes. Because the state does not own the full chain of production, the door is opened for the private sector to make huge profits by, for example, transporting materials at exorbitant prices from one EPS to another. Estimates suggest that the final cost to the state is approximately 3 times the production cost. But this lack of coherence also allows private sector sabotage. For example, delivering necessary nails a week late costs the private supplier little or nothing, but it can paralyze an entire housing project. Yaf reports that the private sector disrupts production on a grand scale, with the clear political objective of sabotaging the Bolivarian Revolution. Social ownership came in 2 quite different types. The indirect, enterprises managed by the state, e.g. PDVSA, which, despite all the hype, are left largely alone. Chávez, shortly before his death, declared that PDVSA was abjectly failing in its progress towards an EPS, but took no action. Rafael Ramirez remained head of the PDVSA. No call was directed to the workers of the PDVSA to take control of the company. With a metaphorical shrug of his shoulders, Chavez classified the problem as cultural and moved on. The direct type, the more than 200 socialist factories funded by the state would, it was said, strengthen Venezuelan independence and sovereignty by establishing a national production network to reduce imports and foreign dependence. These direct EPSs were the supposed embryos of the new socialist economy, but most were too small to compete even with private companies in Venezuela, let alone internationally. Only about 10% of ESPs make a surplus. The remainder fail to fill their production targets, most often because of overcharging by private subcontractors and obstruction of production by bourgeois elements, usually in the state machine. Nevertheless, cooperatives and communal activities remain a major factor in the lives of poor Venezuelans, because the government has periodically extended their powers by, for example, providing them with the materials and means for house construction and giving them responsibility for delivering the state-sponsored, house-to-house food distribution. 10.1 Latifundia and parliamentary elections. On Wednesday, September 21, 2005, during a ceremony for aerospace technicians, Chavez stated, "The latifundio is one of the most powerful obstacles for the development of the country, and as long as it exists, it is impossible to begin the foundations of progress." This is, of course, the classic argument of the bourgeois revolution, but in the era of imperialism, in semi-colonial countries, it threatened the entire rotten system. 4 days later, Chavez renewed the offensive in his television program, Allo Presidente, from La Marquesina, a large landed estate of about 8,500 hectares, 21,000 acres, which the INTI had recently declared to be state property. According to the president, the Azpurua family had held the land illegally for decades and now had to return it to the state to use for the government's land reform program. The land seized was eventually given to 80 peasant families and the 60 workers at the ranch. Many landowners had been found to have no property titles or deeds for the land they occupied. They had simply extended the boundaries of their estates arbitrarily, illegally appropriating land that belonged to the state or to poor peasants. The INTI had plans to assess land titles in 317 latifundia up and down the country. Genaro Mendez, president of Fedinaga, the Association of Cattle Ranchers and Latifundia Owners, responded, "The land that is threatened is the whole of Venezuela." Chavez replied in a speech on October 16, "The capitalist economic system is a system of domination imposed on our people so that a wealthy minority dominates an impoverished majority. This is economic tyranny, and this economic tyranny is still intact. We are going to break it up once and for all through a revolutionary process of economic and social liberation." He again demanded, "Wherever there is a factory that is closed, it must be handed over to the workers. Wherever there is a plot of land that is idle, it must be given to the peasants. We must break with the capitalist model." The masses of workers and peasants at the heart of the Bolivarian movement wholeheartedly supported these appeals, but also wanted organized action. Certainly, the conditions were favorable. The Bolivarian Revolution had brought the masses to their feet, but the lack of political understanding, the absence of a party with such a perspective, meant the strength of the movement was nowhere fully utilized. Venezuelan Marxists strove to make the masses conscious of the real meaning of their actions, to understand the objective necessity of a break with capitalism, but were unable to make good the main weakness of the Bolivarian movement, which was, and is, its lack of a revolutionary party. In 2008, the government launched a food sovereignty initiative to radically transform agriculture. The new effort was to be a means to solve the problem of rural poverty and energize food production. Any head of household or young person could apply to become a leader of a cooperative, regardless of whether he had any experience of working the land. By the end of 2008, the INTI claimed to have redistributed more than 4.38 million hectares of recovered land to over 100,000 families and cooperative-owned farms. The bureaucracy and complexity of state aid meant that many of these initiatives received investment and advice too little and too late. For example, credit was provided by the Agricultural Bank of Venezuela. Infrastructure provision of water and rural roads was provided by the National Institute of Rural Development. Technical assistance and training was provided by the Foundation for Capacity Building and Innovation to support the agrarian revolution. Assistance in bringing products to the market was provided by the Venezuelan Food Corporation. Advice on how to develop as an agroecological enterprise was given by the National Institute of Agricultural Investigation, and finally the provision of the land itself of deeds etc., was the responsibility of the INTI. This vast array of institutions was, and is, of course, grossly inefficient, confusing, and offered golden opportunities for corrupt practices. Wilpert reports that the INTI had retained in its files about 30,000 cartas agrarias. No one could say why, but in July 2016, a director at the INTI was arrested for demanding millions of bolivars in bribes to finalize the transfer of land deeds. It was no wonder that many cooperatives were soon struggling, failing to achieve necessary levels of production, to gain access to internal markets, and to repay loans. The most harmful pressure on the peasants was the inefficiency and corruption of the state institutions. The peasants were, in their majority, expected to participate in cooperatives which were attached to, or were themselves EPSs intended to transform the agricultural sector from a capitalist to a socialist model of production with the constraint that all food production had to supply domestic demand first. However, these were operating within a capitalist system which functions according to its own laws, so that, even with the government attempting to empower small agrarian producers, the reality meant that, in the end, the peasants faced the same inequalities as the campesinos always had. Pre-election polls for the December 4, 2005, parliamentary election for the National Assembly showed the opposition would struggle to gain even a third of the votes cast and would lose over 50 of the 76 seats they held. Rather than face such public humiliation, the opposition decided to hide their weakness by boycotting the election. The Chavistas gained 116 of the deputies and their allies, the PCV, Podemos, and PPT another 35. The Bolivarian Revolution had total control of the National Assembly, enough to legally abolish capitalism if it so decided. However, the Bolivarian leaders had no perspective of ending capitalism in Venezuela. They had set themselves the task of managing a mixed economy. Not prepared to take decisive action against the oligarchs, they prevaricated, retreated, and then attempted a compromise, which naturally exposed them to pressure, bullying, and blackmail by the oligarchy and imperialism. For too many of these Bolivarians, defense of democracy meant freedom for private ownership, with revolutionaries constrained to act within the existing bourgeois law. One of the arguments heard was classical social democratic. The economy is in a mess. We have to fix the problems before we can introduce socialism. This was, of course, the cart before the horse. The economic problems could be solved only by introducing socialist measures. Marxists have long argued that it is impossible for the working class to carry out the socialist transformation of society using the existing bourgeois state, because the bourgeois state was created by capitalists to serve their needs. Attempts by the masses to advance towards socialism within the existing Venezuelan state inevitably lead to clashes with a bureaucracy that serves the state, does not believe in socialism, or in the ability of the masses to consciously participate in the leadership of the country. How could state functionaries, bureaucrats, and others left over from the old, discredited Fourth Republic be relied upon to progress the interests of the masses? Such a question answers itself. The corollary is also true. How could the Bolivarian Revolution progress towards socialism if it did not recognize the class nature of the state? The vast majority of Venezuelans sided firmly with Chavez and wanted to push the revolution forward. The main and immediate task of Marxists was to organize the advanced layer and educate them as cadres with a correct program and method, so that they could provide an alternative leadership to the reformists in the Bolivarian movement and win the Bolivarian masses to the ideas of Marxism. This would have to be done as part of the Bolivarian movement because there was no other possibility of melding with the revolutionary mass movement. Any attempt to do otherwise would have separated the revolutionary layer from the popular masses. 11. Launch of PSUV and the constitutional referendum. During 2006, the oligarchy significantly advanced its strategy of economic sabotage, particularly in the food sector where wholesale distribution was largely in the lorries of Grupo Polar. The model had been successfully tested in Chile and again in Nicaragua, and was now the agreed strategy in Venezuela. The measures would be stepped up before every election and/or referendum. This was the context in which the UNT held its second Congress. However, the UNT leadership was more intent on jockeying for positions than solving the problems of the workers. The Congress was scheduled to begin on Thursday, May 25, 2006, but the 2,000+ delegates had to wait until the following day due to arguments over delegate accreditation, always a sign of hard-fought battles on the floor of the Congress. This Congress was all the more relevant because on December 3rd, there would be a presidential election. Any rational observer would have expected the Union to agree to take a leading role in the election campaign and used it to publicize its solutions to the grave problems from which the workers and the vast majority of the population continued to suffer. Far from it, the entire Congress centered on the issue of the leadership elections. Instead of addressing economic and political questions, the elections emphasized personalities, with the inevitable mudslinging that served only to smother discussions on policy and program. The Congress ended in chaos, fistfights, walkouts, and the splintering of the UNT, marking its end as a united force for some years. The FSBT had only about one-third the Congress delegates, but was the current within the UNT that was closest to the MVR tops. In January 2007, Chavez appointed José Ramón Rivero, a leader of the FSBT faction, as labor minister. He then used his position to intervene in industrial disputes to advance the FSBT at the expense of other currents within the UNT, even to the extent of siding with the bosses in specific disputes. The FSBT allied itself increasingly closer with the government and, in April 2008, it was Labor Minister Rivero who announced the formation of a new National Union Federation and called on unions to disaffiliate from the UNT. The FSBT then cuddled up with the more reactionary elements within the government, increasingly acting as a brake on the Bolivarian Revolution. It was obvious that, in the run-up to the December 2006 presidential election, many people were noticing a heightened scarcity of basic foodstuffs. Supermarkets and markets, both in the private sector and the public distribution network, were short of milk powder, chicken, cooking oil, cheese, sardines, refined sugar, and black beans, a staple in Venezuela. The bourgeois media carried hysterical campaigns aimed at inducing panic buying in order to exacerbate the shortages and, more importantly, to create dissatisfaction amongst the social base of the revolution. The oligarchs were attempting to grab the revolution by its throat. Now the private media did something it had never done before. It championed the health of the poor, of children, and the elderly. The government attempted price controls, but food producers avoided these by selling their products on the black market, selling to foreign companies and re-importing, or by diverting production to products that were not regulated. For example, milk was regulated but cheese was not, plain rice was regulated but flavored rice was not. With Polar Foods, for example, 90% of rice produced was flavored. The bosses blamed the government for causing the food shortages, saying price controls meant it was no longer profitable to produce items such as milk, so the population would have to go without. The bosses' organizations demanded the government remove all controls, saying they would then respond by producing more goods. In fact, the situation pleaded for the opposite course: a nationalization of food production and distribution under the democratic control of workers, peasants, and communal councils. FNCEZ, the peasant organization, was right when it responded to the refusal of processing plants to buy their crops, especially sugarcane, by saying to the bosses, "If you refuse to feed us, we will take over your factories." This should have been the practice nationwide. One factor not mentioned in the bourgeois media was that some shortages were due to the improved diet and nutrition of the most downtrodden layers of the population. The actions of the Chavista government had given them increased purchasing power, and, as revealed by the Venezuelan American Chamber of Commerce and Industry, between 2004 and 2006, the poorest sections of the population had their real incomes doubled. By organizing artificial scarcity, the opposition was ensuring the creation of a parallel black market with high-priced goods, which it hoped would neutralize the effect of increased purchasing power and controlled prices. It aimed to demoralize those layers of the population who were hardest hit and who constituted the social base of the revolution. What is the point of a revolution if you cannot buy milk anymore? Was the feeling the counter-revolution wanted to induce among the poorest sections of the population. The reaction of the government was a combination of appeals to business to increase production, massive imports of goods and their distribution through the state-run company, Mercal, Mercados de Alimentos, CA, to provide subsidized food and basic goods through a nationwide chain of stores. Despite the enormous barrage of propaganda to the contrary, there were few expropriations of abandoned companies in the food production chain and only mild measures against the most blatant examples of hoarding, corruption, and speculation. However, because Mercal was not under democratic workers' control, it was riddled with corruption. Large amounts of produce were leaking onto the black market, not through petty pilfering, though there was plenty of that, but because of crooked bureaucrats diverting whole containers of food. The economy was, and remains, the Achilles heel of the revolution. Half-hearted measures weakly applied have failed to end the reality of economic sabotage. The reformists in the government shrug their shoulders and call for more public money, borrowed against future oil revenues, to spend on imports and so avoid confrontation with the oligarchy and its agents. Chavez declared the existence of a social, but not socialist, state and called on the masses to struggle for socialism while accepting that Venezuela would have a mixed economy. He carried out expropriations, but continued to support MPs, governors and mayors discredited for their anti-worker practices. Such contradictions reflected the different class pressures that bore down on him. His program of democratic and national reforms inevitably came into conflict with a parasitic capitalist system, and this pushed him to the left time and time again. Chavez increasingly used language that was critical of capitalism, but, while a revolutionary leader, he was not a Marxist intervening in events with a clear revolutionary program. The prevailing mood among the masses continued to be one of waiting for the proposals of President Chavez to be implemented, but with a growing sense of unease. Class contradictions were growing and intensifying within the Bolivarian movement. Different tendencies were beginning to crystallize, revealing that not everyone was fighting for the same aims and ideas. The presidential elections held on December 3, 2006, were won by Chavez with the widest margin in the history of Venezuela. 62.8% of votes cast to his opponent's 36.9%. Chavez won in all 24 states. But the MVR was not a democratic party, and its leaders had exercised a tight grip over the election campaign. The major slogan was 10 million votes, with Por Amor, for love, and Chavez, Victoria de Venezuela, Chavez, Venezuela's victory, the slogans preferred by the party bureaucrats. Standing in contradiction was Chavez's own pledge to nationalize everything that was privatized by previous administrations, focusing on the strategic industries of oil, cement, steel, and telecommunications. This was the first election campaign after Chavez declared socialism as the aim of the revolution. As the campaign progressed, he spoke at mass rallies in increasingly radical language, receiving an enthusiastic reception. Simultaneously, the opposition campaign and the bourgeois media chose to run a campaign based on Chavez communism. They will take away your house, your children, etc., and managed to get as many as 300,000 at their main rallies. This was a factor in radicalizing both the masses and Chavez himself. He increasingly posed the choice between the Bolivarian Revolution and imperialism in terms of, if you vote for me, you vote for socialism. In his victory speech on election night, Chavez said, "Long live the socialist revolution," and added, "I said that December 3rd was not a point of arrival, but a point of departure. Today, a new epoch begins that we can sum up in 4 points. The central idea is the deepening, widening, and extending of the socialist revolution. More than 60% of the people has not voted for Chavez but for a project that has a name, Venezuelan socialism." On December 15, 2006, almost 2 weeks after his massive electoral victory, Chavez made a speech, broadcast on national TV, in which he made clear his belief that a new stage had opened up for the Bolivarian Revolution. "We are going towards socialism. Though I haven't got a blueprint, we must build it from below, from within, our own socialist model." Of course, the reformists and moderates within the Bolivarian movement also talked about socialism, but only to ensure it was a watered-down socialism with no anti-capitalist content. Importantly, Chavez's speech contained the call to form a new party, the United Socialist Party of Venezuela, Partido Socialista Unido de Venezuela, PSUV. This speech was a conscious attempt to give the Bolivarian movement an organized democratic structure, built from the bottom up. If successful, this would have remedied the key weaknesses of the revolutionary movement in Venezuela. The lack of a mass revolutionary organization to give the Bolivarian movement an organized expression. However, this was quite a different method of party building from Lenin's, with consequences that would be apparent all too soon. The Chavistas had absolute control of parliament, and the presidential vote showed Chavez retained massive support among the population. It appeared that the balance of forces remained ripe for snuffing capitalism out in Venezuela once and for all, and quite easily. Would the new PSUV be the means of doing that? At the swearing-in of his new government, Hugo Chavez gave a fiery speech in which he proposed a series of radical changes to the constitution, declaring it was necessary to dismantle the bourgeois state. In that, he was absolutely right. Not only was the Venezuelan state riddled with active supporters of the old regime, but its very structure was inimical to socialism. The proposed changes to the constitution would be subject to a referendum on December 2, 2007. 11.1 The constitutional referendum defeat. The recent nationalizations of CNTV and EDC with compensation, the promise to renationalize steelmaker Sitter, and the call to set up the PSUV were, for the oligarchy, clear signs that Chavez was moving in a dangerously leftward direction. The oligarchs were, as ever, anxious to present a scenario to the world in which Chavez would be seen as a dictator. The private cable TV station RCTV was due to have its license renewed at the end of May 2007, but the government awarded the license to Venezuela Social Television instead. The counter-revolution prepared to test its strength on the streets using free speech as a mobilizing issue. The irony was that the group of which RCTV was the hub was an empire that controlled 66% of transmitting capacity and 80% of the production of all media content in the country. Defense of free speech was the slogan of precisely those who proposed to monopolize it. The oligarchs were reluctant to attempt mass demonstrations. Instead, gangs of thugs erected burning barricades during the night and terrorized neighborhoods. During the day, there were peaceful demonstrations, mainly of students from private and some elite state universities. Active in these demonstrations was the organized counter-revolution, the CIA and its paid agents, throwing bricks and Molotov cocktails. These noisy adventures could not hide the fact that the balance of forces remained extremely favorable to the revolution, as confirmed by the more than 5 million that registered to join the PSUV, enough to brush aside the counter-revolutionary gangs occupying the streets in the east of Caracas. However, it is not enough for a revolutionary movement to have the support of the majority of the population. The initiative cannot be in the hands of the counter-revolution. In November 2007, Chavez made a personal appeal for workers in every workplace to set up Socialist Workers' Councils, SWCs. Workers responded enthusiastically. Thousands of existing workers' councils adopted the new designation and, throughout the country, many new councils were launched, usually on the initiative of a new generation of young workers who had only recently woken to political activity and who threw themselves into the struggle to establish SWCs. The SWCs were launched with no legal provisions or regulations covering their activities or responsibilities, so workers improvised. The majority of these councils took on the improvement of workers' rights and conditions, but they also assumed responsibility for implementing some sort of cogestion. As part of the latter, the more militant demanded access to the financial dealings of the company and a say in all the main decisions. Though they were attempting to implement an appeal by the president himself, the workers faced hostility and harassment at all levels. Often the SWCs were ignored, but sometimes workers were accused of counter-revolutionary activities and sacked for attempting to set up SWCs. This occurred in both the private and public sectors. Fourth Republic bureaucrats allied themselves with new Bolivarian bureaucrats in their common fear of workers. One scandalous case was the harassment of the promoters of the SWCs at Funda Comunal, an institution whose purpose was creating communal councils such as Misión Madres del Barrio, a social program for mothers in poor neighborhoods, that an institution whose purpose is to help establish organizations through which communities can run their own affairs democratically, used repression against its own staff for wanting to have a democratic say in the running of their own institution is Kafkaesque. A more recent example of such repression was in 2016 when Tramurka, the state-run tram system in Merida State, fired workers quite illegally for attempting to organize a SWC. The FSBT came out in opposition to SWCs, particularly in the basic industries in the Guayana region. Here there were and are particularly close links between the local FSBT tops, the local PSUV leadership including the state governor, and top managers in the CVG. Azzolini suggests this is a hangover from the days of the Fourth Republic, when the AD and COPI ran the unions with a corporate structure for private appropriation of public goods and funds, creating a culture of theft that in many places has remained in effect. As cogestion became more of a threat to the activities of these crooks, so the resistance and active opposition of the PSUV tops and the state machine increased. Cogestion was an immediate threat to the material benefits of state, party, and company bureaucrats, and so came under direct and continuous attack until, during Chávez's terminal illness, a coup would be carried out to remove the most radical worker presidents. The PCV sponsored a special law on workers' councils empowering and giving legal protection to the SWCs. This was put before the National Assembly in 2007, but no decision was reached. This happened on several subsequent occasions, indicating the political strength of the interests opposing this move. The question is, why didn't Chávez support the PCV proposal? A law on SWCs is still promised, at some unspecified time in the future. Chávez proposed amendments to the Constitution were formally announced in July. 69 articles of the Venezuelan Constitution were to be amended for the country to begin the transition to socialism for the 21st century. The Episcopal Conference of Catholic Bishops declared the proposed reforms morally unacceptable and paid for a 2-page advertisement in Ultimas Noticias, claiming that the state would take people's children away from them and that freedom of religion would be abolished. Every Sunday, the church preached from its pulpits against Chávez and godless communism, and was supported in its crusade by the privately owned newspapers, TV, and radio stations. These latter were able to carry this hysterical campaign of lies and slander against Chávez, the revolution and socialism, only because the revolution had been far too generous, far too tolerant, far too patient, and far too soft. Despite the media's open collaboration in the coup attempt, the revolution had made no attempts to limit press freedom. It left this weapon in the hands of the oligarchs with which to sabotage the revolution, with the goal of ultimately destroying it. Opposition students played a crucial role. They had received vast amounts of publicity when challenging the non-renewal of the RCTV broadcast license, gaining support within the student body by claiming they were standing up for free speech and denying affiliation to any political party. Their largest demonstration numbered 50,000 and attracted much publicity, but more for the accompanying violence than the number of demonstrators. After the referendum, the Cato Institute, located in Washington, D.C., reported it had awarded the Venezuelan student movement $500,000 for acting as the storm troops of the opposition during the referendum. But the Chavista students had over 200,000 on their rallies. In the ideological struggle for the youth, the revolution attracted far greater numbers than the counter-revolution. But to take the movement forward, there needed to be a program of action that would enable the students to unite in common cause with the workers. Some students did this by support work around the factory occupations, but what the campaign made clear was the need for a youth organization of the PSUV. Regarding the referendum itself, the bureaucrats within the government and the Bolivarian movement again showed their complete inability to organize a serious mass campaign. How could they, when they themselves were opposed to the proposed changes? Many Chavista governors and mayors actively sabotaged the Yes campaign because they correctly saw that democratization of the state would mean the end of their perks. It was both significant and disappointing that while there was a clause stipulating non-discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, there was no parallel proposal to decriminalize abortion, access to which was, and remains, severely restricted. These false Chavistas failed to answer the lies of the opposition. They failed to publicize the many points in the reformed constitution that would have benefited the working class, such as the 36-hour week. For all the talk about socialism for the 21st century, the oligarchy was still firmly entrenched and using its wealth and power to sabotage, undermine, and roll back the gains of the revolution. The right-wing media was free to spew out lies and slanders, peasant activists were murdered and nothing was done about it. Despite the reforms of the government, which undoubtedly had greatly helped the poor and disadvantaged, the majority still lived in poverty. The caudillos and capitalists got away with open economic sabotage, substantially worsening the living conditions of the popular masses. All this had a cumulative effect. The masses wanted decisive action against landlords and capitalists, action against corrupt governors and officials. There was a growing weariness of going to the polls every year being promised changes, followed by a lack of concrete action. Furthermore, the referendum was not an election in which to clearly vote for Chávez or an opposition candidate. The referendum took place on December 2, 2007, and gave Chavez the first election defeat of his 9-year presidency, 50.65% to 49.35%. The result, as expected, was greeted with jubilation by the opposition. For the first time in a decade, they had secured a victory. Chavez went on television accepting the results, saying that he would continue to struggle to build socialism. However, the joy of the reactionaries was exaggerated. They had won only because a large number of Chavistas had not voted. Despite the referendum result, the real balance of class forces was shown by the rallies at the end of the campaign. The opposition moved heaven and earth to mobilize its mass base and succeeded in assembling a large crowd. However, the next day the streets of central Caracas were flooded by a sea of red shirts and banners. The two rallies revealed that the active base of the Chavistas was 5 to 8 times bigger than that of the opposition. The decisive force, the working class, in its overwhelming majority, was on the side of the revolution. The Bolivarian Revolution was still holding its ground and, in certain areas, making progress, but in a piecemeal, ad hoc manner that reflected the lack of any commonly agreed idea on just where the revolution was going. Its great weakness remained the lack of a subjective factor in the sense of a revolutionary party. But it was the very dynamism of the revolution that made it so hard for the development of a Marxist party, in particular the role played by Chavez, who made one radical announcement after another in support of the struggles of the workers and peasants, but, no matter how militant they sounded, they always remained within the bounds of the bourgeois state. The majority of Bolivarians who voiced criticism still believed that building a revolutionary tendency, with a clear strategy of how the working class could take power, was secondary to the practical work of building socialism for the 21st century. Activism substituted for analysis. A key element in the workers' movement had been the factory occupations, nationalizations under cogestion. In Envival, a small group of Marxists was leading the struggle for workers' control and having to fight battles they could never have foreseen. For new sources of parts and materials, against sabotage by the state bureaucracy, and against the tops of the state oil company, the PDVSA. Though successfully recruiting workers to their organization, they had the central problem that an isolated Envival could not survive amid a capitalist economy. Efforts were made to link up with other occupied factories and factories threatened with closure by establishing Fredico to coordinate common struggles across the country. Such coordination was anathema for the bureaucracy, which had put considerable effort into isolating the different factories, asphyxiating the movement, starting with the more advanced forms of workers' control. First, they starved them of cash and resources, and then, when the workers were worn down, they replaced the elected leader with their own appointee. Ultimately, the economic question is decisive. As Trotsky had said, the masses can sacrifice their today for their tomorrow only up to a certain point. For the masses, the question of socialism and revolution are not abstract questions, but very concrete ones. They had shown a high degree of revolutionary maturity and willingness to fight. But the oligarchs and their CIA analysts had rolled with the punches and countered by planning to have the situation drag on until the masses tired. They planned to generate a mood of apathy and skepticism in the most backward layers, leaving the most advanced elements isolated. When that moment arrived, the counter-revolution would strike. Those who argued that the revolution had gone too far too fast, that it was necessary to reach a compromise to save the revolution, were playing into the hands of the oligarchs. Food shortages throughout 2007 and 2008 were part of everyday life for millions of Venezuelans and reached major proportions during the run-up to the constitutional reform referendum. It was certainly a factor in the collapse in Bolivarian votes in working-class areas. It was not the food scarcity itself that was the reason why 3 million abstained in the referendum. Most of them knew from their own experience that food scarcity was created by a deliberate campaign of sabotage by the oligarchy. The crucial factor was that the government was seen not to be doing anything about it. For example, in March 2007, the government had passed the law against sabotage, hoarding, and speculation, which allowed for the seizure of food stocks and the expropriation of those involved. However, as with so many things that adversely affected the oligarchs, this law had not been implemented in any serious way. Chavez himself became frustrated by the lack of action and tasked the Minister of Agriculture, Elias Jua, to produce a list of those companies involved in sabotaging food distribution and production in order to expropriate them. Do something or resign was Chávez's demand, but still no serious action was taken. However, the defeat of the constitutional reforms made it impossible to continue with merely face-saving measures. In Allo Presidente on January 22, 2008, Chávez announced his personal intervention against the monopolies and rackets. In 2 weeks, more than 13,000 tons of food was seized. This figure gives an indication of the scale of the sabotage, but it was only the tip of an iceberg. Elias Jua was promoted to be both Minister of Agriculture and Vice President in January 2010. The National Guard targeted Polar Group's food distribution chain and confirmed that food scarcity was largely a deliberate campaign organized by the oligarchy against the Bolivarian Revolution. The biggest seizures were in the regions bordering Colombia, where convoys of trucks were smuggling produce to Colombia. On January 24, 27 lorries belonging to Alimentos Polar were seized, containing 165 tons of maize flour and 350 tons of basic foodstuffs, including many which had been scarce in Venezuelan shops for many months, i.e., sugar, rice, pasta, and milk. The goods seized by the National Guard were then sold at regulated prices. Food was not the most valuable commodity smuggled across the border into Colombia. State-subsidized gasoline was sold in Venezuela at about 1/10 a bolivar per liter, whilst in neighboring Colombia and Brazil, the price was over 200 bolivars per liter. This created a massive black market in Venezuelan gasoline. It was more profitable than smuggling narcotics and was a major business for the bourgeois and paramilitaries. Fuel subsidies amounted to nearly 1/4 of government expenditure in 2015, and estimates showed that smuggling using heavy freight vehicles accounted for an annual loss of over $5 billion to Venezuela. Food smuggling gave a much lower profit and was undertaken for political, not financial, reasons. In 2016, the price of petrol would be increased to 1 bolivar per liter. In January 2008, as part of the Food Sovereignty Plan, the PDVAL, a subsidiary of the PDVSA, was launched. It was expected to expand rapidly to purchase food on the international market and distribute it throughout Venezuela, with the aim of ensuring basic foodstuffs for all Venezuelans. In the same month, while inaugurating the first socialist dairy plant in Mexique, Zulia, Chávez declared that companies that sold their milk directly to foreign multinationals above the regulated price would be expropriated, along with the dairy plants involved. He repeated the same message when he announced the nationalization of the Lácteos Los Andes milk processing plant and a chain of slaughterhouses, which gave the state control over 40% of milk processing and 70% of the meat processing sectors. But food production remained within a mixed economy and was controlled by bureaucrats whose loyalty lay with the capitalists. The only guarantee of food sovereignty was to nationalize the whole of the food and agricultural industry and run it under democratic workers' control. This would include not only processing plants and distribution, but also the latifundia. The workers, the real producers, needed to be brought together as employees of a national food-producing company, publicly owned and managed by themselves. This would have allowed the planning, coordination, and control of everything related to food, from production of the raw materials to the processing and distribution of the final products. Instead, in late summer of 2008, the government again offered the hand of compromise to the oligarchs. Prices of around 400 products were raised, with the price of milk increased by 1/3. The ranchers saw this as weakness on the government's part, claiming it was too little, too late, and demanded a 100% increase. No amount of concessions would satisfy the oligarchy, short of ending the revolution. Economic sabotage was intensified, hoarding of basic foodstuffs increased, as was making small changes to production lines so that the end product was not on the regulated list. The end result was even greater scarcity on the supermarket shelves. On February 28, 2009, Chávez decreed state intervention in Polar's rice processing plant in Guarico. The workers at the plant supported this measure and turned production to wholly unmodified rice with enthusiasm. Outraged at Polar's tricks to avoid price control, Chávez on Allo Presidente, on March 1 threatened, "We will expropriate all of their plants and convert them from private property into social property." The government then decreed compulsory production quotas from March 3 for all companies producing white rice, sugar, flour, cooking oil, and foodstuffs, to ensure companies produce these items at the controlled price rather than divert production to non-regulated products. Then, on Wednesday, March 4, 2009, Chavez announced the expropriation of the rice plants owned by Cargill, a U.S.-owned multinational food company. This rice processing plant in Portuguesa was refusing to produce rice at the regulated market price, using the dodge of adding artificial flavoring. 2,400 tons of this presentation rice was found. Documentation recovered at the plant showed that massive quantities of rice had been smuggled to Colombia to be sold at unregulated prices. 2 days later, Chavez signed an official decree expropriating the polar rice plants, warning, "My hand will not shake when it comes to expropriating the whole of the polar group if they are found to be breaking the law." In what was a very radical speech, President Chavez dismissed the need to conciliate with the ruling class. "There cannot be any agreement with the oligarchy or agreements at the top with anybody. I will make sure that we put our foot down on the accelerator of the revolution." He went further, stating it was time to dismantle the old bourgeois state before it dismantles us. A striking feature of the actions against Polar was the response of workers. Once the ice was broken with the state intervention, workers from the food industry all over Venezuela began to call for action against the sabotage by their capitalists. Wherever officials of the INDEPABI's, National Institute in Defense of People's Access to Goods and Services, went, they were welcomed by the workers. Juan Crespo, the national leader of Fetraharina, Trade Union Federation of Flour Workers, which organizes more than 25,000 workers nationally, explained, "It is the workers who are going to open up the companies and say, here there is speculation, here there is hoarding." Calls from on high from Jua or even Chavez for radical action were welcome, but the Bolivarian movement contained no structure or mechanism for transforming those calls into action. In a few small factories that were closing down, workers did occupy, but these were the rare exception, not the rule. The UNT gave little or no support, while the FSBT opposed such actions. Shortages were accompanied by soaring inflation. Soon, the prices of many vegetables were higher than in most European countries, where wages were much higher than in Venezuela. The combination of food shortages and inflation created a very dangerous situation from the viewpoint of the revolution because, as intended, it hit the poorest layers of society hardest and undermined support for the government. The land reforms of the government, intended to increase home production in order to be less dependent on imports, did help slightly, but the measures taken fell well short of what was required to fulfill the most elementary needs of the national democratic revolution. At the end of 2008, some 80% of farmland was still controlled by fewer than 5% of landowners. Government attempts to create alternative supermarket chains, such as Mercal and the PDVAL, providing cheap food products, had proved inadequate. There were relatively few of these stores. Often many basic food products were missing, and even if they had the required goods, customers had to queue for hours. Corruption by bureaucrats was widespread, underlining how the bourgeois character of the Venezuelan state meant it could not be used as an instrument to carry out even social democratic measures, let alone a revolution. As long as the old state inherited from the Fourth Republic remained in place, the cancer of corruption and bureaucratism would continue to undermine the progressive reforms that Chavez proposed. Neither price regulation nor partial nationalizations were solving the food crisis. Capitalists produce with the aim of making profits. If they consider that regulated prices do not allow them a sufficient rate of profit, they stop producing, even breaking the law if necessary. The obvious and correct conclusion was that there is a fundamental contradiction between the needs and interests of the majority of the population and the private ownership of the means of production. But the government would not countenance the nationalization of the food monopolies under workers and community control. The shortage of food and lack of leadership were two sides of the same coin, and the defeat in the reform referendum had been a warning. The food crisis in Venezuela contained very important lessons. The continued existence of private ownership of the means of production, processing, distribution, and sale of food was in direct contradiction with the needs of the population and provided the basis for the effective undermining of all government measures. Concessions were the natural response of the state apparatus, confirming that it could not be relied upon to carry out revolutionary policies in favor of the masses. Concessions to the capitalists only made the crisis worse. They strengthened the hand of the oligarchy because they could present them as the government recognizing it had been wrong and the capitalists right, It led to an increase in confidence amongst the oligarchs and greater determination on their part to intensify their offensive against the revolution. Worse, they introduced demoralization and apathy amongst the ranks of the revolutionary masses. 12. The PSUV founding Congress, January 2008. The declaration of the decision to launch a mass socialist party threw the parties of the left into confusion and even crises. The PCV suffered an important split when half of its central committee left to join the PSUV. The PPT and Podemos opposed joining the PSUV, but a large proportion of their leading militants defected to the PSUV. The expectation was that the PSUV would be the arena in which the struggle between the revolutionary and reformist tendencies in the Bolivarian movement would unfold. This was expected to begin immediately with the selection of candidates for the coming regional elections for governors, scheduled for November 2008. Chávez's call to form the PSUV was in the wake of his overwhelming victory in the presidential elections, but when, on Saturday, January 12, 2008, the new Socialist Party opened its first, 2-month-long Congress, it was after a referendum defeat that reflected a tiredness amongst layers of the masses due to lack of effective action by the government. Chávez had proposed the PSUV as the most democratic party in the history of Venezuela. Genuine leaders will rise from the rank and file, enough of appointments from above. That the PSUV would hold both government and state to account, that it would be a tool to eliminate bureaucracy and complete the revolution, gripped the minds of the masses, and in just 2 months, April-May, 5.6 million registered for membership. Present at the Congress were almost 1,700 delegates from all over the country. A vocero spokesperson had been elected from each of the over 20,000 socialist battalions, the base units of the PSUV. Groups of 10 voceros met to elect 1 delegate. At battalion level, 1.4 million people showed up for the elections. This party was supposed to represent the next step forward for popular participatory democracy. By January 12, the Congress had 2 plenary sessions. Between these, the delegates returned to their home regions and met and discussed with the rank and file, reporting on the Congress and its debates. The draft of the Declaration of Principles and Party Program had been circulated for discussion by a committee, led by former Vice President Jorge Rodriguez. Both texts reflected the contradictions seen in the speeches of Chávez and the policies of the Venezuelan government. The draft program was long on what should be done. Section 4, on the planned economy and communal state, stated that the PSUV wanted a democratically planned and controlled economy, capable of ending alienated labor and satisfying all the necessities of the masses. To accomplish this, 2 measures were proposed: the end of monopolies and the latifundios. These were measures that Marxists would wholeheartedly support, and would have supported even more keenly had the program included any concrete steps for their implementation. Instead, the program contained formulations that were ambiguous, but open to interpretation, and party tops and ministry bureaucrats did the interpreting. Delegates from Caracas proposed that anti-capitalism be included in the Declaration of Principles. Party tops, supported by the PCV, argued against, but during the final session, the rank and file heckled the platform until the issue was brought before Congress, approved, and included in the text. Most members had joined the PSUV to end economic sabotage, particularly of basic food products, abolish unemployment, poverty, and homelessness, and end corruption in the state apparatus. But to do so effectively meant the overthrow of capitalism, just what the party tops and state bureaucracy were committed not to do. Regarding the forthcoming regional elections, Chávez in Allo Presidente on January 20th called on PSUV members to deselect those Bolivarian governors who swore loyalty to the revolution and socialism, but carried out pro-capitalist policies in practice, working with the opposition and opposing all initiatives by workers, peasants, and youth to change society. A glaring example was Podemos member, Didalco Bolivar, governor of Aragua state, who was elected as a supporter of the revolution, but advocated a no in the referendum and who had sent in the police against the occupying workers of Sanitarios Maracay. In a dynamic situation where the masses were becoming involved in party politics for the first time, and were joining the PSUV en masse, with the expectation of creating a genuine revolutionary party with a real anti-bureaucratic socialist program, it would have been criminal for Marxists to have allowed the reformists and bureaucrats a clear path to take over the PSUV. The expectation was they could join forces with the tens of thousands of revolutionary workers, youth, poor peasants and small shopkeepers and help lead a definitive struggle against the oligarchs and bureaucrats, and for socialism. However, the right wing inside the Bolivarian movement, all who wished to reach a compromise with the oligarchs and imperialism, managed to put their stamp on the Congress. These people were, and remain, installed in key positions within the PSUV, state apparatus and nationalized industries, and from these positions they effectively control the party from above. Their major ideological thrust at this Congress was to promote a reformist concept of socialism that allowed different forms of property. Behind this concept, they would oppose nationalizations and defend private ownership of the means of production. The major clash between the left and the right occurred on the decisive issue of how the national leadership would be chosen. The demand was that the party be controlled democratically by the rank and file in line with Chávez's repeated statements, and that meant, amongst other things, that the leaders should be elected and subject to recall. The right fought back. This was a key question for them because it threatened their whole way of operating. The Congress could not reach agreement on the method of electing the leadership. In the end, Jorge Rodriguez took everyone by surprise by suddenly declaring that each delegate should write 3 names on a sheet of paper, and then all the ballots would be taken to Miraflores Palace where Chávez, taking the wishes of the delegates into account, would name 69 candidates who would stand for election, 15 full members and 15 alternate members to be the national leadership. Then Rodriguez dropped the bombshell: the 3 names could only be recognized leaders. On the last weekend in February, Chávez had been elected president of the party. Now he used his enormous personal authority to impose the proposed election method. The role of Chávez in these maneuvers was, at best, ambiguous and contradictory. He attacked the splitting elements and called for unity and discipline, using his authority to get the Congress to accept a fundamentally flawed leadership election procedure, objectively supporting the bureaucracy. These actions reflected the limits on his perspective of how to advance the revolution. Chávez's military background helped explain his emphasis on party unity and discipline, but, of course, during a revolutionary period it is quite impossible to have unity between reformism and revolution. By not defending democracy, by remaining tied to individuals who were clearly integral to the party bureaucracy, he was undermining the very revolution that he had done so much to initiate and progress. No matter how honest a man Chávez was, his balancing between the forces of reformism and the revolution was acting as a brake on the revolution. Taking the ballots to Miraflores prevented the delegates from knowing either who the candidates were or how many nominations each candidate had received. Forcing the delegates to name 3 candidates there and then prevented consultation with the rank and file, and also stopped prospective candidates from presenting themselves and their ideas to the delegates. Limiting the proposals to recognized leaders biased the election in favor of established leaders who were, in their majority, reformists. The right wing got away with imposing an election process that was rigged in their favor from start to finish. In the final list of the 69 candidates which Chávez presented for election, there were a large number of people who were seen by the masses as useless and discredited bureaucrats. The vote took place on March 9th and, as would be expected, the resulting PSUV leadership came predominantly from the right wing of the party. Prominent right-wingers who failed to make the first 15 were either elected as alternates or found jobs elsewhere. Significantly, there was only one trade unionist on the list and he topped the poll. The left had put its mark on the Congress, most notably on the Declaration of Principles, but the national leadership which would enact the declaration was firmly under bureaucratic control. This set the scene for an ongoing fight between the rank-and-file members of the PSUV and the bureaucrats, but without a party structure that was democratic, the likely outcome of that struggle was obvious. 13. Nationalization of steel, Sitter, and workers' control. The giant steel producer, Sitter, was founded as a state-owned company during the 1950s and then privatized and sold to the Argentinian company Techint in 1997. From 1997 to 2008, when Sitter was renationalized, the workers went through what they describe as a living nightmare. Thus, when Chávez made his call in January 2007 to nationalize all that was privatized, Sitter erupted in jubilant celebrations with spontaneous walkouts, and the Venezuelan flag was raised over the installations. After oil, the Sitter steel mills are the most important industries in the country, with the largest concentration of industrial proletariat. Prior to renationalization, the negotiation of a new collective contract had escalated into strike action. Sitter's management were supported by the Minister of Labor, Jose Ramon Rivero, and the Governor of Bolivar State, retired General Francisco Rangel Gomez. Rivero slandered the workers, falsely claiming they had supported the boss's lockout in 2002 to 2003, when in fact, it was their actions which had kept the plant open. Next, Rivero threatened the workers. If they continued their action, the government would consider forcing them back to work. He then accused members of the Union Negotiating Committee of being agents of the oligarchy, intent only on disruption. The situation intensified in 2008, when Rivero tried to bypass the elected union leaders and impose a referendum on the company's pay offer. On March 14, 2008, the local National Guard, allegedly acting under the orders of the governor, attacked SUDES, the steel workers' union members, using tear gas and rubber bullets, arresting about 50 and hospitalizing 3. They then began a hunt to arrest the leaders of SUDES. The workers in the region responded with a clear class instinct, organizing solidarity meetings and pickets, and threatening strikes in other plants. This was an intolerable situation, and Chavez had no alternative but to sack Rivero as minister when he announced that Sitter would soon be renationalized. A compromise between the Argentinian owners and the Venezuelan government meant the company was not renationalized, but instead sold its shares at preferential prices on the open market, with the only buyer prepared to pay the enhanced price of $1.9 billion being the Bolivarian government. This was doubly generous given how cheaply Techint had bought the plant. It was also a contradiction. One of the reasons Chavez gave for renationalizing companies privatized under the neoliberal policies of previous governments was that they were practically given away. Now his government paid over full market price when renationalizing. The question raised on the shop floor was, would a renationalized Sitter be run to suit the oligarchs, to suit the bureaucrats, or would it be run in the interests of the Venezuelan masses? Although Chavez had sacked Rivero and nationalized Sitter, the whole episode showed the government's contradictory approach. Chavez was supporting the workers, but the PSUV right wing was hand-in-glove with the oligarchs. Rivero was gone, but Gomez and the bureaucracies remained. The nationalization of the steel industry followed on the heels of important nationalizations in another sector of the economy. On April 3, Chavez announced the compulsory purchase 60% of each of the 3 major cement producers in Venezuela. These 3 overseas-owned companies, Mexican Cemex, French Lafargue, and Swiss Holcim, controlled over 3/4 of the industry. Producing primarily for the international market, these companies sold their products in Venezuela at the same price as their exports, the result being that Venezuela suffered both high prices and severe shortages. Chavez assured these foreign companies that they would be fairly compensated, but Venezuela was determined to solve its housing shortage, then standing at about 2.7 million dwellings. These particular nationalizations followed that of a much smaller enterprise, Cementos Andinos, the previous year, when all 4,600 workers were put on full-time contracts, ending the casualization of labor. How such nationalizations were viewed by the workers was articulated by Alexander Santos, a leading member of the union at Cementos Andinos and spokesperson of its newly formed Socialist Factory Council. This measure will put the industry at the service of the people, to develop a state policy of house building without allowing a multinational to put its own interest above the interests of the people. However, management of these companies was assigned to ex-military officers who completely opposed cogestion in any form. Soon they were mired in mismanagement, corruption, and theft, with the result that output fell catastrophically. The renationalization of Sitter was largely due to the heroic determination of the Sitter workers, despite the ferocious opposition of Rivero, despite sabotage by many bureaucrats in both the state apparatus and Sitter, and despite opposition within SUDES. It was thanks to the determination of the workers in action, not words, that the strategic goal of renationalizing Sitter was achieved. With a clear revolutionary and class instinct, the workers immediately acted to protect the plants, to defend the equipment, materials, and technical and administrative information necessary for normal working. The day after the announcement, the automatic production system, the control center for all aspects of production, ceased to function. A group of workers, suspecting sabotage, confronted the managers. After a heated exchange, normal operations were resumed. In another incident, workers discovered a TV crew pretending to be a team from the state-owned TV station VTV. The workers confronted them and seized the tapes. It appeared that a group of hired thugs was to destroy company property, that this would be recorded and broadcast in order to accuse the workers of hooliganism. It was the workers, not the managers, who spontaneously defended the plant, implementing a basic form of workers' militia to protect plant and equipment from willful destruction and prevent the theft of equipment, instruments, and computer systems, not only for their resale value but in order to sabotage the nationalization. Sitter was formally renationalized on April 30, 2008, accompanied by widespread discussion on the future of state industries, with the idea of putting all Guianan heavy industries under workers' control rapidly gaining momentum. Renationalization was a giant step forward but carried out reluctantly by bureaucrats from several ministries. With extensive mismanagement and corruption at the top, many acute problems remained unsolved, and the renationalized Sitter experienced a veritable battle between workers, who wanted to implement an effective system of workers' control, and those elements in management, the trade union and state bureaucracies, who were doing all they could to make the attempts to build a socialist enterprise fail. Having control of the local union in any company gives the bureaucrats power, access to key information about contracts, suppliers, etc., and with these comes the possibility to steal and demand bribes. It was widely believed this was the reason behind the concerted campaign organized by the FSBT that used mafia-type methods in the various companies of the Guianan heavy industry complex against worker directors and workers' control. The question of the election of supervisory staff arose very concretely due to the experience of workers in the maintenance department who demanded their manager, an individual closely linked to the Argentinian multinational and in a position to cause serious damage, be replaced by a safe pair of hands elected from the shop floor. Faced with a campaign by the workers, the company permitted an election for the post, which a well-known socialist and member of the Revolutionary Front of Steelworkers, FRTS, won easily. Workers in other departments now demanded the right to elect managers. As in the case of PDVSA at the time of the lockout in 2002, all conditions were present in Sitter for the rapid and full implementation of workers' control. This did not happen because of the combined resistance of managers, government bureaucrats, corrupt trade union officials, and local PSUV tops. Sitter generated massive resources but had inherited from the totally corrupt neoliberal practices of previous regimes widespread mafioso networks, e.g. repairs and maintenance awarded to friends and family, or for kickbacks. After the leftist Carlos de Oliveira had been sworn in as president, it was discovered that top managers were involved with the theft of materials for sale on the black market. A huge scandal erupted on June 9, 2011, with the arrest of Luis Velázquez, Sitter's commercial director. Velázquez, it emerged, was head of a so-called Kabila mafia, guilty of the wholesale theft of kabilas, the steel bars used in construction. In November 2010 alone, 12 lorries loaded with 336 tons of kabilas, worth $373,000 went missing. Velázquez was a Bolivarian top. He was the former finance director of the PSUV and a member of the management boards of the recently nationalized Cemex and Lafargue. Apparently, Velázquez was, amongst other things, diverting kabilas to private companies with which he was involved. These would then sell the kabilas on the black market at 3 or 4 times the official price. Other materials were diverted to Colombia and Brazil, where there are no regulated prices and where Velázquez also had business interests. Jesus Pino, a leading member of the FRTS at Sitter, insisted these crimes were revealed only because the worker directors of Sitter noticed irregularities in the financial records that had previously been overlooked, found proof of misdeeds, and alerted the authorities. Velázquez was the tip of an iceberg of a large-scale operation. The FRTS pointed out publicly and loudly that he was a personal friend of Bolivarian Governor Rangel, and that top people in the region and the national government were exerting strong political pressure to prevent the investigation of the thefts from going any further, i.e., workers who provided evidence against Velázquez were threatened with dismissal. With Velázquez holding such powerful positions and having such influential connections, the only effective way to combat the corruption was through the democratic participation of the workers at all levels of management in the companies. After robbing hundreds of poor families of a decent home and the state of millions of dollars, Velázquez was released from prison in 2013, the short length of his internment a further demonstration that he still had powerful friends in high places in a corrupt system. The Velasquez episode again confirmed that with a mixed economy, especially one in which capitalists are put in charge of the nationalized industries, wholesale corruption is only to be expected, with the nationalized industries being blamed as inherently inefficient. Either the means of production are taken over and integrated into a democratic plan of production, or the anarchy of the profit motive will sabotage any attempts at regulation. The new democracy in China was a period of mixed economy. For historic reasons, the capitalists produced only a minute proportion of the GDP, but their corrosive effect, particularly the corruption of the Chinese Communist Party, was out of all proportion to either their numbers or their economic strength. In Venezuela, the mixed economy was dominated by the capitalists, so it was only to be expected that there would be powerful interests within the Bolivarian movement opposing workers' control because it threatened their corrupt practices. Behind Velasquez were those who had opposed the introduction of workers' control. The state bureaucracy, top managers at SITR, the Chavista trade union leaders of the FSBT, the governor of Bolivar State, and the former minister of labor, Rivero, who had progressed to be an alternate member of the National Assembly, a member of the Bolivar State Bureau of the PSUV, and aide to Governor Rangel. This powerful alignment of reactionary forces was one more manifestation of the impossibility of running Venezuela in the interests of the popular masses without expropriating the means of production and putting them under workers' control, as part of a democratic plan for the economy. In early 2011, Chavez was openly favoring Nicolas Maduro as his successor. This worried many trade union activists, as Maduro had been a leading member of the FSBT, had actively opposed workers' control, possibly even supporting the strong-arm tactics at Alcázar, and was feared to have kept his links with former colleagues. All this boded ill for workers, certainly in the nationalized industries. The workers faced powerful enemies, but the SITR workers had shown their mettle during the boss's lockout in 2002 to 2003, when their actions in keeping the Anaco gas plant open had ensured continued production in all Guyana. Following the assault on Sayago at Alcázar, workers across the region responded by organizing the first national meeting for workers' control in May 2011 on the SITR site. More than 900 representatives of workers' councils, occupied factories, trade unions, and revolutionary workers' organizations met for 2 days to discuss the challenges facing workers' control and to develop a plan of action. The meeting passed a very sharp and clear manifesto entitled, "Neither Capitalists Nor Bureaucrats. All Power to the Workers." While the meeting was largely upbeat and projected that the conjuncture of forces is still favorable to the workers, the delegates expressed concern with the depoliticization, apathy, and skepticism of many workers, which had been seen in the September 2010 National Assembly elections, where the PSUV gained the majority of seats, but with only a slim majority of votes over the Joint Opposition Coalition, MUD. 5,451,422 votes against 5,334,309. The leftist PTT, which refused to join the Chavista alliance, garnered 354,677. In 2012, the workers' control movement in Venezuela, and in Bolivar State in particular, was at a crossroads. The many achievements of the workers in forcing nationalizations, of driving toward workers' control of the state-owned heavy industries, threatened the interests not only of the US-backed political opposition, transnational companies, and private bosses, but also of those who supported the Bolivarian Revolution only for personal gain. After all, there is little need for state managers if workers eliminate management hierarchies and operate factories themselves in a participatory democratic manner, and open democratic control of finances brings to a sudden halt the schemes for filching monies from the state. Workers' control also gave the lie to those who argued that workers are not ready to operate factories themselves and showed that it was active sabotage by the reactionary forces that was undermining the Bolivarian Revolution. This had been particularly evident in Alcázar, which had been considered by many as the most advanced of the Guayanan factories in implementing workers' control. In August 2012, some 6 months after successfully removing Sayago, the ministry dismissed the elected worker president of SITR, Carlos de Oliveira, a leading member of the Revolutionary Front of Steelworkers. The process by which de Oliveira was removed was very similar to that of Sayago. The FSBT trade union, under the name Union Alliance, organized a conflict, this time regarding the outsourcing of work. This was done in order to disrupt production and cause damage to plant and equipment estimated at $431 million. President Chavez explained that the events and protests were a management error by Oliveira and he had to go. Rafael Gil Barrios, a member of the FSBT, president of the CVG, and an ally of Governor Rangel, was named as de Oliveira's successor by the government. To stop any fight back in Sitter, a story was put about that de Oliveira had been arrested for embezzlement. 14. The financial crash of 2008. 2008 was the year of the financial crash. Starting in March, the world's banking system tottered on the brink of collapse. Around the world, dozens of banks were saved only because their governments stepped in and forced their citizens to foot the bill for the greed of the bankers. Santander sought a local bank to take Banco de Venezuela, BDV, off its hands. Chavez offered to have the government buy the bank. To his amazement, Santander refused. It appeared to prefer BDV going bust than being state-owned. Chavez often said that the nationalized industries had almost been given away and that the Banco de Venezuela was one such. BDV had been nationalized in 1994 after the massive banking crisis, only to be privatized in 1996 and bought by the Spanish multinational banking group Grupo Santander for $300 million. It made $325.3 million profit in 2007 alone, and in the first half of 2008, a further $170 million. This is just one example of how big foreign multinationals plunder the resources of Latin America. In his TV program on July 31, 2008, Chavez announced the government was going ahead with the nationalization of BDV, assuring both employees and account holders their jobs and savings would be protected. He added that the bank's profits will not go to one private group. They will be invested in socialist social development. Reuters later reported that Chavez paid $1 billion for BDV. Marxists, certainly, welcomed every forward step in nationalization in Venezuela, while pointing out that nationalizing in an ad hoc, partial manner would not solve the fundamental problems of the Venezuelan economy. The Bolivarian Revolution still did not understand that nationalization of the entire banking and financial sector was necessary to establish a planned economy. Socialism is only possible when the working class holds state power, takes the productive forces into its hands, and runs society for the benefit of the popular masses. There had been extensive state ownership in Venezuela before Chavez, but, as part of a capitalist rentier state, this had generated a thick layer of bloated bureaucrats interested only in their own inflated salaries, while over a third of the population went hungry, living in shacks without running water. At every decisive juncture, young people had energetically mobilized demonstrations of hundreds of thousands in support of the revolution. The need for a Bolivarian youth organization was obvious, and the PSUV called the four-day founding Congress of the JPSUV, PSUV Youth, to begin September 11, 2008. The process of electing delegates was the same as for the PSUV, and around 1,300 young people from all over Venezuela arrived at Puerto Ordaz in the eastern state of Bolívar. The Congress revealed a well-organized bureaucracy around Héctor Rodríguez, Minister of the Office of the Presidency, intent on stifling genuine debate, but it also showed the revolutionary qualities of the youth, who managed to block all attempts to impose undemocratic statutes on the organization. Distribution of the statutes and accompanying documents was deliberately delayed until the Congress, so delegates would have no chance to collaborate to submit amendments or make alternative proposals. The cause was the grossly undemocratic structure proposed. The national leadership of the JPSUV was to be 15 members directly elected by the rank and file and 10 appointed by the PSUV national leadership. This was flatly rejected by the delegates. During the morning of September 12th, there was so much dissent that the plenary session to discuss the proposed statutes was canceled. Instead, Rodríguez gave a very short speech in which he stated that 90% of the proposals received would be incorporated into new statutes. The JPSUV Congress served to bring many genuine young revolutionaries together to discuss how to defeat the bureaucracy. It successfully opposed attempts to turn it into a bureaucratic apparatus, fought for internal democracy, and forced the leaders to change the statutes from top to bottom. There were no appointments to the JPSUV national leadership, all positions being filled by national elections. A paragraph was also introduced stressing that the leaders were open to recall. The paragraphs directed at curtailing internal oppositions were deleted. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. The leadership of the PSUV saw the first JPSUV Congress as a warning and successfully resisted having a second until 2014. The second Congress was tightly controlled by the party bureaucracy and the new leaders of the JPSUV were appointed. Today, the JPSUV is largely an empty shell, an electoral machine for bringing out the youth vote. In the November 2008 regional elections for local councils and state governors, the PSUV won about 5.8 million votes and the opposition about 4.6 million. Compared to the referendum defeat, the Chavistas had recouped about 1 million votes while the opposition had lost nearly 500,000. But compared to the 2004 regional elections, the PSUV lost Miranda, Carabobo, and the Metropolitan District of Caracas, all of them extremely important from the point of view of politics, industry, and population. However, the important losses of Carabobo and Miranda were explained as due to special circumstances. In industrial Carabobo, the sitting Bolivarian governor, Luis Acosta Carles, was typical of the corrupt breed of politicians occupying many of the top positions of the Chavista movement. He was deselected and expelled from the PSUV because of corruption and financial irregularities. In revenge, he stood as an independent and took enough votes to prevent the election of PSUV candidate Mario Silva from the left wing of the party. In Miranda State, surrounding and including parts of the capital city, Diosdado Cabello, the sitting Bolivarian governor, and the most outspoken representative of the right wing of the Bolivarian movement, lost his seat to Capriles Radonsky. Having also lost his position as a full member of the National Committee, his influence appeared to be waning, but Chavez stepped in to rescue him. He was appointed Minister of Public Works and Housing, then in 2009 as head of the National Commission of Telecom. On December 11, 2011, Cabello was installed as vice president of the PSUV, becoming the second most powerful figure in the party after Chavez. In 2012, he was sworn in as president of the National Assembly. There may have been specific reasons for the loss of Miranda and Carabobo, but generally the level of abstentions was a warning to be added to the defeat of the constitutional referendum. The popular masses were learning that when they attempted direct action, the first opposition they faced was from a corrupt PSUV bureaucracy. No wonder that the abstention rate in the traditional Chavista areas was typically over 40%, whereas in opposition areas it was much lower, between 20 and 30%. Within a couple of weeks of the elections, oppositionists launched a series of assaults against the grassroots of the revolutionary movement. In Carabobo, Miranda, and the Caracas metropolitan area, groups of reactionary thugs with police protection attacked and closed down Radio Voz de Guaycaipiro, a revolutionary radio station in Los Tex, and Avila TV, run by young revolutionary activists. The Western media was silent concerning these attacks on free speech. Next, the thugs targeted social programs involving Cubans, forcibly closing down educational programs and consultorios, shouting, "Now we rule Miranda." However, local people soon rallied and attempts to evict the Misiones from their buildings were defeated. These actions were a real eye-opener for many young Venezuelans who had little previous memory of the rule of the oligarchs. On the morning of Thursday 27, 3 UNT activists Richard Gallardo, Luis Hernandez, and Carlos Requena arrived at the Alpina processing plant in Aragua to give support to the 400 workers occupying the plant against closure. Police arrived, entered the premises, and brutally kicked out the workers. The 3 trade unionists immediately rallied support from UNT branches in the area, and soon the processing plant was surrounded. The police, outnumbered, allowed the workers to reoccupy the building. That evening, the 3 trade union leaders were assassinated on their way home. On learning of the killings, the Aragua UNT immediately called for a day of protest action with mass meetings in all the factories and workplaces. Thousands of workers downed tools and came out on the streets the following afternoon. Thousands attended the funeral, and the Aragua UNT in an emergency meeting agreed a plan of action, holding mass meetings in all the region's workplaces, a regional strike on Tuesday, December 2nd, and a national day of action the following day. The leader of the left within the UNT, Orlando Chirino, called on workers to respond to any threats by the bosses by occupying the factories and demanding expropriation by the government. The Aragua UNT now raised the need for workers' defense. The killings and wave of provocations on the part of reactionary gangs in the states and local municipalities where the opposition had won seats was an indication of what would happen on a national scale if these counter-revolutionaries ever took power again. In an angry speech on Sunday 30, Chavez gave numerous well-documented examples of such attacks. The international media, in a concerted effort, despite all the evidence to the contrary, chose to dismiss these reports. The mass demonstrations by workers, students, and poor people who marched in defense of the Misiones and against the counter-revolutionary attacks were never mentioned. The role of the liberal press, in particular, was especially vile, accepting the smokescreen of lies erected by the opposition as good coin. 14.1 The February 2009 Referendum and Planned Socialist Guyana. On Thursday, February 12, 1 million people marched in favor of a yes vote in the constitutional amendment to abolish the limit on the number of times the president, state governors, mayors, and National Assembly deputies could stand for office. The amendment was passed with 54.4% in favor and 45.6% against, a clear victory for the Bolivarian Revolution. The masses saw a yes vote as defense of the gains of the revolution against the attacks by the semi-fascists on health and educational centers. The bureaucrats, however, perceived it as approval of their policy of compromise and moderation. But the international crisis of capitalism during 2008 and subsequently caused a collapse in the price of oil, with the PDVSA announcing a 40% cutback in the year's budget, which seriously undercut the country's economy. Prices of other raw materials, such as aluminium, cement, and steel, which Venezuela exports, also dropped dramatically. The Venezuelan economy was capitalist, and therefore obeyed the basic laws of the market, meaning the gains of the revolution were seriously threatened. Inflation soared, and food prices in Caracas rose by 50% in a single year. To escape the oscillations in oil prices, it was necessary to break the power of the oligarchy and activate the country's productive capacity, particularly in food. But in revolutionary struggles, what is needed to win over hesitating elements is decisive action. The slower the pace of the revolution, the more difficult it is to convince doubters that socialism will be the final victor. After the nationalization of Sitter, it was natural for the leading militants from across the CVG factories to discuss common problems and try to hammer out a common approach and policy on the future development of state industries. Chavez gave form to this by establishing the Guyana Presidential Commission with representatives from the PSUV National Executive Committee and some 400 workers from across CVG factories. On May 21, 2009, all 400 workers met with Chavez at a workshop of socialist transformation to loudly demand Guyana's basic industries be placed under workers' control. The president responded with his now famous cry, "I unconditionally support the workers," and announced the launch of Planned Socialist Guyana, PGS. Chavez began his report to the workshop by announcing that the state would retake control of a gas bottling plant in the eastern state of Monegasque, and 5 steel and iron briquette companies that had been sold off to foreign multinationals under Caldera. These were to be integrated into the planned iron, steel, and aluminium socialist corporations as a sign of the government's commitment to the PGS. Chavez declared, "These companies must be under workers' control. That's how it must be." He continued, "What is happening here today is very important, since it is an example of the consciousness of the need for unity through debate. The problem was that the Bolivarian Revolution was suffering from too much debate and too little action." To the cheers of the workers, Chavez announced ratification of a hard-fought collective bargaining agreement at Ferromineral, CVG. And here the applause rose to a crescendo, a 10 to 20% reduction in the salaries of the company managers. The major outcome of the workshop was the launch of the PGS with Labor Minister Maria Cristina Iglesias and Planning and Development Minister Jorge appointed to lead working parties to flesh out the plan into a final form and provide a scheme for assimilating the country's heavy industry into the government's strategic development plan. The president emphasized the need for this new industrial complex to break with the old structures. He appealed for a struggle against the mafias, corruption, bad management, against the deviations and vices of the Fourth Republic, as these were a threat to the socialist revolution. Chavez went further and declared to the enthusiasm of the workers the need for cogestion in the industrial sector in general. "The plan is an integrated plan, and we want you to carry it out, of course. We must raise all of these companies' productivity, efficiency, and transparency. The entire productive process needs to be under workers' control. How many times previously had the president outlined similar plans and given direct orders to his ministers, only to have them ignored and buried? To go from words to deeds is, in the first place, the responsibility of the revolutionary leaders to project a course of action that would motivate the industrial proletariat of Guyana, particularly the iron and steel workers. For all the hype, concretely, the proposals outlined by Chavez amounted to little more than the participation of the workers in the election of the management in a company that operated within a capitalist economy. It was true that many managers holding senior positions in renationalized companies were counter-revolutionaries and often worked hard to ensure the failure of those companies, as was the case with Envival and Alcasa. However, even if all reactionary managers were replaced with revolutionaries, the bourgeois character of the system would remain unchanged. Guyana covers nearly half of Venezuela's land area. It comprises the three eastern states: Bolivar, population 1.4 million, Amazonas 140,000, and Delta Amacuro 170,000. This region is home to extraction and manufacturing industries: iron, steel, aluminium, gold, and more. The CVG is a state-holding company comprising 17 basic industries, directly employing over 30,000 workers. Azzolini describes the situation in Guyana as an open conspiracy by which an association of imperialist interests, the oligarchy, the state governors, bureaucrats left over from the Fourth Republic and still holding top jobs in the various ministries, local entrepreneurs, the managers of the CVG industries, and an elite of privileged workers and trade union bureaucrats, operating something like a paradise of free theft, filching billions of dollars a year from the state. After 1998, the Chavista government showed little interest in intervening, not least because the elected governor of Bolivar, the dominant state in 2004, 2008, and 2012, was retired General Francisco Rangel Gomez, a high-ranking member of the ruling Chavista party and fellow graduate of Chavez from the Venezuelan Military Academy. The report from Iglesia and Giordani was presented to Chavez on June 9, 2009, as Plan Socialist Guyana 2009 to 2019, the blueprint for the future development of state-owned industries in Guyana. The PGS had serious implications for power relations in the Guyana industries, even if in a limited form of co-management. Robertson describes how these basic industries would become the key battleground between those wishing to advance workers' control and vested interests within the Bolivarian movement, who would fight bitterly to oppose it. The introduction of Plan Socialist Guyana 2009 to 2019 states the aluminium, iron, and steel workers of Guyana, alongside the Bolivarian government, have decided to take a step forward in the construction of socialism by assuming direct control of the production of the region's heavy industries. To this end, the PGS presented 9 goals, with detailed plans for their achievement. 7 were unobjectionable and ranged from integration of all CVG industries into 2 mega-companies, one iron and steel production, the other aluminium processing, democratization of management, promotion of health and safety in the work environment, to the provision of educational opportunities for workers. However, 2 of the goals were for every worker to participate in formulating projects for implementation, which had to be costed by the workforce as a collective, and to establish codes for public accountability of the management of the CVG factories. These sent shivers down the spines of those who had made rich livings for many years by robbing the state in one form or another. The PGS recognized that the Venezuelan economy was still overwhelmingly based on bourgeois social relations. These took the form of private ownership of production, but included state ownership even when fulfilling a social need such as housing, because state ownership in itself did not necessarily challenge either hierarchical capitalist power relations or the bourgeois nature of the state. The general argument behind the PGS was that participatory decision-making in both public and economic life was emancipatory, and therefore a step towards socialism. The call was for active participation of the popular masses in all areas of public and economic life as an important mechanism to stop the formation of elite groups which could lead to the bureaucratization of the revolutionary processes. Marxists pointed out the impossibility of attaining equality in decision-making in societies where large-scale private ownership of, for example, newspapers and television exists. To realize meaningful democracy, the mass media must be under democratic control through, for example, workers' control and Soviets. The PGS proposed a worker council model for running the factories, with each work section electing one or more representatives to a general management council, with any subcommittees deemed necessary, responsible for the day-to-day running of the enterprise. Proposals of a substantive nature had to be approved by an assembly of all the workers. Representatives of the local community or cooperatives with which the company was linked could be seated on the council or invited to attend as and when required. In a typical nationalized company or joint enterprise where the state held a 51% share, the executive committee or board of directors would have equal numbers of workers and state representatives, but the president would be determined by the state. This gave ultimate control to the minister and the PSUV bureaucracy. Class-conscious workers made every effort to advance the Workers' Council as a step towards workers' control, hoping to lay the basis for radical social transformation by introducing mechanisms of democratic decision-making from below. Revolutionaries naturally supported these efforts and pushed for the most democratic and complete form of workers' control in all enterprises. However, they simultaneously explained that without a social transformation of society, the gains being made would, sooner or later, be in danger of being lost to the counter-revolution. The PGS moved into a new phase on May 15, 2010, when, after pressure from the rank-and-file, worker presidents were sworn in at each of the CVG companies. These included Elio Sayago in Alcasa and Carlos de Oliveira in Sidr. Chavez warned against reluctance on the part of managers and administrators to accept these appointments, declaring that it's necessary to defeat such resistance to change, and that some management positions were occupied by enemies of the revolutionary process. The question was, where would the PSUV tops and Chavez stand in such disputes? On October 6th, Elio Sayago found himself barred from entering a PGS subcommittee meeting attended by government ministers Khan, Iglesias, Maduro, and Giordani, who had opposed his appointment as worker president. Jose Khan had been appointed minister at the Ministry of Basic Industries and Mines, MIBAM, in April 2010. By December, he had stopped meeting with PGS working groups, sidelining them. The $403 million approved for Alcasa by President Chavez earlier in 2010 failed to materialize, frozen between the bureaucracies of the CVG and MIBAM. Very powerful people were actively sabotaging workers' control in CVG companies. Pro-PGS activists claimed this informal alliance included PSUV Governor Rangel, himself a former CVG president, and the FSBT. In October 2011, trade union elections were scheduled in the Sidr steel plant. The Revolutionary Marxist Current, a group within the PSUV, accused Khan, Iglesias, and Vice President Elias Jua of attempting to influence the vote to get a candidate less committed to the PGS elected. After a period in which the workers' control movement had made many advances, often due to the direct intervention of President Chavez, Fredico warned that counter-revolutionaries were organizing to intervene, using the disruption of production that they themselves were causing to prove workers' inability to administer companies. A similar warning was expressed by the Alcasa Socialist Workers' Front in January 2012, that the internal right-wing faction around Rangel and the FSBT union was engaged in a campaign to gain control of the CVG companies. According to the statement, the aims of this faction were to make the PGS unworkable, in order to achieve the elimination of workers' control and the removal of Sayago. In the view of the Alcasa Union, if the Rangel faction were to achieve these goals, all the achievements of the Bolivarian Revolution in the basic industries would be brought down. An orchestrated crusade against co-management and workers' control in Venezuela, and the PGS in particular, was being voiced by conservatives of all stripes, from the tops of the state bureaucracy to the most backward layers of workers. The CVG industries had become the site of an intense political conflict over the future of the Bolivarian Revolution. This conflict over cogestion between different groups, each identifying itself as Bolivarian, revealed one of the sharpest contradictions in the revolution. The struggle within the PGS intensified in 2012, reflecting the intensification of the fight within the Bolivarian Revolution between the bureaucracy and reactionary political sectors, and those forces genuinely committed to further radical transformation. The course of the struggle for workers' control highlighted important characteristics of the Bolivarian Revolution. In particular, the ongoing and growing internal contradiction between the bureaucracy and their reformist and reactionary allies and the more radical Chavistas committed to a deeper process of revolutionary change. The reactionary elements had one major advantage. They were not concerned with the efficiency with which the nationalized companies operated. Their concern was to protect their personal interests. For example, after the dismissal of Sayago, production at Alcasa steadily declined, and the latest figures, 2015, show a production level of 1/4 that achieved under Sayago's leadership. The bureaucracy appears to have successfully blunted the struggle for workers' control, which, in many ways, was the spearhead of the Bolivarian Revolution. Not only by economic sabotage but going so far as to organize physical attacks on workers' leaders who threatened their under-the-counter deals with the oligarchs. 14.2 First Extraordinary Congress of the PSUV. The year 2009 began with a politically motivated and illegal lockout at the Mitsubishi plant, intended to crush the trade union. An initial occupation by the workers was ended on January 29, when police broke into the plant, shooting and killing 2 workers, but the workers stood firm and their militant action won a temporary victory on what, initially, appeared to be generous terms but which contained the condition that production was raised to a new high. This target proved impossible to achieve and, in August, Mitsubishi closed the plant indefinitely. The Ministry of Labor intervened and the plant reopened when Minister Maria Cristina Iglesias agreed to 150 workers, including 11 union leaders, being fired. In early May, Argenis Vasquez, General Secretary of the Workers' Union at the Toyota assembly plant in Cumana, who had led a 4-week strike in March, was shot dead, triggering an occupation of the factory. In June, General Motors, which supplies Venezuela with 40% of all its vehicles, closed its production plants for 3 months, alleging a lack of dollars with which to buy parts, and thousands of workers were laid off. At the end of August, the government agreed to provide additional support despite a fall of almost half in oil revenues that year, and production restarted. The First Extraordinary PSUV Congress, also referred to as the PSUV Second Congress, commenced on Saturday, November 21, 2009, with a 5-hour speech by Chavez that contained the now legendary call for a Fifth International. Holding aloft a copy of Lenin's State and Revolution, he stressed the necessity of destroying the bourgeois state and replacing it with a revolutionary one. The speech reflected the enormous pressure of the masses who were demanding real progress towards genuine change. The PSUV bureaucracy, supported by the Stalinists, argued that this was an uncalled-for provocation. The regime should not adopt an openly anti-capitalist stance. The call for the Fifth International faded away. Chavez admitted that Venezuela remained a capitalist state, and this was the central problem of the revolution. He, once again, repeated his call for the establishment of a people's militia, that every worker, peasant, student, man and woman should receive military training, and that this must not remain on paper but be put into practice. Chavez had called several times for the formation of workers' militias, but almost nothing had been done. The previous May, he had said, "In every factory there must be a workers' battalion, with the weapons kept there." Not surprisingly, no one in the leadership of the PSUV nor the UNT, and certainly not the FSBT, took the call into the factories or the barrios. Chavez used his speech and the Congress to attempt to breathe new life into the revolution, to overcome the general feeling that the leadership of the PSUV was out of touch, not listening to the masses and not concerned with their problems. For example, he announced that 7 medium-sized banks were to be taken over. His speech was enthusiastically received by the 772 red-shirt delegates. But 7 years after defeating the attempted coup, there were clear signs that the masses were frustrated with the slow pace of the revolution. The state sector was dominated by bureaucracy and corruption, and workers' control, which had shown so much promise, was being strangled. The communal forms of property did not represent more than 10% of GDP, the latifundia remained relatively untouched, and socialism of the 21st century had sunk in a swamp of endless debates. The banks referred to were merged into a new state sector bank, Banco Bicentenario, holding about 1/3 of all personal deposits. These nationalizations were a government bailout to protect the banks concerned from insolvency. However, Venezuela's financial sector remained largely free to suck enormous wealth out of the country. An article in the bourgeois financial journal Report Diario de la Economia from February 5, 2010 revealed that the banks had made $2.6 billion in profits in 2009, of which 83% came from fees charged. This was a grotesque figure when it is remembered that millions of Venezuelans lived in shanty towns and survived on $5 to $10 a day. The amazing thing here is that much of the profit came from the state. Even today, oil money passes not through the nationalized banks but bourgeois financial institutions. Using Banco Bicentenario for these transactions would not only save the state huge sums of money but would be a body blow against the oligarchy. The PSUV primaries for selecting candidates for the assembly elections were held on May 2 with 3,527 registered candidates in 87 constituencies. During the Congress, Chavez had warned party officials, especially those who served in powerful government posts such as ministers and state governors, to refrain from campaigning for or against candidates at the local level. The party base should be the ones who decide. National Executive Member Freddy Bernal came forward to argue that the election of candidates should be open to the entire membership, rather than just the 2.5 million active members registered in patrols. He suggested that this would counter the influence of governors and mayors. Those with experience of elections within a mass political party know full well that moves to get the entire membership, i.e. the non-active members, voting is invariably a maneuver to retain the status quo. The party apparatus, La Maquinaria, did everything possible to ensure its candidates would be selected in the primaries, and no left-wing candidate would win. In this, they were aided by the officials of the CNE. Favored candidates were assisted in the production and distribution of posters and leaflets. Full-page adverts in newspapers, spot adverts on sports programs, promotional openings of missions, trucks and cars used to bring supporters to voting booths. The picture was everywhere the same. The apparatus used every possible trick to crush the left. The result was an outright victory for the apparatus. True, the masses did get some popular figures onto the final list, such as Andrena Tarzan of the M28 student movement and the JPSUV. But nationally, the picture was bleak. The rank and file protested the rigging maneuvers of the bureaucracy, and the dissent was of sufficient weight that, on Thursday, May 7, PSUV Vice President Cilia Flores announced that the national leadership was investigating the claims of inequality in the campaigns. As though nothing untoward had occurred, President Chavez gave a very radical speech to the 110 winners of the primaries. You must put yourself at the service of the people, not of yourselves, nor of a governor or a mayor, but of the people who are still suffering. His audience were those who had just rigged the primaries so that no such things would happen. The state machine and most governmental ministers were intent on paralyzing any advance of the revolution, sabotaging progressive legislation, canceling out the initiatives of the president, and stubbornly opposing nationalization under workers' control. Nowhere was this clearer than in the food sector, as demonstrated by the scandal in PDVAL, the state-owned food company, which delivered more than 1,000 tons of food on a daily basis. The Venezuelan intelligence service found that 12 top managers had organized a network which systematically hoarded containers and hid them until the contents were beyond their sell-by dates, classified as inedible, and then sold on the black market. Anyone who dared oppose them was immediately dismissed and silenced by death threats. A hoard of 2,334 containers of food goods was found. This case shows how impossible it is to build a new socialist society for the 21st century, or any other century, with the old bourgeois state still in place. Without the democratic control of the working class, it is impossible to root out corruption and bureaucracy. Ultimas Noticias, June 9, 2010, reported it was the workers of PDVAL who blew the whistle on how the organized crime syndicate operated within the company. As time went on, the actions of the bureaucracy against the left wing became ever bolder. Even ministers were sidelined or removed. The most scandalous case was the sudden removal on February 10 of Professor Eduardo Saman, Minister of Trade, the most popular minister in the government. According to Saman, it was Chavez's decision. The capitalists in the food sector asked for my head as a guarantee, and then in turn they promised not to generate food scarcity in this year of elections. I was the obstacle that they wanted to remove. The man who replaced Saman, Richard Canaan, immediately increased the price of a whole series of basic food products and lifted the price controls on basic products which Saman had kept in place. For whose benefit did he do this? The question was particularly relevant in an election year. It was noticeable that trends seen in Nicaragua were making an appearance. Companies subsidized by the government were making fortunes by currency speculation, while producing practically nothing. In the decade up to 2012, the state had plowed $317 billion into subsidizing the private sector instead of investing in productive machinery. Much of this became capital exported to American banks. Increasingly, the nationalizations that took place were dubious. The bureaucracy was learning its lessons, and now nationalization was used not to support but to smother the struggle for workers' control in a factory. In other cases, the old owners continued to run the companies but with government subsidies, so that all that changed were the labels on the tins. What these obvious social injustices reflected was that, nearly a decade after the start of the Bolivarian Revolution, the Venezuelan economy was clearly still a market economy in which private manufacturing provided 3 out of every 4 jobs. The capitalist element clearly dominated the mixed economy. Nicaragua had demonstrated that, within a market economy, there is no way of solving the most pressing problems of the masses. In Venezuela, partial nationalization as a launch pad for socialism was daily being shown not to work. The failure of the president to put his words into practice was allowing demagogic calls from the opposition to penetrate layers of the urban poor who were desperate to reverse the now continuous decline in their living standards. Demonstrations, even mass demonstrations, were now being seen by many militants as drawing attention away from the problems that really concerned ordinary people. One Chavista activist commented bitterly, "In the past, people used to fight to get on the buses to go to our rallies. Now nobody wants to go. Some even say, 'I will go if you pay me.' They say, 'There is plenty of money in this country,' for some." The opposition had learned its lesson from its abstention in the 2005 Assembly elections. Now they were clearly mobilizing for the National Assembly elections that coming September, convinced their economic sabotage was undermining the revolutionary morale of the masses. Its goal was to win a sufficient number of assembly members to be able to wage an effective propaganda campaign of pointing the finger of blame at the government, in particular for the food shortages. After 10 years of unfulfilled revolution, the economic situation was worsening, not improving. Within the Chavista camp, those who would abstain were growing in number, but simultaneously more radical elements, especially within the JPSUV, were openly calling for destroying the source of the oligarchy's power, i.e., private ownership of the means of production. The opposition was ready to complement its ongoing economic sabotage by street actions whenever it could present the unrest as justified. In January, middle-class students demonstrated violently against the alleged closure of RCTV and in defense of press freedom. RCTV's broadcasting license had not been renewed in 2007, and it was now a cable TV channel. It was closed by its private license owners temporarily, in protest at being judged as subject to the national rules on social responsibility in radio and television. These protests left one Chavista student dead and several injured. The opposition was convinced that its well-organized campaign to produce food shortages had helped score a victory in the constitutional referendum. Similar plans were now laid for the coming September 26, 2010, National Assembly elections. The government tried but failed to make good the food shortages. The problem was fourfold. The majority of the food production and distribution sector remained in private hands. The network of government stores was limited and corrupt. There was no monopoly on foreign trade to control the flow of food out of the country. National food production remained low-level because many of the peasants granted land never received the cheap credits and technical assistance they had been promised, and had been forced into subsistence farming. In the months preceding the National Assembly elections, the counter-revolution was yet again on the offensive, using its control over the media to maximize the effects of the food shortages. An extensive investigation by Professor Pasqualina Curcio of the Universidad Simón Bolívar reported in her book subtitled Economic Warfare in Venezuela a clear and significant correlation between intensity of food shortages and politically important moments, such as the lead-up to elections. She also found that, despite Venezuela being largely self-sufficient in root crops, fruit, and vegetables, there were shortages because the food supply chains were largely controlled by a single, private corporation. The opposition again opened a campaign of disinformation and destabilization. Doctored opinion polls made it appear as though the PSUV was losing ground and the opposition coalition for democratic unity, MUD, would win the election. El Universal published polls showing the MUD miraculously increasing its share of the vote until on the eve of the election it reached 57%. This prepared the ground for undermining the integrity of the elections, calling them rigged, and providing justification for the proto-fascists to take to the streets. The right wing claimed victory before the votes were counted. The international media reported that Chavez had lost before the election results were announced. Venezuela has said no to Cuban-style communism. The actual results showed the PSUV with a majority, but no longer a two-thirds majority, dropping from 118 to 96 seats, while the MUD went from 18 to 64 seats. Officially, the PSUV won the majority of the seats in 16 of Venezuela's 23 states, but in terms of votes cast in the industrial states, the PSUV won by a whisker in Bolivar, but lost decisively in Carabobo, Miranda, and Zulia. The role of the reformists at the top of the PSUV was particularly pernicious. In an entirely parliamentary interpretation, they tried to present the election victory as a step forward, an endorsement of their class collaborationist policy. As for the drop in votes, they drew all the wrong conclusions. We are too confrontational, and that cost us the support of the people. We must draw back and govern on behalf of all the people. But, for every step back, the MUD would demand 10 more, and for every step back the enthusiasm of the masses for the PSUV would fall even further. It was class conciliation that was undermining the revolution and alienating its base. This was demonstrated by the result in Anzoátegui, where the MUD gained a big victory, reflecting discontent with the scandalous behavior of the governor, Tariq William Saab, and the right-wing Chavista bureaucracy who backed the bosses against the factory occupations in Mitsubishi, Vivex, and Makusa, alienating many Chavista voters. The counter-revolutionaries were encouraged and emboldened to go onto the offensive. The PSUV retained a majority in the National Assembly and was able to control the passage of laws and most other functions of the legislative body. However, the opposition, even though a minority, would now be able to intervene in the parliamentary processes and obstruct the actions of the government, and would be able to use its position in the assembly to mobilize the masses of enraged petty bourgeois on the streets to create an atmosphere of chaos and disorder. In a press conference on Monday night, September 27th, Chavez, putting on a brave front, said the next phase would be to accelerate the programs of the new historical, political, social, and technological project. The president concluded, "We must continue strengthening the revolution, but who would translate these words into action?" The emphasis on bourgeois legality and parliamentary politics had divided, weakened, and put a block on the Bolivarian revolution. No matter how many idealistic revolutionaries are employed by the bourgeois state on valuable and worthwhile social projects, the socialist revolution can only be achieved by the destruction of that state. 15. Offensive against landlords and speculators. Due to the 2008 crash, for the 18 months prior to the 2010 election, Venezuela had been in recession and, for the workers and poor, the situation was very bleak indeed. The bolivar was devalued in January 2009 and food prices rose by 30% in a year. Cheap credit to private companies contributed to increasing inflation, but that did not stop business executives from demanding ever more dollars from the government. Carlos Larrazabal, president of Conindustria, the Industrial Employers Federation, demanded that the government invest in private initiative, conveniently ignoring that Venezuelan capitalists were not investing in their own businesses. They were continuing their strike of capital, amplifying the effects of the crisis. The government was nationalizing firms that were at a standstill, putting compensation payments into the pockets of those causing the problems. After the September election, workers and campesinos demanded that the government use the last 3 months of the old parliament, where it still had the required two-thirds majority, to enact the organic laws it had promised, in particular, legitimization of workers and factory councils, and agrarian reform to destroy the rule of the caudillos. Pressure was also coming from the rank and file of the PSUV, reflecting the widespread anger provoked by the undemocratic nature of the primaries. Activists linked the fall in the overall vote to the lack of decisive measures to advance the revolution. There was a sense of outrage amongst the grassroots that the revolution was now in serious danger of being thrown back. It was in this context that Eduardo Simón opened a debate within the PSUV on the balance sheet and the lessons to be drawn from the election results. He stressed the need for profound change within the PSUV and the need to create a radical tendency to achieve this. Salman toured the country publicizing his proposal. Many PSUV rank and file were attracted by Salman's clear statements on the need to accelerate action against the capitalists and push for what he called socialist definitions. However, the tendency faded away after Salman was appointed president of Indipabis at the end of May 2013, a position in which he vigorously fought for a tough new approach against price speculators. Chavez accepted that the radical tendency had a place within the PSUV, but only on the condition it was not divisive. Interestingly, no sooner had radical tendency appeared than a disciplinary tribunal was established within the PSUV under the control of Ramon Rodriguez, former Minister of Interior. Chavez repeated his calls for the radicalization of the revolution and rejected any possibility of a pact with the bourgeoisie. Amongst others, he nationalized Agroislina, owned by the multinational Vesti Group, an agricultural supplies company that served 70% of Venezuela's producers, and U.S.-based glassmaker Owens, Illinois, placing 60% of Venezuela's glass bottle industry under government ownership. Many of the firms taken over were badly run, unprofitable, or occupied by workers in dispute with the owner. Usually, to make them viable, they required government investment over and above the compensation paid. It was becoming a case of nationalizing the losses and privatizing the profits. These actions combined the worst evils of capitalist anarchy: falling investment, flight of capital, factory closures, inflation, and unemployment, with all the most negative features of bureaucracy: waste, mismanagement, inefficiency, and corruption. This was a viable scenario only while the oil money continued to flow. At the end of November, Venezuela was hit by torrential rain causing widespread flooding and mudslides, killing at least 25 people and leaving 130,000 homeless. The barrios were particularly hard hit. On Friday, December 17, 2010, the Venezuelan parliament passed an enabling law giving Chavez the power to legislate by decree for the next 18 months in matters concerning human needs generated by the rainstorms, including infrastructure, transport and public services, housing, the use of urban and rural lands, international cooperation, and socio-economic systems. The president explained that he would use the enabling law not only to tackle the negative consequences of the prolonged period of rainfall, but also some of the structural problems of capitalism which had worsened the crisis. The reaction of the Venezuelan oligarchy was furious. Articles in El Universal compared Chavez to Hitler. Clearly, the bourgeoisie was worried that some of its more scandalous behavior would be unearthed. Their concerns were well-founded. Chavez would soon act against speculators in the housing sector, nationalizing construction firms that were cheating people with empty promises of future homes, and companies which left houses half-completed and moved on as soon as payment was received. Peasant organizations, like the FNCEZ, had been calling for years for an acceleration of the struggle against latifundia, both to alleviate Venezuela's dependence on imported foodstuffs and to satisfy the campesinos' demand for land. Land reform was enormously popular with Chavistas. Its effect on the economy was largely beneficial, and it directed the attention of the masses onto the most parasitic elements of the oligarchy. Chavez now directed that action be taken against 47 caudillos, who owned huge territories south of Lake Maracaibo in southwestern Venezuela. The new expropriations met with a ferocious media barrage on behalf of the landowners. Opposition MPs demonstrated the kind of role they expected to play in the new National Assembly. Herman Escarra urged people to take to the streets to show civil and military resistance. Miguel Ángel Rodriguez appealed for a civilian uprising. Abelardo Diaz urged protesters to block the Pan American Highway in order to send a message to the president. There were only a few minor clashes between landowners and the National Guard and soldiers sent by Chavez to protect the newly expropriated land. By 2011, rural land reform has been in effect for nearly a decade, and despite the caudillos retaining most of their lands, rural poverty had diminished significantly. The government had rescued 5.8 million hectares of land, regularized 5.9 million hectares, and distributed nearly 180,000 titles or agrarian letters. About half of Venezuela's rural population had directly benefited from the reform, which explained the solid support for the PSUV in rural areas. By giving peasants the means with which to challenge the latifundios and to engage in land reform from below, the 2005 land law had meant, at least for the time being, greater empowerment of poor farmers vis-a-vis the caudillos. Government statistics showed that overall food production had increased by 22% in the decade ending in 2009. This increase, welcome though it was, fell far behind the increase in demand. By 2011, Venezuelans were much better fed, with a per capita increase in daily calories consumed of about a third. Over the same time period, there had been a population increase of 25%, which explains why food imports doubled. These figures do not record the food produced for home consumption by the recipients of land reform. In the spring of 2011, a serious political scandal erupted. Colombian political refugee Joaquín Pérez Becerra, a naturalized Swedish national, was arrested on April 23 by Venezuelan security as he arrived at Maiquetía Airport. After being held incommunicado for nearly 48 hours, Becerra was handed over to the Colombian authorities and taken across the border. This raised deep questions about the direction of the Bolivarian Revolution, especially as Chávez himself assumed full responsibility. The effect of handing over Becerra was to drive a wedge between Chávez and revolutionary activists, the very backbone of the Bolivarian movement. As demonstrators massed outside the Caracas headquarters of Venezuela's Bolivarian Intelligence Service, SEBIN, to protest Becerra's illegal detention, the Venezuelan government was deporting Becerra to Colombia without granting him access to legal counsel or representatives of the Swedish embassy. Chávez had respected bourgeois legality when it came to actions concerning the oligarchy, but now approved the handing over of a revolutionary activist to the reactionary Colombian regime in flagrant disregard of the rights of the accused. This was a serious mistake which did not serve to defend the Venezuelan revolution, quite the contrary. Becerra was found guilty on terrorist charges by the Colombian Supreme Court on September 12, 2012, and sentenced to 8 years imprisonment. However, on appeal in 2014, the evidence submitted by the prosecution collapsed and Becerra was released. 16. Chávez death and the election of Maduro. On June 30, 2011, Chávez revealed in a televised address from Havana, Cuba, that he was recovering from an operation to remove an abscess tumor with cancerous cells. On July 17, he returned to Cuba for further cancer treatment. On July 28, his 57th birthday, Chávez made a public appearance and gave a short speech in which he stated that his health troubles had led him to radically reorient his life. He went on to call on the middle classes and the private sector to get more involved in the Bolivarian Revolution, something he saw as vital to its success. Symbolically, he wore a yellow, rather than his customary red shirt. Initially, the opposition tried to take advantage of Chávez's stay in Cuba by cynically arguing that there was a power vacuum, and that this had to be filled. This backfired badly as it reminded everyone of April 2002 when the oligarchy attempted to justify the coup against Chávez by falsely arguing there had been a power vacuum, which they had proceeded to fill. The implications of Chávez's announcements were discussed everywhere. In particular, whether he would be able to stand in the October 7, 2012 presidential elections. For the masses, Chávez personified the revolution. They saw him as quite separate from the inept, corrupt and incompetent layer of managers, directors, regional governors, local mayors, ministers, state apparatchiks, etc., who were regarded as interested only in their personal advancement and were openly counter-revolutionary. In the eyes of the masses, only Chávez remained as a genuine and honest revolutionary leader. Despite all the hopes raised by the formation of the PSUV, the organization structures were increasingly being emptied of any real democratic content. At the end of 2011, Chávez appointed Diosdado Cabello as first vice president and 5 other vice presidents: Elias Jua, Nicolas Maduro, Tariq El Sami, Adán Chávez, Hugo's elder brother, and Ramon Rodriguez. This was a pretty unsavory bunch. Jua, Maduro, and El Sami had openly and actively opposed workers' control and sabotaged planned socialist Guyana. Cabello was a capitalist who had a track record of undermining internal party democracy. El Sami had also been heavily involved in the arrest and expulsion of Becerra. Ramon Rodriguez was head of the SUV's disciplinary tribunal. With Chávez ill, the PSUV tops moved quickly to increase their control over the party, ruling that local leadership structures of the party at parish and municipal level would be appointed rather than elected. This was a giant step in top-down control of the party. Cadres could now be parachuted in to take control of any dissident local organization. The campaign by the opposition for the 2012 presidential elections was more of the same, to focus on immediate issues while using economic sabotage to make living conditions as unbearable as possible for the poorest, all the time blaming the government for every problem of daily life, even the recent heavy rainstorms. This time, the opposition made crime a critical issue, bombarding the people with alarming figures for homicides, robberies, and kidnappings. The government consistently failed to produce an effective response, and for that reason the bourgeoisie made crime their battle cry. The least the government needed to do was accept the level of crime with a "yes, it's true," and not equivocate. This would have removed the criticism that the government denied the level of crime to be an issue. The high level of crime was an evil inherited from the Fourth Republic and greatly exacerbated by the particular contradictions of the Venezuelan capitalist system. The problem was that socialism for the 21st century offered no solutions. The functioning of a corrupt state apparatus, particularly in the food chain, the wholesale theft that went on in state enterprises, fed both petty and organized crime. But Venezuela did not need more police, more jails, more judges, and more attorneys. It needed effective workers' control and people's militias united with communal councils and the popular masses to excise the cancer at the heart of the system. In the last weeks of the campaign, the opposition's economic policy was leaked. A classic austerity package, proposing cuts in pensions, social spending, and the opening up of the PDVSA and other state-owned companies to private investment. The plan was so scandalous that 4 smaller parties in the mud withdrew their support for Capriles, and a whole host of opposition figures distanced themselves from him. In response, the opposition attempted to shift the emphasis to Chávez's illness, stressing Chávez's frailty, in contrast to the good health and energy of his opponent. They highlighted that the Chavistas did not have anyone who could take his place. On this they had a point. It was an undoubted weakness of the Bolivarian movement that it depended so much on one man. The bourgeoisie, having spread lies and more lies for 12 years, acted no differently in the 2012 election campaign. The oligarchy's media told of a sure victory for their candidate, of his enormous support among the popular masses and declining popular support for the president. Shamelessly, the polling firm consultors had Capriles pulling ahead in September with a 2% lead. Again, these polls were not meant to reflect reality. They were preparation for making trouble when the results were announced. The election gave Chávez 55.1% of the vote and Capriles 44.3%. The turnout was a record 81%. The opposition had worked hard on its campaign of dirty tricks. From early in the day, rumors were spread about so-called exit polls, which gave Capriles an advantage over Chávez by as much as 10 percentage points. These were intended to create the impression that any official results showing a Chávez victory were dubious. However, the defeat was so definite that the opposition had no choice but to recognize they had been beaten. In his election victory speech from the People's Balcony of Miraflores Palace, Chávez announced that the march toward democratic socialism for the 21st century would continue. It was 7 years since he had first declared that the Venezuelan economy and state apparatus was capitalist and dominated by an oligarchy, inextricably linked to foreign imperialism. This speech contained no definite measures on how to bring their rule to an end. The more intelligent sections of the ruling class understood that they would not win this election. They knew there was no one else in the Bolivarian leadership who commanded the same level of support and authority amongst the masses, so they expected to make big gains in any election held after his death. Immediately after the presidential election, Vice President of the PSUV, Diosdado Cabello, announced the party's list of candidates for governors in the forthcoming elections on December 16th. This was a substantial increase in the powers of the party tops over the appointment of local PSUV leaders. The response from the grassroots of the party was fast in coming and was essentially the same everywhere. What had happened to party democracy? Where are the militants who enjoy the support of the local PSUV branches and would take the revolution forward? The PSUV was no longer for revolutionary change. It had discarded the objectives on which it had been founded and had become an election machine. The lack of democracy in what was supposed to be the most democratic party in the history of Venezuela was due, of course, to the intensity of the struggle between the party machine and the masses. The candidates, in their great majority, fitted in with the leadership and avoided any action that would embarrass the party tops in Caracas. As they were chosen centrally, they were not responsible to the local PSUV and could be expected to carry out policies quite the opposite of what the local rank and file wanted. These were not the kind of people who would support socialism for the 21st century or any other century. To everyone's surprise, the PSUV candidates for governors won 20 out of the country's 23 states, including 5 which had been run by the opposition. The opposition's only consolation was that their defeated presidential candidate, Enrique Capriles Radonski, retained the important Miranda state, beating former Vice President Elias Jua. The official PSUV candidates won 56.2% of the votes. The opposition received 43.8%. The reason for these candidates doing so well was rather obvious. Despite assurances to the contrary, as soon as the opposition had won governorships in the 2008 election, it had immediately launched a campaign to reverse the gains made under Chavez. It unleashed its supporters against the healthcare and education programs, attempting to close them down by expelling them from the premises they occupied. Now the MUD was calling the housing mission a fraud and a failure. Clearly, if the MUD had won, then not only would health and education suffer, but hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans could be transferred from social housing to the private market. 16.1 Death of Chavez and election of President Maduro. The January 23rd remains a national day celebrating the struggle for democracy in Venezuela. The opposition attempted to take advantage of Chavez's illness by calling a demonstration to protest against the unconstitutional situation, i.e., the postponement of the swearing-in of Chavez due to his illness. He would never be sworn in. The PSUV leaders responded by calling on the masses to take the streets on the same day. Faced with the prospect of being completely surpassed in numbers, the opposition leaders replaced their march with a rally in Parque Miranda, an upper-class area of Caracas. Fewer than 6,000 attended. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of Chavistas marched with a big contingent from the unions, both the UNT and the CBST, the Bolivarian Socialist Union of Workers, the new name of the FSBT. It was reported that thousands of militiamen and women in green uniforms also marched. These were not the People's or Workers' Militia that Chavez had called for numerous times. These were army reservists who had been renamed the Bolivarian National Militia, as opposed to the popular militia of his original proposals. Rank-and-file Chavistas carrying banners and chanting slogans against any pacts or deals with the right wing cheered at the news that the government's campaign against hoarding of basic food products had seized thousands of tons of food hidden in secret depots. On Friday, February 8, 2013, the president of the Venezuelan Central Bank, Nelson Morentes, announced the devaluation of the bolivar from 4.3 to the US dollar to 6.3. At the end of the day, devaluation inevitably leads to higher prices for the final consumers, that is, higher prices for working-class families. Currency exchange controls had been introduced in 2003 in an attempt to curb the massive flight of capital. The bourgeoisie had responded with a black market with its own dollar exchange rate. Just as had happened in Nicaragua, the State Currency Administration Division gave dollars to capitalist enterprises at the official exchange rate so they could import materials for production or goods for resale. The capitalists then sold the dollars on the black market, making profits of over 1,000% without having to produce anything. The trade was so profitable that even though dozens of businessmen and capitalists were arrested, the process flourished. No complete figures have been produced, but at one point the government revealed that around $20 billion of the subsidies given to the private sector in 2013 had been illegally used for speculation against the bolivar. However, to this day, tens of billions of dollars are still being handed over to capitalists every year from the state coffers. This was, and remains, a ludicrous situation. The state is pouring money into the pockets of those who are most actively sabotaging the country's economy. The black market and dollar exchange is ever more under the control of a few politically minded individuals who use it to increase the inflation rate. Government tops sit tight and take no action. The obvious solution is the centralization of foreign trade, the creation of a single state importation center that would coordinate all the country's imports that depend on the dollars supplied by the state. This would be a major brake on inflation and stop the draining away of foreign exchange. It would also be an important step forward in combating corruption, particularly in the state institutions. which may be the reason nothing has been done. The shortage of medicines is a case in point. Between 2004 and 2014, the scarcity of pharmaceutical products increased dramatically, and headlines screamed of extreme shortages due to the cutback in government dollars given to the pharmaceutical importers. But analysis by Pasqualina Curio has shown that between 2004 and 2014 there had been cuts in neither the monies allocated nor the amount of pharmaceutical goods imported. Curio concluded that the shortages were due to hoarding and provides additional evidence by demonstrating that despite the claimed lack of medicines, none of the top 10 pharmaceutical importers reported any drop in sales or profits. Hugo Chavez died on March 5, 2013, before he could be sworn in as president for the fourth time, and before coming anywhere near to completing a socialist revolution in Venezuela. Important reforms had been carried out that had greatly improved the conditions of the poor and given them hope for the future, but Venezuela had remained a mixed economy and no definite measures had been taken to change that. The bourgeoisie hoped that without Chavez in the presidency, a rapid transition back to normality could occur, undoing the gains of the revolution, the social missions, the nationalizations, the remaining elements of workers' control, agrarian reforms, and so on. The goal, of course, would be to return the honeypot that was the PDVSA to the oligarchy through full or partial privatization. Revolutions are made by the masses in motion, gripped by revolutionary ideas. No single individual was more effective in setting the Venezuelan masses into motion than Hugo Chavez. As many as 2 million people took part in the procession accompanying the coffin, as it was transported from the military hospital to the próceres where it was to be displayed. For the previous 14 years, the overwhelming majority of the population, workers, the poor, peasants, and many who would describe themselves as middle class, had gained a deep feeling of pride and dignity from participating directly in activities which changed their lives, learning to read and write, building medical centers and schools, taking ownership of a new house, and defending those gains against the repeated assaults of the oligarchy and imperialism. But because Chavez was the undisputed leader of the Bolivarian Revolution, of the Venezuelan state and PSUV, it is all the more important to examine his most important mistakes. The absence of a party to focus activity, democratically deciding policies, democratically electing its leaders and able to hold them to account, was a serious impediment to the revolutionary process. Chavez repeatedly made radical proposals, but no mechanisms existed for advancing them. They were not party policy, the PSUV tops simply ignored or sabotaged them, safe in the knowledge there was no structure to hold them to account. With no elected collective leadership, Chavez was constrained by the right-wing tops in the PSUV, who were able to curb his more left-wing tendencies. Without Chavez, this central weakness of the Bolivarian movement would be writ large. The bourgeois media and U.S. imperialism immediately insisted that the Constitution must be respected. The opposition went further and alleged that a coup had taken place when Vice President Nicolas Maduro was sworn as president in charge by the National Assembly and boycotted the ceremony. The Constitution clearly stated that in the case of permanent absence of the president, the vice president would take over and new elections would be called within 30 days. The Venezuelan ruling class did not really care who took over until the presidential elections on April 14th. What they wanted was a climate of uncertainty, and to tarnish the institution of the presidency with suspicions of illegitimacy. On Friday, March 8, 2013, the main opposition leader, Capriles, went on the offensive saying that the decision for Maduro to become president in charge was a constitutional fraud. In an arrogant and condescending tone, he opened a campaign attacking Nicolas Maduro for having been a simple bus driver and therefore unsuitable to be a president. Maduro replied to these insults by driving a bus to register as a presidential candidate. In public, Capriles described Maduro as Satan, bird brain, great fool, and liar. These insults exposed the depth of class hatred which inspired the oligarchs, the bankers, caudillos, and capitalists, but it was also a quite deliberate attempt to lower the tone of the campaign into the gutter, to undermine the authority of the election and the democratic process. Capriles then refused to sign the standard CNE document committing him to recognizing the result, saying instead that he would respect the popular will, preparing the ground for not acknowledging the election outcome. The election was held on April 14, 2013. The result was sufficiently close, 7.6 million votes, 50.6%, against 7.4 million, 49.1%, for Capriles to call his supporters onto the streets banging pots and pans to demand the CNE not proclaim Maduro the winner. Right-wing students hurling chunks of concrete took over squares in Caracas, burning several clinics and attempting to block the main roads. 7 deaths were reported. National Guards were called to disperse the demonstrators. Capriles refused to concede defeat and raised accusations of fraud, demanding an audit of all votes cast, with detailed examination of voter signatures and fingerprint records to see if dead people, or foreigners, or duplicates had voted. The CNE rejected this as impossible, since the process would take up to 5 years to complete. Capriles responded that, without this audit, the result was a joke. As late as April 30th, the opposition was still refusing to recognize Maduro as the elected president. On that day, opposition legislators prepared to disrupt National Assembly proceedings, arriving with a large golpe al Parlamento, coup in Parliament, banner and interrupting the session with whistles and air horns. After his narrow victory, Maduro appealed to businessmen to stay away from politics and concentrate on production. He offered the creation of special economic zones modeled on those in China, and to ease foreign exchange controls. There was even talk of reforming some of the articles of the labor law. Several prominent radical Bolivarian talk show hosts and presenters were removed from state TV and radio stations. None of that pacified the opposition, of course, but it indicated that Maduro was not intending to move in a socialist or even radical direction. Quite the reverse, it looked as though he was attempting to strike a deal with the mud at the expense of a deepening crisis for the poorest. Over the summer and into the autumn, the oligarchy, buoyed up by the election results, escalated its economic sabotage. Inflation soared, reaching 54% between January and October, with a record level of shortages. The opposition believed that, having caused so much economic distress for so long, the government would fare badly in the December 8th municipal elections. In September, for months before the election, the government was against the ropes, with its level of support falling sharply. Then, in late October and early November, the government launched a massive campaign against the hoarding of goods. Led by Eduardo Simon, the campaign started with Dhaka, a white goods and electronics chain. Warehouses full of goods were seized and the business forced to sell them at fair prices. The government measures had a twofold impact. On the one hand, they made products available which were previously scarce or too expensive, and on the other, they rekindled the revolutionary expectations of the rank and file. Here was a government clearly identifying the enemy and taking harsh measures against them. This is what the popular masses wanted to see. This offensive enabled the Bolivarian movement not only to win the municipal elections but to increase its lead over the opposition. The opposition presented these municipal elections as a plebiscite on Maduro's presidency. In the event, the PSUV and its allies in the Great Patriotic Poll received 5.2 million votes, with 4.4 million going to the opposition. Celebrating the election results, President Maduro pledged to intensify the offensive against the economic war. The campaign of hoarding, speculation, sabotage, and corruption launched by the parasitic bourgeoisie. Concrete measures were absent. 17. The opposition offensive and electoral gains. After the elections, President Maduro met with representatives of the national bourgeoisie. Adopting a conciliatory tone, he offered concessions, such as increasing state credit in the form of US dollars. Thanking the president for his generosity, the opposition left the meeting and immediately ramped up the economic war. The bourgeoisie showed a complete lack of interest in working with the government, intending to continue their campaign of economic sabotage, and with the main means of production in their hands, they had the power to do it. The conciliatory attitude of the PSUV leaders was taken as weakness and convinced the most extreme of the opposition leaders that they should take their fight onto the streets. Leopoldo Lopez and Maria Corina Machado, an opposition MP, were convinced that action on the streets would bring the government down. This campaign was launched on January 23, 2014, under the banner of La Salida, the way out, with the stated aim of forcing the removal of democratically elected President Maduro. A guarimba, creation of public disorder and unrest, was launched. In some cases, it could count on the passive support of opposition mayors and regional governors who would do nothing to stop them or to clear the streets of roadblocks. Destruction of buses, fire-bomb attacks against public institutions, notably the VTV state TV station in Los Ruiz, which was besieged for 7 nights, followed. Actions took place in different towns, such as Mérida and San Cristobal. In Caracas, the guerrilla was concentrated in the rich areas of the east. This was akin to rioting in London taking place in Hampstead, Kensington, and Chelsea, with the center of protests in Belgravia. It is also interesting to note that there was no looting, as opposed to what usually happens when people are moved by hunger. Capriles Radonsky and the main body of the opposition opposed this campaign of street violence because it was obvious that the interests of the ruling class were best served by consolidating their positions in regional governments and municipalities and waiting for a more propitious time when they would win an election and assume power more gently. It is not that they were opposed to the violent overthrow of the government, they simply did not think that the conditions were right and hoped to do it peacefully. The bourgeois press referred to a brainless mob which wants to destroy everything in its wake, complaining that such actions strengthened the Chavistas and could incite the masses to action. On February 18th, the opposition called a march which was widely reported in the world's press, and which, according to Associated Press, had 5,000 participants. On the same day, the workers at the PDVSA had their own counter-demonstration in defense of the revolution, with tens of thousands participating. The latter was barely mentioned by the world's media. The oil workers' demonstration marked the beginning of a Bolivarian counteroffensive against the small groups of opposition rioters. On February 19th, a large demonstration of pro-revolution workers from the basic industries in Puerto Ordaz, Bolivar took place. The workers, who had suffered road blockades by a small number of opposition thugs, quickly cleared their barricades. They were then shot at by fascist elements from one of the neighboring buildings, resulting in 9 workers being wounded. In other parts of the country there were mobilizations in defense of the revolution, in many instances with workers playing a leading role. In a televised speech on the night of February 19th, President Maduro appealed to the working class to be united and mobilized and to strengthen the workers' militias. President Maduro had talked of workers' militias before, and this was clearly a time to put words into actions. But talk is one thing, action is another. The government action was not to arm its citizens but to appeal to the ruling class and offer even greater access to foreign exchange. Salman, one of the main driving forces behind the campaign against the economic sabotage, was removed from his position without explanation. This constant oscillation between strong words and conciliatory actions was deepening the disillusion, skepticism, and cynicism of the Bolivarian masses and encouraging the oppositionists to believe their methods were working. The bureaucracy simultaneously acted as a brake on workers' struggles. To give just one example, the workers at ABC Formas y Sistemas, faced with an illegal lockout by their bosses, had been occupying their factory for over a year. They had tried all the existing legal avenues for the expropriation of the factories but had come to a dead end, with the Ministry of Labor taking no action, not refusing to act, just taking no notice, leaving the workers in limbo. There were dozens of examples like that throughout the country. The state bureaucracy and the reformist elements within the PSUV and government acted as saboteurs, blocking the initiatives of the masses and giving support to the counter-revolution. There was increasing and widespread discontent amongst the Bolivarian ranks at the open control of the movement at all levels by the bureaucrats at the top. President Maduro made calls for unity and discipline, but the forthcoming Congress of the PSUV, scheduled for the end of July, was already getting off to a bad start. It had been announced that the 900 delegates would include the SUV's national leadership, 96 parliamentary deputies, 20 state governors, and 242 mayors, some 40% of the total. There were also widespread protests within the PSUV over the number of prominent radical or left-wing Bolivarian journalists who, since the presidential election, had been removed from state TV and radio channels without explanation. Whatever the reason might have been, the result was clear. Critical left-wing voices were being silenced or denied access to larger audiences. Whether or not these sackings were part of a backroom deal with the opposition, or just a gesture of goodwill to them, they did not moderate the opposition, but rather helped demoralize the revolutionary movement. On the evening of April 10, 2014, the main political representatives of the Venezuelan opposition met with the government at Miraflores Palace in a dialogue for peace. Present at the meeting were international observers from UNASUR, Union of South American Nations, an intergovernmental body. A famous quote from Bolivar seems applicable here. Every conspiracy was followed by forgiveness, and every forgiveness was followed by another conspiracy which was in turn forgiven again. Criminal clemency, more than anything else, contributed to the destruction of the structure which we had not yet entirely completed. Much the same sentiments were expressed by French revolutionary Hébert. If in a sharper manner, the moderates have buried more victims than those that fell before the steel of our enemies. Nothing is more harmful in a revolution than half measures. The national and international media painted a picture of the government of Venezuela as dictatorial, attacking the human rights of unarmed, peaceful, and defenseless people. In reality, if the Bolivarian Revolution can be accused of anything, it is of being too soft on its opponents. This was graphically seen at the Dialogue for Peace. Nearly all the opposition representatives had participated to some degree in the April 11, 2002 coup. None of them had faced trial. On the contrary, they had been allowed to go free. President Chavez, magnanimously, perhaps naively, called for dialogue and forgiveness. The capitalist class responded by organizing a lockout to bring the government to its knees, followed by an ongoing media war and continuing economic sabotage and the guarimbas. Why would it be different now? The representatives of the bourgeoisie brought to the Dialogue for Peace proposals which included fiscal discipline, i.e., cuts in social spending, national production with a free market, i.e., lifting price controls, encouraging productivity through the flexibilization of labor, i.e., abolishing job security and destroying the labor rights contained in the Organic Labor Act, and liberalization of foreign exchange controls, i.e., free access to oil revenue dollars. These measures, taken together, would have meant a brutal shift in the balance of power in favor of the oligarchy and allowed exploitation of the labor force with little hindrance. The popular masses would face savage cuts, an end to the measures which the revolution had implemented to better their lives. The opposition also demanded all talk of socialism and revolution to be stopped. It's not in the Constitution. The release of political prisoners, i.e., immunity for those involved in the terrorist guarimbas, fairness in public institutions, i.e., the capitalists to regain direct control over the most important levers of the state apparatus, and disarm the collectivos, i.e., criminalization and destruction of the rank and file organizations of the Bolivarian Revolution. For 15 years, the Bolivarian Revolution had restricted itself to bourgeois legality, while the oligarchy resorted, time and again, to any means at their disposal to try to overthrow it. The bourgeoisie had spared no effort, legal or illegal, to crush the revolution. They had consistently defended their class interests. To each and all of these, the Bolivarian tops extended the hand of forgiveness and friendship. Now they were doing the same again. Emboldened by the discussions, caudillos were increasingly challenging land occupations, claiming that the INTI had committed legal errors or not properly compensated them for the lands expropriated. The murdering of campesino leaders to prevent land occupations went largely unpunished because of the landowners' control over the local judiciary. At the same time, the MUD campaigned against expropriating unproductive land, despite agricultural production, largely by cooperatives, having increased to a level where it supplied 100% of the demand for basic root vegetables. On May 2, 2014, the TSJ ordered the INTI to dispossess a 12-year-old cooperative known as Brises de Mesparo and return the 3,600 hectares of land to Rogelio Pena Ali, an ex-mayor of the region who, according to the peasants, had acquired the land through corruption and intimidation. The ruling was symbolic as Hugo Chavez had personally introduced the land law into Barina's state. The ruling was a double strike because the cooperative was producing 30,000 liters a day of much-needed milk, had over 25,000 livestock, had built over 230 kilometers of agricultural roadways and 14 schools. To put the cap on it, Ruben Dario Mendoza, representative of the Cattle and Agribusiness Federation, claimed that, on the basis of the decision, 10 other plots of land could now be taken back. On December 9, 2014, The TSJ made a second important decision when it revoked the property title of the El Mazel commune with about 7,500 members. At a time of food shortages, this was known as the most productive commune in the nation, with crops of corn, legumes, and vegetables. Chavez had twice broadcast his weekly show Allo Presidente from the commune and commended its progress. El Mazel was in the process of building a cornflour factory to combat the monopoly of the Mendoza family, who had long used the distribution of the staple as a political tool against the government. It may not have been entirely coincidental that the person taking the court action was an associate of Polar. One thing was clear: the caudillos and forces within the state were again criminalizing the struggles of the campesinos. The bourgeoisie were feeling strong enough to openly use the judicial power against the popular masses. Angel Prado, a spokesperson for El Mazel, argued that local Chavista leaders and the PSUV were their main enemies, actively attempting to extinguish the commune. The grassroots sectors that withstood the Guarimba protests, that withstood the coup d'état and oil strike, that resisted all of these and neutralized the right wing. In public, Maduro declared the TSJ decision counter-revolutionary, but there was no suggestion of taking active measures in support of the commune. On the strength of Maduro's response, the opposition prepared the ground for a determined assault on cooperatives, and the state chosen to spearhead that was Barinas, where Chavez's brother Adán was governor. On June 17, 2014, President Maduro announced the removal of Minister of Finance and Planning Jorge Giordani, a key architect of the government's economic policy since 1999. This move towards normality was commended by the U.S. Bank of America in glowing terms. A strong sign of the waning influence of the radical Marxist wing on economic policy issues, there is evidence of greater willingness by officials to engage the private sector and investors than there was in the past. Giordani, now publicly describing government policies as inefficient and opening the door to corruption, challenged the very basis on which the government had convened the so-called Economic Peace Roundtable, disputing the idea that there could be a modus vivendi between the Bolivarian Revolution and big businesses. In response, the Minister of Oil and Vice Minister for the Economy, Rafael Ramirez, embarked on a series of meetings and press conferences with the aim of re-establishing relations with the financial markets, while declaring socialism would be maintained. The bankers, of course, had no intention of investing in Venezuela unless the demands made at the roundtable were agreed. Some 6 weeks later, on July 28, 2014, the SUV's Third National Congress began with Vice President Diosdado Cabello announcing Nicolas Maduro as PSUV candidate for the presidency, to the acclamation of the 985 delegates. Maduro's acceptance speech declared that the government's foremost task in the coming period was the advancement and transition towards a socialist economy. When details emerged, they showed the advance would, in practice, be the continuation of the government's perverse and ineffective policy of class conciliation. Maduro sat down with Lorenzo Mendoza and Enrique Capriles, providing them with a political platform and economic concessions, but failing to reduce the economic sabotage. On February 12, 2015, a coup attempt was foiled with the arrest of 7 Air Force officers. Many in the Bolivarian movement had been convinced that the armed forces were as red can be, and there was no threat from that quarter. But, within the confines of the bourgeois state, military men, as they rise up the ranks and receive higher salaries, perks and privileges, tend to identify more with the bourgeoisie than the dispossessed masses. As long as the military apparatus remained based on a bourgeois state and organized according to the social relations that dominate in a bourgeois society, there will always be pressures pushing the top military officers towards the interests of the ruling class. For revolutionaries, this confirmed the need to consolidate militias in every neighborhood, workplace, union, school, and university as an independent armed force and not under the tutelage of the army. It also confirmed the need for rank-and-file committees within the armed forces and for political commissars linked to the Bolivarian masses. Without such measures, the events of February 12 will surely be repeated. Just as U.S. imperialism finances sectors of the opposition, so U.S. agents will be working to convince army officers to effect a coup if the bourgeoisie can engineer an appropriate scenario. In this, the PSUV tops and state bureaucrats, with their policies of sabotaging workers' initiatives, aid the destabilization of the country. In early August 2015, there was a sudden upsurge in attacks on communes. According to reports, the attack on El Mazel was by local National Guard units which had previously been known to act on the orders of big landowners allegedly implementing TSJ rulings. An attack on the communities of Ordacero, Las Mercedes, and Jovito in Barinas State Commune was an even murkier incident. The land had been occupied since 2011 with permission from the INTI. This should have meant that, under the law, the comuneros were protected from eviction. In April of 2017, a new coordinator for the Barinas INTI took office, Ingrid Gil Guzman. Under her orders, National Guard units removed more than 860 people from their homes in an early morning raid. When they arrived to evict us, they drove the tractors over to destroy our crops. They poured gasoline on the plantains and poisoned the wells that the campesinos had made for human and animal consumption, testified Maria Alejandra Tovar from Las Mercedes. They took our animals, burnt our homes, our harvests. They destroyed everything in their path. Communities Minister, Elias Jua, remained silent. For more than 6 months, the campesinos in Barinas had been demanding the removal of Guzman, even to the extent of occupying the local INTI offices on the grounds that she had been doing business with local landowners. An investigation into alleged involvement in illegal expulsions and corruption in the INTI Regional Authority, arranged a few days after the events, was rapidly discontinued. During the short-lived search, files and documents were found in which INTI officials had allocated themselves land. It was also found that land titles issued by the Central Authority in Caracas were not delivered, so that the campesinos lived and worked without formal legal authority, which meant they could be subject to arbitrary eviction or made to pay a bribe. 17.1 Counter-Revolution wins 2015 National Assembly election. To help set the tone for the National Assembly elections, to be held on March 9, 2015, U.S. President Obama issued an executive order declaring a national emergency, affirming that the situation in Venezuela posed an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. This was U.S. imperialism unjustifiably meddling in the internal affairs of a sovereign nation. The threat which Venezuela presented to U.S. imperialism was the threat of inspiring progressive and democratic change in Latin America and beyond. The democratic credentials of the Bolivarian Revolution cannot be questioned by anyone. The collapse of oil prices, exacerbated by U.S. sanctions, meant the previous 3 years had seen a sharp deterioration of the economic situation in Venezuela. Oil hovered around $100 a barrel in 2013, but in 2016 it reached its lowest level for over 10 years, $24 a barrel. The government decided to prioritize the payment of foreign debt, thereby severely constraining its ability to invest money in social programs, to import food and other products. To continue paying for the social programs to which it was committed, the state started to print massive amounts of money, resulting in galloping inflation which hit working people especially hard. In a year, the price of many basic products rose by over 100%. In real terms, state subsidies on most products, including food, fell substantially. Eggs, one of the main protein sources in the Venezuelan diet, were sold at around 100 bolivars per carton of 30 eggs at the beginning of 2014. As prices rose, the government stepped in to regulate the price at 420 bolivars. The result was the immediate and complete disappearance of eggs from the shops, as producers and shopkeepers refused to sell at the official price. By the end of October 2015, the street price was 1,000 bolivars. Similar examples can be given for every basic product. The dislocation of normal economic activity led to the collapse of the little private investment that was still taking place. The capitalists made more money exploiting the exchange rate differential than investing in production. Without nationalization of the banking system, the exchange rate controls, instead of protecting the government's reserves, were becoming a means by which the country's oil revenue was being returned to the pockets of the oligarchy. The country's hard currency reserves dropped from around $30 billion in 2012 to less than $15 billion at the end of 2014. On December 6, 2015, the result of the parliamentary election was a decisive victory for the counter-revolutionary opposition, the MUD, which gained 7.7 million votes and 112 seats. to the SUV's 5.6 million and 55 seats. The PSUV tops had believed the path of compromise to be safest, when it was, in fact, the most treacherous. Maduro's policy had backfired spectacularly. The opposition made inroads into what had previously been revolutionary strongholds, even managing to win in the 23 de Enero parish in Caracas. If this pattern were to be repeated in the presidential elections, the oligarchy would be returned to power. The never-ending stresses and strains of ordinary life were becoming steadily worse, not better. The realization that many Bolivarian tops were benefiting massively from the endemic corruption, the weariness brought on by having to battle continuously against layers of corrosive bureaucracy, all of this had an impact on the consciousness of layers of the masses who previously supported the revolution. These were the key reasons for the defeat in the National Assembly elections. The government's attempts to compromise with the opposition meant there had been no large-scale seizures and distribution of hoarded goods, a situation perceived by the masses as a serious failure of leadership. The public wanted action. Denouncing and threatening to nationalize Grupo Polar was seen as weakness when nothing resulted. Nor had the PSUV election campaign projected any sense it would solve these problems. Maduro accepted the election results with the words, "It could be said that the economic war has won, but it was his inaction that had handed victory to the oligarchs." With the victory of the right wing, the cries of fraud, which had dogged the very same electoral process for 17 years, were noticeable by their absence. The state and party bureaucracies had refused to support workers in action and deliberately stifled workers' democracy. Their corruption and mismanagement of nationalized factories and enterprises caused even militant workers to doubt whether state control and planning was the way forward. On many fronts, the bureaucracy had acted as the vanguard of the capitalists. Every time a group of workers moved forward by setting up a workers' council, by occupying a factory and running it themselves, by taking over idle land, by setting up communes, they were blocked and pushed back by the bureaucracy, often using the police and National Guard. One example. Industrias Diana is a food plant processing oil and margarine, which was expropriated in 2008 and was then run very successfully under workers' self-management. A major success was that 80% of the output was going to Mercal, much of the remainder went to community collectives, and only a small proportion to the open market. In July 2013, Minister of Food, Felix Osorio, decided to impose a new manager without consulting the workers. The workers resisted and argued that they had a say in the matter. Osorio was determined to have his way, and the measures he took included subjecting leading members of the union to detention and interrogation by the National Intelligence Service. Finally, after months of struggle, the workers won. The new manager was removed, and a former military officer who vowed to continue to the existing self-management was accepted by both sides and appointed. This example could be replicated many times across the country at all levels, but in most cases the workers did not emerge victorious, and in this context, talk of revolution and socialism became empty rhetoric. The opposition won the election not because of any failure by the Bolivarian masses, but because their reformist leaders had consistently avoided the path of expropriating the capitalist class and chose instead to appeal to the goodwill of private capitalists. With 112 seats in the National Assembly, the opposition appeared to have a two-thirds majority and the wide-ranging powers that went with it. Drunk with victory and seething with revenge, on the night of the election the representatives of the opposition announced the measures they would implement. Nothing less than rescinding every progressive law passed by the Bolivarian government. The law on fair prices, the labor law, and the Health and Safety at Work Act would be made more business-friendly. The land law would be repealed and all expropriated latifundia returned. A law for activation and strengthening of national production was promised for privatization of all state-owned land. All state-owned enterprises, i.e. PDVSA, and expropriated factories, i.e. SITR, would be privatized with their new owners being exempt from all taxes for 4 years. The opposition also announced its intention to purge all state institutions, including the CNE and the TSJ. Venezuela now faced the unique situation where the National Assembly was in the hands of the MUD and the president and executive in the hands of the PSUV. The MUD needed a two-thirds majority in the National Assembly to change the organic laws and overrule the president. But during the election campaign, some of its hotter heads had played fast and loose with the electoral rules. At the end of December 2015, The TSJ ruled that there had been irregularities in the election of deputies in the Amazonas state on the grounds that the MUD had been involved in vote buying. The election in that state was declared invalid and ordered to be rerun. This affected 4 deputies, 2 from the MUD, 1 from the PSUV and another one elected in the indigenous list, also a MUD supporter. However, the 3 deputies were essential to give the MUD its 2/3 majority. At first, the National Assembly refused to accept the TSJ ruling and swore in the 3 MUD deputies for Amazonas on Wednesday, January 6. The TSJ declared that this act threatened to make the entire swearing-in process null and void. The National Assembly temporarily retreated and a week later suspended the members for Amazonas. However, just to show its resolve, on the same day it introduced a bill to privatize state housing, but this, and other reactionary measures, were blocked either by the president or the TSJ. In parallel, measures taken by the president were ruled out of order by the Assembly. Government was paralyzed. Throughout January 2016, President Maduro was in a running fight with the National Assembly. He claimed the economic situation amounted to a state of emergency and introduced special powers for 60 days under an economic emergency decree. These included sweeping powers to deal with, amongst other things, problems of food production and distribution. However, the National Assembly refused to accept the decision and responded by announcing that it would instead concentrate its efforts on removing Maduro as president. The new president of the National Assembly, Henry Ramos Alup, from AD with a long history of actively promoting neoliberal policies, promised on taking office to get rid of the Maduro government within 6 months. The first of the anti-Maduro street demonstrations was scheduled for Saturday, March 12, 2016, in Caracas. In the event, some 10,000 attended, but a rival PSUV march was much larger, with tens of thousands supporting Maduro. It was becoming clear that a layer of people who had voted for the opposition from desperation and wanting to end the economic impasse were having second thoughts on seeing what the rule of the right wing really entailed. Maduro now embarked on a 2-pronged approach to resolve the problem. In an attempt to assuage the capitalists, he established the National Council for a Productive Economy, a diverse body composed of ministers, private business leaders, governors, mayors, and others, tasked with finding solutions to the country's deepening economic crisis. This was an ideological throwback to the time when Chavez still believed in the third way of Tony Blair. Simultaneously, he announced economic measures to show he was willing to compromise. Capitalists would receive even more preferential dollars, soft loans, the passage of imports and exports would be smoothed, prices of goods and services could be increased, there would be devaluation and increased gasoline prices. For the financiers, he promised to continue prioritizing the payment of foreign debt. To defuse any backlash from the masses, he announced some face-saving and limited social programs, a small wage increase and food stamps. At the same time, the PSUV bureaucracy called mass demonstrations in support of Maduro which, given the shock of the electoral defeat, were well attended. In a fanfare of publicity, the government also launched the Congress of the Fatherland, with 100 elected delegates with responsibility for drawing up a strategic plan for the strengthening of the socialist project in Venezuela. Initially well received, it soon became clear that it would have no effect on government policy. This maneuver was totally inadequate to block the counter-revolution and take back political power. It soon faded away. Both the Congress and the demonstrations were intended to act only as safety valves for dissent. Instead, they increased the cynicism, skepticism, and apathy of the masses. On March 28, the TSJ ruled that the National Assembly remained in contempt of court. Seeing his opportunity, Maduro sent a memo to the TSJ asking whether his presidential decisions still needed ratification by the National Assembly. The TSJ replied with its now famous ruling of March 29 that since the National Assembly was in contempt of court, the government did not have to send its decisions to it for ratification, that the TSJ was taking over the National Assembly's legislative powers to exercise as it saw fit. The National Assembly could have easily regained its powers if the MUD had agreed to re-elections in Amazonas. Its refusal to take the obvious and peaceful path to government says much about the character and intentions of the oligarchy. The opposition was not really interested in parliamentary procedures. It was determined to remove Maduro from office as soon as it could. This was not a question of who was right and who was wrong from a legal or procedural viewpoint, but of who held real power in terms of mass mobilizations and the loyalty of the army. Following this announcement by the TSJ, the MUD launched a campaign of almost continuous violent street protests with the aim of overthrowing the president. A spokesperson for the most radical wing of the opposition, Maria Corina Machado, in an opinion article in the Ecuadorian paper El Comercio, made clear, "The aim is not to hold elections. The aim is to depose the regime." These protests were extremely violent, leading to over 30 people, mostly Chavistas, being killed. There were violent clashes with small groups of young MUD supporters who used firearms, homemade explosives, and rocket launchers against the police, but also against educational institutions, state buildings, housing projects, hospitals, and public transport. On April 8, MUD supporters ransacked and attempted to set fire to the TSJ building. They then set out to march to the buildings of the CNE. The government called out the National Guard to prevent them reaching their destination. However, these protests were not occurring throughout Venezuela, not even the whole of Caracas. They were concentrated in municipalities ruled by opposition mayors, particularly in Carabobo, Lara, Mérida, Taquira, and eastern Caracas. To make matters worse, Venezuela was suffering a severe drought, bringing problems in energy generation at, for example, the El Gairy hydroelectric dam. This led to regular power outages and, in April, the government decreed a 2-day working week in public institutions to reduce electricity consumption. Of course, MUD supporters took advantage of this with bomb attacks against power-generating plants, power stations, and substations in different parts of the country, with the aim of creating additional power outages to spread feelings of chaos and instability. Despite the popularity of the PSUV being at a low ebb, there was still a hardcore of working class and poor people who came out on May Day. Hundreds of thousands of people marched against MUD's attempts to overthrow the government. The world's media, which had been paying much attention to Venezuela and had correspondents in Caracas at the time, was unanimous in its silence on this demonstration. Instead, they painted a picture of an authoritarian regime with no support holding power only by its repression of peaceful protesters. In May, the TSJ blocked a law for the privatization of 1.2 million homes built as social housing for families on low incomes. The law as it stood gave deeds of use, which granted the right to the home, to the family as a whole, and the property could not be sold on the open market. Change of residence would be a swap with a family in a suitable home. The new law would give ownership to the, usually male, head of the family, who would then have the legal right to sell the property privately. In July, the MUD decided to ignore the TSJ and again swore in the 3 Amazonas deputies. This was followed in August by the TSJ declaring that the National Assembly Presiding Council and the MUD deputies were all in contempt of court. In a further escalation of the institutional conflict, in October, the National Assembly voted to initiate proceedings to declare that Maduro had abandoned his office based on claims which included Maduro not being a Venezuelan citizen and therefore unable to be president. But if Maduro's government regained power, what would it do with it? Since the exit of Giordani from the government in July 2014, there was increasing recognition of the failure of the previous model of using oil revenues to attempt to regulate capitalism and fund social programs. But the changes proposed were not a move leftwards. Ignoring the lessons of history, the new policy was to make even more concessions to the capitalists, national and international, in the forlorn hope they would collaborate with the government and help to turn the economic situation around. This was expressed in a whole series of measures such as further liberalizing of foreign exchange and the establishment of special economic zones, where companies did not have to abide by labor laws or pay any taxes. The majority of those who now continued to support Maduro did so because the alternative, a MUD government, would have made their lives even worse. These measures were very unpopular amongst the ranks of the Bolivarian movement as representing a betrayal of the legacy of Chavez. But really, they were no more than a continuation and a deepening of the policy which the Maduro government had inherited, making ever more concessions to the capitalists in the economic field while defending itself against the MUD's attacks in the political and institutional arenas. The oligarchy had maintained its economic sabotage, and there were now widespread media reports of food scarcity, hunger, and looting across Venezuela. The MUD was attempting to create a situation of such chaos and violence as would justify a coup or foreign intervention to remove President Maduro. Inevitably, the massive expansion of the money supply had caused hyperinflation, a rapid depletion of foreign reserves, and a further decrease in government imports of food and other basic products. More people had to buy a greater proportion of their food on the black market, with prices between 20 and 70 times the official price. The government decreed increases in the minimum wage, but nowhere near enough to feed a family. Scarcity led to massive corruption at all levels, from criminals who hired people to queue for hours to buy whatever subsidized products were available to resell on the black market, to the nationwide director of the Bicentenario State supermarket chain who diverted entire shiploads of products. To some extent, the majority of Venezuelans were aware of the despicable role played by private companies, like Grupo Polar, in hoarding, racketeering, speculation, etc., and of the government's failure to take the necessary measures to solve the problems. In the summer of 2016, the government began formally promoting mixed public-private investment in the mining of diamonds, copper, silver, and gold. Maduro invited multinational corporations to bid for concessions, an initiative which authorized open-pit mining in 112,000 square kilometers of the mineral-rich southeastern Amazonian state of Bolívar. These will be environmentally destructive projects. All mining and oil extraction projects are, and there is no exception to this anywhere in the world. An integral part of this venture is the military. Previously, President Maduro had approved a socialist military economic zone, allowing initiatives in different economic sectors, from transport, agriculture, and communications to construction, finance, and hospitality. Now, Camimpeg Military Company for the oil, mining, and gas industries was launched to provide a wide range of industrial services as an integral part of a $580 million deal in mining and gas production in the Orinoco mining arc backed by Chinese investment. The Maduro administration has placed the Arco region under military control, suspended constitutional rights, and already begun to expel the residents. Camimpeg will administer the resource extraction as an autonomous enterprise and not be subject to public accountability. These ventures are widely seen as attempts by Maduro to tie the military to his regime. The Orinoco mining arc project, taking into account only the gold reserves of the area, is estimated to be worth more than $200 billion. In a separate multi-million-dollar deal, the Venezuelan government will work with Yuanquang and other Chinese companies to jumpstart nickel mining in the central states of Aragua and Miranda. On Monday, May 16, Minister of Economic Development, Perez Abad, in the face of rumors to the contrary, stressed Venezuela's intention to continue to pay its foreign debt obligations in full and on time. He added that this would mean a further reduction in food imports in 2016 and, behind the scenes, sold $2.8 billion of PDVSA bonds maturing in 2020 to Goldman Sachs for only $865 million, a giveaway price that has been termed absurd. The government's concessions were accompanied from time to time with threats of expropriation, which were given headlines by the bourgeois press worldwide. In Venezuela, the threats were never followed up. The reality was quite the opposite. Workers, who took over factories where production had been suspended by the bosses, were met with either an endless string of bureaucratic obstacles or direct repression by police or National Guards. Even though laws were formally on the side of the workers and did allow for expropriations, the majority of labor inspectors were in the pockets of the bosses. Instead of expediting expropriation, the owners were given extension after extension in which to restart production, until the workers were so demoralized they gave up their fight. The bourgeoisie, however, feared rekindling the revolutionary fervor of the masses. They remembered the extraordinary vitality and strength of the revolutionary mobilization of the popular masses in 2002 and 2003. The government and PSUV tops also feared the masses, which accounts for the calls to form popular and workers' militias never being carried through. The bureaucracy was organically incapable of activating the revolutionary mobilization of the masses because they knew they had more to lose from a socialist revolution than from the bourgeoisie. 18. The recall referendum and the Constituent Assembly. The MUD was collecting signatures for a recall referendum, but evidence presented to the courts of widespread irregularities meant the process was suspended, effectively ruling out any possibility of a presidential recall referendum being held in 2016. In response, the MUD called the decision a coup carried out by the government of President Maduro against the Constitution. On Sunday, October 23rd, an extraordinary session of the National Assembly, which was still in contempt, adopted a resolution declaring that the government had committed a breach of the constitutional order and symbolically appointed new members to the CNE and the TSJ. The sharpening of the economic war and rampant inflation had meant the impoverishment of vast sectors of the popular masses. One survey by Venebarometro carried out between February and December 2016 described how, over that time, the percentage of Venezuelans who ate 3 times per day dropped from 69.5% to 34.3%, and those who ate just once a day rose from 4.8% to 19.8%. There was a parallel resurgence in the number of Venezuelans, predominantly children and young men, who rummaged through garbage in search of food or some other product for use or resale. In these circumstances, the opposition was able to mobilize large numbers, but still largely limited to its traditional areas of support. It had failed to break into the army, despite repeated attempts to do so, with public calls for a military coup. The situation appeared to be one of a stalemate. On May Day 2017, hundreds of thousands of supporters of the Bolivarian Revolution marched from 3 different gathering points to Bolivar Avenue in Caracas. The whole route was teeming with people from early in the morning. Chavismo still had a core of support, which could be mobilized when faced with the whip of counter-revolution. However, it was noticeable that, for the first time for over a decade, a Bolivarian president did not mention socialism on May Day. During his speech, Maduro announced the convening of a National Constituent Assembly, ANC, which he described as a workers' and communal assembly. The same process was used by Chavez over a decade previously. The MUD and its international supporters responded with a frenzied campaign. There's been a coup in Venezuela. Maduro has carried out a power grab. The ANC was to be all-powerful, meaning that once it finished its work, the authority of every elected body would be superseded and required renewal, as in the mega-election of 2000. The MUD denounced the move and immediately called for an escalation of protests, for supporters to march to the TSJ with a second march to the CNE. Given the level of violence unleashed on previous opposition marches to these destinations, it was obvious that the government would deploy police to protect them. The opposition strategy was a provocation aimed at creating a scenario of violence, which would be portrayed in the world's media as police repression, to put the government under more pressure at home and internationally. As expected, opposition protesters clashed violently with the police and National Guard, providing an abundance of images for the bourgeois media. The MUD's economic program was released to the press, to privatize state-owned companies, to reduce the fiscal deficit by implementing massive cuts in social spending, particularly on education and health, privatization of social housing, to sack hundreds of thousands of public sector workers, to liberalize prices, greater access to dollars from oil revenue, and the abolition of labor and trade union rights. Simultaneously, the MUD rank and file were becoming tired, having been demonstrating for 60 days with no obvious results. In certain parts of the country, San Antonio de los Altos in Miranda, and Socopo in Barinas amongst others, there had been well-organized, violent riots, in connivance with the local police. In right-wing municipalities with MUD mayors, the rioters had taken control of urban centers, sometimes for days, where they destroyed public buildings, imposed a shutdown of commercial establishments, and replaced the authority of the state. But increasingly, the guarimbas were degenerating into gang warfare, taken over by hooligan and criminal elements. Those suspected of being Chavista were set upon, stabbed or shot, and even set alight, but in reality, many victims were attacked simply for being Pardo. By the end of June, the right-wing offensive had left 85 people dead, but had failed to achieve any of its aims. Importantly, it had not provoked any public fissures within the armed forces. While bitterly opposed to the MUD, many Chavistas were deeply skeptical of the proposed ANC and believed rank and file participation would be more form than substance. The experience of the Congress of the Fatherland was an all-too-recent memory. The issues for discussion by the ANC were certainly not radical, but more of the same. Venezuela was to build a post-oil economy that worked for all, and with all the different property forms that existed, implying the maintenance of a capitalist economy. Nevertheless, the call for the ANC woke sections of the Chavista vanguard, who wanted to elect deputies to the ANC to represent the rank and file and who would propose a program of revolutionary demands. The government called the ANC elections for July 30th, in what marked a major test of its popular support. The practice of the PSUV bureaucracy of appointing candidates at all levels without reference to the rank and file members was universally detested. So, the announcement that the ANC elections would not take place on the basis of lists prepared by the party machine was welcomed. In a short space of time, a number of Chavista left lists were being circulated. The programs proposed by these different groupings all reflected a deep-seated hatred of the bureaucracy and reformism, and a desire to move forward, to take power. But there was little coordination between them. In addition, their demands shared a common weakness. Although containing anti-capitalist and anti-bureaucratic language, there was little clear understanding of the need to expropriate the means of production under democratic workers' control, almost certainly because of the way in which workers' control had been subverted by the PSUV. At the beginning of the campaign, these initiatives were accompanied by large meetings in neighborhoods and workplaces. But slowly and surely, the bureaucratic machinery of the PSUV imposed itself. The practicalities of the process, such as there being only a very short time to get organized and collect supporting signatures, made it very difficult for anyone outside the apparatus to actually become a candidate. 18.1 Opposition and the Sovereign Consultation. In late June, the MUD's more violent activities appeared to have regained some momentum. Their roadblocks were proving more effective. There had been severe rioting in Maracay and Aragua, with over 60 shops looted, a number of official buildings, including the PSUV offices, ransacked, and one member of the National Guard shot dead. These were not peaceful pro-democracy protests, but terrorist attacks combined with appeals to the army to effect a coup. On June 28th, opposition politicians, in a state of disobedience, called on their supporters to extend the roadblocks. What other country in the world would allow protesters to set up and maintain roadblocks across its motorways? How would London, Madrid, or Washington react to a paramilitary assault on government buildings? What would be the response of Berlin or Paris if gangs descended on urban areas and stabbed, shot, and set light to people? On Sunday, July 16, 2017, the opposition held a sovereign consultation. Voting booths were placed all over the country so that people could give their opinions on 3 issues. 1. Was Maduro's call for a National Constituent Assembly legitimate? 2. Should the MUD reject and not recognize the ANC? And 3. Should the armed forces mutiny, remove the government and form a government of national unity? To complement the consultation, the opposition announced that July 16th was 0 hour, after which their supporters would be stepping up the pressure and using even harsher actions, including setting up permanent roadblocks until the fall of the dictatorship. The parallel with the attempted coup of April 2002 was obvious, especially the suggestion that the armed forces remove the president and establish a government of national unity. This time, however, the opposition was attempting to give its moves a sense of legitimacy. On the day, the MUD was able to mobilize large numbers of people, and there were queues at many of their polling stations. However, the figures issued were questionable. In Cudia, for instance, Parroquia Sucre of Libertador Council, the electoral register contained over 290,000 names, of which 39%, 91,000, had previously voted for the MUD. This area had only 1 polling station. Even if the opposition had only their own supporters voting, that would be less than half a second per person per vote. In that half a second, every voter had to have their details checked against the electoral register, receive a ballot paper, fill it in, and put it in the ballot box. Nor was there any restriction on how many times an individual could vote. Chavistas, on the lookout for multiple voting, were able to produce video evidence of multiple voting in at least the right-wing stronghold of Chachao. The ballots and registers were burned after the count to ensure that whatever result was announced, it could not be checked. The New York Times of July 16th reported that more than 98% of voters sided with the MUD in answering 3 yes or no questions drafted with the aim of weakening Mr. Maduro's legitimacy days before his Constituent Assembly is expected to convene. To their shame, across the political spectrum, the Western media almost entirely agreed on the same narrative. So poor was their checking of the facts that the main photo used to show crowds queuing to vote was, in fact, a photo of Chavistas queuing to vote in support of Maduro's call for the ANC. The declared result of the opposition consultation was that 7,186,170 people had participated, a figure which, even if true, was less than their own candidate had received in the presidential election and fell well short of the 7,587,579 votes for Maduro. The government decided to have a dry run on that very same Sunday to show Chavista support for the ANC. The two sets of voting were in parallel, though, of course, it was possible to vote in both. Almost entirely ignored in the Western press was the massive turnout in support of Maduro. The queues outside the official CNE polling stations were massive throughout the country, even in cities such as Barquisimeto, Valencia, and Merida, where the opposition was very strong, and its thugs had been terrorizing the streets for over 3 months. The opposition did not expect this, and they were unsettled. The consultation had backfired and threw the opposition leaders into a state of indecision on how to proceed. Their rhetoric before July 16th had been fiery. They had planned for a result so positive that the government would not last until the July 30th ANC elections. As the campaign for the ANC elections progressed, PSUV Minister Perez Abad, backed by so-called patriotic businessmen such as Oscar Schemmel, candidate for the business section of the ANC, appealed to the MUD for peace and dialogue and advocated the ANC should strengthen private property rights by the privatization of expropriated companies. On July 30th, the vote for the ANC was held. The opposition abstained. However, the government was worried about the outcome, as all polls were predicting a turnout so low the vote would be a farce. It called on all its employees to make a point of voting and to encourage all their friends, neighbors, and colleagues to vote. There may be some truth in claims that workers' jobs would be under threat if they did not vote. The PSUV party machine also applied a great deal of pressure on its Chavista base in order to mobilize it into the voting booths. Party cadres used social benefits such as the clap, government-provided food parcels, special pensions such as Mothers of the Barrio, and the Chumba Juvenile Plan to pressurize recipients to go out and vote. The attitude of the party tops was very reminiscent of the old Attico style of doing politics, in that the working masses and poor were bought with a mix of food bags and social benefits along with threats of the suspension of those benefits. On the day, the Chavista vote rallied and 8,089,230 voted, not too different from the turnout for the dry run on July 16th. All 545 seats went to the PSUV and its supporters. The other side of the coin was the deadly violence of opposition supporters aimed at preventing the election. The public prosecutor listed 10 deaths of Chavistas and National Guard officers, assassinated on the eve of the election or on election day. Over the course of the day, 200 voting stations across the country were attacked by opposition militants and large-scale explosive devices were exploded near other polling stations. 19. The advance of the counter-revolution. On Tuesday, August 8, 2017, Donald Trump warned, "We have many options for Venezuela. And by the way, I am not going to rule out a military option. Trump cares not a jot about lives being lost in Venezuela. A situation he could stop tomorrow by ending U.S. support for the opposition and removing trade sanctions. What he is really concerned about is that, for nearly 2 decades, Venezuela has been an example of how the revolutionary masses could seize their destinies into their own hands, defy imperialism, the oligarchy, and fight to reorganize society along more democratic and participatory lines. In Venezuela, oil revenues have been used to eliminate illiteracy and provide health care for all. How different to the USA. In Venezuela, the response of the ultra-right to the ANC elections was, throughout August, to launch hit-and-run attacks on working-class neighborhoods, killing several people. But the political landscape of the country had changed. The great majority of the opposition had gone home. From the PSUV point of view, things looked good for the regional elections and the government brought them forward to October, in order to take advantage of the temporary demoralization of the opposition and the mobilization achieved on July 30th. However, Maduro's government, while attempting to cuddle up to the capitalists, was economically paralyzed. Its belief in the possibility of a deal with the opposition had no foundation in reality, but prevented it from tackling economic sabotage, the lack of food, medicine, etc. Continuing this pro-capitalist policy could only estrange important sectors of the proletarian masses, meaning it placed increasing restrictions on internal party democracy, further transforming the PSUV into an instrument of political control. It was at this time that the Marxists openly classified Maduro and his supporters at the top of the PSUV and government as the Mensheviks of our time, whose goal was a popular front with the bourgeoisie. The parallel was drawn between Lenin and Trotsky's call for the Bolsheviks to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kerensky against the open counter-revolution in the form of General Kornilov, and the need to defend the PSUV government by describing the MUD as the modern Kornilov at the gates of Caracas. Lenin and Trotsky understood that the masses, no matter how long it took, had to learn from their experiences before progressing to all power to the Soviets. The Bolsheviks, of course, carried on their own propaganda campaigns for bread, peace and land, and all power to the Soviets against Kerensky even while defending his government. The overwhelming vote on July 30th was the result of the millions of workers who knew the MUD would worsen their conditions and hoped that the PSUV would, finally, tackle galloping inflation and chronic shortage of basic necessities. The result had demoralized and demobilized the opposition rank and file, even the most violent groups. Simultaneously, the PSUV leadership took the victory in the ANC election as an endorsement of its policies, with the result that the campaign for the 2017 regional elections lacked any spark of originality and was devoid of any measures that were capable of solving the pressing problems of the masses. The campaign was social democratic and demagogic, full of promises that were forgotten once the candidates were elected. Most of the candidates were either already establishment figures up for re-election or those parachuted in by the PSUV bureaucracy. In the first category were candidates such as Arias Cardenas, Zulia State, or Vielma Mora Takaira, who, in their previous terms of office, had clearly governed to enrich the local party bureaucracies and benefit their respective bourgeoisie. In the second case, the party changed the face of the local administration by inserting candidates such as Justo Nogueira in Bolivar and Margot Godoy in Cojedes. These may have been new candidates, but they were establishment figures. Once again, on time and in tune, the mass media began to issue opinion polls that showed a secure MUD victory. In October, in the run-up to the election, the average poll rating for MUD was 57% and for the government 30%. On the election day, Sunday, October 15, 2017, the PSUV achieved a substantial victory with 5.8 million votes against 5 million for the MUD, whose candidates were elected governors in only 5 states: Anzoátegui, Nueva Esparta, and 3 border states, Zulia, Takaira, and Mérida. Following the expected and customary pattern, as soon as the final count was announced, the MUD declared that it did not recognize the results, but this time, 2 of its leading contenders, Carlos Alcaraz and Henry Falcon, refused to go along with the charade and publicly acknowledged the results in their respective states. The matrix of fraud collapsed. Despite the brutal deterioration in their living conditions, the working masses had rallied to the PSUV. But the ANC failed to take any decisive action, and the economic crisis worsened with each passing week. The major achievement of the ANC was not any concrete measure it took. It was, as expected, a talking shop, but it served to legitimize Maduro's government and allowed him to bypass the National Assembly. Gradually, the ANC came to dominate the parliamentary processes, accruing for itself powers that were not initially specified. The regional election victory was a defeat for the forces of counter-revolution, but, by itself, did not change the prospect of economic desolation facing the working masses. The atmosphere of triumphalism amongst the Bolivarian leaders did not suggest much likelihood of significant changes in government economic policies over the coming months. Quite the opposite, the bureaucrats again saw the election victory as endorsement of the government's reformist, social democratic policy of class conciliation. With the results of the elections announced, President Maduro boasted that Chavismo had obliterated the opposition and loudly declared he would not accept Guarimba rioters and coup plotters as governors. In the next breath, he declared that he was prepared to sign a dialogue agreement. It turned out that representatives of the government and the MUD had already met in the Dominican Republic for roundtable discussions on Venezuela's economic and political problems. Subterfuges of this kind showed that the government was quite incapable of implementing even the most basic measures associated with the bourgeois democratic revolution. agrarian reform, social justice, and national independence. The opposition, after much internal discussion, decided to boycott the municipal elections of December 10, 2017. The official reason given was that elected mayors would have to be sworn in before the ANC, which the MUD considered illegitimate. A much more likely reason was the opposition's deep demoralization and fear of a landslide defeat, further legitimizing the government. The Bolivarian movement had closed ranks for the regional elections, but the withdrawal of the main opposition parties from the municipal elections opened the door for candidates representing the revolutionary wing of the Bolivarian movement to stand against the official, hand-picked candidates. The tension between the rank-and-file, revolutionary left of Chavismo and the bureaucrats and reformists who dominated the PSUV party machine and state apparatus burst into the open. The bureaucracy and the state responded by using all sorts of tricks to prevent the local PSUV from endorsing leftists and to stop candidates from socialist groups and or parties from standing. In a number of municipalities, mainly rural, alternative Bolivarian candidates did stand against the PSUV, some standing under the banner of the PCV, or the PPT or the Tupamaros, but all having in common the fact that they represented areas where the communal movement had taken real roots and developed. These were areas where the struggle against the reactionary offensive earlier in the year had a more militant character, with the organization of self-defense committees and occupation of land belonging to caudillos. Some of these areas included occupied factories linked to agricultural production and communes with a history of fighting against the capitalists and landowners, and also against sabotage by local bureaucrats, regional governors, as well as government institutions. The bureaucracy was furious. The CNE was used, quite improperly, to weed out left candidates who might have been successful. In the Simon Planas Council in Lara, Angel Prado, a member of the ANC was told by the CNE that he needed permission to stand. Other high-profile members of the ANC, chosen by the PSUV leadership, were standing as candidates and no obstacles had been put in their way. On November 28, in an outrageous decision, the ANC denied him permission, the real reason being that, if he had been allowed to stand, he would certainly have won the election. The bureaucracy was mortally afraid of the challenge posed by a candidate who genuinely represented the rank and file of the movement and who stood for revolutionary democracy and no compromise with the capitalist class. Basing himself on the support of the local campesinos, Prado insisted he would stand on the PPT ticket. The CNE printed ballot papers in which the PPT was presented as supporting the official PSUV candidate. Despite these manipulations, 57% of the vote went to Prado and only 34% for the PSUV. Since Prado's name was not on the ballot paper, the CNE insisted that the winner was the PSUV candidate, Jean Ortiz. The highest profile case was that of Eduardo Saman, both because of his history and the office for which he was standing, the mayor of Libertador Council, which covers most of the center of Caracas, and the western working class and poor districts. Saman was standing against the official PSUV candidate, Erica Farias, who had initially been elected to the PSUV leadership as a left candidate, but was now chief of staff for President Maduro. Initially, Saman, known for his fierce opposition to the capitalists, his struggle against racketeering and his defense of workers' control, won the support of the Communist Party, the PPT, and the MEP. Under pressure, the MEP later withdrew its support, but the PCV and PPT stood firm. The CNE attempted to block Saman's registration, but public pressure finally got his candidature allowed. The CNE then resorted to another trick. As both the PPT and the PCV had already preemptively registered their candidates, the CNE argued that the names on the ballot box next to those party logos could not be changed. Therefore, Saman's name would not appear on the ballot paper. This was a complete scandal because there was no real reason why his name could not appear next to the PCV and PPT logos. It was a stratagem to create confusion. From the bureaucratic perspective, there was more danger in Saman winning than the MUD, because he would be in a position to promote an alternative socialist policy for government. Saman represented the struggle against the black market, the speculators, the capitalists and multinational companies, the struggle for accountability within the movement, for revolutionary democracy and workers' control. It was right and proper under the specific circumstances of there being no opposition candidate for Marxists and revolutionaries to support his candidature. With voters having to write in his name, Saman received 6.6% of the vote against 66% for the official Chavista candidate. Nevertheless, his campaign managed to pull together into a joint effort most of the revolutionary left of Chavismo in Caracas. Salman later denounced a boycott of his candidature in the state media during the election campaign. On November 30th, he was invited to a TV interview in the state-owned Vive TV and interviewed for half an hour in a morning talk show. The channel's director, press officer, and coordinator were fired as a direct result of this interview. The PSUV won 308 out of 335 local councils and 23 out of 25 state capitals. The opposition largely boycotted the election, but did stand for, and win, 2 significant local councils, San Cristobal, the capital of Taquira, and Libertador, the capital of Mérida. After the defeat of their violent attempt to overthrow the government in the first half of the year, their strategic defeat with the ANC, and their electoral defeats at the end of the year, the opposition ended 2017 fractured, with their ranks demoralized and without a clear strategy. Open conflicts and tensions within Chavismo, though limited to a minority of municipalities, revealed the lengths to which the PSUV and state bureaucracy would go to squash potential challengers from the left of the movement. The methods used against these candidates were very similar to those used during the Fourth Republic: bureaucratic maneuvers, political patronage, intimidation and threats, media blackout, the use of state resources to cajole people to vote for the right candidate, and so on. It also showed a widespread mood of discontent amongst the Bolivarian rank and file against the reformists leading the party and the state bureaucracies. This was compounded by the severe economic crisis and the sight of the government making all sorts of concessions to the capitalists. The leftist movement was embryonic, disorganized, and scattered, but the campaign for leftist candidates in the municipal elections and then the struggle to defend their victories provided a focal point around which the left Chavismo could organize. 20. Presidential elections and economic crises. At the end of 2017, the severe economic crisis forced the government to renegotiate its foreign debt to avoid default. Maduro still appeared to believe that his policies were capable of controlling and containing the opposition. But he also needed to be seen to respond, in some ways, to the criticisms raised by his own rank and file. An offensive against corruption in the PDVSA saw dozens of high-ranking officials arrested and charged, including Rafael Ramirez, oil minister from 2002 to 2014, head of the PDVSA between 2004 and 2014. The public prosecutor talked of $4.8 billion lost from the public purse. The central bank had been printing money so that the government could pay staff Christmas bonuses ahead of the December 10th municipal elections. This added substantially to a doubling of the money supply in the 2 months starting with October. Such irresponsible moves made to retain power undermined the remaining gains of the revolution. The policies of the Maduro government continued to do little other than prepare the way for the return of the oligarchy. Events in 2017 showed that, despite everything the masses had endured, there remained a healthy class instinct of rejecting the right-wing opposition's attempts to overthrow the government. This instinct is cynically used by the bureaucracy to keep itself in power. In such a situation, any challenge from the left must take place within the framework of the Bolivarian Revolution. Anything else would be a sectarian mistake that would allow the bureaucracy to depict the leftists as part of the opposition, discrediting them in the eyes of the masses. A revolutionary opposition coming from within the rank and file could have as its central theme reclaiming the revolutionary content of Chavismo by putting meat on the bones of Chavez calls to action. For rank and file democratic participation, accountability of the leadership, radical land reform, and against capitalism. Since Maduro came to office, 3 themes can be discerned in the government's apparently haphazard and chaotic actions. The transformation of the PSUV into an instrument of political control, attempts to revive foreign investment in extractive industries, and increased use of authoritarian measures. When Chavez announced the PSUV, the party was supposed to represent a substantial step towards popular participatory democracy, as enshrined in the 2003 Constitution. Chavez intended the PSUV to be an open, democratic party that would hold both government and state accountable. What emerged, however, was the very opposite. A top-down, authoritarian structure that rigidly controlled dissent and debate. The degree of control exerted over the barrios and other poor communities increased as the economic sabotage of the oligarchs bit deeper. For example, the government developed a program to bring food parcels to poor homes at guaranteed official prices. But the PSUV took over the distribution and used the program to ensure political loyalty at election times. The system, despite good intentions, was under the control of the party machine and riddled with corruption. Since then, a so-called fatherland card, Carnet de la Patria, has been introduced. This is state-issued and gives access to pensions, disability benefits, etc., and its use has been similarly exploited. Maduro's solution to the massive hole in the state budget is opening up to foreign investment of the Arco Minero, Venezuela's Amazon region, which holds a cornucopia of minerals, oil, and gas and, incidentally, is also the country's principal source of freshwater. This is a development rejected by Chavez due to environmental concerns and in recognition of indigenous communities' human and territorial rights. The Venezuelan presidential elections on May 20, 2018 were yet one more episode in a long saga of imperialist aggression, economic crisis, and the deterioration of living conditions for the working class and poor. Re-elected, Maduro continued his policy of making concessions and appeals to the capitalists. The mood of the Chavista rank and file is increasingly angry and critical of the PSUV leadership. Without the subsidized food parcels and migration to surrounding countries, the situation would have already generated to a social explosion. Washington and Brussels have been joined by the Organization of American States in declaring that the elections were not legitimate. Maduro was re-elected with 6,248,864 votes on a 46.07% turnout. His nearest rival, opposition candidate Henri Falcon, received 1,927,958 votes. The MUD, in its majority, called for abstention and so, in opposition strongholds, Falcon received far fewer votes than he expected. The working class and campesinos voted overwhelmingly for Maduro, but the votes cast show that a section of those who traditionally voted for Chavez and supported Maduro in 2013 stayed home because of the perception that the government is unable or unwilling to take the necessary measures to deal with the economic crisis. The imperialists, under the fig leaf of concern for democracy and the humanitarian crisis, increased their diplomatic pressure, added more sanctions, and called for a coup. The Trump administration was quick to tighten the sanctions against Venezuela, even before the final results of the election had been announced. Existing sanctions, decreed by Trump in August 2017 on the basis of an Obama-signed executive order, as well as targeting high-ranking officials in the Venezuelan state, make it illegal to renegotiate Venezuelan-issued debt. The new sanctions, announced on May 21st, will bar U.S. companies or citizens from buying debt or accounts receivable from the Venezuelan government, including the PDVSA. These sanctions are intended to make it increasingly difficult for Venezuela to access the world's financial system. The hope is that tightening the economic screws will lead to a section of the army deciding it should remove the Maduro government. Meanwhile, the economic crisis in Venezuela continues its course, aggravated by a serious deterioration of all infrastructure as a result of years of bureaucratic mismanagement and corruption. The lack of funds for investment, maintenance, and repairs, and now the exodus of workers migrating to other countries, fleeing the collapse in the purchasing power of wages, and the regular electricity outages and water cutoffs, which now affect millions of people on a regular basis. As a result, areas of the capital go without water for days or weeks. People have to resort to all sorts of tricks to wash themselves and their clothes and to get water for drinking and cooking. Inflation, for which there are no official figures, has become hyperinflation, pulverizing the purchasing power of wages. In the first 4 months of 2018, the price of chicken increased by over 500%, and by midsummer the increase was 1,500%. Meanwhile, the integral wage, minimum wage plus food tickets, increased by just 220% in the same period. At the beginning of the year, the minimum wage would buy 4.4 kilograms of chicken. By midsummer, it bought just over half a kilo. The only reason the economic crisis has not precipitated a social explosion is its alleviation by factors such as the system of subsidized food parcels provided by the government's local provision and production committees, CLAPs, which, at least in the capital region, reach a large proportion of the population, and regular bonuses granted by the government to different groups of the population, workers in general, families, mothers, the youth. There have been 11 such bonuses between January and July in 2018. Neither claps nor bonuses are a real solution, but they provide a welcome relief from the brutal impact of the crisis. The problem is that what these measures amount to is the government printing money in order to provide subsidies. This only adds to the massive fiscal deficit, which amounts to between 15 and 20% of GDP. Again, no official figures are available. There is no way this can continue in the long term, because many of the products making up the clap parcels are imported, and thus are vulnerable to sanctions. But the importance of these parcels and bonuses should not be underrated. It is these which secure the turnout for the PSUV because the mud is pledged to end them. Another escape valve is migration. This is a hotly contested issue, and it is clear that hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans, mainly youth, have left the country in search of jobs abroad and are maintaining their families through remittances. A few years ago, this was a phenomenon affecting mainly middle and upper-class families, and the destination was Europe and the USA. Now there are growing numbers of youth from working-class families who leave for Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and Peru, where they are brutally exploited. Considering the minimum wage in Venezuela is the equivalent, on the black market, to $1.25, the money these migrants send back enables their families to survive. This is not to say that everyone in Venezuela is suffering from the impact of the economic crisis. Some are actually benefiting. There are those who receive hard currency to pay for imports. They and the government officials in charge of the system have made massive fortunes via the black market. Despite government attempts, the dollar black market continues to exist and is run by a small number of increasingly wealthy people. The government's response to the growing crisis has been to resume its policy of concessions and appeals to both the opposition and the capitalists. Soon after the presidential election, Maduro held a high-profile meeting with bankers at which he agreed, amongst other things, to delay the introduction of a new currency, which gave black marketeers and speculators time to launder their ill-gotten gains. This meeting enraged the Chavista rank and file. It was not only the fact that, once again, the government was prepared to do deals with those it accuses of being responsible for the economic war, but also the arrogant way in which the president of the Banking Association demanded concessions from Maduro on live TV and the way Maduro acquiesced. To add insult to injury, the TSJ decided to release a number of those jailed for their involvement in the opposition's violent offensives of 2014 and 2017. These unrepentant thugs were responsible for the deaths of many loyal Chavistas. A number of directors of Venezuela's leading private bank, Banesco, were released separately. They had been arrested just prior to the elections, accused of being part of the economic war against the Venezuelan economy. The question asked was, were they arrested and jailed as a stunt to give the appearance that the government was being tough on capitalists? Meanwhile, the conflict in the countryside continues between comuneros fighting the latifundia and a coalition of state officials, local judges, and police officials who have launched a broad offensive to reverse the gains of agrarian reform. Increasingly, peasant communes were expelled from land they were occupying legally, and at least 2 leading campesinos were executed on orders from landowners. A few days after the election, the spokesperson of the El Mazel commune, Angel Prado, and 2 other comunero leaders were illegally detained by police officers, accused of purchasing products they need for sowing from illegal sources on the black market. They replied that the official state-owned company, Agropatria, was refusing to sell the products to them legally and that, in fact, it was the managers at this company, expropriated under Chavez, who were the black market. The peasant leaders were eventually released, but the countryside is quickly becoming a battlefield between revolution and counter-revolution, and in most cases the state apparatus is, either by action or omission, on the side of counter-revolution. However, events in 2017-18 showed that, despite everything they had endured, there remains a healthy class instinct of rejecting the opposition's attempts to overthrow the PSUV government and the remaining gains of the revolution. A small but significant indication of a growing mood amongst Chavista activists. A video containing extracts from a speech by Chavez during his first swearing-in February 1999, has gone viral. In a hard-hitting statement, which fits the situation today like a glove, he says, "To look for consensus with those who oppose the changes that are necessary is betrayal." He could be responding to Maduro's public statements made after May 20th. At the beginning of August, There was a terrorist attempt on Maduro's life while he was presiding at a military parade in the center of Caracas. This confirmed that, within the military oligarchy and state apparatus, there still exists a current that is prepared to overthrow the elected government through a coup. On August 17, 2018, Maduro announced an economic plan to deal with the economic crisis, including launching a new currency, recognizing the fact that some government policies have played a role in exacerbating hyperinflation. The government de facto adopted the black market exchange rate for the dollar, 6 million Bolivar Fuerte, as the basis for the new currency, Bolivar Soberano, BSS, which will eliminate 5 zeros from prices. Turkey did much the same thing in 2005, when it reduced the value of the lira by a factor of 1 million. For Venezuelans, this has meant a devaluation of 95.85% from the previous official exchange rate. Maduro said the BSS would be anchored to the petro, the Venezuelan state-backed cryptocurrency. In turn, the price of the petro is linked to the price of a barrel of oil, which stands at $60. Maduro also recognized that inorganic money had been issued by the government in order to pay for the budget deficit and that this would have to end. He announced that, from now on, there would be zero fiscal deficit. Value-added tax would increase from 12% to 16%. Subsidies on fuel phased out over time. In essence, these measures amount to an adjustment program aimed at recovering confidence in the currency and stopping its precipitous devaluation. However, these measures are accompanied by others aimed at easing the pain they will inflict on working people and the poor. The minimum wage, which was around $1 at black market exchange rates, will be increased to 1,800 BSS, the equivalent to $30 in the new exchange rate. However, while wages are to be paid in BSS, the minimum wage will be set at half a petro, $30. The idea is that, even if the BSS devalues, the wages will keep their purchasing power. Increasing the minimum wage from $1 to $30 appears a massive enhancement, but does little to recover the purchasing power of wages if we remember that, on Maduro's election in 2013, the minimum wage was $325 at the official exchange rate, $100 at the black market rate. Maduro also announced that the state will cover the differential in wages with the new rate for all private sector small and medium-sized companies for 90 days, and pay around 10 million people a bonus of 600 BSS. The state is promising to pay for all this, and, at the same time, to balance its books by increasing taxes on the wealthy and introducing a new system for paying income tax on a weekly basis as opposed to fortnightly. The proposed lifting of subsidies on fuel is aimed at decreasing government expenditure and saving the huge amounts of money lost through the smuggling of heavily subsidized Venezuelan fuel into Colombia, where it is sold at market price. The universal fuel subsidy is to be replaced by targeted subsidies to prevent contraband. In addition, regulated prices have been introduced for 25 basic food products, as agreed with the main private sector suppliers. The increased cost of public transport already represents a substantial increase in the cost of living. In the case of the Caracas Metro, the new fare will be 0.5 BSS. It had been free for over a year, while bus fares will go up tenfold from 0.1 BSS to 1 BSS. The program seems to be modeled on the 1994 Plan Real applied in Brazil to stabilize the economy. However, in Brazil the plan worked, from the point of view of the ruling class, because of increasing fiscal revenues obtained by the wholesale privatization of public assets, plus a steep hike in interest rates to attract foreign investment. Neither of these measures has been proposed in Venezuela. It is thus difficult to see how the Venezuelan state can achieve both its aims simultaneously: fiscal discipline and higher real wages, particularly when oil production was only 1.28 million barrels per day in July, down from a peak of 3 million. The plan cannot solve any of the basic and acute problems facing the Venezuelan economy, a crisis with only two possible outcomes. One is the implementation of a capitalist, monetarist adjustment program, lifting all controls and restrictions on the normal functioning of the free market, and ending any regulation of the prices of basic products and foreign exchange controls. That would be accompanied by a brutal program of cuts in public spending, including an end to all subsidies and social programs, privatization of state assets, and severe economic contraction. In order to create a business-friendly environment, trade union and labor protection laws would be scrapped. On such a basis, there could be a certain stabilization of the economy with the workers and poor made to pay the price of the crisis. In the current political climate in Venezuela, the implementation of these measures would meet fierce resistance by sections of the workers, peasants, and poor, and so it would require restricting democratic rights and the repression of social movements and their organizations. If the government attempted to fully implement such a program, the Bolivarian movement would split down the middle with a clear break between its openly capitalist wing and all those defending, to one degree or another, the revolutionary legacy of Chavismo. The other solution to the crisis is a revolutionary one: taking over the means of production under democratic workers' control to resolve the crisis in the interests of working people. From the standpoint of the workers and the poor, the enactment of a genuine revolutionary program is the only acceptable solution. Such a program must be compiled by those on the spot, but would likely include a state monopoly on foreign trade so that no more dollars are handed over to the bourgeoisie, a workers' audit of preferential dollar allocations over the last 15 years, confiscation of properties in jail for all those involved in theft and mismanagement, capitalists and bureaucrats, a nationalization and centralization of banking and finance companies so that all their resources are put to the service of a rational plan of production under democratic workers' control, the creation of socialist workers' councils in every factory and workplace, expropriation of large industries under workers' control, a nationalization under workers' control of all companies involved in hoarding, speculation, and the black market, expropriation of the latifundios under campesino control organized in communes, peasant communes to be given credit for the purchase of seeds, fertilizers, machinery, and so forth, a nationalization of all food production, processing, and distribution under the democratic control of peasant communes, workers, and consumers, a revolutionary provisioning committees in every neighborhood with powers to control and organize the distribution of food, a suspension of all payments of the foreign debt, imports of basic food and medicines to be prioritized, internationalist appeal to the workers and peasants of Latin America and the world to come to the aid and defense of the Venezuelan revolution against imperialist intervention. A revolutionary solution to the crisis is also one which recognizes the basic fact that capitalism cannot be persuaded to act patriotically or for the general good. The Venezuelan national bourgeoisie have no interest in advancing those national democratic tasks still outstanding. Rather, they remain tied to U.S. imperialism and demand the reversal of the remaining gains of the Bolivarian Revolution. In this, they confirm a basic premise of the theory of permanent revolution. The reformists and bureaucrats will argue that such a program is utopian and cannot be implemented. They will say that the Venezuelan working class is not strong enough or has too low a level of consciousness. The truth is that the program of the reformists in the leadership of the Bolivarian movement is the one which has proven to be completely utopian. Venezuela has seen huge amounts of money spent on social programs, and there have been countless attempts to regulate a capitalist mixed economy in order to protect the interests of working people. They have led directly to the present economic collapse, a fall in GDP of nearly 50% since 2013. As for the consciousness and strength of the working class, this could not have been higher. At all decisive junctures, the working class and the poor have responded, showing a fine class instinct and a consciousness much higher than that of any of the bureaucrats which dominate the ministries and the leading echelons of the Bolivarian movement. In April 2002, it was the poorest of the poor who came down from the barrios and defeated the US-backed military coup. From December 2002 to January 2003, it was the workers, particularly those in the oil industry, who defeated the bosses' lockout by implementing workers' control. Later, they developed the workers' control movement, taking over abandoned factories and running state-owned enterprises under one form or another of workers' management. When Chavez made a call to struggle for socialism, they responded in their millions by joining the PSUV. Whenever there has been a threat by imperialism and reaction, the workers and the poor have come out in their hundreds of thousands, in the streets and on the barricades. The Venezuelan working class cannot be faulted if the revolution has ended in a cul-de-sac. What has been missing is a clear revolutionary leadership, which could have led to victory by expropriating the oligarchy and smashing the capitalist state. Unfortunately, the self-styled Trotskyists in leadership positions in the UNT have wasted opportunity after opportunity for the last 20 years. Their political position has been simultaneously opportunist and sectarian. Opportunist in the support they gave some employers against striking workers, and sectarian in holding back UNT support for the wave of factory occupations that took place in response to the calls from Chavez. President Chavez himself started from a position where he honestly wanted to cleanse Venezuelan politics and use the oil revenue for the benefit of the majority. He gradually came to understand that this could only be done through the struggle for socialism. However, he was not a Marxist and had no clear idea of how to implement this. Many times he talked about socialism, but his speeches were mostly left at the level of words. He consistently failed to take action against those reformists and bureaucrats in the PSUV, the state machine, or the nationalized industries who openly sabotaged his proposals. By his end, he was painfully aware of this, and in his last speeches he stressed the idea in a confused way that the revolution had to move towards a socialist economy and the smashing of the bourgeois state. The key task for revolutionaries in Venezuela today is precisely the preparation of that one factor, which was missing all of these years: a revolutionary leadership with a clear socialist program. Amongst the revolutionary elements of Chavismo, there is a growing critical mood and realization that the obstacles to be overcome are not only the oligarchy and imperialism but also the reformists and bureaucrats who have led the movement to a disastrous dead end. It is from these forces and through a process of political clarification that a new and necessary leadership can emerge.